Chapter 1. Inside the bustling classroom of the Ninja Academy, where young aspiring shinobi gather to hone their skills, a new student named Tsukasa Chinoike walked through the doors. He scanned the room, searching for his assigned seat. His eyes fell upon a familiar Facino Yamanaka, sitting in the row ahead. Tsukasa made his way towards her, his heart racing with a mixture of nervousness and excitement. Tsukasa, softly, excuse me, is this seat taken? Ino turned around, her azure eyes meeting Tsukasa's gaze. She was taken aback by his presence, but quickly regained her composure. Ino, no, it's not. You can sit here. I'm Ino Yamanaka. Tsukasa, thank you, Ino. I'm Tsukasa Chinoike. Nice to meet you. As Tsukasa settled into his seat, the other students in the classroom noticed the newcomer and their curiosity piqued. Whispering and murmurs filled the air. Sakura, leaning over to Naruto, hey, Naruto, who's that guy? Naruto, whispering back, I don't know, Sakura-chan. But he sure made an impression on Ino. Hinata, blushing, he's handsome. Shikamaru, nonchalantly troublesome. Now everyone's gonna be distracted. Meanwhile, Irika Yumino, their instructor, walked into the classroom, noticing the commotion caused by Tsukasa's arrival. Irika, alright, settle down, everyone. We have a new student joining us today. His name is Tsukasa Chinoike. Let's give him a warm welcome. The students greeted Tsukasa with a chorus of greetings and nods. Chai, grinning, hey, Tsukasa, welcome to the class. You look pretty cool. Tsukasa, thanks, Chai. I'm looking forward to getting to know everyone. Sasuke, in a detached tone, as if it matters. Naruto, whispering to Sasuke, hey, Sasuke, why are you being so cold? Sasuke, sighs, it's nothing, Naruto. As the chatter subsided, Irika began the day's lesson. Tsukasa couldn't help but steal glances at Ino, who was sitting in front of him. Tsukasa, whispering to Ino, I hope you don't mind me saying this, but you're beautiful. Ino's cheeks flushed with a mixture of surprise and flattery. Ino, blushing, thank you, Tsukasa. That's very kind of you to say. The other students, who overheard the exchange, exchanged curious glances and suppressed giggles. Shino, monotonously interesting choice of conversation during class. As the day progressed, Tsukasa slowly but surely began to integrate himself into the classroom dynamics. The students' initial curiosity transformed into acceptance and camaraderie, and Tsukasa found himself making new friends along the way. The sun shone brightly on the training grounds of the Ninja Academy as the students gathered for their ninjutsu practice. Tsukasa Chinoike stood at one end, while Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki positioned themselves on either side of him. Excitement filled the air as the students eagerly anticipated the upcoming three-way one-on-one match. Irika, alright, everyone, pay attention. It's time for the three-way battle. Tsukasa, you'll be facing Sasuke and Naruto individually. Remember, this is a chance to showcase your skills and learn from each other. Tsukasa nodded, his determination shining through his dark reddish eyes. He had observed Sasuke and Naruto's abilities and had prepared himself for this moment. Sasuke, smirking, don't think this will be an easy fight. I won't hold back. Naruto, grinning, yeah, Sasuke and I will give you a run for your money, Tsukasa. The students gathered around, forming a circle as the match commenced. Tsukasa focused his chakra, channeling it through his unique bloodline ability. Tsukasa, 8 trigrams, palm rotation. Dark reddish chakra enveloped Tsukasa's body, resembling the signature technique of the Hyuga clan. The spinning aura looked familiar to Hinata and Niji, who watched from the sidelines with interest. Sasuke and Naruto exchanged glances, recognizing the power behind Tsukasa's technique. They both assumed battle stances, ready to engage. Sasuke, let's see how you handle this. Sasuke swiftly moved forward, launching a series of agile strikes. Tsukasa, utilizing his intermediate skills, expertly evaded Sasuke's attacks, spinning his body and redirecting the force with precision. Tsukasa, you're fast, Sasuke, but I can keep up. Naruto, not one to be left behind, joined the fray, unleashing a barrage of shadow clones to overwhelm Tsukasa. Tsukasa's dark reddish chakra continued to swirl around him, providing a shield of defense against Naruto's assaults. Naruto, you won't escape that easily. Tsukasa, calmly watch closely, Naruto. Tsukasa executed a countermove, his spinning defense transforming into an offensive technique. The dark reddish chakra surged forward, striking Naruto's shadow clones with calculated precision, dispersing them one by one. Hinata, whispering to Niji, it's reminiscent of the gentle fist style. Niji, nodding, indeed, it seems Tsukasa has developed his own unique variation. The intense battle raged on, each participant displaying their skills and adapting to their opponent's strategies. Tsukasa's proficiency with the 8 trigrams, palm rotation kept Sasuke and Naruto on their toes, showcasing his growth and determination. Irika, impressed. Excellent job, everyone. Keep pushing your limits. As the training session concluded, the students applauded the participants, acknowledging their efforts and growth. Tsukasa's display of his dark reddish chakra-infused technique left an impression on his peers, and he gained the respect of both Sasuke and Naruto. In the bustling hallways of the Ninja Academy, Tsukasa Chinoike found himself making his way through the crowd. As he turned a corner, he stumbled upon 3 unfamiliar faces, standing together and engaged in conversation. They seemed to be students as well, caught up in their own world. Tsukasa, curiously, excuse me, but are you new students too? The trio turned their attention towards Tsukasa, studying him for a moment before responding. Koharu, yes, we are. I'm Koharu, nice to meet you. Kaida, I'm Kaida, pleasure to make your acquaintance. Sena, and I'm Sena. It's great to see some new faces around here. Tsukasa smiled warmly, appreciating their friendly welcome. Tsukasa, it's a pleasure to meet all of you too. I'm Tsukasa Chinoike. As the introductions were made, a sense of camaraderie began to form among them. They quickly fell into step, sharing stories of their backgrounds, aspirations, and the excitement of becoming shinobi. Koharu, so, Tsukasa, what's your preferred ninja specialty? Tsukasa, well, I come from the Chinoike clan, known for our Kekkei Genkai. I'm still exploring different aspects of my abilities, but I find myself drawn to ninjutsu. Kaida, that's fascinating. I'm training to become a skilled taijutsu practitioner. I admire the physical prowess of those who excel in hand-to-hand combat. Sena, as for me, I'm focusing on genjutsu. I find the art of illusions intriguing and believe it can be a powerful asset in battle. Their conversation continued as they walked together, their voices blending in the hallway's bustling atmosphere. They shared stories of their previous training and experiences, exchanging advice and encouragement along the way. Koharu, Tsukasa, I'm sure you'll find great success in honing your Kekkei Genkai. The Chinoike clan has a rich history, after all. Tsukasa, thank you, Koharu. I'm determined to make my clan proud. Kaida, and we'll be there to support you every step of the way. Friendship is essential in our journey as shinobi. Sena, absolutely. Together, we can overcome any obstacle that comes our way. Their bond grew stronger with each passing moment, and the trio soon became inseparable. They discovered shared interests, trained together, and relied on one another for guidance and motivation. The newly formed quartet, Tsukasa, Koharu, Kaida, and Sena, became a formidable team, each contributing their unique skills and perspectives. As they walked towards their next class, the hallways buzzed with anticipation. The world of shinobi awaited them, filled with challenges, adventures, and the opportunity to forge bonds that would last a lifetime. In the training grounds of the Ninja Academy, Tsukasa Chinoike made his way through the bustling crowd, focused on his own thoughts. As he turned a corner, he accidentally collided with someone, causing them to stumble and fall to the ground. It was Tenten, a fellow student known for her dedication to weapons mastery. Tsukasa, apologetic, oh, I'm so sorry. Are you okay? Tenten, grateful, yeah, I'm fine. Just a little clumsy on my part. Thanks for checking on me. Tsukasa extended his hand towards Tenten, offering her assistance. She gladly accepted, and he helped her up, their eyes briefly meeting. Tsukasa, no problem at all. It was my fault too for not watching where I was going. Tenten, smiling, well, accidents happen. I appreciate your help, though. Tsukasa, I'm Tsukasa, by the way. It's nice to meet you, Tenten. Tenten, nice to meet you too, Tsukasa. I've seen you around, but we haven't had a chance to talk until now. Their conversation flowed naturally, as if they were old friends catching up. Tsukasa couldn't help but notice the array of weapons strapped to Tenten's back. Tsukasa, I've heard you're quite skilled with weapons. Is that true? Tenten, grinning proudly, well, I like to think so. I've been training with various weapons since I was young. It's my passion. Tsukasa, that's amazing. I've always admired those who can wield weapons with such precision. Tenten, thanks, Tsukasa. Maybe someday we can spar together. It'd be interesting to see your abilities as well. Tsukasa, I'd like that. Let's make it happen. Their conversation was interrupted by the sound of the academy bell, signaling the end of their break. Tsukasa, looks like we better head back to class. See you around, Tenten. Tenten, definitely. Take care, Tsukasa. With a nod and a smile, Tsukasa and Tenten went their separate ways, but their brief encounter left an impression on both of them. They continued their respective paths, their newfound connection paving the way for future interactions and shared training sessions. In the world of shinobi, chance encounters often blossomed into something more profound, and Tsukasa and Tenten were now on the cusp of an unexpected friendship. In the vibrant corridors of the ninja academy, Tsukasa Chinoike found himself walking alongside his new friends, Tenten, Koharu, and Senna. As they rounded a corner, Tsukasa's eyes met Hinata Hyga, a shy and gentle student known for her strong will. "Tsukasa," smiling Hinata, "would you mind walking with me for a moment?" Hinata's face turned a shade of pink as she nodded, feeling both surprised and flustered by Tsukasa's request. The rest of their friends, including Naruto, Sakura, Sasuke, Tenten, Niji, Rock Lee, Ino, Shikamaru, Kiba, Shino, Choji, and the others, noticed the interaction and slowed their pace, curious about what was happening. Naruto, whispering to Sakura, "Hey, Sakura, did you see that?" Tsukasa and Hinata seem pretty close. Sakura, whispering back, "Yeah, it's interesting. I didn't know they had a connection." As Tsukasa and Hinata walked a few steps away from the group, Tenten couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy. She exchanged glances with Koharu and Senna, who also observed the unfolding situation. Tenten, whispering to Koharu and Senna, "Do you think there's something going on between Tsukasa and Hinata?" Koharu, raising an eyebrow, "It's possible. We don't know much about their relationship yet." Senna, nodding, "Let's not jump to conclusions. We should talk to Tsukasa and get the full story later." Meanwhile, as Tsukasa and Hinata walked together, Hinata's heart raced, her mind filled with anticipation and uncertainty. Hinata, nervously, "Tsukasa, is there something you wanted to talk about?" Tsukasa, calmly, "Hinata, I wanted to clarify something. You see, I consider you as my sister. Hayashi Hyga, your father, adopted me into the Hyga clan when I was 4 years old. Niji, he's my cousin too. We share a special bond as a family." Hinata's eyes widened in surprise and relief. The misunderstanding surrounding their connection had caused her unnecessary anxiety. Hinata, softly, "I had no idea, Tsukasa. I'm glad you told me. I've always admired you, and now knowing we're family, it makes our bond even stronger." Tsukasa, smiling warmly, "I feel the same way, Hinata. Let's continue supporting each other as family should." As Tsukasa and Hinata rejoined their friends, the rest of the group breathed a collective sigh of relief, having overheard their conversation and understanding the truth of their relationship. Sasuke, smirking, "Looks like there was a misunderstanding. Tsukasa is just part of Hinata's family." Tenten, smiling, relieved, "That's good to know. I'm happy for them." Naruto, grinning, "Well, Tsukasa sure knows how to surprise us." The group resumed their walk together, Hinata feeling a renewed sense of comfort and acceptance among her friends and newfound family. In the intricate web of relationships and connections, misunderstandings can arise, but true bonds prevail and strengthen. The group continued their journey through the academy arc, supporting one another as they grew into the shinobi they were destined to become. The misunderstanding is resolved, and their bond as family and friends deepens, fostering a stronger sense of unity within the group. In the vibrant courtyard of the ninja academy, Tsukasa Chinoike and Hinata Hyga continued their walk, engrossed in conversation. As they strolled, a new student named Tekashi Fuma approached them, a mischievous grin on his face. He held a single rose in his hand, ready to make his move. Tekashi, charmingly, "Hinata, my dear, would you do me the honor of accompanying me on a date?" Hinata's face flushed with discomfort, and before she could respond, Tsukasa instinctively pulled her back, placing himself between her and Tekashi. Tsukasa, firmly, "That's enough, Tekashi. Hinata has already made her decision. It's best to respect her feelings." Tekashi's smirk widened, sensing Tsukasa's annoyance. Ignoring Tsukasa's warning, he proceeded to taunt and insult both Hinata and Tsukasa, his words becoming increasingly provocative. "Tekashi, what's the matter, Tsukasa? Afraid someone like you could never win the affection of a girl like Hinata? You're just a nobody with no real talent." Tsukasa's eyes narrowed, his frustration reaching its breaking point. The insults hurled at Hinata ignited a fire within him that he could no longer contain. "Tsukasa," through gritted teeth, "that's enough. You've crossed the line." The atmosphere grew tense as Tsukasa's chakra surged, a visible aura of dark reddish energy enveloping him. The surrounding students, including Naruto, Sakura, Sasuke, Tenten, Niji, Rock Lee, Ino, Shikamaru, Kiba, Shino, Choji, Koharu, Senna, and the others, recognized the impending clash between Tsukasa and Tekashi. As Tsukasa stepped forward, his movements fluid and controlled, he unleashed a swift, precise strike towards Tekashi. The force of his attack propelled Tekashi backward, crashing into a nearby tree. The onlookers gasped in awe at Tsukasa's speed and skill, witnessing the power behind his Chinoike techniques. However, Tsukasa's rage subsided, and he shook his head, refusing to continue the fight. Tsukasa, calmly, you're not worth my energy. I won't waste my time on someone like you. Ignoring Tekashi's stunned expression, Tsukasa turned away, helping Hinata regain her composure, and rejoined their friends, leaving Tekashi seething with anger and humiliation. Tekashi, unable to accept defeat, pushed himself off the ground, wiping dirt from his clothes. A malicious smirk formed on his face as he shouted after Tsukasa. Tekashi, mockingly, you think you're better than me, Tsukasa. You're nothing but a weak Hyuga reject. Hinata deserves someone who can actually protect her. The cruel word struck a nerve deep within Tsukasa, shattering his restraint. Without hesitation, he pivoted on his heel, charging towards Tekashi with unparalleled speed and precision. Their battle commenced, showcasing Tsukasa's mastery of Chinoike techniques and Tekashi's agility and resourcefulness. Each strike and counterstrike echoed through the courtyard, drawing the attention of the entire academy. The intense clash between Tsukasa and Tekashi continued, their skills pushing each other to their limits. Their comrades watched with a mixture of concern and anticipation, knowing that the outcome of this battle would leave a lasting impact on their relationships. As the dust settled, Tsukasa's determination and resolve proved too much for Tekashi to overcome. With a final blow, Tsukasa sent Tekashi sprawling to the ground, defeated and humbled. Tsukasa stood tall, his chest heaving with exertion. With a steady gaze, he turned his back on Tekashi, refusing to let the fight consume him any further. Tsukasa, firmly remember this, Tekashi. It's not about power or winning someone's affection. It's about respect, loyalty, and protecting those who matter to us. With those parting words, Tsukasa walked away from the defeated Tekashi, rejoining his friends who offered their support and admiration. The scene captures the clash between Tsukasa and Tekashi, fueled by Tekashi's disrespectful behavior towards Hinata and Tsukasa himself. While Tsukasa initially tries to ignore the provocation, Tekashi's insults eventually push him over the edge, resulting in a fierce fight. However, Tsukasa's true strength lies not just in his combat prowess but also in his commitment to protect and respect those he cares about. In the training grounds of the Ninja Academy, the newly formed teams gathered under the watchful eyes of their Jonin senseis. Tsukasa found himself surrounded by his friends Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, Tenten, Niji, Ino, Hinata, Shikamaru, Shino, Kiba, Choji, Koharu, Senna, and Rock Lee. The excitement in the air was palpable as they awaited their assignments. Jonin Sensei Yukimura, alright, listen up. Team 2 will consist of Tekashi Fuma, Rikako, and Reina. You'll be under my guidance. Tekashi, wearing a mischievous grin, eyed Tsukasa from across the training ground. Meanwhile, Tsukasa's friends gathered around him, Ino and Tenten sitting on either side of him with their arms wrapped playfully around his shoulders. Tenten, teasingly, looks like you're quite popular, Tsukasa. Can't say I blame them. Ino, smirking, I must admit, you're quite the catch, Tsukasa. Tsukasa, chuckles, you two are troublemakers, but I appreciate the company. As the banter continued, Hinata sat comfortably on Tsukasa's lap, feeling secure and protected by his presence. Tsukasa's gaze never left her, his protective instincts on full display. Hinata, softly, thank you, Tsukasa. I feel safe with you. Tsukasa, whispering, always, Hinata. I'll keep you safe no matter what. Just as their playful moment reached its peak, a sudden explosion echoed through the academy grounds. The sound caught everyone's attention, and they turned to see Tekashi Fuma striding confidently into the training area. Tekashi, smirking, Tsukasa Chinoike, show yourself now. Tsukasa sighed, recognizing the trouble that had just walked in. He noticed the Hokage's faces graffitied on the walls, and for a moment, suspected Naruto's involvement. But then he realized Naruto had been with them all along. Tsukasa, irritated Tekashi, what are you playing at? What did you do to our friends? Tekashi, laughing mischievously, don't worry, Tsukasa. They're just taking a little nap thanks to my genjutsu. Now, it's just you and me. Concern etched on his face, Tsukasa hurried to wake his sleeping friends, shaking them gently one by one. Tsukasa, whispering, wake up, guys. We're in trouble. I need your help. As Tsukasa desperately tried to rouse his friends, the scene intensified into a fierce battle between Tsukasa and Tekashi. Their movements were fast and precise, each showcasing their unique skills and strategies. Tekashi, smirking, you can't defeat me, Tsukasa. I'm the superior shinobi here. Tsukasa, determined, we'll see about that, Tekashi. I won't let you get away with hurting my friends. The fight between Tsukasa and Tekashi escalated, their blows echoing throughout the training ground. Amidst the chaos, comedic moments unfolded, with Tenten playfully tossing a weapon towards Tekashi, catching him off guard. Tenten, grinning, "You'll have to do better than that, Tekashi." Meanwhile, Hinata, partially awake from Tsukasa's efforts, watched the battle with a mix of worry and admiration. Hinata, whispering, "Please be careful, Tsukasa. I believe in you." Tsukasa's determination fueled him, his resolve unwavering. The battle raged on, with each strike and counterstrike showcasing the true extent of their abilities. The scene ends with Tsukasa and Tekashi locked in a fierce clash, their rivalry reaching its climax. The fate of their friends and the outcome of the fight hang in the balance, leaving the audience eagerly anticipating the resolution of this intense conflict. Chapter 2. As the first rays of sunlight filtered through the window, Tsukasa Chinoike found himself slowly awakening from his slumber. However, his peaceful morning was abruptly interrupted by a sharp knocking sound coming from outside. Startled, he sat up in bed, groggily rubbing his eyes. Tsukasa, muttering, "What's that noise?" He peered out the window and his bleary gaze met the determined eyes of Anko Mitarashi, his Jonin sensei, standing outside along with his teammates, Koharu and Kaida. Anko, calling out Tsukasa. "Time to wake up. We have a mission." Tsukasa let out a tired sigh, realizing he had overslept. He quickly jumped out of bed, hastily getting dressed and gathering his equipment. As he exited his room, he met his teammates in the hallway. Tsukasa, apologetic, "Sorry, everyone. I didn't mean to oversleep. Let's get going." Anko, smirking, well, the sleepyhead finally decides to join us. "We have an important mission today, so don't dawdle." Koharu, playfully, "It's not like you to oversleep, Tsukasa. Did you have a late night?" Tsukasa, blushing, "No, nothing like that. I just lost track of time." Kaida, grinning, "Well, we can't have our star member slacking off, can we? Let's make this mission count." With their banter lightening the mood, the team headed out towards the briefing room. As they walked, Tsukasa couldn't help but feel a mix of excitement and anticipation. The Zabuza arc had begun, and their mission held the promise of challenging encounters and newfound growth. In the briefing room, Tsukasa and his team joined the other ninja, gathering around the Hokage, who stood at the front of the room, addressing the mission details. "Hokage, our village is facing a grave threat from the rogue ninja, Zabuza Momochi. Your mission is to track him down and eliminate him, along with his accomplice, Haku. Be prepared for a difficult battle." Tsukasa's determination burned bright within him as he listened intently. The weight of the mission and the responsibility to protect his village settled on his shoulders. "Tsukasa, quietly, we won't let the village down, Hokage-sama. We'll do whatever it takes to complete this mission." With the mission objectives set and their resolve strengthened, Tsukasa and his team prepared for their journey. The Zabuza arc awaited them, and their determination to protect their village and each other would be put to the ultimate test. The scene sets the stage for Tsukasa and his team as they embark on their mission during the Zabuza arc in Naruto Part 1. Despite his initial sleepiness, Tsukasa's resolve remains strong, ready to face the challenges that lie ahead. As Tsukasa, Kaida, and Koharu stood at the gates of Konoha, awaiting the start of their mission, they noticed the approaching figures of Tenten, Rock Lee, Niji, and Gai-sensei. Tsukasa's heart skipped a beat as his gaze fell upon Tenten, causing a faint blush to color his cheeks. "Anko, smirking, looks like our friends from Team Gai are joining us today. Good timing." Tenten's eyes met Tsukasa's briefly, and a small smile tugged at the corners of her lips. She couldn't help but notice his blush and felt her own cheeks warm in response. Tenten, teasingly, well, Tsukasa, I didn't expect to see you here. Is this a pleasant surprise?" Tsukasa, stammering, Why yeah, it definitely is. I didn't expect to see you either, Tenten." Kaida nudged Tsukasa playfully, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Kaida, whispering, "Tsukasa, is there something going on between you and Tenten? I sense a little chemistry there." Tsukasa, whispering back, blushing harder, I don't know. We've had a few encounters, and I kind of like her." Koharu, unable to resist joining in, added her own playful remark. Koharu, grinning, well, Tsukasa, it seems like the Chinoike clan has caught the attention of the weapons mistress herself. Good luck with that. Their friendly banter was interrupted as Gai-sensei and Anko engaged in an energetic conversation, discussing the mission at hand. Tsukasa took a deep breath, gathering his focus, and reminded himself of the importance of the upcoming mission. Tsukasa, determined, let's stay focused, team. Zabuza and Haku won't be easy opponents. We have to be prepared for anything. As they prepared to depart, Tsukasa exchanged a final glance with Tenten, a silent understanding passing between them. The shared moment ignited a spark of excitement and anticipation for what lay ahead. The team, comprised of Tsukasa, Kaida, Koharu, Tenten, Rock Lee, Niji, Gai-sensei, and Enko-sensei, set off together, their mission to confront Zabuza and Haku, drawing them deeper into the unfolding events of the Zabuza arc. The scene showcases the budding connection between Tsukasa and Tenten as they embark on their mission alongside their respective teams. The playful teasing and unspoken attraction create a light-hearted and romantic undertone amidst the impending challenges they are about to face. In the vast expanse of the Land of Waves, Team 7, comprising Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, and their Jonin sensei Kakashi, found themselves on a B-rank mission. Nearby, Team 10, consisting of Shikamaru, Ino, Choji, and their Jonin sensei Asuma, accompanied them on this joint mission. The air was thick with tension as they navigated through the treacherous terrain. As the teams advanced, the fog grew denser, enveloping them in its hazy embrace. Tsukasa's sharp eyes scanned the surroundings, his gaze falling on Niji. Tsukasa, concerned Niji, do you sense anyone approaching from outside the fog? Niji, utilizing his Byakugan, focused his vision, carefully analyzing the area beyond the mist. Niji, calmly yes, Tsukasa. There are 15 individuals making their way towards us. Among them are Haku and Zabuza, the targets of our mission. Tsukasa's heart raced, and he relayed the information to their respective teams. The gravity of the situation settled upon them, knowing that they were about to confront formidable adversaries. Meanwhile, Team 2, consisting of Tekashi, Reina, Rikako, and their Jonin sensei Yukimura, had separated from the other teams engaged in their own clandestine activities. They embarked on shady and underhanded endeavors, unbeknownst to the rest. Back in the thick fog, Team 7 and Team 10 encountered a barrage of challenges. The notorious mercenaries, Haku and Zabuza, lurked within the mist, ready to unleash their deadly prowess. Naruto, grunting man, this fog is making it impossible to see anything. We need a plan, Kakashi-sensei. Sakura, worried Tsukasa, be careful. We can't afford to underestimate them. Tsukasa nodded, his mind focused and his Chinoike abilities primed for combat. He stepped forward, taking a position of leadership within the joint teams. Tsukasa, determined we have to work together and trust each other. Haku and Zabuza won't go down easily, but neither will we. Stay vigilant, everyone. Sasuke, gritting his teeth, we can't back down now. Let's show them what we're made of. As the battle unfolded, Team 7 and Team 10 found themselves struggling against the formidable skills and tactics of Haku and Zabuza. The combat was intense, with jutsus flying, weapons clashing, and the sounds of determination echoing through the fog. Ino, struggling, this isn't going as planned. We need a strategy. Shikamaru, analyzing the situation, we can't confront them head-on. We need to lure them into a trap or find their weaknesses. Tsukasa's eyes narrowed, his mind working quickly to devise a plan. He noticed a weakness in Zabuza's defenses and formulated a strategy to exploit it. Tsukasa, assertively Naruto, Sakura, Shikamaru, Ino, Choji, follow my lead. We'll create an opening for Sasuke and Kakashi-sensei to attack Zabuza. Timing is crucial. As the teams executed Tsukasa's plan, they coordinated their attacks flawlessly, exploiting Zabuza's vulnerability. Their combined efforts paid off, and Zabuza found himself momentarily stunned. Seizing the opportunity, Sasuke and Kakashi launched their most devastating jutsus, delivering a devastating blow to Zabuza. The rogue ninja staggered backward, momentarily incapacitated. Tsukasa, grinning, great job, everyone. We've got an opening. Finish him. With renewed determination, the teams pressed their advantage, delivering a series of coordinated attacks. The combined strength and skills of Team 7 and Team 10 proved formidable as they pushed Zabuza to his limits. However, just as victory seemed within reach, Haku, the silent and enigmatic companion of Zabuza, sprang into action. With lightning-fast speed and precision, Haku defended his mentor and unleashed a fierce counterattack. Niji, focused, Haku's speed and agility are unmatched. We need to stay on guard and find a way to counter his technique. Tsukasa, analyzing Niji's right. Haku's movements are calculated. We'll have to anticipate his attacks and strike when the opportunity arises. As the battle intensified, Tsukasa's protective instincts kicked into overdrive, particularly when Haku targeted his friends. With unwavering determination, he shielded his comrades from Haku's attacks, utilizing his Chinoike abilities to defend against the onslaught. Tenten, grateful Tsukasa, thank you for protecting us. Tsukasa, smiling, we're a team, Tenten. We look out for each other. With Tsukasa's unwavering resolve and the combined efforts of Team 7 and Team 10, they fought valiantly against Haku. The battleground became a symphony of jutsus, strategy, and sheer determination. As the fog began to dissipate, the joint teams found themselves pushing Haku to his limits. The power of their unity, friendship, and determination to protect one another ignited a fire within their hearts. The scene ends with Tsukasa and his teammates standing together, ready to face whatever challenges lie ahead. The battle against Zabuza and Haku continues, testing their limits and showcasing their growth as shinobi. In the Zabuza arc of Naruto Part 1, Tsukasa's leadership and teamwork shine through as he and his fellow ninjas struggle against their powerful adversaries. The joint mission between Team 7 and Team 10 becomes a pivotal moment, highlighting the importance of trust, strategy, and unwavering resolve in the face of adversity. As the battle against Haku raged on, Tsukasa found himself in a split-second decision that could determine the safety of his friends. With lightning-fast reflexes, he stepped in front of Ino and Sakura, shielding them from an incoming attack meant for them. The impact struck Tsukasa with force, causing him to stumble backward, blood trickling down from the wound. Ino and Sakura gasped in shock, their faces blushing with a mix of admiration and concern. Ino, worried Tsukasa. Are you okay? Sakura, frantically, we need to tend to your wounds. Hold on, Tsukasa. Tsukasa, though weakened by the attack, managed a reassuring smile despite his injuries. Tsukasa, gritting his teeth, don't worry about me. I'll be fine. We have to keep fighting. Ino and Sakura exchanged glances, their hearts heavy with worry for their brave teammate. Blushing, they realized the depth of their feelings for Tsukasa, their admiration merging with a newfound romantic connection. Ino, softly, Tsukasa, thank you for protecting us. We won't let your sacrifice be in vain. Sakura, determined, you're not alone in this, Tsukasa. We're here for you, just as you were for us. As the battle continued, Ino and Sakura fought with renewed determination, their thoughts never far from Tsukasa's well-being. The bond between the three of them strengthened, fueled by their shared experiences and the sacrifice Tsukasa had made for them. Tsukasa, though weakened, refused to let his injuries slow him down. With his friends by his side, they pressed on, channeling their emotions into their attacks against Haku. The scene ends with Tsukasa, Ino, and Sakura fighting alongside each other, their connection deepening amidst the chaos of battle. Their determination to protect one another and their growing feelings would continue to shape their future actions as they faced the challenges of the Zabuza arc in Naruto Part 1. After bidding their farewells to the land of waves, Team 7, Team 10, Team Guy, and Team 3 embarked on their journey back to Konoha. The atmosphere was somber as they reflected on the events that transpired during the Zabuza arc. Tsukasa, weakened by his injuries from the battle, was supported by his teammates, Ino and Sakura. Concern etched on their faces, they helped him walk, careful not to exert him further. Ino, worried Tsukasa, are you okay? We need to get you back to the village for proper medical treatment. Tsukasa, weakly, don't worry about me. I'll be fine. Our priority is to return safely and report what happened to the Hokage. Sakura, determined, you saved us, Tsukasa. Now it's our turn to take care of you. With a shared sense of determination, the teams pushed forward, their pace steady but cautious. Along the way, they reminisced about their shared experiences, cherishing the bonds that had been forged amidst the trials they faced. As they approached the gates of Konoha, relief washed over them. They had successfully completed their mission and returned home. The village welcomed them with open arms, recognizing their bravery and the sacrifices made during their mission. The teams made their way to the hospital, where Tsukasa was promptly admitted for immediate medical attention. Ino and Sakura stayed by his side, refusing to leave him alone during his recovery. Ino, softly, you did so much for us, Tsukasa. It's time for us to take care of you now. Sakura, determined, we won't leave your side until you're back on your feet, Tsukasa. You're part of our team, and we're here for you. Tsukasa managed a weak smile, grateful for the unwavering support of his teammates and friends. Tsukasa, gratefully, thank you, Ino, Sakura. I'm lucky to have you both by my side. The scene ends with Tsukasa settling into his hospital bed, surrounded by his teammates. The Zabuza arc had come to a close, leaving them with scars, both physical and emotional. But amidst the challenges and losses, their bond had grown stronger, reinforcing the power of friendship and the indomitable spirit of Team 7, Team 10, Team Guy, and Team 3. As Tsukasa began his recovery, he knew that the journey was far from over. The lessons learned and the experiences shared would continue to shape their paths as they trained, grew stronger, and prepared for the challenges that lay ahead in their shinobi careers. Chapter 3. In the training grounds of Konoha, Tsukasa found himself surrounded by fellow aspiring shinobi, Sasuke, Neji, Kiba, and Naruto. They had all set their sights on the upcoming Chunin exams, determined to prove themselves and showcase their growth. Under the watchful eye of their respective senseis, Tsukasa's team had come together to train and prepare for the challenges ahead. Sweat dripped from their brows as they pushed their limits, honing their skills and refining their techniques. Tsukasa, focused. Alright, everyone, let's give it everything we've got. We need to be at our best for the Chunin exams. Sasuke, determined, this is our chance to show how much we've grown. Let's make sure they remember our names. Niji, calmly, remember, precision and strategy are key. We must analyze our opponents and exploit their weaknesses. Kiba, excitedly, I can't wait to see the looks on their faces when we surprise them with our teamwork. Naruto, grinning, yeah. We'll show everyone that we're not to be underestimated. Together, they pushed each other to their limits, sparring and exchanging techniques. Tsukasa showcased his Hyuga and Chinoike abilities, blending the elegant grace of the gentle fist with the unique bloodline techniques of the Chinoike clan. Their training sessions were intense and challenging, but the bond between them grew stronger with each passing day. They shared laughter, camaraderie, and occasional friendly competition, pushing each other to excel. As the days turned into weeks, Tsukasa and his teammates honed their skills and built a strong foundation of trust and cooperation. Their individual talents and unique strengths complemented one another, creating a formidable team. Sensei Kakashi, Sensei Guy, and Sensei Kurenai observed their progress with pride, offering guidance and support along the way. Kakashi, smiling, I'm impressed by your dedication, Tsukasa. You've integrated the techniques of your clan seamlessly. Keep up the hard work. Guy, enthusiastic, the flames of youth burn brightly within all of you. I can't wait to see you shine in the Chunin exams. Kurenai, encouragingly, you've all come a long way. Believe in yourselves and your abilities. I know you'll do great. The scene ends with Tsukasa and his team, tired but determined, continuing their training. The Chunin exams awaited them, promising new challenges. Fierce competition, and the opportunity to prove their worth. Together, they would face the trials ahead, their bonds of friendship and unwavering determination paving the way for their success. As Tsukasa focused on practicing his gentle fist technique, his attention was momentarily diverted by the sight of Hinata and Hanabi Hyuga entering the training grounds. A warm smile spread across his face as he paused his training and waved to them. Tsukasa, calling out Hinata. Hanabi. Hinata and Hanabi, delighted by Tsukasa's presence, waved back with enthusiasm. Natsu Hyuga, their maid, stood beside them, sharing in the familial warmth that filled the air. Tsukasa couldn't contain his excitement and rushed over to greet them, pulling them into a heartfelt embrace. Tsukasa, joyfully, Hinata, Hanabi, Natsu. It's so good to see all of you here. I've missed you. Hinata, blushing, Tsukasa, it's good to see you too. We've been training hard for the Chunin exams. Hanabi, grinning, yeah, and we're going to show everyone what the Hyuga clan is capable of. Natsu, smiling, I'm proud to see you all working so diligently. We'll support each other in the exams. The embrace was filled with warmth and a sense of familial unity. Tsukasa cherished these moments with his extended Hyuga family, knowing the strength they brought him. As the conversation continued, Tsukasa shared stories of his training and the progress he had made. Hinata, Hanabi, and Natsu listened attentively, offering words of encouragement and sharing their own experiences. Hinata, softly, Tsukasa, your determination is inspiring. I believe in you. Hanabi, playfully, don't think you can surpass us that easily. We'll keep pushing each other to new heights. Natsu, grinning, you've come a long way, Tsukasa. Keep up the hard work, and success will be yours. The scene ends with Tsukasa, Hinata, Hanabi, and Natsu sharing a moment of support and camaraderie. The Chunin exams awaited them. But they knew that together, they were capable of facing any challenge. As they continued their training and encouraged one another, the bonds of the Hyuga clan grew stronger, uniting them in their shared pursuit of growth and excellence. At the entrance of the ominous forest of death, the participants of the Chunin exams gathered in anticipation. The air crackled with a mix of excitement, nervousness, and determination. Tsukasa stood among his fellow shinobi, his teammates by his side, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Naruto, energetic, this is it, guys. The forest of death. I can't wait to show them what I'm made of. Sasuke, focus, stay alert, Naruto. We can't afford to let our guard down in here. Sakura, nervously, the forest of death is known for its dangers. We have to be careful and work as a team. Kiba, grinning, no worries, Sakura. We'll watch each other's backs. We've got this. The group's attention turned to the front as the proctor of the Chunin exams, Enko Mitarashi, stepped forward. Her expression carried a mix of mischief and authority, capturing everyone's attention. Enko, smirking, welcome, participants, to the forest of death. You'll be tested like never before. Only the strong will survive. Ino, whispering, this is going to be intense. We have to stay focused and rely on our training. Shikamaru, calmly, remember, the objective is to retrieve the scrolls. Keep an eye out for other teams. Anko continued her instructions, outlining the rules and objectives of the exams. The tension in the air thickened as each word sank in, reminding the participants of the trials they were about to face. Anko, firmly once you enter the forest, be prepared for anything. Danger lurks in every corner. Make use of your skills, strategy, and teamwork to overcome the challenges ahead. Tsukasa glanced at his teammates, a silent understanding passing between them. They were prepared to face the unknown, drawing strength from their unity and training. Tsukasa, determined. Remember, team, we're in this together. We'll support one another and make it through. Hinata, softly. Tsukasa, I believe in us. Let's do our best. With a final nod of agreement, the teams took a collective breath, steeling themselves for the journey that awaited them in the forest of death. The entrance loomed before them, a gateway to both trials and opportunities. The scene ends with Tsukasa and his teammates stepping forward, their resolve unwavering. The Chunin exams had officially begun, and they were ready to prove their worth and rise to the challenges that awaited them in the heart of the forest. In the aftermath of their encounter, Tsukasa, Tenten, and Kaida had emerged victorious against Team Dosu. The tension in the air dissipated, replaced by a sense of accomplishment. Tsukasa approached Kintsuchi, extending a hand to help her up. Tsukasa, calmly, we fought hard, but unnecessary conflict doesn't bring us closer to our goals. Take my hand, Kin. We can put this behind us. Kin hesitated, eyeing Tsukasa warily. After a moment of contemplation, she reluctantly accepted his gesture, allowing him to help her to her feet. Kin, grudgingly, thanks, I didn't expect this outcome. Tsukasa, offering a genuine smile, we all make mistakes, Kin. It's what we learn from them that truly matters. Tenten and Kaida watched the exchange, their expressions a mix of curiosity and cautious acceptance. They trusted Tsukasa's judgment and remained open to the possibility of reconciliation. Tenten, softly. Tsukasa, are you sure about this? Tsukasa, nodding. We've proven our strength. It's time to move forward and focus on the bigger challenges ahead. We can't let past animosities hinder us. Kaida, supportively. I agree. Let's show them the power of unity and growth. As Tsukasa, Tenten, Kaida, and Kin exchanged a brief nod, a mutual understanding passed between them. They acknowledged their shared journey and the importance of embracing new alliances, even amidst the trials of the Chunin exams. With their brief encounter settled, the group continued their quest through the forest of death, their spirits lifted by the prospect of newfound camaraderie and the bonds forged on this arduous path. Tsukasa, determined, our true strength lies in the connections we build. Let's keep pushing forward, together. The scene ends with Tsukasa, Tenten, Kaida, and Kin resuming their journey through the forest, their once hostile encounter now transformed into an opportunity for growth and understanding. The Chunin exams had taught them the value of forgiveness and the power of unity, paving the way for even greater trials that awaited them. In the bustling arena of the Chunin exams, the teams from Konoha and the Sand Village prepared themselves for the next round. Team 7, Team 8, Team Gai, Team Dosu, Team 3, Team 2, Team 10, and the Sand siblings gathered, their resolve unwavering. The second match of the Chunin exams was about to begin, and anticipation filled the air. The competitors exchanged glances, acknowledging the challenges that lay ahead. Naruto, grinning, this is where it gets even more exciting. Time to show them what we're made of. Kiba, energetic, let's go all out. We've trained hard for this moment. Tenten, focused, remember our strategies and work together as a team. We can't afford to underestimate our opponents. Temari, confident, we're not here to play games. Let's make a statement, Sand siblings. As the teams prepared themselves mentally and physically, the crowd buzzed with anticipation. The atmosphere crackled with the energy of competition and the determination to prove oneself. The scene ends with the teams taking their positions, ready to showcase their skills and fight for their chance to become Chunin. The second round of the Chunin exams had begun, promising fierce battles, surprising alliances, and the emergence of new talents. In the altered events of the Chunin exams arc, the stage was set for dramatic changes. As the exams progressed, Tsukasa found himself in a pivotal moment where he had the opportunity to save Kintsuchi, altering her fate. With Naruto, Tekashi, and Sasuke by his side, they worked together to execute a daring rescue. During the intense battles and trials of the exams, Tsukasa noticed Kintsuchi being targeted by a dangerous opponent. Recognizing the chance to make a difference, he swiftly intervened, shielding Kin from harm. Tsukasa, determined, I won't let anyone harm you, Kin. We can change our paths if we choose to. Naruto, supportively, we're here to help, Tsukasa. Let's show them the true power of teamwork. Tekashi, focused, no one should be left behind. We'll fight together and protect our allies. Sasuke, calmly, we won't abandon our principles. We'll forge our own path in this world. Their combined efforts and unwavering determination created a wave of change in the Chunin exams. Their teamwork and support shifted the dynamics of the battles, forming unexpected alliances and rewriting the course of the exams. As the story unfolded, Tsukasa, Naruto, Tekashi, and Sasuke showed immense growth and resilience. They overcame numerous challenges, fought against formidable opponents, and inspired others with their determination. Their actions not only saved Kintsuchi but also influenced the mindset of those around them. The bonds forged through their shared struggles sparked a sense of unity and camaraderie among the participants, challenging the traditional boundaries and expectations of the Chunin exams. Through their actions, Tsukasa and his allies demonstrated the power of compassion, friendship, and a willingness to extend a helping hand. They became beacons of hope in a competitive environment, reminding everyone that true strength lies not just in individual prowess, but in the bonds formed through trust, understanding, and support. The scene ends with Tsukasa, Naruto, Tekashi, and Sasuke standing tall, united in their mission to change the status quo. The Chunin exams took on a different trajectory, emphasizing the importance of friendship, empathy, and the limitless potential that can be achieved when individuals come together. Their journey continued, propelled by the newfound purpose and determination that echoed throughout the village. Their actions reverberated, inspiring others to question and challenge the conventions that bound them, ultimately shaping a brighter future for the shinobi world. The Chunin exam arena was filled with anticipation as Tsukasa Chinoike and Kintsuchi prepared to face off in a 1v1 battle. The audience watched with bated breath as the two competitors took their positions on opposite ends of the field. Tsukasa, focused. Kin, I hope you're ready. I won't hold back. Kin, determined. Bring it on, Tsukasa. I won't go down easily. As the match commenced, Tsukasa wasted no time, swiftly launching himself towards Kin with a burst of speed. Kin, displaying her agility, evaded Tsukasa's initial strikes with nimble movements, showcasing her impressive taijutsu skills. The cheering crowd, composed of Sakura, Sasuke, Naruto, Ino, Hinata, Niji, Kiba, Tenten, Rock Lee, Kaida, Koharu, Choji, Shikamaru, Shino, and Senna, cheered Tsukasa on, their voices echoing through the arena. Their support fueled his determination, pushing him to greater heights. Tsukasa, gritting his teeth. I can't let them down. I have to show them the true power of the Chinoike clan. As the battle intensified, Tsukasa unleashed his signature techniques, incorporating the dark reddish energy of the Chinoike clan into his attacks. His strikes carried both power and precision, creating a formidable force against Kin's defenses. Kin, though momentarily taken aback, maintained her composure. She focused on her own strategy, analyzing Tsukasa's movements and searching for an opening to strike back. While the intense match unfolded, Tekashi observed from a distance, torn between his interest in fighting Gaara and Kankura and his curiosity about Tsukasa's abilities. Reina and Rikako sat by the wall, chatting and exchanging observations, while Tamari, unimpressed by the match, watched with an air of indifference. As the battle progressed, the clash between Tsukasa and Kin intensified. Their movements became a blur, their attacks and counters executed with lightning speed. The crowd watched in awe as their skills were put to the test. Tsukasa, determined. I won't lose. I will prove that the Chinoike clan's power is not to be underestimated. Kin, grinning. You're strong, Tsukasa, but so am I. I won't let you have an easy victory. The scene reaches its climax, with Tsukasa and Kin locked in a fierce battle, their determination driving them forward. The outcome hangs in the balance as the audience holds their breath, eagerly awaiting the resolution of the match. The clash between Tsukasa's unique Chinoike techniques and Kin's agility and strategy creates an enthralling spectacle, leaving the crowd captivated by the display of skill and strength. The Chunin exams continue, each match further pushing the participants to the limits, as the young shinobi strive to prove themselves and take the next step on their respective paths. As the intense battle between Tsukasa and Kin came to a close, the arena was filled with a mix of awe and admiration. Tsukasa stood victorious, panting but still brimming with energy. Kin, despite her defeat, had a newfound respect for her opponent. Kin, smiling. Tsukasa, you're incredible. Your skill and power are impressive. Tsukasa, catching his breath. Thank you, Kin. You put up a great fight too. The crowd erupted into cheers, their voices echoing throughout the arena. Among the spectators, Tenten, Sakura, Ino, Kaida, Koharu, and Senna couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy as they watched Kin approach Tsukasa. Kin, blushing. You've earned this. With a mischievous smile, Kin leaned forward and planted a kiss on Tsukasa's cheek, catching him off guard. The jealous girls in the crowd gasped, their expressions a mix of surprise and envy. Tenten, whispering to Sakura and Ino. Did you see that? Who does she think she is? Sakura, pouting. It's not fair. Tsukasa should only have eyes for me. Ino, crossing her arms. I thought I was special to him. Guess I was wrong. Meanwhile, Hinata, filled with a mixture of joy and protectiveness, hurried over to Tsukasa's side. Hinata, excitedly. Tsukasa. You were amazing. I knew you could do it. Tsukasa, grinning. Thanks, Hinata. Your support means a lot to me. Just as Tsukasa and Hinata exchanged warm words, Niji, Tsukasa's cousin, walked over, a proud smile on his face. Niji, extending his fist. Great work, Tsukasa. You showed remarkable skill and determination out there. Tsukasa, fist bumping Niji. Thanks, Niji. Your words mean a lot coming from you. As the two shared a moment of camaraderie, Naruto, Sasuke, Kiba, Shino, Shikamaru, Rock Lee, and Choji approached, curiosity etched on their faces. Naruto, grinning. Tsukasa, that was amazing. But who's the girl who kissed you? Tsukasa, blushing. That's Kintsuchi. She's from the Sound Village. We just had a tough match. Sasuke, raising an eyebrow. Seems like you made quite an impression on her. Kiba, smirking. Tsukasa, you sly dog. Didn't know you had admirers. Shino, analyzing. Interesting. The dynamics of interpersonal relationships can be quite intriguing. Shikamaru, leaning back lazily. Trouble in the love department, huh? Guess you've got to deal with that now. Rock Lee, energetically. Tsukasa, your prowess on the battlefield is matched only by your charisma with the ladies. Choji, chuckling. Looks like Tsukasa's got some romantic entanglements. Good luck, buddy. Amidst the playful banter, Tsukasa caught a glimpse of Kin, who waved at him from a distance, a hint of a smile on her lips. He returned the wave, a mix of curiosity and gratitude in his eyes. The scene ends with Tsukasa surrounded by his friends and fellow genin, each of them teasing, curious, and supportive in their own unique ways. The Chunin exams continued, leaving behind an unforgettable mix of battles, emotions, and unexpected connections. Same day. The tension in the arena was palpable as Sakura and Ino prepared to face off in an intense battle, their long-standing rivalry reaching its peak. The crowd held its breath, awaiting the clash between these two formidable kunoichi. Sakura, determined. Ino, this time I won't hold back. Prepare yourself. Ino, smirking. Bring it on, Sakura. I'm ready for anything you've got. As the match began, Sakura unleashed her impressive strength, delivering powerful punches and kicks with precision. Ino, showcasing her exceptional mind-body switch jutsu, evaded Sakura's attacks with deft movements, using her strategic advantage to gain the upper hand. Sakura, gritting her teeth. I won't let you defeat me, Ino. Ino, confidently. We'll see about that, Sakura. This time, victory is mine. The crowd watched in anticipation as the battle intensified. Ino's agile maneuvers and strategic strikes allowed her to land decisive blows on Sakura. Her mind-body switch jutsu proved to be a powerful weapon, enabling her to anticipate Sakura's moves and launch calculated counterattacks. As Sakura struggled to keep up, her determination never wavered. She pushed herself to the limit, drawing upon her resilience and training to rally against Ino's relentless assault. However, Ino's strategic prowess and quick thinking proved to be too much for Sakura to overcome. With a final well-executed maneuver, Ino incapacitated Sakura, leaving her unable to continue the fight. The crowd erupted into cheers and applause as Ino emerged victorious. Sakura, though disappointed, acknowledged Ino's skill and grace. Sakura, catching her breath. Ino, you were amazing. Well done. Ino, extending her hand. Thank you, Sakura. You fought valiantly too. With a smile of camaraderie, Sakura accepted Ino's hand, showing her respect and acknowledging Ino's victory. The scene ends with Sakura and Ino sharing a moment of mutual respect. Their rivalry taking on a new dynamic. The match served as a testament to their growth and determination as kunoichi. Both would take the lessons learned from this battle and continue to push themselves to new heights, their friendship strengthened by the shared experience. Same day. The atmosphere in the arena was charged with anticipation as Tenten and Temari prepared to engage in a fierce battle. Both kunoichi were renowned for their skills and determination, and the crowd eagerly awaited the clash of their formidable techniques. Tenten, focus. Temari, prepare yourself. I won't hold back. Temari, confidently. Show me what you've got, Tenten. I won't be taking it easy either. The match began, and Tenten swiftly unleashed a barrage of kunai, shuriken, and other weapons with remarkable speed and precision. Temari skillfully evaded the projectiles, utilizing her giant folding fan to create gusts of wind to deflect the incoming attacks. Tenten, determined. I won't let you escape that easily. Temari, smirking. You'll have to do better than that. The battle between the two skilled kunoichi intensified, their movements fluid and precise. Tenten showcased her mastery over weaponry. seamlessly transitioning from one weapon to another, launching relentless attacks with each swing and throw. Temari countered with her wind-based jutsu, creating powerful gusts to repel Tenten's assaults. The crowd watched in awe as the match unfolded, the clash of weapons and elemental techniques creating a spectacular display of skill and strategy. Tenten demonstrated her unwavering determination, pushing herself to match Temari's formidable abilities. Temari, impressed you're skilled, Tenten. But can you keep up with this? With a swift movement, Temari unleashed her signature jutsu, summoning a powerful tornado that enveloped the battlefield. Tenten gritted her teeth, determined not to be swept away by the force of the wind. Tenten, determined I won't give up. I'll find a way to surpass this. With unwavering resolve, Tenten devised a clever strategy, utilizing her weapons and the environment to her advantage. She maneuvered through the tornado, evading Temari's attacks while launching her own counterattacks. The battle continued, each kunoichi unleashing their full arsenal of techniques and strategies. Tenten's skill with weapons and Temari's mastery of wind-based jutsu created a mesmerizing dance of combat. The match, longer and more intense than before, showcased the tenacity and determination of both Tenten and Temari. The crowd, captivated by their skill and resolve, cheered on the two kunoichi, their voices echoing throughout the arena. In the end, the match concluded with a draw, both Tenten and Temari displaying immense skill and fortitude. The crowd erupted into applause, acknowledging the incredible performance of both kunoichi. Tenten, catching her breath. Temari, you're amazing. That was an incredible battle. Temari, smiling likewise. Tenten. You gave me quite the challenge. With a nod of mutual respect, Tenten and Temari shook hands, their rivalry evolving into a deeper appreciation for each other's abilities. The scene ends with Tenten and Temari standing side by side, their match leaving an indelible mark on their journeys as kunoichi. The Chunin exams continued, with each participant giving their all to prove their worth. Same day. The arena buzzed with anticipation as Tekashi was called up to face Kiba in the next match. Tsukasa patted Akamaru on the head, offering a reassuring gesture, while also fist-bumping Kiba in a show of support. Tsukasa, encouragingly, show them what you've got, Kiba. You've got this. Kiba, determined, thanks, Tsukasa. I won't let you down. As the match began, Kiba and Akamaru showcased their teamwork, using their keen senses and feral instincts to launch coordinated attacks. Tekashi, however, took a different approach, using his words as weapons. Tekashi, mocking, is that the best you've got, Kiba? You and your mutt don't stand a chance. The words struck a nerve with Tsukasa, Naruto, Sasuke, Shino, Choji, Shikamaru, Rock Lee, Niji, Hinata, Sakura, Tenten, Ino, Kaida, and Koharu. Their expressions hardened as they witnessed Tekashi's disrespectful attitude towards their friend. Tsukasa, glaring, that's enough, Tekashi. Show some respect. Naruto, angry, who does this guy think he is? Sasuke, gritting his teeth, I can't stand his arrogance. Shino, calmly, his words reveal his true character. Choji, frowning, he's crossing the line, talking like that. Shikamaru, sighing, this isn't what the Chunin exams are about. Rock Lee, clenching his fists, Kiba deserves better than this. Niji, raising an eyebrow, his words won't go unanswered. Hinata, softly, Tsukasa, we can't let him get away with this. Sakura, determined, let's support Kiba and show Tekashi the strength of our bonds. Tenten, Ino, Kaida, Koharu, and the rest of the group shared the same sentiment, rallying behind Kiba as a united front against Tekashi's disrespectful behavior. Despite the taunting, Kiba refused to be deterred. He and Akamaru fought valiantly, their bond and determination shining through their every move. However, in the end, Kiba was narrowly defeated by Tekashi's underhanded tactics. As the match concluded, the crowd fell silent, disappointment hanging in the air. But rather than being disheartened, the group of friends stood together, their support unwavering. Tsukasa, supportively, great effort, Kiba. You fought with everything you had. Naruto, encouragingly, you'll get M next time, Kiba. We believe in you. Sasuke, nodding, don't let this loss get to you. Keep pushing forward. Shino, analyzing, your skills are commendable, Kiba. Use this experience to grow even stronger. Choji, smiling, you did your best, Kiba. That's all anyone can ask for. Shikamaru, thoughtfully, Tekashi's words won't define you, Kiba. Keep proving yourself. Rock Lee, energetically, the flames of your spirit will never be extinguished, Kiba. Niji, seriously, keep your head held high, Kiba. This is just a minor setback. Hinata, softly, you'll always have our support, Kiba. Don't let this discourage you. Sakura, Tenten, Ino, Kaida, Koharu, Reina, and Rikako joined in, offering words of encouragement and solidarity to Kiba, reaffirming their bond as a team. The scene ends with Kiba, despite his defeat, feeling the warmth of his friend's support. The Chunin exams continued, and the group of genin vowed to keep pushing forward, never letting discouragement or negativity dampen their spirits. After the match with Kiba and Tekashi, Rikako and Reina walked alongside their teammate Tekashi as they stood near their sensei, Yukimura. Sensei Yukimura wore a mischievous grin on his face as he observed the confident trio. Yukimura, smirking Tekashi, Rikako, Reina. I can see the determination in your eyes. Ready to make your mark in the Chunin exams? Tekashi, smirking arrogantly Sensei, I've had enough of Tsukasa's presence. I'm going to prove once and for all that I'm superior to him in the Chunin exams. Rikako, raising an eyebrow Tekashi, don't let your pride blind you. The exams are about testing our skills, not about personal vendettas. Reina, nodding Rikako's right, Tekashi. Focus on showcasing your abilities rather than comparing yourself to Tsukasa. Tekashi, adamantly I understand, but defeating Tsukasa will be a statement to everyone. I won't let him overshadow me anymore. Sensei Yukimura chuckled, his eyes filled with amusement and anticipation. Yukimura, smirking well, Tekashi, it seems you're eager for a challenge. Just remember, the Chunin exams are a chance for growth and camaraderie. Don't let your rivalry consume you. Tekashi, nodding I won't, Sensei. I'll prove myself and show everyone what I'm capable of. Rikako and Reina exchanged glances, understanding their teammate's determination, even if they harbored their own reservations about his attitude. Rikako, supportively will be there to support you, Tekashi. Just remember, teamwork is crucial in the exams. Reina, nodding that's right. Together, we can overcome any obstacle. Tekashi, smiling thanks, guys. We'll make our mark in the exams, and I'll prove that I'm not to be underestimated. As the trio prepared themselves mentally for the upcoming challenges, they knew that the road ahead would be tough. But with their sensei's guidance and their unwavering determination, they were ready to face whatever awaited them in the Chunin exams. The scene ends with Tekashi, Rikako, and Reina standing side by side, their resolve strengthening as they set their sights on the future. The Chunin exams would be their proving ground, and they were determined to seize the opportunity and show the shinobi world their true potential. A few minutes after, the Chunin exams continued, and the anticipation in the air was palpable as the next matches were about to begin. The arena was buzzing with excitement, filled with eager spectators waiting to witness the clashes between these skilled genin. First up, Reina faced off against Koharu. The two kunoichi exchanged blows, showcasing their unique techniques and strategies. Reina's agility and precision proved to be a formidable challenge for Koharu, but Koharu's tenacity and determination pushed her to her limits. In the end, Reina's quick thinking and well-executed maneuvers secured her victory. Meanwhile, Naruto found himself in a fierce battle against Gaara, the enigmatic shinobi from the Sand Village. Naruto tapped into the power of the nine-tailed fox, unleashing his newfound control over his chakra. Gaara, fueled by his own inner turmoil, unleashed his sand-based jutsu with devastating force. The clash between their fierce determination and extraordinary abilities left the crowd in awe. In a breathtaking turn of events, Naruto's unwavering spirit prevailed, and he emerged victorious. The next match featured Rock Lee, the taijutsu specialist, pitted against Kankuro, the master of puppetry. Lee's lightning-fast speed and overwhelming strength proved to be a formidable challenge for Kankuro's intricate puppet techniques. In an exhilarating display of skill, Lee's relentless attacks left Kankuro struggling to keep up. With a powerful final blow, Lee secured his win, leaving the crowd cheering in admiration. Sasuke, fueled by his desire for vengeance and to prove his worth, faced off against Shino, the enigmatic insect user. The battle between their contrasting styles unfolded, with Sasuke's lightning-quick movements and Sharingan prowess pitted against Shino's strategic use of his insects. The clash of their unique abilities kept the audience on the edge of their seats. In a close and hard-fought match, Sasuke's determination and honed skills secured him a hard-earned victory. The battle of strategists commenced as Choji faced off against Shikamaru. Two friends forced to test their skills against one another. Shikamaru's sharp intellect and analytical thinking came face-to-face with Choji's raw strength and resilience. The match showcased their bond as friends and their willingness to push each other to their limits. In the end, Shikamaru's well-executed strategies allowed him to outmaneuver Choji and claim the win. Lastly, the clash between Hinata and Kaida captivated the crowd. The two kunoichi displayed their graceful yet powerful techniques, each drawing upon their unique strengths. Hinata's gentle demeanor hid her incredible growth and determination, while Kaida's precision and quick reflexes posed a formidable challenge. In a closely contested match, Hinata's unwavering spirit and newfound confidence carried her to victory. The scene concludes with the crowd erupting into applause, each match leaving a lasting impression. The genin had proven their mettle, showcasing their growth, determination, and the bonds they formed along their journeys. The Chunin exams continued, promising even more thrilling battles and moments of triumph as the genin sought to prove themselves worthy of advancement. After, the tension in the arena reached its peak as the final match of the second round commenced. Senna and Tsukasa stood across from each other, their eyes locked with determination. The crowd eagerly awaited the clash between these two skilled genin. Tsukasa, focused, let's make this a good fight, Senna. Senna, nervously, Tsukasa, I can't do this. Tsukasa, concerned, Senna, what's wrong? Senna took a deep breath, her resolve wavering as she realized the weight of the challenge before her. Senna, softly, Tsukasa, I've realized that I'm not ready for this level of competition. I'm sorry, but I can't continue the fight. Tsukasa, surprised, Senna, are you sure? It's okay to feel overwhelmed, but don't give up on yourself so easily. Senna, sadly, I know it may disappoint you and the others, but I have to be honest with myself. I need more time to grow and improve. Tsukasa, placing a hand on her shoulder, Senna, it's important to know your limits and make decisions that are best for you. I respect your choice, and I believe in your potential. Senna nodded appreciatively, a mix of relief and sadness on her face. She waved to Tsukasa and the others as she walked back up, the crowd applauding her for her honesty and self-awareness. The scene concludes with Tsukasa standing in the center of the arena, acknowledging Senna's decision. Though the match didn't proceed as planned, the genin recognized the importance of personal growth and knowing when to take a step back. The Chunin exams continued, each participant facing their own challenges and discovering new aspects of themselves along the way. After the match, the tension in the air grew thick as Tekashi once again attempted to provoke Tenten, Sakura, Ino, and Hinata. His words dripped with arrogance and disdain, aimed at igniting a conflict. However, before the situation escalated further, Tsukasa swiftly stepped forward, placing himself between Tekashi and his friends. Tsukasa, firmly, that's enough, Tekashi. Leave them alone. Tekashi, angry, what's your problem, Tsukasa? You think you can protect them? Tsukasa, calmly, it's not about protection, Tekashi. It's about respect and understanding. Tekashi's face contorted with anger as he demanded Tsukasa to fight him. The crowd fell silent, their eyes fixed on the brewing confrontation. Sensing the tension, Anko and Yukimura, their sensei, swiftly intervened, positioning themselves between the two genin. Anko, firmly, that's enough, you two. We won't tolerate this kind of behavior during the exams. Yukimura, grinning, well, it seems we have quite the rivalry here. But let's save the battles for the exams, shall we? Deep down, Yukimura harbored a hidden resentment for the Leaf Village. Though he sported a grin on his face, his intentions remained veiled. Tekashi, gritting his teeth, fine, but mark my words, Tsukasa. I'll defeat you in the exams. Tsukasa, calmly, we'll see, Tekashi. But remember, the exams are about more than just personal vendettas. With that, the tension diffused, and the crowd dispersed, their anticipation lingering in the air. Tsukasa, Tenten, Sakura, Ino, and Hinata exchanged relieved glances, grateful that the situation was diffused before it escalated further. The scene ends with Tsukasa, Tenten, Sakura, Ino, and Hinata regrouping, supported by their sensei Anko. Meanwhile, Yukimura wore a sly grin, biding his time and plotting his own agenda. The Chunin exams would continue, and the genin would have to stay focused amidst the brewing conflicts and personal rivalries, all while keeping an eye on Yukimura's mysterious motives. Anko watched the interaction between Tsukasa and Tekashi, sensing the tension that lingered between the two. She approached Tsukasa, a reassuring smile on her face, and gently patted him on the head. Anko, smiling, Tsukasa, I've been keeping an eye on your progress, and I must say, you've shown great potential. How about some special training before the final round? Tsukasa's eyes widened in surprise, feeling a surge of excitement and gratitude at Anko's offer. Tsukasa, grateful, thank you, Anko-sensei. I would be honored to receive your guidance. Anko, nodding, good. I can see your determination, and I believe you have what it takes to shine in the exams. Will focus on refining your skills and developing strategies to overcome any challenge that comes your way. Tsukasa's determination shone brightly as he prepared himself mentally for the intense training ahead. Tsukasa, determined, I won't let you down, Anko-sensei. I'll give it my all and show everyone what I'm capable of. Anko, smirking, that's the spirit, Tsukasa. Get ready for some intense training sessions. We'll make sure you're more than prepared for the final round. With Anko's guidance, Tsukasa's confidence soared. He knew that the road ahead would be demanding, but he was ready to push himself to new heights, determined to make a lasting impression in the final round of the Chunin exams. The scene ends with Tsukasa and Enko walking off together, their shared determination paving the way for rigorous training sessions. Tsukasa's friends, Tenten, Sakura, Ino, and Hinata, offered him encouraging smiles, knowing that he was in capable hands. As the Chunin exams drew closer to their climax, Tsukasa would face the final challenge with a newfound strength and resolve, honed through Enko's guidance. Next day. The bustling streets of the village seemed to pause for a moment as Tsukasa and Temari unexpectedly crossed paths. Tsukasa's gaze met Temari's, unsure of what to expect after their previous encounters. However, to his surprise, Temari's lips curved into a mischievous grin. Temari, grinning well, if it isn't the cute one. How's it going, Tsukasa? Tsukasa's eyebrows shot up in surprise, taken aback by Temari's unexpected comment. Tsukasa, blushing slightly, thanks, Temari. I didn't expect that. Temari, smirking, you should get used to compliments, especially when they're true. See you around, cutie. With a playful wink, Temari continued on her way, leaving Tsukasa standing there, slightly bewildered but with a small smile on his face. Tsukasa, to himself, that was unexpected. Temari's got quite the unique way of showing friendliness. As Tsukasa watched Temari walk away, his thoughts raced with a mixture of surprise and intrigue. The encounter had left him with a newfound curiosity about the Kunoichi. Tsukasa, to himself, maybe there's more to Temari than meets the eye. I'll have to keep an eye out for her during the exams. With a renewed determination, Tsukasa continued on his own path, his mind buzzing with thoughts of the upcoming challenges and the unexpected encounter with Temari. Little did he know that their paths would cross again, and their connection would evolve in unexpected ways during the Chunin exams. The scene ends with Tsukasa walking away, his mind filled with curiosity and a hint of excitement, ready to face the unknown challenges that awaited him in the final rounds of the exams. The third round of the Chunin exams began with a fierce display of talent and determination. Teams clashed, showcasing their skills and strategies in a series of intense battles. Reina and Rikako, displaying their coordinated teamwork, fought valiantly against formidable opponents. Their synchronized attacks and strategic maneuvers left the audience in awe. Naruto faced off against a skilled opponent, pushing himself to the limits as he unleashed the power of the nine-tailed fox. The battle showcased his growth and determination, earning the respect and admiration of those watching. Sasuke, with his Sharingan ablaze, engaged in a thrilling battle against a formidable foe. His lightning-fast movements and deadly precision kept the crowd on the edge of their seats. Team Guy, led by the spirited Rock Lee, showcased their unrivaled taijutsu skills. Their dynamic teamwork and unwavering determination left a lasting impression on the spectators. Hinata, driven by her newfound confidence, faced off against a powerful adversary. With her gentle yet decisive strikes, she demonstrated her growth and unwavering determination. As the matches progressed, tensions rose, and the audience eagerly anticipated the upcoming battle between Tekashi and Tsukasa. The clash between these two genin, fueled by rivalry and personal vendettas, promised to be a showdown to remember. The scene concludes with the crowd buzzing with excitement, awaiting the highly anticipated match between Tekashi and Tsukasa. The outcome of this battle would not only determine their individual fates but also test the bonds of friendship and camaraderie within their teams. The Chunin exams neared their climax, leaving everyone on the edge of their seats, ready to witness the ultimate display of strength, skill, and determination. Chapter 4. The Konoha Crush arc was a tumultuous period in the history of Konoha. As events unfolded, the fateful day arrived when the village faced its greatest tragedy, the death of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. The arc encompassed an array of key moments and battles, leading to a climactic showdown between Orochimaru and the Konoha forces. The scene is set in the heart of Konoha, where the village had fallen under attack. Chaos and destruction raged through the streets as enemy forces clashed with the shinobi defenders. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, stood atop the Hokage monument, rallying the remaining Konoha ninja. Hiruzen, resolute, we must defend our village with everything we have. Protect the villagers and hold the line. The third Hokage's leadership inspired hope and determination in his comrades. Despite his age, he displayed unwavering strength and wisdom, guiding the forces under his command. Meanwhile, Tsukasa, along with Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, and their peers, fought fiercely to defend their home. They engaged in intense battles against Orochimaru's followers, demonstrating their growth and determination. In the midst of the chaos, Orochimaru seized the opportunity to confront Hiruzen directly. The clash between the former master and student shook the foundations of Konoha. Their fight showcased their incredible abilities and their deep-rooted connection. As the battle raged on, Hiruzen displayed his mastery over various jutsus, countering Orochimaru's relentless onslaught. However, the weight of age and fatigue began to take its toll on the third Hokage. Hiruzen, panting Orochimaru, you have strayed too far from the path of righteousness. I will put an end to your reign of darkness. Orochimaru, mocking old man, you can't possibly defeat me. You're a relic of the past, clinging to ideals that no longer hold sway. Despite his best efforts, Hiruzen's strength waned, and Orochimaru exploited this weakness. In a devastating turn of events, Orochimaru delivered a fatal blow to the third Hokage, leaving him gravely injured. Tsukasa, witnessing the demise of his revered leader, rushed to Hiruzen's side, along with Naruto, Sasuke, and their comrades. Grief and anger filled their hearts as they realized the magnitude of their loss. Tsukasa, voice choked with emotion, Hokage-sama, we won't let your sacrifice be in vain. We'll protect our village, and we'll honor your legacy. As Hiruzen Sarutobi breathed his last, his presence and wisdom lingered in the hearts of those he had guided. The village mourned the loss of their beloved leader, but amidst the sorrow, a resolve to rise up and protect Konoha burned brighter than ever before. The Konoha Crush arc marked a turning point in the lives of Tsukasa and his comrades. They were driven by a renewed determination to protect their home and follow in the footsteps of the fallen Hokage. Their journey continued, with the legacy of Hiruzen Sarutobi guiding them through the trials and tribulations that lay ahead. After Hiruzen's death. In the chaotic aftermath of Hiruzen's death, Tsukasa's keen eyes caught sight of Kintsuchi amidst the chaos. Without hesitation, he waved to her, a gesture of recognition and concern. Their eyes met for a brief moment, conveying an unspoken understanding. Tsukasa, determined, stay safe, Kin. As the chaos intensified, Tsukasa found himself facing a formidable adversary. Orochimaru, the snake-like Sannin, loomed before him, exuding an aura of darkness and malice. Tsukasa's protective instincts kicked in, and he positioned himself between Orochimaru and Kin. Tsukasa, firmly, I won't let you harm her, Orochimaru. With a burst of chakra, Tsukasa unleashed his skills, engaging in a high-speed battle with the menacing rogue ninja. His agile movements and precise strikes showcased his mastery of the gentle fist, a testament to his training and determination. Meanwhile, Kaida, Koharu, and Anko-sensei swiftly joined forces to protect Kin, forming a defensive barrier against the surrounding chaos. Together, they shielded Kin from harm, displaying their unwavering loyalty and friendship. Kaida, protectively stay behind us, Kin. We won't let anything happen to you. As the battle between Tsukasa and Orochimaru raged on, Tsukasa's determination burned bright. He fought not only to protect Kin but also to uphold the legacy of his fallen village leader and protect the bonds he cherished. The scene ends with Tsukasa, fueled by his resolve, engaged in an intense clash with Orochimaru. The fate of Kin and the safety of his comrades rested on his shoulders, as he fought to defend the village he called home. A few minutes. Tsukasa approached Kin, concern etched on his face as he sought answers about her missing teammates. He gently asked her about Zaku Obumi and Dosu Kinyuta, hoping for a different outcome. Tsukasa, softly, Kin, where are Zaku and Dosu? Are they alright? Kin's expression turned sorrowful as she met Tsukasa's gaze, her voice filled with sadness and pain. Kin, tearfully, Tsukasa, Orochimaru, he killed them. Zaku and Dosu, they're gone. A wave of grief washed over Tsukasa as he processed the devastating news. The loss of her teammates struck a chord within him, deepening his resolve to protect those he held dear. Tsukasa, gently, I'm so sorry, Kin. They were brave shinobi, and their sacrifices will not be forgotten. He placed a comforting hand on Kin's shoulder, offering solace in the face of their shared tragedy. Tsukasa, firmly, we must stay strong, Kin. For their sake and for the village, we will carry their memories and fight to ensure their sacrifice was not in vain. Kin nodded, appreciating Tsukasa's words and the support he offered. Together, they shared a moment of shared grief and determination, bonded by their losses and their unwavering commitment to protecting their village. The scene concludes with Tsukasa and Kin, united in their resolve, preparing to face the challenges that lay ahead. As they continued their fight against the forces that threatened their village, they carried the memory of Zaku and Dosu, honoring their fallen comrades by upholding the values of loyalty and strength. A few minutes. The air crackled with tension as Tsukasa, fueled by determination and protected by his Kitsurigen dojutsu, stood his ground against the menacing Yukimura. Kintsuchi, recognizing Tsukasa's vulnerability, grasped his hand tightly, ready to support him in their fight. Tsukasa, focused, Kin, stay close. We need to watch out for each other. As the battle raged on, Tsukasa's Kitsurigen dojutsu proved advantageous for a brief moment, allowing him to anticipate Yukimura's movements. However, to their dismay, the dojutsu suddenly deactivated, leaving them vulnerable. Tsukasa's eyes widened in realization, but before he could react, a powerful kick sent him hurtling back, crashing into a nearby tree. Kin rushed to his side, her worry evident in her gaze. Kin, concerned Tsukasa. Are you okay? Tsukasa, dazed but determined, slowly regained consciousness, his eyes narrowing as he witnessed Kin's valiant attempt to protect him. His heart raced with a mix of gratitude and anger at the sight of her sacrifice. Tsukasa, whispering Kin, you. Before Tsukasa could finish his sentence, his voice caught in his throat as the unthinkable happened. In a desperate moment, Kin pressed her lips against Tsukasa's. A fleeting connection of their souls, a bittersweet declaration of her feelings. However, their moment of connection was abruptly shattered by the merciless strike of Yukimura's lightning blade technique. Tsukasa's eyes widened in horror as he witnessed the life force drain from Kin's body, a devastating blow to his heart. Anguish and rage coursed through his veins, igniting a flame within him that threatened to consume everything. With a gut-wrenching punch, Yukimura swiftly ended Tsukasa's rage-filled moment, knocking him out cold. The scene faded into darkness, leaving Tsukasa lying unconscious, his mind consumed by grief and determination to avenge Kin's tragic fate. The stage was set for a final showdown, where Tsukasa's resolve would be tested like never before. As the Konoha Crush arc neared its climax, the fate of Tsukasa, Yukimura, and the village hung in the balance, promising a devastating clash that would redefine the meaning of sacrifice and determination. Weeks after the events during the Konoha Crush arc. In the aftermath of the devastating battle, Tsukasa knelt beside the lifeless body of Kintsuchi, his heart heavy with grief and remorse. With tear-filled eyes, he whispered words of regret and longing, speaking to her as if she could still hear him. Tsukasa, whispering Kin, I'm so sorry. I wish I could have protected you, saved you. As he spoke, Tsukasa's voice trembled with emotion, his words carrying a deep sense of loss and regret. He reached out to touch Kin's cold hand, desperately hoping for some sign of life, some indication that she was still with him. Tsukasa, softly Kin, I promise you, I won't let your sacrifice be in vain. I'll carry your memory with me and fight to protect those who matter most to me. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept through the area, enveloping Tsukasa in a comforting embrace. He felt a warmth radiating from Kin's lifeless form, a presence that was both familiar and comforting. Tsukasa's heart skipped a beat as he sensed Kin's spirit, her essence lingering in the air. He looked up, his eyes widening in astonishment, as he saw a faint figure standing before him, Kin's ethereal form holding out her hand. Kin's ethereal voice filled Tsukasa's mind, gentle and soothing. Kin, whispering Tsukasa, it's okay. I'm here with you. You're not alone. Tears streamed down Tsukasa's cheeks as he reached out, his trembling hand meeting Kin's incorporeal one. In that moment, a bittersweet sense of peace washed over him, his grief mingling with a newfound sense of solace. Tsukasa, whispering thank you, Kin, thank you for everything. I'll cherish your memory always. With a final squeeze of his hand, Kin's ethereal form slowly faded, ascending towards the heavens. Tsukasa watched, a mixture of sorrow and gratitude in his heart, knowing that she would forever be a guiding light in his life. As the scene came to a close, Tsukasa remained on his knees, the weight of his loss etched into his soul. With Kin's spirit watching over him, he resolved to carry on, honoring her memory by continuing to fight for the village, his friends, and a future where sacrifices would be minimized and peace would prevail. The Konoha Crush arc had come to an end, leaving behind scars and lessons that would shape Tsukasa's journey as he moved forward, forever carrying the memory of the girl who had touched his heart so deeply. Chapter 5. As Tsukasa walked through the bustling streets of Konoha, he unexpectedly crossed paths with Anko Mitarashi, his former sensei. Anko noticed Tsukasa and approached him with a mischievous smile. Anko, holding out a dango. Hey, Tsukasa. Long time no see. Want a dango? Tsukasa, surprised Anko-sensei. It's good to see you. Sure, I'd love a dango. Tsukasa reached out and took the dango, a sense of nostalgia washing over him as memories of their training sessions resurfaced. Anko's playful demeanor hadn't changed, and it brought back a sense of familiarity. Anko, teasingly, you know, Tsukasa, I've been hearing impressive things about you. You've come a long way since our time together. Tsukasa, grateful thank you, Anko-sensei. I've learned a lot from you and my teammates. Anko, smirking well, I've always had an eye for talent. But let's not dwell on the past, how about coming with me for a moment? Intrigued, Tsukasa agreed, curiosity piqued by Anko's request. They walked together for a while, Anko leading him to a more secluded spot. Tsukasa couldn't help but wonder what Anko had in mind. Anko, leaning closer, Tsukasa, there's something I've been wanting to do for a while now. Tsukasa, blushing, what is it, Anko-sensei? Before he could finish his sentence, Anko planted a gentle kiss on Tsukasa's cheek, leaving him momentarily stunned. Tsukasa's cheeks flushed with warmth as he tried to process what had just happened. Anko, smirking. Consider it a reward for your growth and dedication, Tsukasa. Keep shining, my talented student. Tsukasa, stammering thank you, Enko-sensei. I'll do my best. With that unexpected gesture, Enko bid Tsukasa farewell, leaving him standing there, a mix of surprise and excitement coursing through him. It was a brief moment, but it left an indelible impression on Tsukasa's heart. As Tsukasa continued on his path, thoughts of the encounter with Enko lingered, fueling his determination to become stronger and face the challenges that awaited him. The search for Tsunade was on the horizon. And with his renewed sense of purpose, Tsukasa set forth, ready to take on whatever trials lay ahead. Later on in the day, in a quiet room of a bustling inn, Tsukasa found himself face to face with two legendary figures: Tsunade, the renowned Sannin, and her loyal assistant, Shizun. The room was filled with an aura of power and wisdom, and Tsukasa couldn't help but feel a mix of awe and nervousness. Tsukasa, respectfully Lady Tsunade, Shizun, it's an honor to meet you both. I've heard so much about your incredible skills and wisdom. Tsunade, smiling, the pleasure is mine, Tsukasa. I've been hearing impressive things about you as well. It seems you have quite the reputation. Shizun, curious: Tsukasa, what brings you here today? Tsukasa took a deep breath, gathering his courage to voice his burning question. Tsukasa, earnestly Lady Tsunade, I've seen the impact that Hokage can have on a village. The way they inspire and protect. I believe in your strength and ability. Would you consider becoming the next Hokage here in Konoha? Tsunade's expression softened, her gaze filled with a mixture of contemplation and fondness. Tsunade, thoughtfully: Tsukasa, the role of Hokage is a great responsibility. It requires not only strength but also the will to protect and lead. I appreciate your belief in me, but it's not a decision to be made lightly. Shizun, supportively: Tsunade-sama has dedicated her life to healing and protecting. She understands the weight of this position more than anyone. Tsukasa nodded, acknowledging the gravity of the request he had made. He respected Tsunade's experience and knew that she would make the right decision for the village. Tsukasa, humbly: I understand, Lady Tsunade. Whatever path you choose, I have faith that it will be for the best. Konoha needs a strong and compassionate leader, just like you. Tsunade, softly: Thank you, Tsukasa. Your words mean a lot to me. I will carefully consider your request and the needs of the village. As the conversation drew to a close, Tsukasa felt a sense of anticipation and hope. He had taken the first step in expressing his desire for a leader who would guide and protect the village he cherished. Meanwhile, Naruto continued his training with Jiraiya, unaware of the encounter taking place. Both Tsukasa and Naruto were on separate paths, but their destinies intertwined as they sought to carve their places in the shinobi world. The scene ends with Tsukasa bidding Tsunade and Shizun farewell, his heart filled with anticipation for the future. The search for Tsunade continued, and with it, the hope that a new era would soon dawn upon Konoha, guided by a leader who would bring strength, wisdom, and healing to the village. As the search for Tsunade arc continued, Tsukasa and Naruto embarked on their respective paths of training, each determined to fulfill their goals and push their limits. Naruto, under the guidance of Jiraiya, focused on mastering the formidable Rasengan. Through tireless effort and unwavering determination, he honed his chakra control and technique precision. Days turned into nights as Naruto tirelessly practiced, determined to prove himself. Meanwhile, Tsukasa dedicated himself wholeheartedly to mastering the gentle fist technique. Drawing upon the teachings of the Hyuga clan and his own unique Chinoike techniques, he delved deep into the principles of precise strikes and chakra manipulation. His efforts brought forth newfound finesse and power in his every movement. As the appointed 3 days passed, Tsukasa and Naruto's training reached its zenith. Tsunade, recognizing their growth and potential, watched with keen interest. The stage was set for the moment of truth. Tsunade, observing Tsukasa and Naruto: You've both come a long way in such a short time. Show me what you've learned. Naruto stepped forward, his determination etched on his face as he summoned a spiraling ball of chakra in his palm, the Rasengan. With unparalleled focus, he unleashed the technique, its raw power rippling through the air. Naruto, grinning: I did it, Ero Sennin. I mastered the Rasengan. Tsunade, impressed: You've truly grown, Naruto. That technique will serve you well. Meanwhile, Tsukasa demonstrated his mastery of the gentle fist technique, channeling his chakra with precision and striking with calculated precision. His movements were fluid, and each strike landed with remarkable accuracy, leaving his opponents immobilized and amazed. Tsukasa, focused: The gentle fist represents not only power but control. It's an art of finesse and precision. Tsunade, nodding: Your control is commendable, Tsukasa. You've become a true master of the gentle fist. The combined display of their newfound abilities left Tsunade in awe. She had witnessed the growth and potential of these young shinobi, recognizing their strength and determination. A sense of hope swelled within her heart, reinforcing her resolve to take up the mantle of Hokage. Tsunade, smiling Naruto, Tsukasa, I am ready to accept the responsibility of becoming the Hokage of Konoha. Naruto and Tsukasa exchanged a brief glance, a shared understanding passing between them. They had come a long way, and their paths had converged in this pivotal moment. Naruto, grinning, let's make Konoha proud, Tsukasa. We're going to become the greatest shinobi this village has ever seen. Tsukasa, nodding together, Naruto. We'll support each other and protect Konoha with everything we have. With their goals aligned, Naruto and Tsukasa set forth on a journey that would forever shape their lives and the destiny of Konoha. Their determination and strength would be tested, but they were ready to face the challenges that awaited them. The scene ends with Tsunade, Naruto, and Tsukasa, united in purpose and ready to face whatever trials lay ahead. The era of change and growth had dawned upon Konoha, with the promise of a brighter future under the guidance of its new Hokage. 3 years have passed since the events of the Chunin exams and the search for Tsunade. The village of Konoha had undergone significant changes, both in its physical landscape and the growth of its shinobi. In a tranquil training ground on the outskirts of the village, the members of Team 7, Team 8, Team 10, Team Guy, Team 3, and Team 2 reunited, their bond stronger than ever. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, Hinata, Kiba, Shino, Shikamaru, Ino, Choji, Tenten, Niji, Rock Lee, Tsukasa, Kaida, Koharu, Reina, Rikako, and Tekashi stood side by side, their determination radiating through their every action. Naruto, clad in his orange jumpsuit, demonstrated his immense growth, his once untamed spirit now tempered with wisdom and maturity. He showcased a new level of control over his chakra, utilizing advanced techniques with precision and finesse. Sasuke, his Sharingan eyes gleaming with intensity, honed his skills relentlessly, pushing the limits of his abilities. He had embraced his Uchiha heritage and unleashed the true potential of his Kekkei Genkai. Sakura, with her refined medical ninjutsu and enhanced physical strength, had become a formidable force in her own right. Her determination to protect and heal had made her an invaluable asset to her team. Hinata, her Byakugan eyes sharp and focused, had embraced her clan's teachings and blossomed into a skilled and confident kunoichi. Her gentle nature was fortified with unwavering courage. Kiba and Akamaru, their bond stronger than ever, showcased remarkable teamwork and communication. Their ferocity and agility made them a formidable duo on the battlefield. Shino, shrouded in mystery, had unlocked the true potential of his insects. His control over his unique abilities had reached new heights, rendering his opponents helpless. Shikamaru, his strategic mind sharper than ever, analyzed every situation with unparalleled precision. His ability to devise intricate plans had earned him the respect of his peers. Ino, her mind-body switched jutsu honed to perfection, proved herself as a skilled censor and manipulator of minds. Her growth showcased her ability to turn the tide of battle. Choji, his once timid nature replaced with unwavering determination, had transformed into a powerhouse. His size and strength were matched only by his unwavering loyalty. Tenten, her arsenal of weapons expanded, displayed masterful precision in her attacks. Her dedication to her craft had elevated her to the ranks of legendary weapon users. Niji, his Byakugan eyes reflecting his newfound wisdom, had embraced his role as a protector and defender. His skill in taijutsu had reached unprecedented heights. Rock Lee, his trademark smile never faltering, had honed his body and spirit to near perfection. His perseverance and unyielding spirit inspired those around him. Tsukasa, Kaida, and Koharu, having grown both individually and as a team, showcased the fruits of their training. Tsukasa's mastery of the gentle fist technique, Kaida's proficiency in elemental jutsu, and Koharu's strategic mind had elevated them to a league of their own. Reina, Rikako, and Tekashi, their bonds forged through shared experiences, exhibited their unique skills and unwavering loyalty to one another. Their growth as a team was evident in their synchronized attacks and seamless cooperation. The scene concludes with all the members of Team 7, Team 8, Team 10, Team Guy, Team 3, and Team 2 standing together, united in their dedication to protect Konoha and their unwavering determination to achieve their goals. The bonds they had formed over the years had grown stronger, fueling their desire to become the greatest shinobi their village had ever seen. As they looked out into the horizon, a sense of excitement and anticipation filled the air. The challenges that lay ahead were daunting, but they faced them head-on, ready to prove themselves and make their mark on the shinobi world. The final scene of Naruto Part 1 showcased the incredible growth, resilience, and camaraderie of the young shinobi. With their hearts filled with determination and their skills honed to perfection, they stood as a testament to the power of friendship, perseverance, and the indomitable spirit of Konoha. The journey was far from over. New adventures, battles, and obstacles awaited them in the future, but they were prepared to face whatever came their way. With their combined strength and unwavering bonds, they would continue to grow, learn, and protect the village they held dear. Chapter 6. Chapter 7. It was a beautiful day in Konoha and Tsukasa was hanging out with his friends at a local cafe. Sakura, Ino, Tenten, Senna, Temari, Kahoru, Rin, Taiku, Karen, Konan, and Kaida were all vying for Tsukasa's attention, trying to win his heart. Tsukasa just smiled and talked with each of them, not realizing their true intentions. As they were all chatting and having a good time, a loud explosion was heard outside. Tsukasa immediately stood up, ready to investigate. As he stepped outside, he saw Tekashi standing there, a sinister grin on his face. Tekashi. What are you doing here? I'm here to fight you, of course, Tekashi replied, cracking his knuckles. Tsukasa's friends quickly jumped to his defense, but Tekashi was determined to fight. Just as he was about to launch his attack, Temari appeared out of nowhere and karate chopped Tekashi's neck, knocking him out cold. Tsukasa turned to thank Temari, but was surprised to see her blushing and holding his hand. The other girls noticed and immediately became jealous. Meanwhile, the guys were laughing it off, knowing that Tsukasa was oblivious to the girls' affections. As they continued to hang out, a girl named Fujishiro approached Tsukasa and asked to meet him at the park later that day. The other girls became angry and demanded to know where he met her. Tsukasa just laughed it off and promised to tell them everything later. As the day went on, they all reminisced about their past adventures and shared stories. Despite the girls' jealousy and Tekashi's attempted attack, it was a fun day spent with friends. As Fujishiro stood over Tsukasa's unconscious body, his friends from the previous scene rushed to his aid. Hinata immediately checked on his pulse and breathing, while Sakura and Ino started to tend to his injuries. Meanwhile, Karen and Kaida scanned the area for any sign of Fujishiro, but she was already long gone. What happened? Who was that girl? Tenten spoke up, her name was Fujishiro, and she said she had to talk to Tsukasa privately. We didn't think anything of it, but now. But now what? What did she do to him? Kahoru spoke up, she confessed to coming here to assassinate the Kages, but then she apologized and punched Tsukasa. Shikamura chimed in, typical, she probably used that as a distraction to attack Tsukasa. Hinata nodded, we need to get him back to the village for medical attention. The group quickly picked up Tsukasa and made their way back to Konoha, where Tsunade was waiting for them at the gates. She immediately ordered her medical team to tend to Tsukasa's injuries and asked his friends for any information they had on Fujishiro. As they explained what had happened, Tsunade's expression darkened. It seems we have a new threat to deal with, she said. I'll send a team to investigate Fujishi's claims and see if she's working alone or with others. Tsukasa's friends stayed by his side as he recovered, vowing to protect him from any danger that came his way. They knew that their bonds would only grow stronger as they faced new challenges together. After defeating Tsukasa and knocking him out, Fujishiro was confronted by a team of Konoha shinobi led by Tsunade herself. The team consisted of Tenten, Niji, Kaida, and Senna, each of them ready for battle. Fujishiro, who claimed to be an assassin, was unfazed by the team's arrival and immediately took a fighting stance. She knew she was outnumbered, but her quick wits in battle had gotten her out of tough situations before. The team attacked Fujishiro simultaneously, but she was able to dodge and counterattack with ease. Her movements were quick and precise, and she was able to read her opponent's moves before they even made them. Tenten threw a barrage of kunai at Fujishiro, but she was able to deflect them with her own shuriken. Niji used his Byakugan to try and predict her movements, but Fujishiro was able to blind him with a flash bomb. Kaida and Senna teamed up to attack Fujishiro from both sides, but she was able to dodge their attacks and deliver a devastating kick that sent them both flying. In the end, Fujishiro emerged victorious, having defeated the team of Konoha shinobi with her quick wits and skilled combat abilities. She stood alone on the battlefield, victorious but also weary from the fight. As Fujishiro walked away, the group of friends looked at each other in confusion and shock. Tenten, Niji, Kaida, and Senna were still recovering from their injuries, but they managed to gather their strength and stand up. Tsukasa looked at his friends and smiled, thanks to all of you, we were able to defeat Fujishiro and save the village. Ino, Sakura, and Karen blushed at the compliment, feeling happy that their healing skills were appreciated. Shikamaru and Sasuke began discussing how to prevent something like this from happening again, while Naruto and Hinata talked about their future as ninja. Hanabi, feeling left out, walked over to Tsukasa and asked him to teach her some new techniques. Meanwhile, Fujishiro had stopped and turned back towards the group. She walked back to Tsukasa and his friends and apologized for her actions. I'm sorry for trying to assassinate the Kages, I was just doing what I was ordered to do. Tsukasa forgave her, and to everyone's surprise, Fujishiro leaned in and kissed him. Tenten, Sakura, Ino, Karen, Senna, Temari, Konan, Kaida, Koharu, Taiku, Rin, and F all looked at each other in jealousy, but were happy for Tsukasa. Fujishiro then bid them farewell, promising to see them again someday in the future. As she walked away, Tsukasa couldn't help but feel a sense of fondness for her, despite her trying to assassinate the Kages. The arc ended with a glimpse of Buntan and Hebiichigo killing two random shinobis named Oda and Koji, following someone's orders. The person giving the orders was not revealed yet, but it was clear that they were ruthless and without mercy. Tsukasa and his friends looked on in shock, realizing that their journey as ninja would never truly end. They all vowed to continue training and growing stronger, so they could protect their village and their loved ones. Chapter 8. As Tsukasa, Niji, Hinata, and Hanabi were training, they heard the voices of their friends approaching. Soon, they saw Tenten, Kaida, Koharu, and Taiku walking towards them. "Hey, guys. Mind if we join in?" "Of course not." Tsukasa replied with a grin. As they trained together, Ino, Sakura, Karen, F, Senna, and Konan arrived, all eager to join in as well. They all helped each other improve their skills, and Tsukasa couldn't help but feel grateful for such supportive friends. Suddenly, they heard a loud explosion from a distance, and they all turned their heads to see smoke rising in the distance. "What's that?" Kaida asked, her eyes wide with concern. Tsukasa's group of friends decided to investigate the source of the explosion, and as they approached, they saw a group of shinobi attacking a nearby village. "We have to stop them," Tsukasa declared, and his friends nodded in agreement. They quickly made their way to the village and engaged in battle with the attackers. Tsukasa and his friends fought valiantly, and despite being outnumbered, they managed to defeat the enemy. As they walked back to the village, they were hailed as heroes by the grateful villagers. Tsukasa felt a sense of satisfaction and fulfillment, knowing that he had helped those in need. As they walked back to their training grounds, Tsukasa felt a poke on his cheek, and he turned to see Hanabi grinning mischievously. "What was that for?" Tsukasa asked, smiling. "Just reminding you that you're like a brother to me," Hanabi replied, and they all laughed. From that day on, Tsukasa and his friends continued to train together and improve their skills, always ready to help those in need. Moving forward within the day. Lady Tsunade briefs Tsukasa, Hinata, and Tekashi about their mission in Hatch Village. She tells them that bandits have been reported in the area, and they have reason to believe that the bandits were responsible for the deaths of two hidden leaf jonins, Oda and Koji. She hands them a scroll containing more information about the bandits and instructs them to be careful and discreet during their investigation. She warns them that the bandits are dangerous and should not be underestimated. Tsukasa and Hinata exchange a nod, showing their understanding of the seriousness of the mission. Tekashi, on the other hand, looks nervous and unsure, but he tries to hide it as he doesn't want to disappoint Hinata. Lady Tsunade dismisses them, and the team sets off towards Hatch Village. As the 200 bandits and the rogue sound ninja appeared in the Hatch Village, Tsukasa and his team were caught off guard. However, just in time, their friends from the training scene arrived to help. Tenten, Sakura, Ino, Karen, Senna, Konan, Kaida, Koharu, Taiku. Rin, F, Sasuke, Naruto, Niji, Hanabi, Sai, Kiba, Shikamaru, Rock Lee, Choji, and Shino all fought against the bandits with all their might. Tsukasa and his team were struggling to fight the incomplete Kyuubi clone, but they knew they couldn't give up. Hinata used her Byakugan to locate the weak points of the clone, while Tsukasa and Tekashi attacked with their combined jutsus. After a long and grueling battle, they finally managed to defeat the clone. As they caught their breaths and took in the aftermath of the fight, they realized that the rogue ninja had already fled. Lady Tsunade praised them for their quick thinking and bravery, but also scolded them for letting the ninja escape. Despite the victory, Tsukasa couldn't help but feel uneasy. Who was the rogue ninja, and why did they summon the incomplete Kyuubi clone? He knew that they had to investigate further and find out the truth. After the Kyuubi clone attacked Tsukasa off-screen. As Tsukasa slowly opened his eyes, he found himself lying on a hospital bed. The first thing he noticed was the throbbing pain in his chest. He looked around and saw that his friends were there, sitting around his bed. "Guys, what happened?" Tsukasa asked groggily. "You were attacked, Tsukasa," Tenten replied, her voice filled with concern. "Attacked? By who?" "We don't know," Niji said, frowning. "You were stabbed in the chest, and whoever did it managed to flee the scene." Tsunade, Enko, and Shizun then entered the room, and Tsukasa felt a sense of relief knowing that the best medical team in the village was there to take care of him. "Tsunade-sama," Tsukasa said weakly. "I can't remember who attacked me, it was dark, and I didn't see their face." Tsunade nodded understandingly. "It's okay, Tsukasa, we'll conduct an investigation and find out who did this to you." Tsukasa felt grateful for the support of his friends and the Hokage. He knew that he would recover soon and be back on his feet to continue his duties as a shinobi. Forward to when Tsukasa was in the hospital. As Tsukasa lay in his hospital bed, he was surrounded by his friends. They had all come to visit him, bringing gifts and well wishes for his recovery. Tenten brought him a new set of kunai. Sakura brought him some flowers, Ino brought him a book, and Karen brought him some snacks. They chatted and caught up on the latest news, sharing stories of their recent missions. After his friends left, Tsukasa was left alone with his thoughts. He thought back to all the adventures and missions he had been on, from his early days as an academy student to his recent battles as a full-fledged shinobi of the leaf. He was proud of how far he had come and the friends he had made along the way. Suddenly, Shizun walked into the room, checking on his wound and making sure he was comfortable. Tsunade followed shortly after, expressing her concern for Tsukasa's safety and reminding him to be more careful in the future. Tsukasa reassured her that he would. Enko also came to visit him, asking about his recovery and making sure he was doing okay. Tsukasa appreciated her concern and thanked her for her help in the past. As Tsukasa was lying there, lost in thought, Fujishira appeared before him. Tsukasa was overjoyed to see her and asked if she was okay. Fujishira assured him that she was fine but warned him that she was running low on chakra and may not be able to stay in this world for much longer. Tsukasa was stunned by her words and ran out of the hospital, determined to find her. Despite his injuries, he couldn't bear the thought of losing Fujishira. The next day, when his friends came to visit, they found that he was missing and went out to search for him. Meanwhile, Tsukasa stumbled upon a wounded kunoichi named Iane, a hidden sound ninja. He also found a beaten and injured Fujishira. As he summoned 2 ninja clones to take them to the hidden leaf gates, Tsukasa noticed a mysterious figure watching them from the shadows. When Sakura and 2 shinobi found Fujishira and Iane lying injured outside the gates, Tsukasa was nowhere to be found. They quickly took them to the hospital and tended to their wounds. Tsukasa eventually returned to the hospital, beaten and battered. His friends were shocked to see him in such a state and demanded to know what had happened. Tsukasa explained that he had been attacked by a mysterious new shinobi, who had come out of nowhere and caught him off guard. He didn't remember much else about the attacker, but he knew that he needed to be careful in the future. As Tsukasa lay in his hospital bed, recovering from his injuries, he thought back to his memories of the past. He remembered his early days as a genin, training under his sensei and struggling to keep up with his more talented teammates. He remembered the battles he had fought and the friends he had made, and he knew that he would never forget the adventures that had brought him here. Tsukasa's friends were not happy with his reckless actions and scolded him for putting himself in danger. "Do you realize how much we care about you, Tsukasa? We don't want to lose you," Ino exclaimed. Karen added, "You can't keep doing this to yourself. We know you're strong, but you're not invincible." Tsukasa hung his head in shame, realizing the error of his ways. "I'm sorry, guys, I just wanted to make sure Fujishira and Iane were safe." Tsunade, Shizun, and Enko walked into the room and joined in on the scolding. Tsunade hit Tsukasa on the head lightly, but firmly. "Rest, Tsukasa, we care about you, too. We can't have you running around like this and risking your life." Tsukasa nodded, a bit scared of Tsunade's temper. "I promise I'll rest, Tsunade-sama." Tsunade let out a sigh and said, "Good, and by the way, Fujishira and Iane are both okay, they've healed nicely." The scene then pans to Tekashi, Reina, and Rikako being ambushed by rogue ninjas. Yukimura tries to protect them, but he is eliminated by a powerful rogue shinobi named Ryoka and her henchwomen Hebiichigo and Buntan. Tekashi notices Reina and Rikako passing out due to a genjutsu and is then punched by Ryoka. He collapses and is taken along with Reina and Rikako to the hidden snow village. Back at the hospital, Tsukasa's friends continue to scold him for his recklessness, reminding him that they all care about him and want him to be safe. Tsunade was still feeling a bit angry, but she knew that Tsukasa was only trying to do the right thing. Tsukasa promised to rest and take care of himself from then on, and his friends all hugged him before leaving the hospital. Tsukasa was left alone to think about everything that had happened and how he needed to be more careful in the future. Before Tsukasa left the hospital, as Tsukasa laid in his hospital bed, his love interests began to file in one by one. Kaida arrived first, carrying a bouquet of flowers and wearing a worried expression. She had barely said hello to Tsukasa before Koharu arrived, carrying a bag of fruit and wearing a similar expression. "Hey, Tsukasa," Kaida said softly. "How are you feeling?" "I'm okay," Tsukasa replied, smiling weakly. "I brought you some fruit," Koharu said, holding out the bag. "It's supposed to help with your recovery." "Thanks, Koharu," Tsukasa said, taking the bag. "That's really nice of you." As the two girls continued to chat with Tsukasa, they suddenly noticed each other's presence. They exchanged a quick glance before turning back to Tsukasa, who remained completely oblivious. Hey, Koharu, I didn't know you were coming to visit Tsukasa too, Kaida said, trying to keep her voice casual. Yeah, I wanted to check on him too, Koharu said, forcing a smile. Tsukasa looked back and forth between the two girls, confused. Do you two know each other? He asked. Kaida and Koharu exchanged another look before Koharu spoke up. Yeah, we're friends, she said. We go to the same school. Tsukasa nodded, still looking confused. Oh, okay, he said. The awkward silence hung in the air for a few more seconds before Kaida spoke up again. Well, Tsukasa, we just wanted to make sure you were doing okay, she said. We'll let you rest now. Yeah, get well soon, Koharu added. As the two girls left the hospital room, they couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy towards each other. They both cared deeply for Tsukasa and were determined to win his heart, but they couldn't deny the growing competition between them. Going back to when Tsukasa left the hospital. The group headed towards the hidden snow village as per Lady Tsunade's orders, determined to rescue their friends. As they arrived at the village, they were suddenly ambushed by the rogue ninja army sent by Ryoka. Tsukasa, being his stubborn self, charged directly towards the enemies, ignoring the others' warnings. The rogue ninja army unleashed their Kekii Genkai, making it even harder for the group to fight. However, Tsukasa managed to take on each enemy one by one using his taijutsu skills. The others could only sigh and roll their eyes as they watched Tsukasa's reckless behavior. Eventually, the group managed to find Team 23 on the ground, knocked out but still alive. As they tried to revive their friends, Tsukasa got into a fight with Ryoka, who seemed to be the mastermind behind all the chaos. The scene closed out before the actual fight, leaving everyone on edge as they wondered what would happen next. Ino, Sakura, Tenten, Konan, Temari, Sena, Kaida, Koharu, Iane, Fujishir, and Karen all had mixed emotions, blushing towards Tsukasa but still scolding him for his stubbornness. Tsukasa, as usual, used his Ketsurigan, a Kekii Genkai unique to his clan. The group fought off the rogue ninja army and faced the main villains, with Tsukasa taking on Ryoka, Fujishir fighting Buntan, and Iane facing Heavy Ichigo. Tsukasa faced Ryoka with determination in his eyes. He could feel his Ketsurigan pulsing with power, and he knew he had to end this battle quickly. He charged towards Ryoka, using his taijutsu skills to land powerful blows on her. However, Ryoka was no ordinary kunoichi. She was quick and agile, and her Kekii Genkai allowed her to manipulate ice. Ryoka countered Tsukasa's attacks by creating ice walls and barriers, making it difficult for him to land a hit. Meanwhile, Fujishir and Iane were struggling to fight against the fused form of Buntan and Heavy Ichigo. The two rogue ninjas had become more powerful after fusing and were overpowering Fujishir and Iane with ease. Tsukasa knew he couldn't waste any more time. He focused all his energy into his Ketsurigan and activated its special ability. His eyes glowed red as he unleashed his most powerful genjutsu on Ryoka. For a moment, Ryoka was stunned and fell to the ground, giving Tsukasa an opening to land a finishing blow. But just as he was about to strike, Ryoka revealed that she had used an ice clone, and the real Ryoka had been hiding nearby. Ryoka swiftly attacked Tsukasa, knocking him off his feet. Fujishir and Iane were still struggling against the fused form of Buntan and Heavy Ichigo, and they were unable to come to Tsukasa's aid. Ryoka stood over Tsukasa, ready to deliver the final blow. Suddenly, the sky turned dark, and a powerful gust of wind blew through the battlefield. Everyone turned to see a figure descending from the sky. It was Sasuke Uchiha, who had been on a mission in the Land of Iron and had sensed the disturbance in chakra levels. Sasuke engaged Ryoka in battle, and together with Tsukasa, they were able to defeat her. The fused form of Buntan and Heavy Ichigo dissipated, and Fujishir and Iane were finally able to stand up. The rest of the rogue ninjas were quickly defeated by the combined efforts of Tenten, Sakura, Ino, Karen, Sena, Temari, Konan, Kaida, Koharu, Naruto, Niji, Hinata, Hanabi, Sai, Kiba, Shikamaru, Rock Lee, Choji, and Shino. Tsukasa, Fujishir, and Iane emerged from the battle victorious, but they were battered and bruised. Tenten, Sakura, Ino, Karen, Sena, Temari, Konan, Kaida, Koharu, Sasuke, Naruto, Niji, Hinata, Hanabi, Sai, Kiba, Shikamaru, Rock Lee, Choji, and Shino rushed to their side to check on them. Tsukasa, still a bit dazed, looked up at the group and smiled weakly. Thanks, everyone, we couldn't have done it without you, he said. Tenten, Sakura, Ino, Karen, Sena, Temari, Konan, Kaida, Koharu, and the rest of the group blushed at Tsukasa's words, but they also scolded him for being too reckless. Despite his denseness, they couldn't help but admire his strength and bravery. The battle between Tsukasa and Ryoka continued to escalate as both of them exchanged powerful jutsus. Tsukasa's Katsurigan glowed as he channeled all his chakra into a dark-colored blood-like Kirin, which struck Ryoka's fused form with immense force, sending her flying across the battlefield. As Ryoka fell to the ground, her fused form began to break apart, and the bodies of Hebiichigo and Buntan emerged from the cloud of dust. Tsukasa collapsed to the ground, drained of chakra and barely conscious. The rest of the team rushed to his side, with Tenten, Sakura, Ino, Karen, Senna, Temari, Konan, Kaida, Koharu, Sasuke, Naruto, Niji, Hinata, Hanabi, Sai, Kiba, Shikamaru, Rock Lee, Choji, and Shino all gathered around him, expressing their concern. As the group checked on Tsukasa, they noticed that Tekashi, Reina, Rikako, Ayane, and Fujishiro were already several meters away, with Ayane and Fujishiro flirting with Tsukasa and making the other girls jealous. The team couldn't help but roll their eyes at the antics of their friends. As they began to head back to the Hidden Leaf Village, Ayane and Fujishiro decided to transfer as Jonin and follow the team. The girls tried to come up with a game to win Tsukasa's heart, but Tsukasa simply laughed it off, grateful for their friendship. However, the scene took a somber turn as Tekashi, Reina, and Rikako began to mourn the loss of their sensei, Yukimaru, who had been killed by the rogue ninjas. The group took a moment to reflect on their fallen comrade, with tears streaming down their faces. Suddenly, Tsukasa heard a female voice speaking to him in his dreams, warning him that the end was near for him and his friends. He shook off the feeling and returned his focus to his team, determined to protect them no matter what. The scene ended with the team continuing on their journey back to the Hidden Leaf Village, with a sense of newfound determination and unity. Despite the challenges they had faced, they knew that they could rely on each other and their unbreakable bonds. Smoking on that Yukimaru pack. The voice that speaks to Tsukasa appears in the Boruto era, just to let you know. Chapter 9. Tsukasa was fast asleep in his bed in the Hidden Leaf Village, his breathing deep and even. Suddenly, he heard a faint whispering in his ear. It was a soft, gentle voice, but there was an ominous tone to it. Tsukasa, the voice whispered. Wake up, Tsukasa. Tsukasa stirred in his sleep and opened his eyes, looking around the darkened room. There was no one there, but he could still hear the voice. Who's there? He asked, his voice slightly groggy. It is I, the voice replied. The one who knows all that has been and all that will be. The timelines are in danger, Tsukasa, the end is near. Tsukasa sat up in bed, wide awake now. He looked around the room again, but still saw no one. What do you mean, the end is near? He asked, his voice low. I mean that the timelines are in danger of collapsing in on themselves, the voice replied. There are forces at work that seek to undo all that has been done. You and your friends must be vigilant, Tsukasa. You must be prepared for what is to come. Tsukasa felt a sense of dread wash over him as he listened to the voice. He had no idea what it was talking about, but he could tell that it was serious. What can I do to help? He asked. Be vigilant, Tsukasa, the voice said. Watch for signs of danger, and be ready to act when the time comes. You and your friends are the only ones who can stop the end from coming. Do not fail. With that, the voice faded away, leaving Tsukasa alone in the darkness. He sat there for a few moments, trying to make sense of what had just happened. Then he lay back down in his bed, determined to be ready for whatever was coming. Tsukasa wakes up feeling uneasy after the mysterious dream he had the previous night. He decides to gather his friends and share his experience with them. Tsukasa, hey guys, can we talk for a minute? I had a really strange dream last night. Sakura, of course, Tsukasa. What was it about? Tsukasa, I heard a woman's voice in my dream. She said that the end is near for the timelines. I have no idea what that could mean. Naruto, whoa, that's really weird. Did she say anything else? Tsukasa, no, that was it. But I have a feeling it's important. Karen, maybe we should ask around and see if anyone knows anything about it. Shikamaru, it does seem like a cryptic message. We should gather as much information as we can. Temari, agreed. We should start investigating right away. Tsukasa, thank you, guys. I knew I could count on you. Niji, don't worry, Tsukasa. We're in this together. The group nods in agreement, ready to face whatever challenge lies ahead. They know that they need to work together to unravel the mystery of Tsukasa's dream and prevent any catastrophic event from happening. As Tekashi walked into the room where Tsukasa and his friends were, he had a sly smirk on his face. Hey guys, he said as he approached the group. You won't believe the dream I had last night. Tsukasa raised an eyebrow in curiosity. What dream did you have, Tekashi? It was a really pervy dream, Tekashi said with a chuckle. The guys leaned in, curious to hear what Tekashi had dreamt about. The girls, on the other hand, looked at him with a mixture of disgust and annoyance. Tenten let out a sigh. Tekashi, we really don't want to hear about your pervy dreams. Sakura nodded in agreement. Yeah, it's really inappropriate. Tekashi shrugged. Sorry, I couldn't resist, you know me, I'm a bit of a perv. Fujisha rolled her eyes. Yeah, we know. Hinata and Hanabi noticed Tsukasa sitting alone and decided to join him. Hey, Tsukasa, Hinata said with a smile as she sat down next to him. Hanabi nodded. We missed hanging out with you. Tsukasa smiled back at them. I missed you guys too, it's been too long. Naruto chuckled as he overheard their conversation. You guys really are like siblings, huh? Tsukasa nodded. Yeah, we are, we've been through a lot together. Shikamaru chimed in. Well, speaking of being through a lot, we should probably get back to figuring out how to save the timeline. Everyone agreed, and they all got back to work on their time travel mission, trying their best to ignore Tekashi's pervy comments along the way. As Tekashi walked around, he suddenly noticed something pink and frilly out of the corner of his eye. He walked over to get a closer look, and as he did, he heard Sakura scream. What the hell is this? Tekashi exclaimed, holding up a frilly pink undergarment. Sakura stormed over and smacked him upside the head. Put that down, you pervert. Ow. What's the big deal? I was just curious. Sakura glared at him. It's not your business, mind your own business and keep your hands to yourself. Tekashi sighed and put the undergarment down. Fine, whatever, I was just curious, that's all. Tsukasa noticed that Hanabi and Hinata were looking confused and a bit scared, so he covered their eyes with his hands. Don't worry about it, girls, it's nothing you need to see. Naruto walked over, laughing. Looks like pervy sage rubbed off on you, Tekashi. Tekashi scowled at him. Shut up, Naruto, it's not like that. The girls were still glaring at Tekashi, but Hinata and Hanabi knew that he was still their friend, despite his pervy tendencies. They sat by Tsukasa and held his hand, feeling grateful for the bond they shared with him and the rest of their friends. Tekashi's hand reached out to grab something round, and before he knew it, he was touching Ino's breast. He grinned like the infamous pervy sage, causing Ino to scream and then swiftly smack him on the head. Everyone in the room froze, their attention turning to the scene that had just unfolded. Tsukasa quickly covered Hanabi and Hinata's eyes, shielding them from the inappropriate sight. Tekashi. What the hell? I'm sorry. Tekashi said, his face turning red with embarrassment. The room was filled with awkward silence as everyone tried to recover from the unexpected incident. Finally, Hinata spoke up, breaking the silence. Tekashi, that was really inappropriate, you should apologize to Ino, she said, her voice gentle but firm. Tekashi bowed his head, feeling ashamed of his actions. I'm really sorry, Ino, I didn't mean to do that, he said sincerely. Ino softened slightly and sighed. Just be more careful next time, okay? She said, her tone still slightly annoyed. Tekashi nodded, relieved that Ino had forgiven him. The rest of the group exchanged knowing glances, realizing that Tekashi had clearly picked up some bad habits from their late mentor, the pervy sage. As the tension in the room dissipated, everyone resumed their activities, with Hinata and Hanabi snuggling up to Tsukasa as they continued to talk and laugh with their friends. The scene begins with Tekashi standing in front of the group of girls, looking a bit more serious than usual. Hey, girls, he began. I want to talk to you all about something important. The girls exchanged curious glances, wondering what could have made Tekashi so serious. What's going on, Tekashi? Tenten asked. I've been thinking a lot lately about what kind of shinobi I want to be, Tekashi said, his voice steady. And I realized that I want to be someone who can protect people, someone who can be a mentor to others. The girls listened intently, impressed by Tekashi's newfound determination. That's really admirable, Tekashi, Ino said, smiling. Tekashi grinned back at her, but then his expression turned serious again. But in order to do that, I need to control my pervy tendencies, he said, looking a bit sheepish. The girls all rolled their eyes, knowing that Tekashi had a bit of a reputation for being a pervert. Good luck with that, Karen said sarcastically. But Tekashi was determined. No, really, he insisted. I'm going to try and change my ways. In fact, I'll make a bet with all of you, if I can go 1 week without acting like a pervert, you all have to treat me to dinner. The girls laughed, thinking that there was no way Tekashi could go a week without being a pervert. But they also appreciated the effort he was putting in to try and better himself. The scene then shifted to Tekashi standing outside the village gates, where he spotted a random genin kunoichi named Kobayashi. He immediately began flirting with her, making her giggle and blush. Meanwhile, Tsukasa and the other genin were sparring nearby. Suddenly, a suspicious-looking jonin named Ken appeared, eyeing Kobayashi with malice. Tekashi sensed that something was wrong and stepped in front of the girl to protect her. "What do you want, Ken?" Tekashi demanded, his hand on his kunai. Ken sneered. "None of your business, little genin, just move aside and let me deal with this kunoichi." But Tekashi refused to back down. "I won't let you hurt her," he said firmly. Ken chuckled. "You're brave, I'll give you that, but you're no match for me." The two began to fight, with Tekashi holding his own against the more experienced jonin. Meanwhile, Tsukasa and the other genin watched in awe, impressed by Tekashi's bravery and skill. In the end, Tekashi emerged victorious, with Ken fleeing the scene. Kobayashi thanked Tekashi for his help, and the two exchanged a sigh as they parted ways. As the group of genin walked away, Tekashi turned to Tsukasa. "You know, we make a good team," he said, grinning. Tsukasa chuckled. "Yeah, I guess we do." The scene then faded to Tsunade and the other Kage meeting and discussing urgent matters, hinting at a looming threat that would soon affect the entire shinobi world. Tekashi and Tsukasa vowed to be rivals and try to best each other, setting the stage for future conflicts and adventures. As Tsukasa approached the weird glowing device, he felt a strange sensation wash over him. Suddenly, he disappeared in front of everyone's eyes, leaving behind only a faint trail of light. Everyone was stunned and confused, wondering where Tsukasa had gone. They looked around for any clues, and that's when they noticed the strange device on the ground. "This is a time travel device," Sakura said, her voice shaking with excitement and fear. "But how did it get here?" Suddenly, they heard a rustling sound behind them, and turned around to see Tsukasa standing there, looking around in shock. "Tsukasa. You're back. What's going on? Where am I?" Sasuke stepped forward, looking at Tsukasa with a serious expression. "It seems that you've traveled back in time, we're in the academy, and you're back in your younger self." Tsukasa's eyes widened in shock as he looked around, taking in the familiar surroundings. "This is impossible, how did I get here?" Everyone started talking at once, trying to figure out what had happened and how they could get Tsukasa back to their own timeline. They were interrupted by a group of academy students running past them, and Tsukasa felt a rush of nostalgia wash over him. "I remember this," he said, a small smile on his face. "This is where it all started." The group looked at him, unsure of what to do next. They knew that they had to find a way to get Tsukasa back to their own timeline, but they also knew that they had to be careful not to disrupt the timeline too much. As they pondered their next move, the scene faded to black, leaving everyone wondering what adventures and challenges lay ahead. Tsukasa had traveled back in time to the Academy arc in order to prevent any major changes to the timeline. He knew that any interaction with his younger self could drastically alter the course of events, so he decided to disguise himself as a transfer student from another village. He had made himself look unrecognizable, with a new hairstyle, different clothes, and even a fake accent. He was now attending the academy alongside his younger self and the rest of his friends. It was strange to see them all so young and inexperienced, but he had to remind himself not to interfere. Tsukasa would often keep to himself, trying to blend in and not draw attention to himself. He would observe his younger self and his friends, and notice how much they had all grown since then. He couldn't help but feel nostalgic, but he knew that he had a mission to complete. Sasuke, Naruto, Neji, Hinata, Hanabi, Sai, Kiba, Shikamaru, Rock Lee, Choji, Shino, Tenten. Sakura, Ino, Karen, Senna, Temari, Konan, Kaida, Koharu, Iane, and Fujishiro were all still in the current timeline, trying to find a way to bring Tsukasa back. They knew that he had gone back in time to prevent any major changes, but they were worried about him being stuck in the past. As they searched for a way to bring him back, they would occasionally run into Tsukasa in his disguise. They didn't recognize him at first, but they could tell that he was different. He seemed more reserved and cautious, not the confident and outgoing person they knew. They would try to talk to him and ask him about his past, but he would always deflect their questions and change the subject. They could tell that he was hiding something, but they didn't want to push him too hard. As time went on, Tsukasa began to feel more comfortable in his disguise. He had made some new friends and even helped his younger self with some of his training. But he always knew that he couldn't stay in the past forever. Eventually, the device that had brought him back in time would activate again, and Tsukasa would have to say goodbye to his younger self and his friends. He had completed his mission, and he knew that he had to return to the current timeline. As he vanished from the past, he hoped that he had not caused any major changes to the timeline. He knew that his friends were still searching for a way to bring him back. But he was content with the memories he had made in the past. He was a time traveler, but he knew that his place was in the present. As the group walked to the barbecue place for lunch, Tekashi couldn't resist making a teasing comment to Tsukasa. "Hey Tsukasa, don't forget to focus on Tenten, Sakura, Ino, Karen, Senna, Temari, Konan, Kaida, Koharu, F.I.A.N., and Fujishir. He said with a grin. Ino and Sakura immediately hit him in the arm, causing him to laugh. Just kidding, he said with a chuckle. As they arrived at the barbecue place and settled in to eat, the group started chatting and joking around. Tsukasa sat with Hinata and Hanabi, chatting with them as they enjoyed their food. Meanwhile, Tenten, Sakura, Ino, Karen, Sena, Temari, Konan, Kaida, Koharu, F.I.A.N., and Fujishir were all vying for Tsukasa's attention. They laughed and flirted with him, trying to win him over. Just as things seemed to be getting interesting, there was a sudden flash of light and the time travel device exploded, destroying itself completely. The group was momentarily stunned, but quickly recovered and started joking about the whole situation. Tekashi clapped Tsukasa on the back. Looks like you're stuck here in the present after all, he said with a grin. Tsukasa smiled and shrugged. I guess so, he said. But I wouldn't have missed this for the world. Chapter 10. Chapter 11. The scene opens with Ken and Jonah, two Chunin shinobi from the Hidden Leaf Village and the Hidden Sand Village, respectively, walking through a forest together. Suddenly, a figure appears before them, cloaked in a dark hooded robe. The two Chunin immediately go on guard, drawing their weapons and preparing for a fight. But before they can make a move, the figure raises their hand and reveals a small crystal embedded in their palm. With a sudden burst of chakra, the crystal begins to glow and emit a blinding light. Ken and Jonah shield their eyes. But it's too late. The light engulfs them both, and when it fades, they are nowhere to be seen. Cut to the Hidden Rain Village, where we see the assassin meeting with their employer, a shadowy figure sitting in a throne-like chair. The assassin reports that their mission was a success, and the shadowy figure nods in approval. Impressive, the figure says. Your crystal Kekiai Gekiai is a powerful weapon indeed. The assassin nods, a sly smile on their face. I am honored to serve the Hidden Rain Village. The shadowy figure leans forward, their face still hidden in darkness. We have more targets for you, they say. More Chunin from the other villages, and perhaps even higher profile targets, if you prove yourself capable. The scene ends with the assassin bowing deeply before the figure, ready to take on their next mission and begin the assassin arc. Tsukasa and his friends were walking through the bustling streets of Konoha, enjoying their day off from training. They joked and laughed with each other, but their light-hearted banter came to a sudden halt when they saw a group of Chunin hurrying towards Lady Tsunade's office. What's going on? Tsukasa asked, his voice tinged with concern. I don't know, but it looks serious, Tekashi replied, his brows furrowed with worry. As they got closer to the Hokage's office, they could hear snippets of conversations from the Chunin. Two Chunin from the Leaf and Sand are missing. They were last seen near the border of the Hidden Rain Village. Their disappearance seems suspicious. Tsukasa and his friends looked at each other, the gravity of the situation sinking in. They knew that as genin, they were not yet ready for a mission of this magnitude, but they couldn't help but feel the urge to help their fellow genin. We have to do something, Reina spoke up, determination etched on her face. Kobayashi, who had been quiet until now, spoke up. I agree, Tekashi, we have to help them. Tekashi nodded, let's go, we'll do what we can to assist. Tsukasa and the others followed Tekashi and Kobayashi towards the Hokage's office, the weight of the situation heavy on their hearts. They knew that their actions could have serious consequences, but they were willing to risk it all to help their fellow shinobi. As Tsukasa and his friends were watching the sparring match between Sachiko, Kiyoshi, Tsukasa and Tenten, they suddenly heard a loud explosion in the distance. They quickly ran towards the source of the noise, only to find Aoki and Taichi lying dead on the ground, with blood splattered everywhere. The group was shocked and horrified by the gruesome scene before them. They could tell that it was the same assassin who had killed Ken and Jonah, and they knew that they had to take action before more innocent lives were lost. Just then, the voice that Tsukasa had heard before since the time after defeating Ryoka and her henchwomen spoke to him once again. You've done well, Tsukasa, she said. But there is still more danger in this world that needs to be eliminated. I will reveal myself to you after you defeat this new threat. Tsukasa and his friends were determined to find and defeat this new danger, no matter what the cost. They all knew that the fate of their village and their loved ones depended on their success. As they were about to leave, they were interrupted by Kiyoshi and Sachiko, two genin from the village who challenged Tsukasa and Tenten to a sparring match. Despite the seriousness of the situation, the group decided to have a little fun and engage in a friendly competition. However, their match was cut short by the explosion they heard earlier. The group knew that they had to leave and continue their mission to find the assassin and put an end to their killing spree. As they parted ways, Tsukasa and his friends were left with a sense of urgency and a determination to bring justice to their village. They knew that the road ahead would be long and perilous, but they were ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. A couple hours later. The group stood frozen as the assassin stepped forward, his crystal Kekii Genkai glowing menacingly. Tsukasa and the others braced themselves for the fight, knowing that their lives were on the line. The assassin moved with lightning speed, attacking Tsukasa first. The two clashed, their swords ringing out as they fought. Tsukasa was skilled, but the assassin was faster, and he managed to land a few blows before Tsukasa could retaliate. Tekashi stepped in to help, but he was quickly beaten back by the assassin's powerful jutsu. One by one, the others fell, unable to match the assassin's deadly skills. Sakura tried to heal her friends, but she was quickly overwhelmed by the assassin's attacks. Ino and Karen fought together, using their unique abilities to try and take down the enemy, but they too were no match for the assassin's crystal jutsu. As the fight wore on, it became clear that the assassin was too powerful for them to defeat. Tsukasa and the others could feel their strength waning, and they knew that they were running out of time. In a desperate move, Tsukasa gathered his strength and charged at the assassin, sword raised high. The assassin dodged his attack with ease, and with a single blow, he knocked Tsukasa to the ground. The group lay battered and bruised, unable to move as the assassin stood over them, his victory assured. It was a dark day for the Leaf Village, and Tsukasa and his friends knew that things were only going to get worse. The four of them stood before the assassin, who sneered at them. "You think you can defeat me? How amusing," he said, cracking his knuckles. Tsukasa's eyes flickered red as he activated his Katsurigan, Naruto meditated in order to use his Sage mode, Sasuke activated his Three-Tomo Sharingan, and Tekashi channeled his Lightning Release Chakra mode. "Let's go!" Naruto shouted, charging forward. Tekashi followed closely behind him, while Tsukasa and Sasuke hung back, unleashing a barrage of jutsus. The assassin was quick and agile, dodging most of their attacks with ease. He landed a powerful hit on Naruto, sending him crashing into a nearby tree. Tekashi tried to attack the assassin from behind, but the assassin was one step ahead and timed a hit on Tekashi, sending him crashing into the ground. Tsukasa and Sasuke exchanged a look, nodding to each other in understanding. They charged forward, unleashing a coordinated assault of jutsus. However, the assassin grinned, outsmarting Tsukasa and delivering a powerful kick that sent him spinning into the ground. He then grabbed Sasuke and slammed him, knocking him out as well. The assassin looked down at the four unconscious shinobi and sneered. "You're all so weak, I thought this would be a challenge," he said, before turning to leave. Suddenly, a mysterious voice spoke to Tsukasa in his mind. "I will give you some of my power to defeat the assassin," the voice said. Tsukasa's eyes flickered open as he sat up, looking around to see his friends scattered on the ground around him. He could feel the power surging through his body, the voice's words ringing in his ears. "We can't let him get away," he said, clenching his fists. Naruto and Tekashi groaned as they slowly got to their feet, while Sasuke lay unconscious on the ground. Tsukasa took a deep breath and channeled the power within him, his eyes glowing bright red as he charged forward to face the assassin once more. As Tsukasa laid on the ground unconscious, his friends slowly started to wake up around him. They were all in shock at what had just happened and were trying to assess the situation. Tekashi rushed to Tsukasa's side, checking for any signs of life. Sakura and Ino were trying to tend to his wounds, but it was clear that the situation was grave. As they were trying to help Tsukasa, they realized that the assassin had vanished without a trace. They were all confused and scared, not knowing what to do next. Suddenly, the mysterious voice that had been speaking to Tsukasa spoke to them all. "I have been watching over Tsukasa since he was a child," the voice said. "I have seen his potential and I know that he has what it takes to defeat the assassin, but he will need my help." Everyone was stunned. They had no idea who this person was, but it was clear that they had a connection to Tsukasa. They listened intently as the voice continued. "I will give Tsukasa some of my power," the voice said. "With it, he will be able to defeat the assassin and bring peace back to the village, but he must be careful, for my power comes with a great price." The voice then fell silent, leaving everyone in confusion once again. They had no idea what to make of this situation or what the voice meant by its cryptic message. Tekashi turned to the others, his face serious. "We need to get Tsukasa to Lady Tsunade immediately," he said. "We don't have much time." Everyone nodded in agreement, and they quickly picked up Tsukasa and made their way to Lady Tsunade's office. They knew that she was the only one who could help Tsukasa now. As they rushed through the village, they couldn't help but wonder what was going to happen next. The situation had become far more serious than they had ever anticipated, and they knew that they were all in grave danger. But they were determined to do whatever it takes to save their friend and defeat the assassin. As everyone gathered around Tsukasa's unconscious body, they couldn't help but feel guilty for not being able to protect him. Tekashi clenched his fists, feeling the weight of his own failure. "If only I had been stronger, I could have protected him," he muttered to himself. Sakura, Ino, and Karen all put their hands on his shoulders in comfort. Meanwhile, Tsukasa was battling the mysterious woman in his mind. "Who are you?" he asked, struggling to stay conscious. "I am someone who has been watching over you since you were a child," the woman replied cryptically. "You have a great power within you, but you are not ready to wield it yet. I don't understand, why are you helping me? And why did you allow me to get hurt like this?" The woman sighed. "I am helping you because you have a destiny that is intertwined with mine. As for your injury, it was necessary for your growth. You must learn to overcome your limitations if you wish to reach your full potential." Back in the real world, Tsukasa's love interests, Kaida, Koharu, Tenten, Ino, Sakura, Karen, Temari, Konan, Fujishir, and Iane, were all worried and sad to see him in such a state. They knew how much he had suffered already, and the thought of losing him was unbearable. As the scene shifted to Tsukasa waking up in the hospital room, his friends all turned to him, relieved. "Tsukasa, you're awake," Naruto exclaimed, jumping up from his chair. Tsukasa weakly smiled at his friends. "Thanks for being here, everyone. I'm sorry for causing you all so much trouble." Sasuke smirked. "It's not like we had anything better to do," he said sarcastically. Tsukasa chuckled weakly. "Well, I'm glad you guys are here. I think I have a lot to learn, but with your help, I know I can do it." The assassin grew bored of following orders and decided to take matters into his own hands. He snuck into the hidden rain village and made his way to the leader's residence. The leader was sitting at his desk, reading through reports when the assassin silently slipped into the room. The leader didn't even have time to react before the assassin plunged his blade into his chest. The assassin then proceeded to slaughter most of the people in the village, leaving only a few survivors. He decided that he no longer wanted to work for anyone and that he was better off working on his own. He fled the hidden rain village, leaving behind a trail of blood and destruction. As he traveled, he plotted his next move, eager to continue his killing spree and prove to himself that he was the most powerful assassin in the land. His thoughts were consumed by his own twisted desires, and he no longer cared about anything or anyone but himself. Meanwhile, news of the massacre in a hidden rain village spread quickly, and people across the land were shocked and terrified. They knew that they had to be on guard, as the assassin could strike anywhere, at any time. The fear and uncertainty of the situation only fueled the assassin's desire for power, and he knew that he was just getting started. Tsukasa lay in his hospital bed, looking significantly healthier than the last time his friends had seen him. He smiled weakly as Kaida, Koharu, Tenten, Ino, Sakura, Karen, Temari, Konan, Fujishir, and Iane all crowded around him, each holding a different dish and vying for his attention. "I'm so glad you're feeling better, Tsukasa-kun," Kaida said, holding out a spoonful of rice to him. "I made your favorite dish, don't forget to eat it." "I made you some tea to help you feel better," Koharu said, handing him a cup. Leaned in closer. "I made you a special soup that'll help you recover even faster." The girls continued to argue playfully about whose dish would help Tsukasa recover the fastest, but Tekashi had walked off with the others, a serious expression on his face. He knew they needed to train harder to protect their friend and prevent something like what happened from happening again. "Sakura-chan, Ino-chan, let's start a training session to get stronger," Tekashi said, turning to the two kunoichi. "We can't let something like this happen again." Sakura nodded, determination in her eyes. "You're right, let's get started." As the group began their training, Tsukasa smiled, feeling grateful to have friends who cared so much for him. He knew that with their support, he would be able to recover quickly and get back to doing what he loved, protecting those who were important to him. As Tenten, Hinata, and Hanabi entered the hospital room, they saw Tsukasa sitting on his bed, looking much better than before. Anko and Tsunade followed them in, and Tsunade began to speak. "I'm afraid I have some bad news, Tsukasa. The hidden rain village was destroyed by the same assassin you fought before. He killed their leader and most of the people in the village before leaving to work on his own." Tsukasa's expression turned serious as he listened to Tsunade's words. He knew that they needed to be prepared for any future attacks by the assassin, and he was grateful that his friends were there to support him. After Tsunade and Anko left, Tenten approached Tsukasa with a plate of food. "I made this for you, Tsukasa. You need to keep your strength up," she said, her cheeks turning slightly pink. Tsukasa smiled at Tenten's gesture and began to eat the food. As he ate, Hinata and Hanabi sat by his side and promised to protect him no matter what. Tenten and Tsukasa shared a touching moment, and she leaned in to kiss his cheek before leaving the hospital with Hinata and Hanabi. Tsukasa blushed at the kiss and smiled as he watched them leave. Feeling grateful for the support of his friends, Tsukasa decided to use his recovery time to train and get stronger. He knew that the assassin was still out there and that they needed to be prepared for his next move. As the girls were gathered in the hospital room with Tsukasa, they couldn't help but feel a bit jealous when Tenten kissed Tsukasa's cheek before leaving. Kaida tried to play it cool, but inside she was fuming. Who does she think she is? She muttered under her breath. Koharu looked at Tsukasa, hoping he would notice her presence more than before. Ino, Sakura, Karen, Tamari, Konan, Fujishir, and Iane all shared a similar feeling. Suddenly, Kaida had an idea. Let's all try to do something special for Tsukasa to make him notice us, she suggested. The other girls looked at each other and nodded in agreement. What should we do? Asked Koharu. I don't know, replied but we have to do something. As they brainstormed, the scene panned to the assassin, who had just killed the last of the Hidden Rain village shinobis. He stood there in the rain, covered in blood. Pathetic, he muttered to himself. They were no match for me. The rain continued to pour down as the scene shifted back to the hospital room. The girls were still discussing what they could do to impress Tsukasa. I know, said Karen suddenly. Let's all cook something for him. The other girls looked at her in surprise. That's a great idea, said Iane. But what should we cook? As they discussed the details of their plan, the assassin could be seen in the distance, walking away from the destroyed Hidden Rain village. I work better alone anyway, he said to himself. No one can hold me back. The scene ended with a shot of the rain pouring down on the deserted Hidden Rain village, a symbol of the destruction and chaos caused by the assassin. The scene opens up with Kuratsuchi and the other jonin of her village facing off against the assassin. The assassin looks calm and composed, as if he's done this 100 times before. Kuratsuchi and her team, on the other hand, look nervous and on edge. The fight begins, and the assassin shows off his incredible skill and speed. He dodges attacks effortlessly and counters with deadly precision. Kuratsuchi and her team try their best to keep up, but they are clearly outmatched. As the fight goes on, the assassin suddenly stops and says, I ran into someone who claimed to know you. Kuratsuchi's heart skips a beat as she realizes the assassin is talking about Tsukasa. What did you do to him? She demands, her voice trembling with anger and fear. The assassin smirks. I killed him, he says, almost casually. Kuratsuchi's eyes widen in shock and horror. She can't believe what she's hearing. Tsukasa, the boy she's grown to care for, the boy she's come to see as a valuable member of her village, is dead. But then, a glimmer of hope. The assassin said he ran into Tsukasa. That means he didn't seek him out, he just stumbled upon him. Maybe, just maybe, Tsukasa is still alive. Kuratsuchi grits her teeth and charges at the assassin, fueled by her anger and determination. The other jonin follow her lead, and together they manage to land a few blows on the assassin. But it's not enough. The assassin is too strong, too skilled. He quickly regains the upper hand and begins to take out Kuratsuchi's team one by one. As Kuratsuchi watches her friends fall, she realizes she is the last one standing. She knows she can't win this fight alone, but she refuses to give up. She stands her ground and faces the assassin, determined to protect her village and avenge Tsukasa. The assassin seems to sense her determination, and he hesitates for a moment. Then, with a cold smile, he says, You're a tough one, I'll let you live, for now. And with that, he disappears into the shadows, leaving Kuratsuchi alone with her grief and her determination to find out what really happened to Tsukasa. The scene ends with Kuratsuchi standing alone, looking out into the night, her eyes filled with tears and her heart heavy with sorrow. A couple days later. The scene opens with Tsukasa, Tekashi, Naruto, and Sasuke standing in a wide open field. They are all wearing their ninja gear and seem to be preparing for a fight. Tsukasa, alright, guys, let's do this. Tekashi, nodding, we need to get stronger if we want to take down the assassin. Sasuke, serious look, this won't be an easy fight. Naruto, determined we can do it. Believe it. The group splits into two teams, Tsukasa and Tekashi versus Naruto and Sasuke. The fight begins with Tsukasa charging towards Naruto, while Tekashi engages Sasuke. Tsukasa, jumping in the air, take this. Naruto, dodging your fast, Tsukasa. Meanwhile, Tekashi and Sasuke are exchanging punches and kicks, each trying to get the upper hand. Tekashi, blocking Sasuke's attack, you're good, but not good enough. Sasuke, smirking, you haven't seen anything yet. The fight continues, with each team landing blows and dodging attacks. The intensity of the battle is palpable, and everyone is putting their all into it. Tsukasa, panting, this isn't enough, I need to get stronger. Naruto, grinning, that's the spirit, Tsukasa. The training session lasts for hours, with both teams giving it their all. As the sun begins to set, the group finally calls it quits. Tekashi, wiping sweat from his forehead that was intense. Sasuke, nodding, we've still got a long way to go. Naruto, smiling, but we're getting there, step by step. Tsukasa, smiling, yeah, we'll get him next time. The group leaves the field, determined to keep training and get stronger. They all know that the fight against the assassin will be tough, but with their combined efforts, they're confident that they can come out on top. After training for a couple days, the sun was shining bright in the Leaf Village as Tekashi ran off to see Kobayashi. Naruto and Sasuke decided to train on their own, while Tsukasa was stopped by Tenten, who asked him to go shopping with her. Tsukasa was a bit surprised but agreed to go with her. As they walked around the village, Sakura, Ino, Karen, Senna, Temari, Konan, Kaida, Koharu, Iane, and Fujishiro spotted them and decided to take Tsukasa with them individually. Kaida took him to a ninja weapons store to show him some of the new tools, while F took him to a dumpling restaurant. Iane took him to a quiet park, while Koharu took him to a flower shop to see some rare flowers. Senna took him to an arcade, while Konan took him to an art gallery. Meanwhile, Kuratsuchi arrived at the Leaf Village and saw Tsukasa walking with Tenten. She couldn't help but feel jealous and decided to approach them. Kuratsuchi hugged Tsukasa tightly, which made the other girls around him even more jealous. Tsukasa blushed a bit but hugged her back, as he had known her for quite some time. Kuratsuchi then notified Tsunade about the assassin and asked for her help to save the hidden stone village. Tsunade agreed to help immediately without hesitation. Tsukasa, Tenten, and Kuratsuchi joined Tsunade to go to the hidden stone village. As they left, the other girls who had been spying on them watched with envy and decided to train harder to impress Tsukasa. Before leaving with Tsunade Kuratsuchi, as Tayuya was walking down the road, she couldn't stop thinking about Tsukasa. She had developed a crush on him and couldn't shake the feeling that she wanted to be with him. As she turned a corner, she saw a figure walking towards her, and as they got closer, she realized it was the assassin they had been fighting. Tayuya stopped in her tracks and tried to stay still, hoping that the assassin wouldn't notice her. But as he got closer, he looked directly at her and Tayuya could feel her heart racing. The assassin didn't say anything, but simply walked past her, heading in the opposite direction towards the hidden stone village. Tayuya let out a sigh of relief as the assassin disappeared from view. She took a few deep breaths to calm herself down before continuing her journey towards the hidden leaf village. She couldn't stop thinking about Tsukasa and how much she wanted to be with him. But she knew that she had to be patient and wait for the right moment. As Tayuya arrived at the hidden leaf village, she began to search for Tsukasa. She walked through the streets, looking for any sign of him, until she finally saw him in the distance. Tayuya's heart skipped a beat as she approached him, feeling more nervous than she had ever felt before. But as she got closer, she realized that Tsukasa was with Tenten, shopping for groceries. Tayuya felt a pang of jealousy and disappointment, but she knew that she couldn't let it show. She approached the two of them with a smile on her face, hoping to join them and spend some time with Tsukasa. "Hey, guys!" Tayuya called out. "Mind if I join you?" Tenten turned to Tayuya and smiled. "Of course not, Tayuya, we were just about to head back to Tsukasa's place, you can come with us." Tayuya's heart leapt at the thought of spending time alone with Tsukasa, but she tried to stay calm and composed. She walked with them back to Tsukasa's house, feeling a mix of excitement and nerves as she thought about finally getting to spend some time alone with him. After leaving, as Tsukasa and his friends arrived at the hidden stone village, the assassin Kazutora revealed himself, standing tall in front of them with his weapon drawn. "Finally, you have arrived, Tsukasa, I've been waiting for this moment." Kazutora spoke with a dark tone, his eyes glowing with malice. Tsukasa and his friends immediately went into their fighting stances, ready to take on Kazutora. "Who are you, and what do you want with Tsukasa?" Sakura demanded, her fists clenched tightly. "I am Kazutora, a member of a rogue group from the Hidden Star Village. I've been sent here by the Akatsuki to capture Tsukasa," Kazutora responded with a smirk. "Capture me? What does the Akatsuki want with me?" "That's not your concern, all you need to know is that you're coming with me, whether you like it or not," Kazutora growled, charging towards Tsukasa with his weapon. The fight was intense, with Kazutora being a skilled and ruthless opponent. However, Tsukasa and his friends were determined to protect their friend and defeat Kazutora. Kaida used her lightning jutsu to electrocute Kazutora, while Koharu used her earth jutsu to create a barrier around them. F and Iane used their speed to dodge Kazutora's attacks, while Konan used her paper jutsu to create powerful weapons. Tenten used her expertise with weapons to deflect Kazutora's strikes, while Ino and Karen used their mind jutsu to confuse Kazutora and disrupt his movements. Temari used her wind jutsu to create powerful gusts of air, and Fujishiro used her water jutsu to create ice barriers. Despite their best efforts, Kazutora was proving to be a tough opponent. However, Tsukasa refused to back down and continued to fight with all his might. With a powerful punch, Tsukasa managed to knock Kazutora off balance, and his friends took the opportunity to launch their final attack. Together, they used their strongest jutsu to defeat Kazutora once and for all. With a loud boom, Kazutora was defeated, lying unconscious on the ground. Tsukasa and his friends breathed a sigh of relief, the battle finally over. "Are you alright, Tsukasa?" Tekashi asked, checking on his friend. Tsukasa nodded, a smile on his face. "Thanks to all of you, I'm fine, I couldn't have done it without your help," he said, grateful to his friends. The group then turned their attention to the hidden stone village, where they could see the villagers thanking them for their bravery. "We did it. We saved the village." Sena cheered, jumping up and down with excitement. Tsukasa smiled, feeling proud of what they had accomplished. "Let's go home, everyone, we deserve a break," he said, and his friends nodded in agreement. Together, they walked back to the hidden leaf village, ready for some much-needed rest and relaxation after the intense battle. Tsukasa and his friends stood in shock as they watched Kazutora's curse mark activate, causing him to writhe in pain. They all backed away from him, unsure of what to do. "Who sent you?" Tsukasa demanded, trying to get an answer before it was too late. Kazutora gasped for breath, his body shaking violently as the curse mark continued to spread. It was, he choked out, before suddenly collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Tsukasa and his friends stood in silence, staring at Kazutora's lifeless body. The weight of what had just happened was heavy on their hearts. They knew that they would never get the answers they were seeking. "We need to report this to the Hokage," Tsukasa finally said, breaking the silence. "And we need to make sure that this never happens again." The group nodded in agreement, their determination renewed to protect their villages and loved ones. As they left the hidden stone village, they were somber, their thoughts consumed by the events that had just transpired. They knew that they had to stay vigilant and prepared for whatever threats may come their way in the future. After the defeat of the assassin. As the group returned to the hidden leaf village, Tekashi couldn't resist making his usual pervy comments towards the girls. The other male members of the group shook their heads in disapproval while the girls gave Tekashi a well-deserved smack on the head. Tsunade thanked Tsukasa and his friends for their hard work and handed them their paychecks. As the group dispersed, Hinata, Hanabi, and Tsukasa decided to spend some time training together. They worked on improving their combat skills and teamwork, pushing each other to become stronger. As they trained, they shared stories and laughs, with Hanabi and Hinata treating Tsukasa like a brother. The training was intense, but they all enjoyed the bonding experience. Meanwhile, the rest of the group went their separate ways, with some continuing to train while others simply relaxed. They were all proud of their victory over the assassin and grateful for the opportunity to work together. As the day drew to a close, the group reconvened and reminisced about their experiences. They shared heartfelt thanks to each other for their contributions to the mission and acknowledged how much they had grown together. The day ended with the group sharing a meal together, laughing and joking around. While there were serious moments throughout their journey, they all knew that it was the bonds they had formed that made the experience truly memorable. End of Arc, Chapter 12. A few months after the events of Assassin Arc. The sun was setting in a hidden leaf village as Tsukasa and Tekashi stood face to face, ready for their final battle. Tsukasa pleaded with Tekashi to reconsider his decision to leave the village and become a rogue ninja, but Tekashi remained steadfast in his resolve. "I can't stay here anymore, Tsukasa," Tekashi said, his eyes hardened. "I need to find my own path, and that means leaving this place behind." Tsukasa's Katsurigan glinted in the fading light as he braced himself for the fight to come. "I can't let you go, Tekashi," he said. "You're my friend, and I won't let you throw your life away like this." Tekashi didn't respond, but his body tensed and crackled with electricity as he activated his lightning chakra release mode. With lightning-quick reflexes, he darted towards Tsukasa, who countered with a flurry of punches and kicks. The two of them were evenly matched, their movements fluid and graceful as they exchanged blows. Tsukasa's Katsurigan allowed him to see Tekashi's movements before they happened, but Tekashi's lightning chakra release gave him incredible speed and agility. As they fought, the other members of their group gathered around them, watching anxiously. Naruto, Sasuke, and the others tried to intervene, but Tsukasa stopped them. "This is something we have to settle between us," he said. "Let us fight." The battle continued, and as the moon rose high in the sky, Tekashi began to gain the upper hand. He landed a devastating blow on Tsukasa's abdomen, knocking the wind out of him. Tsukasa staggered back, gasping for air, as Tekashi stood before him, panting heavily. "Why won't you let me go?" he asked. "Because you're important to me," Tsukasa said, struggling to stand. "We're friends, Tekashi, we're supposed to look out for each other." Tekashi's expression softened for a moment, but then he shook his head. "I can't do it, Tsukasa," he said. "I have to go, I'm sorry." And with that, he turned and fled into the night, leaving Tsukasa and the others behind. Tsukasa collapsed to the ground, his body bruised and battered from the fight. Naruto and Sasuke rushed to his side, helping him up. "Are you okay?" Naruto asked. Tsukasa nodded, tears streaming down his face. "I just wish he could have stayed," he said. Sasuke put a hand on Tsukasa's shoulder. "He'll come back," he said. "I know he will, until then, we'll keep looking out for each other." And with that, the group dispersed, each going their separate ways, but with the knowledge that they would always be there for each other, no matter what. Before the Tekashi vs Tsukasa fight. Tsukasa and his friends were sitting around a table in the Hidden Leaf Village's meeting room, deep in discussion. They had just returned from their battle with Tekashi, who had fled the village and become a rogue ninja. Tsukasa was troubled, as he had always seen Tekashi as a close friend and comrade. "We need to bring Tekashi back to the village," Tsukasa said firmly. "He's not a bad person, he's just lost his way." "But how are we going to do that?" Naruto asked. "He's incredibly powerful, and he won't come back without a fight." "We'll have to fight him," Sasuke said, his voice cold and determined. "If that's what it takes to bring him back, then so be it." "But we can't just go in blindly," Hinata interjected. "We need a plan." Everyone nodded in agreement, and they began to discuss strategies. Tsukasa suggested that they gather intelligence on Tekashi's current whereabouts and condition, while Sakura suggested that they enlist the help of other skilled ninja in the village. They eventually came up with a plan to track down Tekashi and confront him. Tsukasa and Sasuke would take the lead in the battle, while the others provided backup and support. Hinata and Hanabi would use their Byakugan to keep tabs on Tekashi's movements, while Naruto and Sai used their tracking abilities to follow his trail. As they prepared to set out on their mission, Tsukasa looked around at his friends with a sense of determination. "We will bring Tekashi back, no matter what it takes," he declared. "We owe it to him and to ourselves to do everything in our power to save him." With that, the group set out, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. After what happened before Tekashi versus everyone. As Tekashi stood in front of his former friends, he looked at them with a mix of sadness and determination. He knew what he had to do, even if it meant hurting the people he once called comrades. Tsukasa, Naruto, Sasuke, and the others stood ready to face him. They knew that Tekashi was a powerful ninja, and they were prepared for a difficult battle. "Tekashi, please come back to the village with us," Tsukasa said, his voice filled with emotion. "We can work this out together." But Tekashi simply shook his head. "I can't go back, not after what I've done. I have to pay for my sins, and this is the only way." With that, the battle began. Tekashi moved with incredible speed and agility, dodging the attacks of his former friends and striking back with lightning-fast punches and kicks. Naruto and Sasuke worked together, using their combined strength to try and take down Tekashi. But he was too fast, too skilled. He countered every move they made, his eyes filled with a fierce determination. Tsukasa fought with all his might, using his Katsurigan to predict Tekashi's movements and strike at his weaknesses. But even he found it difficult to keep up with Tekashi's speed and agility. As the battle raged on, it became clear that Tekashi had the upper hand. He was too powerful, too skilled. And as much as they didn't want to admit it, Tsukasa and the others knew that they were outmatched. In the end, it was Tekashi who emerged victorious. He stood panting, his clothes torn and his body covered in sweat and bruises. His former friends lay scattered around him, battered and beaten. "Tekashi, please," Tsukasa said, struggling to his feet. "Don't do this, we can find a way to make things right." But Tekashi simply shook his head. "It's too late for that now, I have to leave, and I have to do it alone, but know that I will always remember our time together, and I will always cherish the memories we made." With that, Tekashi turned and walked away, disappearing into the trees. Tsukasa and the others watched him go, their hearts heavy with sadness and regret. They knew that they had lost a valuable friend and comrade, and that they may never see him again. Tekashi stood alone in a desolate wasteland, the wind howling around him as he contemplated his future. He knew he needed to become stronger, stronger than he ever had been before. He couldn't do it alone, and he knew the only way to obtain the power he sought was to join the Akatsuki. "I must join them," he said to himself. "I have no other choice." With a determined look on his face, Tekashi made his way to the nearest Akatsuki hideout, where he was greeted by several members of the organization. "Why do you seek to join us?" asked one of the members. "I seek greater power," Tekashi replied. "I know that I cannot achieve my goals on my own, I need the strength and support of the Akatsuki." The members of the Akatsuki looked at each other, nodding in agreement. "Very well," said the leader of the Akatsuki. "You may join us, but know this, you will be put to the test. You must prove yourself to us if you wish to stay." Tekashi nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. He knew he would have to work hard to earn the trust of the Akatsuki, but he was willing to do whatever it takes. I am ready, he said, clenching his fists. I will do whatever it takes to become stronger. And with that, Tekashi began his journey as a member of the Akatsuki, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. End of arc, filler before the next arc. As Tsukasa, Hinata, and Hanabi were gazing at the sky, they heard someone approaching them. It was a jonin named Dai, who seemed to be in a bad mood. Without any reason, Dai started to bother the trio, making jokes and teasing them. Tsukasa's friends from the previous scene would joke about Dai's behavior, saying that Tsunade would demote him for leaving his duties as a jonin. As they laughed, Tsunade suddenly appeared behind Dai and smacked him on the head. Looks like you'll be demoted to a Chunin, Dai, Tsunade said with a stern expression. This made Dai even more angry, causing him to try to strike Tsunade. However, Tsukasa stepped in and protected her, using the taijutsu combo that Sasuke always does. You shouldn't act like that, Dai, especially towards Lady Tsunade, Tsukasa said firmly. Dai was surprised by Tsukasa's skills and felt embarrassed for his previous behavior. Tsunade was also grateful for Tsukasa's help and saw him as a younger brother. The other members of the group, including Naruto, Sasuke, and Hinata, all praised Tsukasa for his actions. They then continued to talk and joke around, enjoying each other's company as the sun began to set. Chapter 13. After the events taken place in the Tekashi arc. The scene starts with Tsukasa sitting on a bench, looking down at the ground with a solemn expression on his face. Reina and Rikako approach him, and Rikako says, Tsukasa, we need to talk to you about Tekashi. Tsukasa looks up at them, his expression unreadable. What about him? He's planning to leave the village and become a rogue. How could you let this happen, Tsukasa? We thought you were his friend. Don't you think I know that? But Tekashi is his own person, and he's made his decision. I tried to talk to him, but he wouldn't listen. I can't force him to stay. Rikako steps forward, her voice calmer than Reina's. We understand that, Tsukasa, but we're worried about you too. Tekashi was your friend, and he's leaving. We don't want you to feel like you're alone. Tsukasa looks away, his expression softening slightly. I appreciate your concern, but I'm not alone. I have all of you. He gestures to the group of friends that have gathered around them. Sasuke steps forward. He's right, we're all here for you, Tsukasa, we'll support you through this. Yeah. We're all friends here, right? Hinata and Hanabi smile at Tsukasa. We're your friends too, Tsukasa, we'll always be here for you. Tsukasa's expression softens even more, and he smiles at his friends. Thank you, I really appreciate it. Reina and Rikako look at each other, and then back at Tsukasa. We're sorry, Tsukasa, we didn't mean to argue with you, we just care about you and don't want you to feel alone. Tsukasa nods. I know, and I appreciate that, but you have to trust me, I'll figure things out with Tekashi. The group of friends exchange a knowing look, and then break into laughter and chatter, as if the tension from the argument had never happened. They spend the rest of the day hanging out and enjoying each other's company, putting aside their worries for the moment. As the sun sets on the hidden sound village, two jonins were walking through the deserted streets, chatting and laughing about their daily lives. Suddenly, a shadowy figure appeared in front of them, causing them to stop in their tracks. It was Tekashi, the new member of the Akatsuki, who had been sent on a mission to eliminate these two jonins. Without any warning, Tekashi drew his sword and attacked the two jonins. The first jonin was caught off guard and was killed instantly. The second jonin tried to fight back, but Tekashi was too powerful. With a swift strike of his sword, the second jonin fell to the ground, dead. Tekashi wiped the blood from his sword and disappeared into the darkness, knowing that his mission was a success. The hidden sound village had lost two of its jonins, and the Akatsuki had gained a valuable member. As Tayuya walked through the forest, she suddenly heard a rustling noise. She quickly jumped into a nearby tree, ready to fight whoever was approaching her. As she looked down, she saw Tekashi, standing calmly below. Tekashi. What are you doing here? I'm here on Akatsuki business, Tekashi said, his voice cold and unfeeling. And I suggest you leave my sight now, Tayuya, or face the consequences. You think you're so tough, huh? Let's see what you've got. With that, Tayuya leapt down from the tree, pulling out her flute and summoning her doki, hoping to take down Tekashi. However, Tekashi simply activated his lightning chakra release mode and sent a powerful surge of lightning at Tayuya, knocking her back. Tayuya was stunned. She had never seen such power before. She tried to get up and attack again, but Tekashi was already standing in front of her, glaring down at her. You're no match for me, Tayuya, Tekashi said. Leave now, or I'll be forced to end your life. Tayuya gritted her teeth, feeling humiliated by her defeat. She knew there was no way she could take down Tekashi, not when he was leagues ahead of her in strength. Fine, I'll leave, Tayuya said, getting up and walking away. Tekashi watched her go, his expression impassive. He knew that Tayuya was dead weight to him, and he had no use for her in the Akatsuki. As he continued on his mission, he knew that he would encounter more enemies along the way, but he was ready for anything. Tekashi walked into the Akatsuki hideout, his body still pulsing with the adrenaline of the recent fight. As he entered the main room, he spotted Sasori and Deidara sitting together, discussing something. Tekashi, Sasori said, noticing his presence. What brings you here? I just finished a mission, Tekashi replied, his voice low and serious. I need to know what's next. Deidara leaned forward, a smirk on his face. You're always so eager to kill, Tekashi, I like that about you. Tekashi's eyes narrowed. I'm not here to play games, Deidara. Sasori interjected, we have a mission for you, there's a high-ranking official in the Land of Iron that we need taken care of. Tekashi nodded. I'll do it. Deidara chuckled. Don't forget to have some fun while you're at it. Tekashi ignored him and turned to leave. As he walked away, his mind began to race with thoughts of the upcoming mission. He couldn't wait to get back out into the field and let his power loose once again. As Tekashi and Chunin were traveling towards the Land of Iron, Tekashi stared out the window of their transport with a stoic expression. Chunin, who had heard of Tekashi's reputation as a rogue ninja, couldn't help but feel a sense of fear and unease. Tekashi-sama, are you sure this is the right course of action? Chunin asked tentatively, breaking the silence between them. Tekashi turned to him, his eyes cold and distant. I'm not here to second-guess my decisions, Chunin, you should know that by now. Chunin swallowed nervously and nodded, realizing that he had spoken out of turn. He silently prayed that he would make it out of this mission alive. Meanwhile, Tsukasa, Fujishir, and Ain arrived in the Land of Iron and met up with the village leader they were assigned to protect. They were surprised to see Reina and Rikako waiting for them, having volunteered to join the mission. Tsukasa smiled, grateful for their support. Thank you for coming, Reina and Rikako, we're going to need all the help we can get. As they settled into their assignment, they had no idea that Tekashi was closing in on their location, his bloodlust growing stronger with every passing moment. As Tekashi approached Rikako and Reina, they cowered in fear. Tekashi kicked them into the wall, causing them to fall to the ground. He then raised his hand, preparing to strike, but before he could land a blow, a loud crash was heard. Chunin had arrived on the scene, trying to stop Tekashi from causing any more harm. However, Tekashi warned him to stay back or face the consequences. Chunin hesitated, but then tried to stop Tekashi, only to be kicked down into the pavement by Tsukasa. Fujishir and Ain quickly joined in, helping Tsukasa in his fight against Tekashi. They all worked together, launching a fierce attack on Tekashi, but he was too powerful for them. He knocked out Rikako and Reina before turning his attention to Chunin. You're weak, Tekashi sneered as he approached Chunin, his eyes filled with bloodlust. Chunin tried to defend himself, but Tekashi was too strong. In a cold-hearted manner, Tekashi ruthlessly slaughtered Chunin, stunning everyone present. What the hell is wrong with you? Why would you do that? Chunin was just trying to protect us. Tekashi ignored Tsukasa's words and walked away, leaving his former friends behind. They were left to deal with the aftermath of the brutal attack, trying to come to terms with what had just happened. The scene was filled with shock and sadness as everyone realized the true nature of Tekashi's power and the lengths he was willing to go to achieve his goals. Tekashi had been walking through the forest, his mind consumed with bloodlust and a desire for power. He had just slaughtered Chunin without a second thought, and now he was on the hunt for his next victim. As he walked, he heard a rustling in the bushes ahead of him. He immediately went into attack mode, preparing to strike. But then, out stepped Kobayashi, his former lover and teammate. Tekashi, please, stop this madness, Kobayashi said, her eyes pleading with him. Tekashi paused, his hand poised to strike. He looked at her, his eyes cold and empty. Kobayashi, what are you doing here? Tekashi asked, his voice devoid of emotion. I came to talk to you, I want to help you, Kobayashi replied, taking a step towards him. Tekashi's eyes narrowed. I don't need your help, I don't need anyone's help, he growled. Tekashi, please, we can work this out, you don't have to keep going down this path, you can come back to us, to your friends, Kobayashi said, her voice trembling. Friends? They were never my friends, they were weak, pathetic, they held me back. Tekashi, that's not true, they care about you, we all do, Kobayashi said, taking another step forward. Tekashi's eyes flashed with anger. Don't pretend like you care about me, you were just a distraction, a weakness, I don't have feelings for you. Tekashi, how can you say that? We were in love, we were a team. Tekashi's hand shot out, ready to strike. But then, he hesitated. He looked at Kobayashi, really looked at her, and for a brief moment, he saw the pain in her eyes, the hurt he had caused. Tekashi, please, don't do this, don't give in to the darkness, Kobayashi pleaded. Tekashi hesitated, his hand still poised to strike. For a moment, it seemed like he might come to his senses, that he might spare Kobayashi. But then, something inside him snapped. His eyes turned red, and he let out a blood-curdling scream. He lunged forward, ready to kill Kobayashi. The fight was brutal, with Tekashi's power far outmatching Kobayashi's. She tried to reason with him, to make him see reason, but he was consumed by his bloodlust. In the end, Tekashi delivered the fatal blow. As Kobayashi lay dying on the ground, he stood over her, his eyes cold and empty once again. You were weak, Kobayashi, you never stood a chance, he said, his voice devoid of emotion. As he walked away from her lifeless body, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of sadness. He had loved her once, but now he felt nothing. He was a rogue ninja, a killer, and there was no going back. Tsukasa and the others arrived at the scene, seeing Kobayashi's lifeless body lying on the ground. Tsukasa's eyes widened in shock and horror as he rushed over to her side, cradling her head in his arms. No, Kobayashi, why? Tsukasa whispered, tears streaming down his face. Fujishira and Ayane stood by his side, their expressions mirroring his sorrow. The rest of their friends arrived shortly after and gasped in shock at the sight before them. Sakura quickly checked her pulse, but shook her head in dismay. I'm sorry, she's gone. Tsukasa let out a heart-wrenching cry, holding Kobayashi's lifeless body close to him. Why did this have to happen, why did he have to do this? He muttered through his sobs. The group stood in silence, mourning the loss of their friend. Sasuke and Naruto shared a solemn look. Both understanding the pain that Tsukasa was feeling. Niji and Hinata held onto each other, taking comfort in each other's presence. The rest of the group stood in shock, not knowing what to say or do. Finally, Tsukasa stood up, holding Kobayashi's body in his arms. We need to take her back to the village. He said, his voice breaking. The rest of the group nodded in agreement, solemnly following Tsukasa as they made their way back to the village, their hearts heavy with grief. As Tekashi stood there with a cold, heartless grin on his face, he looked at his former friends, Reina and Rikako. The two girls stood before him, their eyes locked onto Tekashi's, both wary and cautious. You two really don't know what you're missing, Tekashi said, his voice laced with malice. The power, the freedom, the thrill of taking what you want when you want it. Reina and Rikako exchanged glances, unsure of what to do. They knew that Tsukasa and his friends weren't exactly their cup of tea, but they didn't want to throw in their lot with Tekashi either. You're insane, Tekashi, Rikako said, her voice trembling slightly. Insane? No, I'm just smarter than all of you, I see the big picture, while the rest of you are stuck in your little worlds, playing at being heroes. You're wrong, Reina said, her voice firm. We may not always see eye to eye with Tsukasa and the others, but at least they have a sense of honor and loyalty, something you clearly lack. Tekashi's eyes narrowed, and he lunged at the girls, his movements fluid and graceful. Rikako and Reina immediately sprang into action, dodging and weaving as they tried to land a hit on Tekashi. The three of them moved with blinding speed, their movements becoming a blur as they clashed in midair. Sparks flew as metal clashed against metal, and the sound of their battle echoed through the forest. You're both weak, Tekashi taunted, his voice dripping with contempt. You're nothing compared to me. Reina and Rikako gritted their teeth, their eyes blazing with determination. They refused to let Tekashi get the best of them, and they fought with all their might, refusing to give up. But then, Tekashi did something unexpected. He unleashed a powerful jutsu, one that neither Reina nor Rikako had ever seen before. They were caught off guard, and before they knew it, they were both knocked out cold. Well, what's it going to be, ladies? Are you going to join me or not? Rikako and Reina groaned, slowly starting to stir. They exchanged a look, then nodded. Fine, Rikako said, her voice heavy with resignation. We'll join you, but don't expect us to like it. Tekashi just laughed, his eyes gleaming with a fierce intensity. Oh, don't worry, you'll like it just fine. Tekashi arrived at the Akatsuki's hideout, where Pain was waiting for him. The atmosphere was tense, and Tekashi could feel the eyes of the other members on him as he approached their leader. Tekashi, Pain greeted him with a nod. I trust your mission was successful. Yes, Pain-sama, Tekashi replied. I have brought 2 new members to the Akatsuki. Interesting, Pain mused. And who are these new members? Tekashi gestured for Rikako and Reina to step forward. These are the 2 I brought, he said. I forced them to join, but I'll take responsibility for keeping them in line. Pain looked at the two new members with interest. I see, he said. And how do you plan on doing that? Tekashi grinned coldly. By making sure they know that if they step out of line or betray the Akatsuki, they'll meet the same fate as those who have done so before them. Pain nodded slowly. Very well, Tekashi, I trust you will keep them in check. Remember, any weakness in our organization could mean the end of us all. Tekashi bowed his head. Understood, Pain-sama, I will not fail. With that, Pain dismissed Tekashi and the new members, leaving them to settle in at the hideout. Tekashi's mind was already racing with plans to make sure Rikako and Reina remained loyal to the Akatsuki, even if it meant eliminating them himself. He knew he had to be ruthless in order to succeed in his new position, and he was willing to do whatever it took to prove himself. Tekashi and Tobi were assigned to work together, and as they were heading towards their mission location, they ran into Iane, Fujishir, Tenten, and Tsukasa, who were going the opposite way. As soon as they saw each other, Tekashi wasted no time and unleashed a fire-style, majestic destroyer flame towards Tsukasa and his friends. Tsukasa and the others swiftly dodged the attack, but before they could react, Tekashi caught them off guard with a shadow clone barrage combo. Tenten was overwhelmed, and Tekashi took out his katana to finish her off, but Tsukasa shielded her and got stabbed. Fujishir and Iane immediately fought off Tekashi together, but Tekashi laughed, and his bloodlust kicked in. Suddenly, two jonins named Kaz and Goro came around the back, but Tobi asked Tekashi if he could just sit and watch for now. Tekashi unleashed his dojutsu, which was similar to Yom, and used his kenjutsu skill, Iade Way of Iai, on Kaz and Goro, eliminating them in one swift motion. As Tekashi turned around, he was covered in blood, and he licked it off his sword. Tekashi. What have you become? Tekashi turned towards them with a cold expression and replied, I've become what I was meant to be, a killer, and a powerful one at that. Tsukasa, who was wounded but still conscious, looked at Tekashi with a hint of sadness and said, Tekashi, we were friends once, what happened to you? Tekashi looked at Tsukasa and replied with a smirk, I realize that true power can only be achieved through strength, and I will do whatever it takes to obtain it. Fujishir stepped forward and glared at Tekashi, you're a monster, and we won't let you get away with this. Tekashi chuckled and replied, I'm not a monster, I'm just doing what needs to be done to achieve my goals. Tobi, who was still watching from the sidelines, shook his head and muttered to himself, what have I gotten myself into? As the scene ended, the audience could see a flashback of Tekashi and Tsukasa being friends and training together. The other characters started to talk, trying to come up with a plan to stop Tekashi, while Tsukasa was left lying on the ground, wounded and betrayed by his former friend. As Iane and Fujishir were trying to defend themselves from Tekashi's relentless attacks, they suddenly heard a commotion from afar. They could see Naruto and the others running towards them, with Sakura and Karen leading the way. As they got closer, Sakura and Karen quickly assessed the situation and rushed to tend to Tsukasa's wounds. What the hell is wrong with you, Tekashi? We used to be friends, but now you've gone too far. Tekashi sneered at them and replied, I'm sick of this weak and pathetic village, I've found my true calling with the Akatsuki, and I won't let anyone stand in my way. Naruto stepped forward and clenched his fists. You're a traitor, Tekashi, you're not just betraying the village, but you're betraying us, we trusted you, and you've thrown it all away. Tekashi chuckled, trust is just a weakness, Naruto, the only thing that matters is power, and the Akatsuki has plenty of it. Sasuke spoke up, you're nothing but a pawn for the Akatsuki, they'll discard you once they've used you up. Tekashi gritted his teeth, I'm not a pawn, I'm a valuable asset to the Akatsuki, and I won't let anyone stand in my way. As the tension in the air continued to escalate, Iane and Fujishir decided to step in and try to reason with Tekashi. Tekashi, please, this isn't the way, we're your friends, and we don't want to see you go down this path. Friends? You're weaklings who will never understand true power, you're holding me back, and I won't let you interfere any longer. Naruto and the others were ready to fight, but before things could escalate further, Sakura and Karen announced that Tsukasa was stable and would recover with some rest. The group breathed a sigh of relief and turned their attention back to Tekashi. Shikamaru spoke up again, we can't let you get away with this, Tekashi, you betrayed us, and there's no going back. Tekashi smirked, I'm not afraid of you, Shikamaru, you and the rest of the village are nothing compared to the power of the Akatsuki, I'll crush anyone who gets in my way. As the group prepared to fight, Tekashi charged forward with his katana in hand. The group braced themselves for the fight of their lives. Tekashi looked around at the group, feeling bored and restless. He turned to Tobi, his new partner in crime, and asked, are we just going to stand around here, or are we going to get going to our destination? Tobi nodded. Right, we need to eliminate the hidden star village leader, we can't let them get in the way of our plans. You're insane, Tekashi. How could you become so twisted? Fujishiro stepped forward as well, her hand on her sword. We won't let you hurt innocent people, we'll stop you, no matter what. Tekashi just smirked. You guys are so predictable, it's almost boring, he turned to Tobi. Let's go, we have a job to do. Tobi nodded, and the two of them disappeared in a flash of smoke. The others watched them go, feeling helpless and unsure of what to do next. The group sat in silence, their minds still reeling from the intense battle with Tekashi. Tsukasa's wounds had been treated. But the emotional scars of what they had witnessed still lingered. Suddenly, the air around them began to shake with an overwhelming force. It was Tsukasa's chakra, seething with anger and rage. Everyone quickly turned to him, concerned about his well-being. Tenten held him close, trying to calm him down. Naruto stepped forward, his voice gentle but firm. Tsukasa, we're all here for you, you don't have to keep all this anger inside, talk to us, let us help you. Tsukasa took a deep breath and closed his eyes, trying to calm his chakra. When he opened them again, they were filled with tears. I'm sorry, I was so consumed by rage that I forgot what's really important. You guys, you're my family, my true friends, and I will never let anything or anyone break our bond. Ain stepped forward and put a hand on his shoulder. We're all in this together, Tsukasa, we'll always have each other's backs, no matter what. The rest of the group nodded in agreement, a renewed sense of determination on their faces. They had been through a lot, but they knew that they were stronger together. Tsukasa wiped away his tears and gave them all a small smile. Thanks, guys, let's go kick some Akatsuki butt. And with that, they all stood up and continued on their journey, united in their goal and their unbreakable bond. Tsukasa, Hinata, and Naruto landed before Deidara, the Akatsuki member. Deidara mocked them, telling them that his art is like an explosion. Tsukasa was fueled by his rage and unleashed his signature taijutsu attack, copied from Rock Lee, impressing both Hinata and Naruto. The blow finished Deidara off in one swift move, but to their surprise, he got up and began forming clay from his mouth. My art is like an explosion. Deidara yelled as he created a bird out of clay, signaling the start of an intense fight between the three ninja and him. Meanwhile, Sakura, Tenten, and Sasuke faced off against Sasori, Reina, and Rikako. Sasori soon realized that his former teammates had betrayed him and he was outnumbered. The fight ended with Sasori's death at the hands of Reina and Rikako. After both battles, the groups regrouped and realized that they were all in this together, no matter what. The seriousness of the situation was apparent, and the friends knew that they had to stick together to defeat the Akatsuki and protect their village. As Tekashi stood in front of Reina and Rikako, his eyes narrowed as he felt a wave of anger and betrayal wash over him. You two betrayed us, he snarled, unsheathing his katana. I trusted you both. Reina and Rikako stood their ground, their eyes cold and calculating. We did what was necessary for our own goals, Rikako said, her voice dripping with venom. The Akatsuki was never going to help us achieve what we wanted. Tekashi's bloodlust kicked in as he charged forward, swinging his sword with deadly accuracy. Reina and Rikako were fast, dodging and weaving as they tried to land a hit on him. But Tekashi was too skilled, too powerful, and he soon had the upper hand. Die, Tekashi growled, unleashing his crystal Kekkei Genkai Jutsu, Ikazuchi no Kiba. His blade glinted in the moonlight as he struck them both down, their bodies falling to the ground lifelessly. Meanwhile, Tsukasa and Hinata continued to fight Deidara, their movements fluid and coordinated. Tsukasa's rage had given him a newfound strength, and he copied Hinata's Byakugan movements with ease. Naruto watched from the sidelines, knowing that his attacks would only get in the way. As they fought, Tsukasa and Hinata had a moment of bonding, their eyes meeting and a sense of mutual respect passing between them. We're in this together, Hinata said, determination in her voice. Tsukasa nodded, his eyes blazing with a fierce determination. We'll take down Deidara together, he said, and Hinata smiled. The scene was intense, with a lot of dialogue and a sense of impending danger hanging over them all. But they knew that they had to fight, to protect their friends and their village from those who would do them harm. Tekashi made his way back to the Akatsuki headquarters and approached Pain. Tekashi, I have completed the mission you gave me, Pain, I took care of the ones who betrayed us. Pain, very well, Tekashi, your loyalty is appreciated. Meanwhile, Tsukasa, Hinata, and Naruto were fleeing the scene of the battle with Deidara. As they ran, they thought they had defeated him, but suddenly, there was a huge explosion behind them. They turned to see Deidara, who had decided to end his own life by using his explosive clay. Hinata, is everyone okay? Naruto, yeah, we made it out just in time. Tsukasa, that was close, Deidara was stronger than I anticipated. Hinata, you did well, Tsukasa, we all fought together and made it out alive. Naruto, Let's go back and regroup with the others, we have to stop Tekashi and protect the Hidden Star Village. Tsukasa, right, let's go. Before they went to the Hidden Star Village, Tsukasa and the others rushed over to where Reina and Rikako were supposed to be. When they got there, they saw their lifeless bodies lying on the ground. Tenten gasped and covered her mouth in shock. Oh no, what happened to them? She whispered. Tsukasa gritted his teeth, feeling a mix of anger and sorrow. It's Tekashi, he killed them, he said through clenched teeth. Hinata placed a hand on Tsukasa's shoulder, trying to comfort him. We have to stop him, she said softly. Tsukasa nodded. I know, we have to make him see the errors of his ways. Naruto looked around, scanning the area for any signs of Tekashi. Where could he have gone? He asked, looking back at the group. I have a feeling he's gone back to the Hidden Star Village, we need to follow him, Tsukasa said firmly. The group set off, determined to find Tekashi and stop him before he caused any more harm. As they walked, Tsukasa couldn't help but feel a sense of guilt. He felt like he had let Reina and Rikako down, and that he was partly responsible for their deaths. But he knew he had to stay strong and focus on the task at hand. They had to stop Tekashi before he caused any more pain and suffering. Going back to where we are at. The team of 4-leaf shinobi, led by Mayo, was caught off guard by Tekashi's sudden appearance. Mayo swiftly blocked Tekashi's attack and ordered his students to escape while he held off the enemy. Aiane, Tsukasa, Tenten, and Fujishiro soon arrived to provide backup for Mayo. As Tekashi and Fujishiro faced off against each other, attacking with jutsus and taijutsu strikes. Tekashi noticed the other hidden shinobi and called them out to turn the fight into a 1v4. He used his fire style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu to distract them, forcing them to jump upwards. He then used his clone barrage taijutsu attack to slam them down into the ground, leaving them badly beaten. Tekashi approached Tsukasa, who was trying to stand up, and attempted to kill him. However, Fujishiro got in the way and took the fatal blow. She turned to Tsukasa and said, I love you, Tsukasa, see you on the other side. Tsukasa was devastated and angry, and Tekashi's grin only made things worse. In a fit of rage, Tsukasa unleashed one of his Katsurigan jutsus, the Blood Dragon Ascension, on Tekashi, injuring him. Tekashi then retreated into the shadows, leaving Tsukasa to mourn Fujishi's death. As Tsukasa looked down at Fujishi's lifeless body, he screamed in agony, remembering their past moments together. Why, Tekashi? Why did you do this? Tsukasa yelled, tears streaming down his face. Aiane, Tenten, and Mayo approached him, offering their condolences. The scene was a sad one, with dialogues reflecting the sorrow and anger of the characters. Fujishi's death was a major turning point in the story, marking the beginning of Tsukasa's determination to make Tekashi realize his mistakes. Tsukasa was holding Fujishi's lifeless body, hugging her tightly as tears streamed down his face. His friends Aiane, Tenten, and Naruto stood around him, offering comfort and support. Tsu, I'm so sorry, Aiane said, placing a hand on his shoulder. Tenten kneeled beside him, placing a gentle hand on his back. We're all here for you, she said softly. Naruto looked at his friend with a sad expression. I can't imagine how you must be feeling right now, he said. Tsukasa continued to hold Fujishiro, his mind filled with memories of their time together. He remembered their first meeting. When Fujishiro had approached him after a mission and offered him some of her food. He remembered the way she had always been there for him, offering support and encouragement even when he felt like giving up. As he sat there, holding her lifeless body, he felt an overwhelming sense of grief and loss. He knew that he would never be able to forget her, or the sacrifice she had made for him. I'll never forget you, Fujishiro, he whispered, tears streaming down his face. I promise I'll make Tekashi pay for what he's done. His friends offered words of comfort and support as he sat there, lost in his memories of Fujishiro. Though he knew that nothing could bring her back, he found some solace in the fact that he had friends who cared for him and were there for him in his time of need. As Tsukasa held Fujishi's lifeless body, his emotions became too much for him to handle. He collapsed to his knees, hyperventilating and shaking uncontrollably. His friends rushed over to him, trying to comfort him and calm him down. Sakura, Ino, Karen, Senna, Temari, Konan, Kaida, Koharu, Taiku, Rin, Sasuke, Naruto, Niji, Hinata, Hanabi, Sai, Kiba, Shikamaru, Rock Lee, Choji, Shino, and Aiane all gathered around him, trying to help in any way they could. Tsukasa, it's okay, we're here for you, Sakura said, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. You don't have to go through this alone, Ino added, holding his hand. Kiba sat next to him and put an arm around his shoulders. We're all here for you, man, you don't have to hold it in. Tsukasa continued to hyperventilate and cry, his friends surrounding him with their comforting words and presence. Eventually, they decided to rest for the day in a nearby cabin, allowing Tsukasa time to process and grieve for his loss. The group spent the day comforting Tsukasa, sharing stories and memories of Fujishir, and supporting each other through the difficult time. Even though the pain of losing a friend was still raw, they knew they had each other to lean on during this time of grief. As Ayane was walking through the forest, Tekashi suddenly appeared in front of her, blocking her path. Well, if it isn't Ayane, Tekashi said with a smirk. You're the last one left for me to take care of. Ayane immediately went into a fighting stance, ready to defend herself. I won't let you hurt anyone else, she said firmly. The two began to fight fiercely, exchanging blows and jutsus. However, Tekashi was clearly the stronger of the two and soon had Ayane on the defensive. He kicked her in the gut, causing her to double over in pain. As Tekashi raised his hand to finish her off, a sudden gust of wind blew through the trees. Tsukasa had arrived just in time to save Ayane. Tekashi, I won't let you hurt anyone else, Tsukasa declared, as he lunged at his former friend. The two began to fight, their movements fluid and graceful as they clashed with deadly intent. Despite Tsukasa's skills, however, Tekashi was still too strong for him to defeat alone. Tsukasa quickly realized he needed backup and yelled for the others to come help. As the rest of their friends arrived on the scene, Tekashi was momentarily distracted, which gave Tsukasa the opening he needed to kick him into two trees. Ayane, still wounded, was helped to her feet by Sakura and Ino, who tended to her injuries. Meanwhile, the rest of the group surrounded Tekashi, ready to take him down once and for all. Tsukasa stood ready to face Tekashi, his Katsurigan blazing with an intensity that could match Tekashi's lightning chakra mode. Memories of their past together as friends and rivals flashed through Tsukasa's mind, reminding him of the times they had trained together and competed against each other. But now, their friendship was shattered. And Tsukasa had to fight for the sake of everyone else, including the memory of Kobayashi, Fujishir, Reina, and Rikako. Tekashi smirked as he stared down Tsukasa. You've grown strong, Tsukasa, but I'm afraid it's not enough to defeat me. Tsukasa didn't respond, instead choosing to unleash a barrage of black lightning at Tekashi. The dark energy crackled and sizzled as it streaked towards Tekashi, who responded by using lightning release, purple electricity to counter it. The two attacks collided in a deafening explosion of lightning and darkness, and the force of the impact sent shockwaves rippling through the ground. As the smoke cleared, Tsukasa and Tekashi stood, facing each other once again. I won't let you hurt anyone else, Tsukasa growled, his Katsurigan flaring with renewed intensity. Tekashi simply grinned. You talk big, Tsukasa, but you're no match for me. The two charged towards each other, their fists and feet lashing out with deadly speed and precision. Tekashi's lightning-based attacks were countered by Tsukasa's black lightning, and Tsukasa's Katsurigan allowed him to anticipate Tekashi's movements and react accordingly. The fight was fierce and intense, and both combatants were pushed to their limits. But in the end, it was Tsukasa who emerged victorious, his black lightning overwhelming Tekashi's lightning-based attacks. As Tekashi lay defeated on the ground, Tsukasa looked down at him with a mixture of sadness and regret. I'm sorry it had to end this way, Tekashi, but I had to stop you. Tekashi simply smiled up at him. You did what you had to do, Tsukasa, I'm proud of you. With those final words, Tekashi's body went limp, and he passed away. Tsukasa stood there for a moment, his emotions in turmoil. He had defeated his friend and rival, but at what cost? He could only hope that Kobayashi, Fujishir, Reina, and Rikako were looking down on him from the afterlife, proud of what he had accomplished. After the intense battle, Tsukasa and the others believed that Tekashi had perished. They mourned his loss and held a funeral service in his honor, praying that he would find peace in the afterlife. Days turned into weeks and weeks turned into months. And life went on for the group. They continued on with their ninja duties and missions, but the memory of Tekashi lingered in their minds. They couldn't help but wonder if things would have been different if they had been able to save him from the darkness that had consumed him. However, little did they know that Tekashi was alive and well, watching from the shadows. He had faked his death, and had been biding his time, waiting for the right moment to strike. He knew that his former friends and allies would be caught off guard, and he planned to use that to his advantage. As Tsukasa and the others left the gravesite, Tekashi silently emerged from the shadows, watching them with a sinister smile on his face. He knew that he had them right where he wanted them, and he would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. The scene ends with Tekashi walking away, his plans for revenge still burning brightly in his mind. End of arc, filler before we start the next arc. As the sun began to set, Kuratsuchi saw Tsukasa slouching on a bench, his eyes barely open. She approached him, noticing that he looked tired and weak. Tsukasa-kun, are you okay? She asked with concern in her voice. Tsukasa looked up at her, his eyes barely open. I'm fine, just a little tired, he replied weakly. Let me take care of you then, Kuratsuchi said as she sat down next to him. Come with me. She gently took his hand and led him to her room, where she let him rest on her bed. Kuratsuchi sat beside him, brushing his hair away from his face. Tsukasa felt safe and comforted, and soon drifted off to sleep. In the middle of the night, Tsukasa stirred and opened his eyes to see Kuratsuchi sitting beside him, watching him sleep. She leaned in and placed a gentle kiss on his cheek before getting up and leaving the room, leaving Tsukasa to fall back asleep with a small smile on his face. The next morning, Tsukasa woke up feeling much better. He thanked Kuratsuchi for letting him stay with her and for taking care of him. She smiled at him and said, anytime, Tsukasa-kun, you're always welcome in my room. As they parted ways, Tsukasa couldn't help but feel a bit flustered from the kiss Kuratsuchi gave him. He knew he had feelings for her, but he wasn't sure if she felt the same way. Nonetheless, he was grateful for her kindness and hoped to spend more time with her in the future. End of filler and end of arc as a whole. Chapter 14. After the events of the bout between friends arc. As Tsukasa walked through the village, he spotted Tenten and called out to her. She turned around and smiled when she saw him. Hey, Tsukasa. What's up? Nothing much, just wanted to see if you wanted to hang out for a bit, Tsukasa replied. Sure, that sounds like fun, Tenten said, as they began walking together. As they walked around the village, they talked about various things, including their respective weapons and jutsu. Meanwhile, the girls, including Sakura, Ino, Karen, Sena, Temari, Konan, Kaida, Koharu, Taiku, Rin, Kuratsuchi, and Iane, watched from a distance, peeking around corners and ducking behind buildings. I can't believe Tenten is hanging out with Tsukasa like that. Sakura said, her face flushed with jealousy. I know, right? She knows I have feelings for him. The other girls nodded in agreement, all feeling a pang of jealousy in their hearts. However, they continued to watch as Tsukasa and Tenten talked and laughed together, clearly enjoying each other's company. As the sun began to set, Tsukasa and Tenten said their goodbyes and went their separate ways. The girls breathed a sigh of relief, glad that their crush on Tsukasa hadn't gone too far. Let's not tell anyone about this, Karen said, speaking for the group. Agreed, Sakura said, still feeling a little upset. The girls dispersed, each going their separate ways as well, with thoughts of Tsukasa still lingering in their minds. The scene begins with Tsukasa sound asleep, tossing and turning. Suddenly, he jolts awake, panting heavily with sweat pouring down his face. He had just had a terrible nightmare where his deceased loved ones and friends were being killed one by Tekashi. Tears stream down his face as he remembers the nightmare, realizing it was all just a dream. Tsukasa takes a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. He looks around and sees all of his friends sound asleep, snoring quietly. He couldn't believe how real the nightmare felt, and he was still shaking from the experience. He sits up in bed and looks out the window, hoping to distract himself. As he stares out into the dark sky, he begins to have flashbacks of Fujishiro, Kobayashi, Reina, and Rikako. He remembers the happy times they shared, but then the memories turn dark as he remembers their deaths. He grips the sheets tightly, feeling a surge of pain and sadness. Tsukasa suddenly feels a soft hand on his shoulder, and he turns to see Kuratsuchi looking at him with concern. She tells him it's okay and to talk to her if he needs anything. Tsukasa nods and takes a deep breath, trying to steady his breathing. As he lies back down, he sees his friends still sleeping peacefully, and he hopes that they'll never have to experience the pain he went through in his nightmare. He closes his eyes, hoping to get some rest before the day ahead. As the dust settled from the destruction wrought upon the waterfall village, Tekashi stood amidst the ruins with a sinister smirk on his face. The Takakage lay lifeless at his feet, a cruel testament to Tekashi's power and his utter lack of mercy. Kane and Nori, the two Akatsuki members who had aided Tekashi in his destruction, trembled in fear as they watched their leader revel in his triumph. They knew that they were mere pawns in his game, and that their usefulness to him had come to an end. Please, Tekashi-sama, Kane pleaded, falling to his knees. Have mercy on us, we did everything you asked of us. Tekashi glared down at the pathetic figure of Kane, a look of disgust on his face. Mercy is a luxury I cannot afford, he spat. You and Nori are dead weight to me now, if you become a hindrance to my plans again, I will not hesitate to end your lives in the quickest, most painless way possible. Nori cowered behind Kane, his eyes wide with terror. He knew that Tekashi was not one to make idle threats, and the thought of facing his wrath again was almost too much to bear. With a final glare at the two Akatsuki members, Tekashi turned and disappeared into the shadows, leaving behind a devastated village and a trail of destruction in his wake. Tsukasa, Ayane, and Tenten arrived at the destroyed hidden waterfall village. Shocked by the sight of the dead bodies littering the ground, they approached the last remaining shinobi, who introduced themselves as Chino, a member of the Chinoike clan like Tsukasa. Chino explained that the village was attacked by someone named Tekashi and 2 other shinobi from the Akatsuki. Tsukasa felt a sense of unease and anger rise within him. He knew that Tekashi was a dangerous and unpredictable opponent. And he feared for what could happen if he continued to wreak havoc on the shinobi world. Ayane and Tenten were equally disturbed by the destruction they saw and the senseless loss of life. Chino led them to the village's central plaza, where they found a message left behind by Tekashi. It read, "This is only the beginning, I will destroy all of the hidden villages and create a new world order." Tsukasa clenched his fists in anger at the audacity of Tekashi's words. Chino then revealed that she had been sent by the Chinoike clan to help them stop Tekashi and the Akatsuki. Tsukasa felt a sense of relief knowing that he had another ally in the fight against his former friend and rival. Together, they resolved to stop Tekashi's plan and protect the peace of the shinobi world. The scene starts with Ayane, Tsukasa, Tenten, and Chino arriving at the destroyed hidden waterfall village. As they walked through the village, they saw countless dead bodies on the ground. Suddenly, a lone surviving shinobi emerged from the rubble. The shinobi introduced herself as Chino, and she revealed that she was also a member of the Chinoike clan, just like Tsukasa. As they talked, the group heard footsteps approaching, and Tekashi appeared with Kane and Nori, the 2 Akatsuki members working for him. Tekashi approached the group and taunted Tsukasa, saying that he was disappointed to see him still alive. Without warning, he went after Tsukasa and Tenten, while Kane and Nori went after Ayane and Chino. Chino quickly revealed her Katsurigan and used it to overwhelm Kane, while Ayane struggled against Nori. Remembering Tsukasa's teachings, Ayane copied his combo taijutsu and used it to defeat Nori, knocking him out. Meanwhile, Tekashi easily overpowered Tenten, leaving her badly injured. He then turned his attention back to Tsukasa and charged at him with his katana. Ready to kill him. Chino tried to block the attack, but she was no match for Tekashi, and he pierced her chest with the katana. Tsukasa watched in horror as Chino fell to the ground, dead. Tekashi grinned at Tsukasa's despair and threw Chino's lifeless body into a nearby tree. He then turned to Kane and Nori, who had become deadweight, and quickly sliced them into pieces with his katana. Tsukasa activated his Katsurigan, notifying Chino that she wasn't the last Chinoike alive. He mourned Chino's death and vowed to avenge her by defeating Tekashi. The 3 remaining shinobi then dashed off to find Tekashi, with the weight of their losses heavy on their hearts. As they ran, Tenten struggled to keep up due to her injuries. Ayane and Tsukasa supported her, helping her to keep moving forward despite the pain. They knew that their journey would be a difficult one, but they were determined to see it through to the end. Tsukasa spotted Sakura, Ino, Karen, and Hinata nearby and immediately approached them with Tenten in his arms, who was severely injured. "Sakura, Karen, please help Tenten," Tsukasa said urgently, his eyes full of worry. Without hesitation, Sakura and Karen rushed over to examine Tenten's injuries, while Ino and Hinata stayed back with Tsukasa. Hinata's hair was a bit disheveled, so Tsukasa crouched down and gently fixed it for her. "You always look beautiful, Hinata," he said with a small smile. Hinata blushed a bit at the compliment, but she also felt comforted by Tsukasa's caring nature. She and Tsukasa had developed a sibling-like bond, and she was grateful to have him as a friend. Once Tenten had been tended to, Tsukasa explained the situation with Tekashi to the group. "He's a dangerous shinobi, and he's already destroyed the hidden waterfall village, we need to stop him before he causes more harm," Tsukasa said, his expression serious. The girls listened attentively, realizing the gravity of the situation. They knew that they needed to help Tsukasa in any way they could. "We'll do whatever it takes to stop him," Sakura said determinedly. Hinata nodded in agreement. "We're all here for you, Tsukasa, we'll work together to protect our friends and our village," she said, a fierce determination in her voice. Tsukasa smiled at them gratefully, feeling a sense of relief that he wasn't alone in this fight. He knew that with the support of his friends, they could take down Tekashi and put an end to his destructive plans. Ayane stood before Tekashi, pointing her weapon at him. "You were my friend, then after you killed Fujishir, I didn't want Tsukasa to get upset, so I'll get my revenge for Fujishi's sake," she said firmly. Tekashi smirked. "You think you can beat me alone, Ayane? You're just a weak little girl." He quickly created a clone and disappeared, reappearing behind Ayane and striking her with his sword. The fight between Ayane and Tekashi became a furious taijutsu battle, both of them wielding their swords with deadly precision. Tsukasa and the others heard the commotion and rushed to where Ayane had gone. Ayane used her last resort kenjutsu attack, Kumori Kenjiri, on Tekashi, breaking her blade in the process. But Tekashi was not done yet. He used a medical jutsu called Chakra Scalpel, immobilizing Iain. Tekashi's eyes became bloodshot as he took out his katana. "You'll meet your friend Fujishiro in a quick second," he growled, infusing Chidori with his blade and striking Iain in the chest. Iain thought about her friends and thanked Tsukasa for being there for her. She saw nothing but darkness as she flashed back to her depressing childhood, the friends she had, and meeting Tsukasa and Fujishiro. Her last words were, "Fujishiro, I'm sorry I failed you, but at least we can see each other again." Tsukasa arrived where Iain lay with the others and collapsed on the ground. He was both enraged and devastated at the sight of Iain's lifeless body. "How could you do this, Tekashi?" he yelled, tears streaming down his face. "I'll make you pay for what you've done." The others could only look on in shock and horror as Tsukasa mourned the loss of his friend. Tekashi approached Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki, in the dark and eerie hideout where the organization was based. "Leader, I have a proposal," Tekashi said, bowing respectfully to Pain. "Speak," Pain replied, his voice monotone and emotionless. "I propose the creation of a new division within the Akatsuki, with me as the leader," Tekashi said confidently. Pain raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "And what would this new division do?" "We would focus on intelligence gathering and espionage, as well as targeted assassinations of high-value targets. We would operate independently from the other divisions and report directly to you, leader," Tekashi explained. Pain considered the proposal for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Very well, you may proceed with the creation of this new division. Choose your members carefully and report any findings directly to me." Tekashi bowed deeply. "Thank you, leader, I will not disappoint you." As Tekashi turned to leave, Pain spoke once more. "Choose your supporter carefully as well, she must be skilled and trustworthy." Tekashi nodded, already having someone in mind. "Yes, leader, I already have the perfect supporter in mind. Her name is Delta, a rogue kunoichi from the hidden sand village." Pain nodded in approval. "Very well, you may begin your preparations." Tekashi left the hideout, a sense of excitement and power surging through him. He couldn't wait to start his new division and prove himself to the leader of the Akatsuki. As he walked away, the words of the new division's name echoed in his mind, the Phantom Division. End of Arc, Chapter 15. Tsukasa met up with Tenten, Hinata, and Hanabi at a local park. The sun was shining and there was a cool breeze blowing. They decided to spend the day together, just hanging out and having fun. Tenten brought some weapons to practice with, and Tsukasa showed them some of his own techniques with his Kitsurigan. Hinata and Hanabi were fascinated by his abilities, and they asked him to show them some more. Tsukasa happily obliged, demonstrating his skills with weapons and taijutsu. Tenten joined in, showing them some of her own impressive skills with weapons. The four of them spent hours practicing and training, each learning from one another. Afterwards, they decided to grab some food from a nearby restaurant. They talked and laughed over their meal, enjoying each other's company. Tsukasa was grateful for their friendship and felt happy to have such kind and supportive friends. As the sun began to set, they said their goodbyes and parted ways. Tsukasa walked home, feeling content and happy after spending such a fun and enjoyable day with his friends. As Tsukasa was walking around Konoha, he noticed Shizun struggling to carry a large box. "Do you need help with that?" he asked, approaching her. Shizun was grateful for Tsukasa's offer and handed the box over to him. "Thank you so much, Tsukasa, Lady Tsunade will be pleased that this arrived on time," she said. Tsukasa smiled and nodded. "No problem, happy to help," he replied. As they arrived at Lady Tsunade's office, Tsukasa handed over the box to Shizun, who then brought it inside. Tsunade noticed Tsukasa and called him over. "Tsukasa, good to see you," she said, patting him on the head. "You're always willing to lend a helping hand, just like your father." Tsukasa smiled, feeling a warmth in his chest from her words. "Thank you, Lady Tsunade, it means a lot coming from you." Shizun also gave Tsukasa a pat on the head and thanked him for his assistance. Tsukasa felt grateful for their appreciation. After a short conversation with Tsunade and Shizun, they could see that Tsukasa was still dealing with the aftermath of his loss. They gave him some advice on how to cope with his feelings and told him that he was not alone. Tsunade hugged Tsukasa and Shizun followed suit, both showing their support for him. Tsukasa felt a sense of comfort from their embrace and knew that he could always turn to them for help. As he left Lady Tsunade's office, he felt grateful for the two women who had shown him kindness and understanding. As Tekashi and the Phantom Division received their new mission from Pain, they swiftly moved to carry it out. They knew the traitors, Ken and Lucas, needed to be eliminated for the sake of the organization. They located the two men quickly and engaged them in battle. The Phantom Division fought Ken and Lucas with all their might. They were quick and efficient in their movements, their skills honed from their years of training. Ken and Lucas were no match for them, and they soon found themselves being tied up and unable to move. Tekashi approached them with a calm and collected demeanor, his crystal release Kekai Gekii already active. He knew that this would be the end for Ken and Lucas, and he would not let them get away with their treachery. Without a moment's hesitation, Tekashi struck them with his Kekai Gekii. The two traitors were instantly immobilized, their bodies encased in a crystalline structure that left them unable to move or even breathe. Tekashi's attack had ended their lives quickly and efficiently. The Phantom Division moved out of the way, leaving Tekashi to complete his task. With a swift motion, he shattered the crystalline structure, and Ken and Lucas were no more. The mission had been carried out, and Pain's orders had been fulfilled. Tekashi turned to his team, nodding his approval at their performance. He knew that they had all played a crucial role in completing the mission, and he was proud of them. He gave the signal to move out, and they vanished into the shadows, ready for their next task. The scene opens with Jiraiya standing in front of the 6 paths of Pain, preparing for battle. Pain speaks, his voice echoing through the battlefield. Pain, Jiraiya, you are a powerful ninja, but you are no match for the 6 paths of Pain. Jiraiya, we'll see about that. Jiraiya charges forward, launching a flurry of attacks at the 6 paths of Pain. But Pain easily deflects each blow, moving with lightning-fast speed. Jiraiya realizes that he is in trouble and tries to retreat, but the 6 paths of Pain move even faster, surrounding him on all sides. Jiraiya, this isn't good, I need to take them out one at a time. Jiraiya begins to fight back with all his might, using his most powerful jutsu against the 6 paths of Pain. But they keep coming, relentless and unyielding. Finally, Jiraiya is overwhelmed and falls to the ground, exhausted and defeated. Pain, it is over, you fought bravely, but in the end, you were no match for us. As the 6 paths of Pain turn to leave, Jiraiya uses the last of his strength to write a message in code on a scrap of paper. He entrusts it to one of the sage toads, instructing it to deliver the message to Tsunade and the others. Jiraiya, take this to the Hidden Leaf Village, they need to know about the leader of the Akatsuki. The sage toads quickly make their retreat, leaving the battlefield and heading back to the Hidden Leaf Village with Jiraiya's message. The atmosphere in the Hokage's office was tense as the sage toads delivered the news of Jiraiya's death to Tsunade, Kakashi, Tsukasa, Naruto, Sasuke, Sai, and Sakura. Tsunade's eyes welled up with tears as she tried to process the loss of her dear friend. Kakashi stood silently, his face showing the pain he felt inside. Tsukasa's face was also solemn, but he remained composed. Naruto, on the other hand, was visibly upset. His fists clenched tightly as he struggled to hold back his tears. Why did he have to die like that? Naruto asked, his voice trembling with emotion. Why couldn't I have been there to save him? Tsukasa placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder, trying to calm him down. Naruto, Jiraiya was a great shinobi, he knew the risks of his mission and he chose to go anyway, we should honor his sacrifice. Naruto's eyes were filled with tears, but he nodded silently, understanding what Tsukasa was saying. The memory of Jiraiya's teachings and his time with him flooded Naruto's mind, and he couldn't hold back the tears any longer. Tsunade spoke up, we have to focus on the mission Jiraiya gave his life for, we need to find out who the leader of the Akatsuki is and put a stop to their plans, we owe it to Jiraiya. Kakashi nodded in agreement, yes, we can't let Jiraiya's sacrifice be in vain, we need to act quickly and decisively. The group exchanged a solemn nod, and they left the office, each lost in their own thoughts and emotions. The memory of Jiraiya would linger with them for a long time to come. After receiving the news about Jiraiya's death, Tsunade, Kakashi, Tsukasa, Naruto, Sasuke, Sai, and Sakura decided to make a plan to take down Pain and the Akatsuki. Tsukasa suggested that they investigate the origins of Pain and the Akatsuki, and see if they could find any weaknesses. They split up to gather information and prepare for the upcoming battle. Tsukasa went to his family's old home in the abandoned village. Hoping to find some clues about his clan's past and any connections they might have had to the Akatsuki. There, he discovered a hidden underground laboratory that his ancestors had used for research on their Kekii Genkai. While searching through the laboratory, Tsukasa found a secret room with an ancient scroll that contained a forbidden jutsu. He hesitated for a moment before deciding to take the scroll with him, hoping that he could use its power to help his friends in the battle against Pain. Meanwhile, Naruto, with the help of his sage mode, discovered Pain's location and gathered his allies to confront him. They engaged in a brutal battle with the 6 paths of Pain, during which Tsukasa used the forbidden jutsu from the scroll to unleash a powerful attack that severely weakened Pain's defenses. In the end, Naruto and the others were able to defeat Pain, and Tsukasa's forbidden jutsu proved to be a crucial factor in their victory. However, the battle had taken a toll on everyone, and they mourned the loss of Jiraiya and the other casualties of the war. After the battle, Tsukasa decided to stay in the Hidden Leaf Village and use his knowledge to help his friends and protect the village. He was welcomed as a hero by the people and became an important figure in the rebuilding process after the war. As for the Akatsuki, their plan was thwarted, and their remaining members went into hiding. However, Tsukasa suspected that they would be back, and he continued to train and prepare for the next inevitable battle. End of arc, Chapter 16. Tekashi paced back and forth in his hideout, fuming with anger. He had just received word that Pain had been defeated by Tsukasa and his friends. The news made him see red, and he knew what he had to do. Phantom Division, listen up. Tekashi barked, addressing his loyal followers. We have just received word that our leader, Pain, has been defeated by the Hidden Leaf and their allies. This is unacceptable. We will not rest until we have destroyed them all. The members of the Phantom Division nodded in agreement, ready to carry out their leader's orders. Tekashi-sama, I will support you no matter what, Delta said, stepping forward and placing a hand on his shoulder. I love you, and I believe in your cause. Tekashi turned to her, a small smile forming on his face. Thank you, Delta, your support means everything to me. The two shared a brief moment of intimacy before Tekashi resumed his furious pacing. Phantom Division, prepare for battle, we will show the Hidden Leaf and their allies what it means to cross the Akatsuki. The members of the Phantom Division cheered, their hearts filled with a burning desire for revenge. They readied their weapons and began to make their way towards the Hidden Leaf Village, ready to unleash their wrath upon their enemies. Tsunade, Team Samui has brought us important intel from the Hidden Cloud Village. The Reikage has requested our assistance in dealing with a dangerous organization called the Akatsuki, specifically a group known as the Phantom Division. The Phantom Division? I've never heard of them before. Sakura, neither have I, but it sounds like they could be a serious threat. Tsunade, that's why I'm splitting you all into groups of 3, you will work together to gather more information on the Phantom Division and report back to us. Here are your assignments. Tsunade hands out slips of paper to each team, and they quickly form their groups. I'm with Hinata and Sai. Alright, let's go kick some Akatsuki butt. Sasuke, I'll be with Karen and F, we'll handle this mission efficiently. Conan, I'm with Taiku and Rin, let's make sure we gather all the information we can. Tsukasa, I'm with Ino and Tenten, we'll do our best to uncover any leads on the Phantom Division. Tsunade, remember, this is a dangerous mission, be careful out there and report back as soon as possible, dismissed. As Tsukasa, Ino, and Tenten were scouring the area for any leads on the Phantom Division, they suddenly heard the sound of battle in the distance. Naruto, Hinata, and Sai were tracking the Phantom Division from a distance, while Conan, Rin, and Taiku were using their jutsu to try and detect them, but nothing seemed to be working. All of a sudden, 3 Phantom Division members appeared in front of Sasuke, Karen, and F. The 3 of them prepared to strike, but Karen and F managed to fend them off with their taijutsu. Sasuke then stepped in and used his Chidori to defeat the 3 Phantom Division members. However, as Sasuke was about to question them about the whereabouts of the Phantom Division, the curse mark on his neck suddenly began to form, causing him immense pain. The 3 members, realizing they were defeated, used the last of their strength to tell Sasuke about a secret hideout of the Phantom Division before succumbing to their wounds. As Tekashi and Delta continued their rampage through the Hidden Sound Village, Tsukasa, Tenten, and Ino arrived at the scene. They quickly spotted the 2 figures and the devastation they were causing. Tsukasa activated his Katsurigan and surveyed the area for any signs of the Phantom Division. Suddenly, they heard a scream coming from one of the nearby buildings. They rushed over to the source of the noise and found Tayuya, a former member of Orochimaru Sound 4, being held captive by 2 members of the Phantom Division. The 2 members were about to deliver the final blow when Tsukasa intervened, blocking the attack with his own blade. Tayuya, are you okay? Tsukasa asked as he helped her to her feet. Tayuya blushed, grateful for the assistance. Yeah, thanks to you. Tekashi and Delta turned their attention to the newcomers and charged at them. Their eyes filled with fury. The 2 sides clashed in a fierce battle. Tekashi's crystalline jutsu proved to be a formidable opponent, but Tsukasa's Katsurigan allowed him to see through the Phantom Division leader's attacks. In the midst of the chaos, Tekashi managed to get past Tsukasa and headed straight towards Tayuya. Tsukasa quickly reacted and intercepted the attack, but not before getting slashed in the cheek. Tayuya, go. We'll handle this. Tayuya hesitated for a moment, watching the battle unfold, but ultimately decided to make a run for it. Tsukasa continued to fight fiercely, determined to protect his friends and put a stop to the Phantom Division's reign of terror. The battle raged on, with Tekashi unleashing his devastating red lightning release. Tsukasa and his friends fought fiercely, utilizing all of their skills and abilities to counter Tekashi's attacks. As the battle continued, Laika continued to wreak havoc, taking on multiple opponents at once and emerging victorious each time. The allied shinobi were starting to become overwhelmed, and it seemed as if Tekashi and his forces might emerge victorious. Just when all hope seemed lost, a figure appeared on the battlefield, a man with long, silver hair and a single Sharingan eye. It was Kakashi Hatake, the legendary ninja of the Hidden Leaf Village. Kakashi had been tracking the Phantom Division's movements and had arrived just in time to turn the tide of the battle. With his expertise in the Sharingan and lightning-style jutsu, Kakashi was able to hold his own against Tekashi and even gain the upper hand. Meanwhile, Tsukasa and his friends had regrouped and were fighting in sync, utilizing their unique abilities to create powerful combinations. Ino used her mind control jutsu to manipulate the movements of the Phantom Division's members, while Tenten launched a barrage of weapons at them from afar. Tsukasa continued to use his black lightning and Ketsurigan together, striking with deadly precision. As the battle continued, the allied shinobi were starting to gain the upper hand. The Phantom Division's members were starting to fall one by one, and Tekashi was becoming increasingly desperate. Finally, with a fierce roar, Tekashi unleashed a massive blast of red lightning release, causing the ground to shake and sending shockwaves throughout the battlefield. But Tsukasa stood firm, determined to protect his friends and defeat Tekashi once and for all. With a final surge of strength, Tsukasa unleashed his most powerful jutsu yet, a combination of black lightning and Ketsurigan that was strong enough to counter Tekashi's red lightning release. The two jutsu clashed, sending sparks flying in every direction. When the smoke cleared, Tekashi was lying on the ground, defeated. Delta had fled the battlefield, and the other Phantom Division members had either been defeated or retreated. Tsukasa and his friends stood victorious, exhausted but proud of their accomplishments. As they made their way back to the Hidden Leaf Village, they knew that they had saved countless lives and proven themselves as true heroes of the shinobi world. As the dust settled on the battlefield, the allied shinobi from the different villages looked around in confusion. They had just defeated Tekashi and Laika, or so they thought. But as they looked closer, they realized that the two Akatsuki outers had disappeared without a trace. Tsukasa gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it, they got away. Sakura walked over to him and placed a hand on his shoulder. It's okay, Tsukasa, we'll catch them next time. Tsukasa nodded, but he couldn't shake off the feeling of defeat. He had been so close to taking down Tekashi and ending the Phantom Division once and for all. But now, they had slipped through their fingers. Meanwhile, Tekashi and Laika were grinning as they watched the chaos from afar. They fell for it, Tekashi said. They really thought those were our real bodies. Laika chuckled. We're too good for them. Tekashi nodded. We'll lie low for a while and then strike when they least expect it. Laika smiled. Sounds like a plan. And with that, they disappeared into the shadows, ready to plan their next move. As Tekashi, Delta, and Laika stood at the edge of the pit, Haiden struggled to escape, but his efforts were futile. Laika grinned wickedly as she raised her hand and began to draw out Haiden's life force. Haiden screamed in agony as he felt his life slipping away, and his body began to wither and age rapidly. Tekashi watched with a satisfied smile as Haiden's body collapsed into a heap on the ground. Well done, Laika, he said, his voice filled with admiration. You have truly proven your worth to the Phantom Division. Delta nodded in agreement, her eyes shining with excitement. We're going to take down the Hidden Leaf and all of their allies, she said, her voice filled with malice. No one can stop us now. Laika grinned eagerly, her eyes glowing with a fierce intensity. I'm ready for anything, she said, her voice ringing with confidence. Let's show them what we're made of. With those words, the three of them turned and disappeared into the shadows, leaving behind a trail of destruction and chaos. The Phantom Division was stronger than ever, and nothing would stand in their way. As Tekashi, Delta, and Laika found themselves surrounded by Tsukasa and his friends, the tension in the air was palpable. The two sides eyed each other warily, ready for anything. Without warning, Tsukasa launched himself at Tekashi, and the two engaged in an intense taijutsu fight. Tsukasa was quick and agile, but Tekashi's strength and speed were unmatched. Meanwhile, Laika began to pick off some of Tsukasa's friends, leaving only a handful left standing. Delta saw an opportunity to strike and lunged at Naruto, aiming to end his life. But Rin got in the way, taking the fatal blow instead. Taiku was furious at the sight of her fallen comrade and attacked Delta with all her might. But in her rage, she was reckless and was ultimately killed by Delta as well. Tsukasa watched in horror as his friends, Rin and Taiku, were killed before his eyes. His grief and anger surged within him, and he closed his eyes to focus. He then tapped into his Snake Sage powers and unleashed his Ketsurigan Jutsu, exploding human technique on Laika and Delta. The two imploded in a violent explosion, and the ground shook beneath their feet. Tsukasa was left standing amidst the rubble, his chakra spent and his body exhausted. He couldn't help but feel a profound sadness for his fallen friends, but he knew that he had done what he had to do to protect them and honor their memory. The scene was a somber one, filled with intense emotion and raw power. The loss of life was tragic, but Tsukasa's heroism was a beacon of light in the darkness. Tekashi was caught off guard by the sudden chakra burst that emanated from Tsukasa. He immediately stopped his attack and backed away, trying to assess the situation. What the hell was that? Tekashi muttered under his breath, his eyes focused on Tsukasa. Tsukasa stood there, panting heavily, his body covered in sweat. His eyes were closed, and he was clearly in a state of exhaustion. "Tsukasa, are you alright?" Tenten asked, moving closer to him. Tsukasa slowly opened his eyes, looking at his friends. "I'm fine," he said weakly. "I just used a powerful jutsu that drained most of my chakra." Tekashi's eyes narrowed. "What kind of jutsu was that?" "It's a Katsurigan jutsu," Tsukasa replied, still catching his breath. "I used the exploding human technique to defeat Laika and Delta." Tekashi gritted his teeth, his fists clenched. "You killed them," he said through gritted teeth. "You'll pay for that, Tsukasa." Tsukasa stood his ground, ready to face Tekashi once again. "I'm ready for you," he said, his voice filled with determination. The two opponents stared at each other, a sense of tension building between them. The battle was far from over, and the outcome was still uncertain. As Tekashi was about to strike Tenten with his katana, Tsukasa's chakra burst startled him, causing him to hesitate for a moment. This gave Tsukasa the opportunity to quickly intervene and use the shadow of the dancing leaf to kick Tekashi into the air. Tsukasa then followed up with another taijutsu attack, Konoha Shofu Leaf Rising Wind, sending Tekashi flying into a nearby tree. Tekashi tried to get back up, but he was visibly shaken from the attack. He looked up at Tsukasa, his eyes filled with anger and frustration. "You're just a mere human," Tekashi spat. "How dare you try to stand in my way?" Tsukasa remained calm, his eyes focused on Tekashi. "I may be human, but I'm not weak," he replied. "And I won't let you hurt my friends." Tekashi growled and charged at Tsukasa with his katana, but Tsukasa was ready for him. He dodged Tekashi's attack with ease and landed a solid punch to his stomach. Tekashi stumbled back, but quickly regained his composure and swung his katana again. The two continued their intense taijutsu battle, exchanging blows and dodging attacks. Tsukasa's movements were fluid and precise, while Tekashi's were more wild and aggressive. As they fought, Tsukasa noticed that Tekashi's movements were becoming slower and more predictable. It was clear that Tekashi was starting to tire. Tsukasa saw an opportunity and struck Tekashi with a series of powerful kicks, sending him flying back into a nearby tree. Tekashi slumped to the ground, unconscious. Tsukasa walked over to Tekashi and retrieved his katana. He looked down at the fallen Akatsuki member, his expression softening slightly. "You may have been strong, but you were using your strength for the wrong reasons," Tsukasa said quietly. "I hope you find peace in the next life." With that, Tsukasa turned and walked back to his friends, ready to continue their journey. As Tsukasa turned around, he realized that the Tekashi he had just defeated was nothing but a mere clone. He looked up to see the real Tekashi standing by the tree, smirking at him. Tsukasa gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. He knew that this was it, the final battle between him and Tekashi. Without uttering a single word, they both dashed towards the Valley of the End, leaving behind the rest of their friends. As they ran, Tsukasa couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions. He was both scared and excited, nervous and determined. This was the moment he had been waiting for, the chance to finally put an end to Tekashi's evil plans. When they arrived at the Valley of the End, they both stopped and faced each other, their eyes locked in a fierce stare. Tsukasa knew that this would be the toughest fight of his life, but he was ready. "Let's finish this," Tekashi said, his voice cold and calculating. Tsukasa simply nodded, his eyes blazing with determination. With that, they both charged at each other, ready to fight until the bitter end. The fight between Tekashi and Tsukasa was intense, with both of them using all their abilities to overpower the other. They fought as children, as teens, and as enemies, with every strike and counterattack carrying the weight of their complicated history. Tekashi was driven by his anger, fueled by the memory of all those he had lost because of his own selfishness. He swung his sword with ferocity, determined to end Tsukasa and prove his own superiority. But Tsukasa was equally determined, fueled by a sense of justice and a desire to protect those he loved. Their final clash was devastating, with lightning and crystal shattering the very earth around them. But in the end, it was Tsukasa who emerged victorious. He landed the final blow on Tekashi, sending him crashing to the ground. As Tekashi lay dying, Tsukasa stood over him, his eyes filled with a mixture of sadness and resolve. "I'm sorry, my friend," he said. But for the sake of everyone you've hurt, I have to end this. And with those words, Tsukasa unleashed the full power of his Kitsurigen, engulfing Tekashi in a genjutsu that would bring an end to his life. As Tekashi breathed his last, the Akatsuki and Phantom Division were no more, their legacy forever tied to the tragedy of their actions. Tsukasa stood there for a moment, looking down at the fallen figure of his former friend. Then he closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and turned to leave. It was time to move on, to start the next chapter of his life and honor the memory of those he had lost. After the intense battle with Tekashi, Tsukasa felt his arm grow numb. And he stumbled to the ground. Tenten and the others rushed to his aid, catching him before he hit the ground. They helped him to the nearest medical facility in the Hidden Leaf Village, where he was examined by the best medical ninja. The examination revealed that Tsukasa had suffered severe chakra depletion from the intense battle, and he needed immediate medical attention. The medical ninja rushed to stabilize him and began the treatment, while Tenten and the others waited anxiously outside. After several hours of waiting, the medical ninja emerged from the room, signaling that Tsukasa was stabilized but needed to be monitored closely for the next few days. Tenten and the others breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that their friend was going to be okay. As they made their way back to their respective homes, Tenten and the others discussed the events of the battle and how they could have lost their lives. They agreed that they needed to train harder and become stronger to protect their village and loved ones. Tsukasa was discharged from the hospital a few days later and was greeted by his friends, who were happy to see him back on his feet. They spent the next few weeks recovering and training, determined to become stronger and better prepared for whatever challenges awaited them in the future. End of Arc, Chapter 17. Chapter 18. The screen fades in to show a bustling street in the Hidden Leaf Village. People are going about their day, merchants are selling their goods, and ninja are hurrying off to missions. Suddenly, the camera focuses on a figure walking down the street. It's Tsukasa, but he looks different now. His hair is shorter and styled in a spiky fashion, and he's wearing a red and black outfit that looks like it could have come from the Chinoike clan. He walks with purpose, his eyes scanning the surroundings as if he's looking for something or someone. As he walks, people look at him with curiosity and whispers can be heard in the background. Who is that? He looks like a ninja from the Chinoike clan. Why is he wearing that outfit? The camera then cuts to Tsukasa's face, which is now more serious and determined than before. He looks like he's been through a lot in the past 2 years. As he continues walking down the street, he suddenly stops in front of a building. It's the hospital, and he looks up at it with a mix of emotions. Memories of the past flood back into his mind. He takes a deep breath and then walks into the building, disappearing from view as the scene ends. The camera fades in to show Tsukasa walking down the streets of the Hidden Leaf Village. His hair was styled in a sleek, short cut. And he wore an outfit that resembled that of a Chinoike clan member. He looked around, taking in the sights and sounds of the bustling village, a small smile playing on his lips. As he turned a corner, he bumped into Tenten, who was carrying a stack of boxes. The boxes flew out of her arms and scattered all over the ground. Oh, sorry Tenten. Tsukasa quickly apologized as he bent down to help her pick up the boxes. It's okay, Tsukasa, Tenten replied, a small blush creeping up on her cheeks as their hands touched. After they finished picking up the boxes, they stood up and looked at each other, both feeling a bit awkward. So, what are you up to? Tsukasa asked, trying to break the tension. I'm just delivering some supplies to the academy, Tenten answered, adjusting the strap of her bag. Ah, I see, well, good luck with that, Tsukasa said, a playful grin spreading across his face. Thanks, what about you? What are you up to? Nothing much, just exploring the village, Tsukasa replied, shrugging his shoulders. They stood there for a moment, not sure what to say next, when suddenly a stray cat ran up to them, meowing loudly. Tenten knelt down to pet the cat, while Tsukasa watched with a smile. As she petted the cat, it suddenly jumped into her arms, causing her to stumble backward. Tsukasa quickly caught her, wrapping his arms around her to steady her. They both blushed, realizing how close they were. Thanks for catching me, Tenten said, looking up at him. No problem, Tsukasa replied, his eyes meeting hers. They both stood there for a moment, caught in the moment, before Tenten cleared her throat and pulled away. I better get going, I have to deliver these supplies, she said, picking up her bags. Yeah, of course, see you later, Tsukasa replied, watching as she walked away. As he turned to continue exploring the village, he couldn't help but think about Tenten and how he felt about her. He knew he had to tell her, but he wasn't sure how. The camera fades out as Tsukasa continues to walk down the bustling streets, lost in his thoughts. A day later. It was a sunny day in the Hidden Leaf Village, and Tsukasa was walking through the village square when he saw Hinata and Hanabi. They waved at him and called out his name, and Tsukasa smiled, happy to see them. Hey, Tsukasa. Hinata called out. What are you up to today? I don't have anything planned, Tsukasa replied. What about you two? We were just about to start our training session, Hanabi said. Do you want to join us? Tsukasa nodded eagerly. I'd love to. Hinata and Hanabi led Tsukasa to a quiet training ground on the outskirts of the village, where they began to warm up. Tsukasa was impressed by their skills and determination, and he couldn't help but feel grateful to have such wonderful friends. As they trained, Hinata and Hanabi offered Tsukasa advice and encouragement. They treated him like he was their brother, and Tsukasa felt grateful for their kindness. He had always felt a special connection to the Hyuga clan, and he was happy to embrace his own clan's customs as well. After a few hours of training, Tsukasa was exhausted but happy. Hinata and Hanabi said their goodbyes, and Tsukasa promised to train with them again soon. He felt lucky to have such good friends in his life, and he knew that he would always cherish their bond. Tsukasa walked through the cemetery, the soft sound of his footsteps muffled by the grass. He paused in front of the first grave, taking a deep breath before kneeling down. It was Kobayashi's grave. Hey, Kobayashi. It's been a while, huh? Sorry for not coming sooner, but I've been busy with training and all that. Things have been tough without you, man. I miss our talks and training sessions. I've been thinking a lot about what you said, and I'm trying to live up to your expectations. He paused for a moment, his hand resting on the headstone. And Rin, Taiku, Iane, Fujishir, Chino, Tayuya, and Niji. You guys are all here, huh? I'm sorry for not coming to visit earlier. I've been training hard to get stronger, so I can protect the village and my friends. But I want you to know that I haven't forgotten about any of you. I remember everything we did together and all the good times we had, and I'll keep fighting for all of you, too. Tsukasa stood up and took a step back, his eyes lingering on the graves for a moment longer before he turned and walked away. Tsukasa spotted Sakura, Ino, and F walking towards him, and he greeted them with a smile. Hey, Sakura, Ino, F, long time no see, he said. Tsukasa. How have you been? I've been good, thanks for asking. What brings you all here? Tsukasa asked. We were just about to grab some lunch, do you want to come with us? Ino suggested. Sure, I'd love to, Tsukasa replied. They all headed to a nearby barbecue place, and they chatted and caught up with each other while they ate. Tsukasa was happy to be able to spend some time with his old friends and enjoy a nice meal together. Tsukasa was strolling through the marketplace when he spotted Temari from the corner of his eye. He quickly made his way towards her and called out her name. Temari turned around to see Tsukasa running towards her, and before she could react, Tsukasa took her hand and held it tightly. Tsukasa-kun, what are you doing? Temari asked, her face turning red. I just wanted to surprise you, Tsukasa said with a smile. It's been a while since we've seen each other, hasn't it? Temari nodded, still blushing. Yes, it has. How have you been? I've been doing well, Tsukasa replied. Just keeping busy with training and missions. How about you? I've been busy too, Temari said, smiling. I have a lot of work to do in Suna, but I try to visit Konoha whenever I can. Tsukasa smiled back at her. Well, I'm glad we got to see each other today. Would you like to grab something to eat? Temari nodded, and they walked together to a nearby restaurant. As they sat down to order their food, Tsukasa couldn't help but feel grateful for the chance to spend time with his old friend. Tsukasa was strolling through the streets of Konoha when he noticed Kaida and Koharu walking together. He smiled and quickly made his way over to them. Hey, Kaida, Koharu. Long time no see, he said as he wrapped his arms around them. Kaida and Koharu blushed, surprised by Tsukasa's sudden embrace. Tsukasa-kun, what are you doing? Kaida asked, trying to push him away playfully. Tsukasa just chuckled and kept his arms around them. Just wanted to say hi and catch up a bit, he said, grinning. Koharu cleared her throat, trying to hide her own blush. Well, we're not doing anything important right now, we could hang out for a bit, she suggested, hoping to spend more time with Tsukasa. Tsukasa smiled at them both. That sounds great, he said, and they began to walk and talk. Kaida and Koharu kept stealing glances at him, feeling a bit shy and awkward, but Tsukasa just laughed and joked with them, making them feel more comfortable. As they chatted and walked, Tsukasa couldn't help but notice how much Kaida and Koharu had grown over the past few years. They were both strong kunoichi now, and he was proud to call them his friends. Tsukasa was caught off guard when Senna suddenly leaned in and planted a quick kiss on his cheek. He chuckled and rubbed the back of his head, feeling a bit flustered by the unexpected gesture. Sakura, Tenten, Ino, Temari, Kaida, Koharu, Konan, Karen, Kuratsuchi, and F all noticed and couldn't help but feel a little jealous. They each tried to sneak a kiss from Tsukasa themselves, but he was quick to dodge and playfully tease them. Hey now, one at a time, Tsukasa laughed as he evaded their attempts. I don't think I can handle all of you at once. The girls pouted and crossed their arms, but couldn't help but laugh at Tsukasa's playful reaction. They all knew how much he meant to them, and it was clear that they all meant a lot to him too. As Tsukasa and his friends continue to playfully chase each other around, they eventually make their way to the cemetery. Tsukasa and Hinata pause at their deceased friends' graves and offer a moment of silence and respect. After a few moments, Hinata turns to Tsukasa with a soft smile. I'm glad you're here with me, Tsukasa-kun. Tsukasa smiles back at her, his eyes filled with warmth. Me too, Hinata-chan, it's important to remember our friends and the memories we shared with them. As they start to make their way to Tekashi's grave, Tsukasa's friends continue to follow closely behind, still vying for his attention. Suddenly, Tsukasa stops in his tracks, causing the others to bump into him. He turns around to face them, a serious expression on his face. Guys, I know you all have feelings for me, but I need you to understand that I see you all as my close friends and nothing more, he says, his voice firm but gentle. The girls all look a bit crestfallen, but they nod in understanding. However, that doesn't mean we can't continue to have fun and make new memories together, Tsukasa adds, flashing them a bright smile. The group continues on to Tekashi's grave, where they pay their respects and share stories of their fallen comrade. Despite the bittersweet memories, they all leave feeling a sense of closeness and connection to each other. Tsukasa sat quietly under the shade of a tree, watching his friends train in the distance. His thoughts drifted to Tenten, the girl who had caught his eye ever since they were young. He couldn't help but smile as he remembered the times they had spent together, training and talking about their dreams. But at the same time, he couldn't deny the feelings he had for Senna, the girl who had stolen a kiss from him. He shook his head, trying to clear his thoughts. It was a confusing time for him, trying to sort out his own feelings while also navigating the attention of the other girls. As he sat there lost in thought, he didn't notice that Ino had approached him until she spoke up. Hey there, Tsukasa, what's on your mind? He looked up at her and smiled faintly. Just thinking about stuff, I guess. Stuff? Like what? Tsukasa hesitated for a moment before deciding to confide in her. Well, it's about Tenten and Senna, and the other girls. I don't know how I feel about all of this attention. Ino nodded understandingly. I see, it's tough when you don't know how you feel about someone, let alone multiple people, but don't worry, we're all here to support you no matter what. Tsukasa felt a sense of relief wash over him as Ino spoke those words. He knew that he could count on his friends to be there for him, no matter how confusing his emotions may be. Thanks, Ino, that means a lot to me. She gave him a reassuring smile before heading back to the others, leaving Tsukasa alone with his thoughts once more. Tsukasa was walking with Tenten in the park, enjoying the beautiful scenery around them. They were laughing and chatting, enjoying each other's company. Suddenly, they noticed their friends approaching them. Tenten. Tsukasa. What are you guys up to? Just on a date, Ino, Tenten replied, smiling at Tsukasa. Ooh, a date. Senna said, grinning. That's so cute. Tsukasa blushed a little at the attention, but he was happy to see his friends. Hey, guys, he said, waving. What's up? We were just hanging out, Kaida said. But we saw you too and we had to come say hi. Well, why don't you guys join us? Tenten offered. We were just going to grab some ice cream. The group happily agreed, and they all walked to the nearby ice cream parlor. Tsukasa found himself enjoying the company of his friends and the attention from Tenten and Senna. Maybe, he thought, he didn't have to choose between them after all. As Tsukasa walked with Tenten through the streets of Konoha, he couldn't help but feel nervous. This was their first official date, and he wanted everything to go smoothly. Tenten, on the other hand, seemed completely at ease. She walked with a confident stride, occasionally glancing over at Tsukasa and flashing him a bright smile. As they passed by a group of their friends, Tsukasa could feel their eyes on him and Tenten. Senna looked a little disappointed, but didn't say anything. Kaida and Koharu giggled and waved at the couple, while Hinata and Hanabi watched with fond amusement. Tsukasa couldn't help but feel a little self-conscious under their scrutiny. He had a crush on Tenten, but he also knew that Senna had feelings for him as well. He didn't want to hurt anyone's feelings. As they arrived at the restaurant, Tsukasa pulled out a chair for Tenten and took a seat across from her. They ordered their food and began to chat, their conversation easy and relaxed. But as the meal progressed, Tsukasa began to notice that Tenten seemed a little distracted. She kept glancing over his shoulder, as if looking for someone. Is something wrong? He asked, following her gaze. Tenten hesitated for a moment before admitting, I invited some of our friends to come join us, I hope you don't mind. Tsukasa felt a pang of disappointment. He had been hoping for some alone time with Tenten, but he didn't want to be rude. No, of course not, it'll be great to see everyone. A few minutes later, Ino, Sakura, Temari, and Karen arrived, taking seats around the table. Tsukasa greeted them warmly, but he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed that his date had been interrupted. As they all chatted and caught up, Tsukasa noticed that Senna had joined them as well. She was sitting next to him, her hand resting on his arm. Tsukasa felt a surge of guilt. He knew he had feelings for Tenten, but he didn't want to hurt Senna either. He tried to focus on the conversation, but his mind was elsewhere. As the meal came to an end and they all said their goodbyes, Tsukasa couldn't help but feel a little confused. He liked Tenten, but he didn't know if she felt the same way. And he didn't know how to handle Senna's feelings either. He walked home alone, lost in thought. The academy students eagerly gathered around as Tsukasa and Naruto stepped into the sparring ring. The girls were giggling and whispering to each other, while the boys were cheering and shouting words of encouragement. Tsukasa and Naruto bowed to each other before assuming their stances. Tsukasa's Chinoike clan outfit was eye-catching and his unique taijutsu style piqued the interest of the students. Naruto charged first, throwing a flurry of punches and kicks, but Tsukasa expertly dodged them with ease, his movements smooth and fluid. The students watched in awe as the two ninjas clashed, their taijutsu skills on full display. Tsukasa showed off his Chinoike clan's taijutsu, incorporating powerful strikes and kicks with precise and fluid movements. Naruto countered with his own unique style, filled with unpredictable movements and powerful bursts of chakra. The sparring match went on for a while, with the students cheering on the two ninjas. Finally, after a particularly flashy move by Naruto, the match came to an end. Tsukasa and Naruto bowed to each other once more, both sweating and breathing heavily. The students burst into applause, some of the girls swooning over the two ninjas. Tsukasa and Naruto smiled at each other before turning to the class, ready to answer any questions they had about taijutsu. As the class ended and the students left the room, Tsukasa and Naruto high-fived each other, happy to have shared their skills with the next generation of ninja. Tsukasa slowly opened his eyes, still groggy from his deep sleep. He sat up in bed and rubbed his eyes, trying to shake off the drowsiness. As he sat there, his mind started to wander, and he found himself daydreaming about his future. In his dream, he was the leader of a powerful organization that was responsible for protecting the allied shinobi world from all threats, both external and internal. He could see himself working closely with the Hokage, offering support and guidance whenever it was needed. As he continued to dream, Tsukasa could feel the weight of responsibility settling on his shoulders. He knew that if he wanted to achieve this dream, he would have to work hard and train diligently every day. But he was willing to do whatever it took to make his dream a reality. As the dream started to fade away, Tsukasa was left with a sense of determination and purpose. He knew that he had a long way to go before he could become the leader he wanted to be, but he was excited to start the journey. As he got out of bed and started to get ready for the day, Tsukasa couldn't help but feel grateful for all the experiences he had had so far. From his days as an academy student to being a genin, and now a jonin, he knew that each step of the way had prepared him for what was to come. With a smile on his face, Tsukasa set out to make the most of the day ahead, determined to continue his journey towards becoming the leader he knew he could be. Later on. The scene opens with Lord Sixth, Kakashi Hatake, addressing Tsukasa and his team, along with another team of shinobi. Tsukasa, I'm assigning you and your team to find and bring in Danzo. He's been on the run for too long, and it's time for him to answer for his crimes. He's responsible for the deaths of the Uchiha clan years ago, and we can't let him get away with it any longer. Tsukasa nods, his expression serious. Understood, Lord Sixth, we won't let you down. Kakashi turns to the other team. As for you, I'm assigning you to take down a group of rogue shinobi from the Hidden Rain village. They've been causing trouble in our borders for too long, and it's time to put an end to it. The other team nods in agreement, and Kakashi dismisses them. Tsukasa and his team leave the room, their minds focused on the task ahead. As they head out to begin their mission, Tsukasa can't help but think about the gravity of their task. Bringing in Danzo won't be easy, but he knows that they have to do it. For the sake of justice and the safety of the shinobi world, they have to succeed. As Lord Sixth's orders rang through the village, Tsukasa quickly gathered his team consisting of Sasuke, Tenten, and Senna. They were to track down and arrest Danzo, a task that Tsukasa had mixed feelings about. On one hand, he knew that Danzo was responsible for the deaths of the Uchiha clan and the loss of so many innocent lives. On the other hand, he didn't want to risk his life or that of his teammates on a dangerous mission that may not yield any results. Despite his concerns, Tsukasa steeled himself and led his team towards their objective. Along the way, they encountered several members of Danzo's forces, but they were able to defeat them quickly and move on. As they got closer to their destination, Tsukasa could feel his heart pounding in his chest. He knew that this was the moment of truth, and that they had to apprehend Danzo before he could escape. Finally, they arrived at Danzo's hideout, where they found him surrounded by his loyal followers. Tsukasa and his team stood ready for battle, knowing that they had to be careful not to let their guard down. The fight was intense, with both sides giving it their all. But in the end, Tsukasa and his team emerged victorious, with Danzo in custody. As they made their way back to the village, Tsukasa couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. They had accomplished their mission, and justice had been served. Meanwhile, Ino, Kaida, Koharu, Sakura, Naruto, and Kiba were on a separate mission to take down the rogue shinobi from the Hidden Rain village. It was a tough fight, but they were able to work together and emerge victorious as well. The two teams reunited back in the village, exhausted but relieved that their missions were successful. Lord Sixth commended them for their hard work, and Tsukasa couldn't help but feel a sense of pride knowing that he had helped make the world a safer place. As Danzo activated his Sharingan on his arms, Tsukasa's anger grew inside him. He knew that this was the man who was responsible for many things, including the destruction of his own clan. He looked at Sasuke, who shared the same anger towards Danzo. Without wasting any time, Tsukasa activated his Kitsurigan and charged towards Danzo with Sasuke by his side. They both smirked at each other and glared at Danzo, who was taken aback by their sudden burst of speed and power. Tsukasa and Sasuke unleashed a series of attacks, their teamwork impeccable. Danzo tried to defend himself with his Sharingan but failed as Tsukasa and Sasuke's lightning-based attacks overwhelmed him. Tsukasa's black lightning and Sasuke's purple lightning, combined with the Chidori, made it impossible for Danzo to escape. He was cornered, and Tsukasa delivered the final blow with a fast and precise Chidori to the chest. As Danzo fell to the ground, Tsukasa and Sasuke stood there, victorious. They both knew that their fight was far from over, but they had taken a significant step forward in their journey to protect the shinobi world from danger. As Danzo attempted to use his final trump card and self-destruct, Tsukasa, Sasuke, Tenten, and Senna quickly tried to distance themselves from him. Tsukasa picked up Tenten on his shoulder, and Sasuke did the same with Senna. "Come on, we need to get out of here," Tsukasa shouted as they quickly ran away from the exploding Danzo. As they made their way out of the area, they could feel the shockwave and heat from the explosion behind them. But they kept running until they were at a safe distance. After catching their breath, Sasuke spoke up, "Danzo is finally taken care of, but at what cost?" Tenten looked at Tsukasa, who nodded in agreement. "We'll make sure to honor those who have fallen and make sure their sacrifice was not in vain," Tsukasa said firmly. Senna placed her hand on Sasuke's shoulder. "We'll get through this together, Sasuke." As they walked away from the scene, the team knew that this fight would stay with them forever. After completing their respective missions, Tsukasa and Ino returned to the village and headed straight to the Hokage's office to report their findings. Tsukasa knocked on the door and entered, followed by Ino. Tekashi looked up from his paperwork and smiled at the two shinobi. "Ah, Tsukasa, Ino, I was just about to send for you," he said. Tsukasa bowed respectfully. "We have returned from our missions, Hokage-sama. We have some important information to report." Tekashi motioned for them to sit. "Please, tell me what you have found." Tsukasa began to explain the mission to capture Danzo, recounting their fight with him and how they were able to defeat him before he could detonate the explosive tags. Ino then went on to describe their mission to take down the rogue shinobi from the Hidden Rain village, detailing the battle strategies they used and how they were able to apprehend them. Tekashi listened intently to their reports, nodding and asking questions where necessary. When they had finished, he thanked them for their hard work and dedication. "I am pleased to hear that both missions were successful. You have done well, Tsukasa and Ino, your efforts are greatly appreciated," Tekashi said with a smile. Tsukasa and Ino both bowed and left the office, feeling proud of their accomplishments and glad that they could serve the village in such an important way. Tsukasa and Ino were walking back to their quarters after their debrief with Lord Sixth. As they strolled down the empty hallway, Tsukasa turned to Ino with a serious look on his face. "Ino, can I ask you something?" he said, his voice hesitant. Ino raised an eyebrow. "Sure, what is it?" Tsukasa hesitated for a moment before blurting out, "Do you like me?" What are you talking about?" I don't know what you're getting at." Sorry, I didn't mean it like that, I just meant, do you like me as a friend?" "Because I consider you a really good friend." Ino's expression softened, and she let out a sigh of relief. "Oh, that's what you meant, of course, I consider you a good friend too, Tsukasa." They both chuckled awkwardly, and Tsukasa rubbed the back of his head. "Sorry about that, Ino, I didn't mean to make it sound like I was confessing or anything." Ino playfully punched him in the chest. "You dummy, don't say things like that without thinking. Tsukasa grinned, feeling relieved that he hadn't made things too awkward between them. Yeah, I'll try to be more careful with my words next time. They both laughed, the tension between them dissipating as they continued down the hallway. Tonari was busy in his castle on the moon, planning and scheming to obtain the Tensigen. He had always been obsessed with the power of the Otsutsuki clan and was determined to unlock its full potential. Meanwhile, back in the Hidden Leaf village, Tsukasa was enjoying a warm bowl of Ichiraku ramen with his friends. Tenten was sitting next to him, and he couldn't help but steal glances at her. He had harbored feelings for her since they were both young academy students, but he never had the courage to confess. As they chatted and laughed, Tsukasa felt a tap on his shoulder. It was Ino, giving him a playful punch in the arm. "What's up, Tsukasa? You seem distracted." Tsukasa blushed and tried to play it cool. "Oh, nothing, just enjoying the ramen." Ino smirked and nudged him. Sure, we all know who you're really looking at," she said, gesturing towards Tenten. Tsukasa's face turned even redder, and he sputtered out a denial. I don't know what you're talking about." The group laughed and teased Tsukasa, who eventually joined in and laughed at himself. As they finished their meal and said their goodbyes, Tsukasa couldn't help but feel grateful for the amazing friends he had in his life. But as he walked away, his mind couldn't help but wander back to Tenten, and he knew that one day, he would have to finally confess his feelings to her. As 3 rogue shinobi were attacking innocent people in a village, chaos ensued as the villagers tried to defend themselves. Suddenly, a figure appeared and began to take down the rogue shinobi with incredible speed and precision. The villagers cheered as they witnessed the figure defeat the rogue shinobi and save their lives. However, when the figure removed their mask, it was revealed that they were posing as Tsukasa. The real Tsukasa was horrified when he heard the news. He knew that someone was trying to ruin his reputation and make him look like a cold-blooded killer. Tsukasa gathered his friends and explained the situation to them. Determined to clear Tsukasa's name, the group began to investigate and search for clues to find out who was behind the impersonation. They eventually discovered that it was a group of rogue ninjas who had a grudge against Tsukasa. Tsukasa and his friends confronted the rogue ninjas, and a fierce battle ensued. After an intense fight, Tsukasa and his friends emerged victorious, and the rogue ninjas were brought to justice. With his name cleared and his reputation restored, Tsukasa vowed to continue protecting innocent people and to always stay true to his ninja way. As the imposter Tsukasa made his way towards the group of girls, he tried to act suave and charming, but his words and demeanor were completely off. The girls quickly realized that something was wrong and looked at each other, confused. Ino spoke up first. "Wait a minute, something's not right here, this isn't the Tsukasa we know." Tenten added, "Yeah, he's not even close to being as cool as our Tsukasa." The imposter tried to play it off, "Hey now, don't be so quick to judge, maybe you just haven't seen my true charm yet." But the girls weren't buying it, and they quickly figured out that it was someone else posing as Tsukasa. Meanwhile, the real Tsukasa was walking with the guys and they all noticed the imposter staring at them. Sasuke was the first to react. "Who the hell is that?" Naruto chimed in, "I don't know, but he's definitely not Tsukasa, let's go check it out." "That's not me." "Who the hell is that?" They all attacked the imposter, forcing him to undo his transformation jutsu, revealing himself to be Daisuke from the hidden grass rogue shinobi. "What are you doing here, Daisuke?" Tsukasa demanded. Daisuke sneered, "I'm here to ruin your reputation, Tsukasa, by killing innocent people and pretending to be you, I can make everyone turn against you. You think that will work? You underestimate my friends and the people of this village, we'll stop you every time." The group of friends all stood together, ready to defend their village and their friend Tsukasa. Daisuke's grin widened as he held Tenten hostage, pointing his katana at her throat. Tsukasa's expression turned serious as he stepped forward, his hand moving towards his kunai pouch. "Stop right there, Tsukasa," Daisuke said. "Or I'll kill her." Tsukasa's eyes narrowed as he studied Daisuke. "Let her go," he said, his voice calm but firm. Daisuke chuckled. "I don't think so, you see, I've always wanted to fight you, Tsukasa, and now that I have the chance, I'm not going to let it slip away." Tsukasa sighed. "You're making a big mistake, Daisuke, I don't want to fight you." Daisuke shook his head. "It's too late for that, the only way this ends is with one of us dead." Tsukasa's grip on his kunai tightened. He was about to make his move when he noticed Tenten giving him a subtle nod. Tsukasa understood what she meant and nodded back. On the count of 3, Tsukasa said. 1, 2, 3. Tenten ducked just as Tsukasa threw his kunai. Daisuke was caught off guard, and Tsukasa took advantage of the opportunity. He moved in quickly, dodging Daisuke's clumsy attacks and striking him with a swift karate chop to the neck. Daisuke fell to the ground, unconscious. Tsukasa helped Tenten to her feet inside. I really didn't want to fight him, Tsukasa said. But he left me no choice. Tenten nodded. I know, you did what you had to do. Tsukasa looked at her and smiled. Thanks, Tenten. The two of them walked away, leaving Daisuke lying on the ground. After Tsukasa subdues Daisuke, the authorities arrive and take him into custody. He's tried and found guilty for his crimes. And as punishment, he's sent to the blood prison. Tsukasa and his friends watch as the rogue shinobi is taken away, and they all breathe a sigh of relief that he won't be able to harm anyone else. Tsukasa turns to Tenten, who he had saved from Daisuke's grasp, and asks if she's okay. Tenten nods, a grateful smile on her face. Thanks, Tsukasa, she says. I don't know what I would have done if you hadn't come to my rescue. Tsukasa smiles back at her, glad that he was able to help. Of course, Tenten, that's what friends are for. As they walk away from the scene, Tsukasa feels a sense of satisfaction that justice has been served. He knows that there will always be those who seek to cause harm, but he's grateful for the friends and allies he has who help him stand up against those who would do evil. Start of mini-arc, Tsukasa nervously stood in front of Tenten's door, his heart pounding in his chest as he rehearsed what he wanted to say. He had finally worked up the courage to ask her out on a real date, and he didn't want to mess it up. When Tenten answered the door, Tsukasa couldn't help but stare in awe. She looked stunning in her black dress and her hair pulled back in a ponytail. Hey, Tsukasa, Tenten said, smiling warmly at him. What's up? I was wondering if you'd like to go out with me tonight, Tsukasa said, trying to sound confident. Tenten's eyes widened in surprise, but then she smiled. I'd love to, Tsukasa. They spent the evening exploring the Hidden Leaf Village, walking hand in hand and laughing as they talked about their dreams and hopes for the future. Tsukasa took Tenten to his favorite ramen stand, and Tenten showed him her favorite spot to watch the sunset. As the night drew to a close, Tsukasa walked Tenten home, stopping outside her door. Tenten, I had a great time tonight, Tsukasa said, nervously rubbing the back of his head. I was wondering if maybe we could do this again sometime. Tenten smiled and leaned in, giving him a soft kiss on the cheek. I'd like that, she said, before turning and disappearing into her house. Tsukasa stood there for a moment, feeling like he was on top of the world. He couldn't wait to see where their relationship would go from here. Tsukasa was walking through the streets of the Hidden Leaf Village, enjoying the cool breeze on his face. As he turned a corner, he spotted Hinata and Hanabi walking towards him. Hey, Tsukasa. Hinata called out, smiling warmly. Hey, Hinata, Hanabi. How are you two doing? We're good, Hanabi replied. We were just on our way to the Hyuga estate. Oh, cool, Tsukasa said. I haven't been there in a while, mind if I tag along? Of course not, Hinata said with a smile. As they made their way to the Hyuga estate, they were greeted by Natsu Hyuga, the maid of the Hyuga family. Hello, Tsukasa, Natsu said with a polite bow. It's good to see you again. Good to see you too, Natsu, Tsukasa replied with a nod. Hinata and Hanabi led Tsukasa inside the estate, showing him around the beautiful gardens and traditional architecture. They stopped at a small pond, where they sat down on a bench to rest. It's so peaceful here, Tsukasa remarked, looking out at the serene pond. Yeah, it is, Hinata agreed. I love coming here to relax. Hanabi smiled. You should come more often, Tsukasa, it's always great to have you around. Tsukasa grinned back. Thanks, Hanabi, I'll definitely make more time to come visit. They sat there for a while, enjoying each other's company. As the sun began to set, Tsukasa bid them farewell and made his way back home, feeling grateful for such wonderful friends. End of mini-arc. Before Naruto the last arc Tsukasa was walking around the market area in the Hidden Leaf Village, enjoying the peaceful atmosphere. Suddenly, he felt someone grab his arm and pull him to the side. Tsukasa stumbled a bit before realizing it was Tenten who had grabbed him. Tenten, what's going on? Tsukasa asked, looking at her in confusion. Those two guys were bugging you, I had to save you, Tenten said with a smile, gesturing to two shinobi who were giving Tsukasa annoyed looks. Tsukasa's cheeks turned slightly red as he realized that Tenten had just saved him from a potentially embarrassing situation. Oh, thank you Tenten, I appreciate it. No problem, Tenten said with a grin. I couldn't just let those two idiots mess with you. Tsukasa couldn't help but feel grateful for Tenten's actions. He had always admired her strength and bravery, and her willingness to stand up for him only made him like her even more. He was just about to say something when Tenten suddenly leaned in closer, causing Tsukasa's heart to race. You know, Tsukasa, if you ever need someone to protect you, I'm always here, Tenten said with a playful wink. Tsukasa's blush deepened as he realized how close Tenten was to him. He couldn't help but feel flustered by her words, but he also couldn't deny how much he enjoyed being around her. Thanks, Tenten, I'll keep that in mind. Tenten grinned at him before letting go of his arm. Alright, well, I should get going, see you later, Tsukasa. Tsukasa watched as Tenten walked away, feeling a mix of emotions. He couldn't deny that he had a crush on her, but he also didn't know how to express his feelings. For now, he decided to focus on getting stronger so that he could protect Tenten just as she had protected him. Tsukasa walked with Sakura and Ino towards a secluded training ground. They had all agreed to work together to improve their abilities, and Tsukasa wanted to learn some new techniques. As they walked, Tsukasa reached out and took both Sakura and Ino's hands in his, causing them both to turn bright red. I'm really grateful for your help, he said, smiling at them. I know I have a lot to learn, but I trust you guys to teach me. Sakura and Ino both tried to act tsundere, pulling their hands away and pouting, but they couldn't help but blush at Tsukasa's touch. You're such a dense guy, Ino muttered, looking away. Sakura nodded in agreement. Yeah, you're always so focused on training and missions, you never notice anything else. Tsukasa laughed, scratching the back of his head. I guess I can be pretty clueless sometimes. As they reached the training ground, Tsukasa let go of their hands and began to focus on learning. Sakura and Ino worked together to teach him the basics of sensory and medical ninjutsu, but they couldn't help but steal glances at him every now and then. Tsukasa may have been dense when it came to their feelings, but they both knew that they would do anything to help him improve. Tsukasa walked silently through the village cemetery, the wind blowing gently and rustling the leaves on the trees. He finally arrived at Taiyuya and Chino's graves, bowing his head respectfully. It's been a while, he said softly. I hope you're both doing well wherever you are. He paused for a moment, as if listening for a response, but of course, there was none. Tsukasa took a deep breath and continued. I've been doing my best, trying to be the kind of shinobi you would be proud of. He looked down at the flowers he had brought and arranged them carefully. I know I still have a lot to learn, but I'm trying. As he turned to leave, he noticed Naruto in the distance, standing by Jiraiya's grave. He hesitated for a moment, then decided to approach. Hey, Naruto, he called out, walking towards him. Mind if I join you? Naruto turned towards Tsukasa, a small smile on his face. Of course, man, it's good to see you, he gestured to the grave. Just talking to Ero Sennin, you know how it is. Tsukasa nodded, a somber expression on his face. Yeah, I know what you mean, I just came from visiting Taiyuya and Chino's graves. He paused for a moment, then continued. It's hard, to lose someone you care about. Naruto's expression grew serious as he looked at Tsukasa. Yeah, it is, but we have to keep moving forward, that's what they would have wanted. Tsukasa nodded, feeling a sense of comfort in Naruto's words. You're right, I'll keep doing my best, for them and for everyone else. He looked up at the sky, taking in the beauty of the moment. Thanks, Naruto, it's good to have someone to talk to. The sun was shining bright as the group of shinobi and kunoichi arrived at the beach. Tenten, Ino, Sakura, Senna, Karen, Konan, Kaida, Koharu, and F quickly ran towards Tsukasa, asking him to rub sunscreen on their backs. Tsukasa blushed, feeling a bit overwhelmed by their request, but he complied nonetheless. Sasuke and Naruto were playing beach volleyball while Hinata and Hanabi were building a sandcastle. Sai was busy sketching the beautiful scenery while Konan was meditating by the shore. Everyone was having a good time. As Tsukasa finished rubbing sunscreen on the girls, Tenten grabbed his hand and pulled him towards the water. They both blushed, feeling the warmth of each other's touch. Meanwhile, Hinata and Hanabi were putting the finishing touches on their sandcastle. Naruto and Sasuke joined them, adding their own unique touches to the castle. As the day went on, everyone continued to enjoy themselves. They played games, had a barbecue, and watched the sunset. Tsukasa and Tenten stole a few glances at each other but were too shy to say anything. Eventually, the group headed back to the village, tired but happy. It was a great day, filled with laughter and fun. Tsukasa, Tenten, and Senna were all hanging out at Ichiraku Ramen after spending the day at the beach. Senna was trying her best to capture Tsukasa's attention with her bubbly personality, constantly giggling and making jokes. Tenten, who was sitting next to Tsukasa, couldn't help but feel jealous as she watched Senna's attempts. Tsukasa-kun, did I ever tell you about the time I went on a mission with Naruto and we ended up getting lost in the woods for 3 days? Senna said, leaning towards Tsukasa and batting her eyelashes. Tenten rolled her eyes and took a sip of her ramen, trying to ignore the conversation. But when Senna placed her hand on Tsukasa's arm, Tenten couldn't hold back her frustration any longer. Hey, Senna, can you pass me the soy sauce? Tenten said, cutting in and reaching for the bottle on the table. Senna pouted but handed over the soy sauce. Tsukasa looked at Tenten, noticing her irritation. Is everything okay, Tenten? He asked, placing a hand on her shoulder. Tenten shrugged and gave him a small smile. I'm fine, Tsukasa, just enjoying my ramen. But as the night went on, Tenten couldn't shake the feeling of jealousy that was simmering inside her. She knew she had feelings for Tsukasa, but she didn't want to ruin their friendship by making a move. As they walked back to their homes, Tenten decided to speak up. Hey, Tsukasa, can we talk for a moment? Sure, what's up? Tsukasa said, turning to face her. Tenten took a deep breath. I just want to say that I appreciate our friendship a lot, and I don't want anything to come between us, especially not someone like Senna. Tsukasa raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? I mean, she's always trying to get your attention and it's making me feel like I'm not good enough, Tenten admitted, feeling her cheeks flush. Tsukasa chuckled. Tenten, you're more than good enough, I value our friendship a lot too, and as for Senna, I think she's just being friendly. Tenten sighed in relief. Thanks, Tsukasa, I just needed to hear that. Tsukasa smiled at her. Anytime, Tenten, now let's get some rest, we have a mission tomorrow, remember? Tenten nodded and they both said their goodbyes before heading home. As Tenten laid in bed that night, she couldn't help but feel grateful for Tsukasa's reassurance and friendship. Tsukasa quickly pulled away from Senna as she leaned in for a kiss, placing his hand over her mouth to stop her. Everyone around them stopped what they were doing and turned to look at them, surprised at the sudden interruption. Senna, what are you doing? Tsukasa asked, trying to keep his voice calm. He could feel his heart racing and his cheeks turning red, but he knew he had to stay in control of the situation. I just wanted to show you how much I care about you, Senna replied, looking up at him with big doe eyes. Tsukasa sighed inwardly. He knew Senna had a crush on him, but he couldn't return her feelings. He had feelings for Tenten, and he knew he couldn't just ignore them. I appreciate your feelings, Senna, he said, removing his hand from her mouth. But I can't return them, I'm sorry. Senna's face fell, and she looked down at the ground, feeling embarrassed. The others around them looked away awkwardly, not wanting to intrude on the moment. Tenten, who had been watching from a distance, felt a pang of jealousy in her chest. She had been avoiding Tsukasa because of her own feelings for him, but seeing him reject Senna made her realize that she couldn't keep avoiding him forever. As Senna ran away, tears streaming down her face, Tsukasa realized he had hurt her feelings. He turned to the others who were watching the scene unfold with curious expressions on their faces. I need to go talk to her, Tsukasa said before quickly chasing after Senna. He found her sitting alone on a nearby bench, still crying softly. Tsukasa sat down next to her and gently placed a hand on her back. I'm sorry, Senna, he said sincerely. I didn't mean to hurt you, I can't return your feelings, my heart belongs to someone else. Senna sniffled and wiped her tears away. I know, she said quietly. I just couldn't help myself, I've liked you for so long, and seeing you with Tenten just hurts. Tsukasa nodded understandingly. I'm sorry, he said again. But you're an amazing person, Senna, I'm sure you'll find someone who loves you just as much as you love them. Senna managed a small smile at his words. Thank you, she said softly. Tsukasa stood up, offering his hand to help her up as well. Come on, he said with a smile. Let's go back and rejoin the others. Senna nodded, taking his hand as they walked back to the group. Tenten noticed them approaching, and Tsukasa could see the look of concern on her face. I'm sorry for causing a scene, Senna apologized to everyone. I'll try to be more respectful of Tsukasa's feelings from now on. Everyone nodded, accepting her apology. Tsukasa took a deep breath, relieved that the situation was over. He knew he needed to be more careful with how he treated Senna in the future, but for now, he was just happy to be back with his friends on the beach. Tenten was walking alone in the streets of the Hidden Leaf Village when a hidden star Jonin approached her. Hey there, beautiful, what are you doing all alone? The Jonin said, flashing her a flirtatious smile. Tenten raised an eyebrow, unimpressed. I'm just running some errands, she replied curtly. The Jonin leaned in closer. Well, how about I show you a good time instead? Tenten was about to retort when she saw Tsukasa walking towards them. She quickly thought of a plan and turned to the Jonin, actually, I can't, my boyfriend is coming this way. The Jonin scoffed, yeah, right, I don't see any boyfriend. Before Tenten could reply, Tsukasa arrived, looking sternly at the Jonin. Is there a problem here? He asked, putting an arm around Tenten's waist. The Jonin's expression immediately changed to one of fear as he recognized Tsukasa's reputation as a powerful shinobi. And no problem at all, he stammered, backing away. Tsukasa tightened his grip on Tenten's waist, giving the Jonin a menacing look. Good, you better leave now before I change my mind. The Jonin quickly scurried away, leaving Tenten and Tsukasa alone. Tenten let out a sigh of relief, grateful for Tsukasa's help. Thanks for playing along, she said, smiling at him. Tsukasa grinned back, no problem, anything for my girlfriend. The Jonin suddenly turned around and shouted, if you two are really a couple, then show me a kiss. Tenten blushed, not wanting to kiss Tsukasa in public, but Tsukasa leaned in and pressed his lips against hers, effectively silencing the Jonin. The Jonin walked off disappointed, and Tenten and Tsukasa shared a laugh. The hidden star Jonin made a pervy joke towards Ino and Tsukasa was not having it. He leaned in towards Ino and whispered. Use your mind-body switch jutsu on him and embarrass him. Ino nodded, activated her jutsu, and had the Jonin doing embarrassing movements in front of everyone. Tsukasa stepped forward and held Ino to support her as she maintained the jutsu. Ino felt Tsukasa's touch and blushed slightly. As the jutsu ended and the Jonin walked off embarrassed, Ino turned to Tsukasa and gave him a grateful smile. Thanks for helping me out, she said, before planting a friendly kiss on his cheek. Tsukasa blushed a little but smiled back, happy to have been there for her. The four of them quickly surrounded the Jonin, who tried to back away but was blocked by their combined effort. Tsukasa stepped forward, his eyes flashing with determination. You're not going to get away with this, he said, his voice firm. The Jonin scoffed. And what are you going to do about it? Tsukasa glanced at his friends, and they nodded in agreement. Without another word, the four of them attacked, their fists and feet flying as they took down the Jonin. Sakura punched him in the face, and Sasuke followed up with a kick to the ribs. Naruto used his shadow clone jutsu to surround the Jonin and pummel him from all sides, while Tsukasa used his speed and agility to dodge the Jonin's attacks and land his own blows. Finally, the Jonin lay on the ground, groaning in pain. Tsukasa and the others tied him up and attached the note to his shirt, before walking away, satisfied that they had taught him a lesson. As they walked, Sakura turned to Tsukasa and said, Thanks for standing up for us, Tsukasa. Tsukasa smiled, feeling grateful for his friends. Of course, Sakura, we always have each other's backs. As Tsukasa and Hayashi were playing shogi, they heard a commotion outside. They both went to check and saw a Jonin harassing Hinata and Hanabi. Tsukasa's eyes flashed red as he glared at the man, causing him to freeze in fear. You dare to harass members of my family? Tsukasa's voice was cold and menacing. As a member of the Hyuga clan, I won't tolerate such behavior. The man stammered, trying to apologize and make excuses, but Tsukasa wouldn't have any of it. He grabbed the man by his collar and lifted him up effortlessly. I suggest you leave now and never come back, Tsukasa said, his grip tightening on the man's collar. Or I'll make sure you regret it. The man nodded frantically, and Tsukasa let him go. The man ran away as fast as he could, leaving behind a scared and shaken Hinata and Hanabi. Tsukasa turned to his sisters and kneeled in front of them. Are you both okay? He asked, his voice soft and gentle. Hinata and Hanabi nodded, tears in their eyes. Tsukasa hugged them both tightly, comforting them. Don't worry, Tsukasa said, his voice soothing. I'll always be here to protect you, you're my family, and I'll always look out for you. Hayashi watched the scene silently, a small smile on his face. He was proud of his adoptive son, who had shown his strength and loyalty to his family. As they were hanging out together, Tsukasa would poke Hinata and Hanabi, getting their attention. Hey, do you guys have any advice on dating? He asked. I'm not really used to this kind of thing. Hinata would smile and say, well, I think it's important to be honest and open with your feelings, and listen to the other person, too, communication is key. Hanabi would nod in agreement. And don't be too pushy or overbearing, take things slow and let things develop naturally. Tsukasa would take their advice to heart and decide to ask his adoptive father, Hayashi, for some advice as well. Later that day, he would approach Hayashi while he was playing shogi and ask him about love and dating. Hayashi would look up from the board and give Tsukasa a small smile. Love is a complicated thing, Tsukasa, he would say. It requires patience, understanding, and trust, and when you find someone you care about deeply, it's important to cherish and protect that person. Tsukasa would nod, taking in Hayashi's advice. He would then gather up the courage to ask Tenten out on a date and try to make her his girlfriend. As Tsukasa, Hinata, and Hanabi approached the gates of Konoha, they could see their friends waiting for them. Tenten was with Team 7, and as they got closer, Tsukasa's nerves began to set in. He had taken the advice of his siblings and father to heart, and he was determined to ask Tenten out on a date. Hey, everyone! Hinata called out as they approached. We're ready to go. Naruto turned to greet them, a wide grin on his face. Hey there, little sis. He called out to Hinata before turning to Tsukasa. You ready for this mission, Tsukasa? Tsukasa nodded, feeling his heart begin to race. He couldn't stop thinking about Tenten and how he was going to ask her out. But he tried to put those thoughts aside and focus on the mission at hand. Yeah, I'm ready, he replied, trying to sound confident. Tenten smiled at him, and Tsukasa felt his heart skip a beat. He took a deep breath and mustered up the courage to speak. Hey, Tenten, he said, his voice barely above a whisper. I was wondering if maybe, after the mission, you might want to go out with me. Like, on a date? Tenten's eyes widened in surprise, and Tsukasa felt his heart racing even faster. He couldn't tell if she was going to say yes or no. But then Tenten smiled and nodded. Sure, Tsukasa, she said. I'd love to go out with you. Tsukasa felt like he could float away on cloud 9. He was overjoyed that Tenten had said yes, and he couldn't wait to go on their first date. As they all headed out of the village, Tsukasa was still beaming with happiness. As Gaara, Kankuro, and Temari approached the Konoha shinobi, they were greeted with a warm welcome. Thanks for coming on such short notice, Gaara said. We have a bit of a problem here in the hidden sand village. What kind of problem? Naruto asked, ever the curious one. There are some rogue ninja causing trouble in the area, Kankuro replied. They're not to be underestimated, we've been trying to take care of them, but we could use your help. We'll do whatever we can to help, Tsukasa said, his eyes scanning the area for any potential danger. Temari couldn't help but feel a bit flustered around Tsukasa, but she knew that they were better off as friends. Glad to have you guys on board, she said, trying to play it cool. The group set off towards the location where the rogue ninja were spotted, with Tsukasa still feeling a bit nervous about asking Tenten out on a date. He tried to focus on the mission at hand, but his mind kept drifting back to his romantic interests. As Tsukasa pointed at the 3 rogue ninjas with dark chakra aura, everyone including Gaara sighed as they knew what was about to happen. Suddenly, Tsukasa's eyes began to glow red with his Katsurigan, taking control of him. He ran outside, ready to take on the rogue ninjas with his genjutsu. However, the rogue ninjas were quick and managed to dodge his attack. One of them grabbed Tsukasa by the arm and tossed him into 3 houses, causing a loud crash. As Tsukasa struggled to get back on his feet, the other rogue ninja delivered a double kick, sending him to the ground. The rest of the group rushed outside to help Tsukasa, but they were met with a fierce attack from the rogue ninjas. It was clear that these weren't ordinary enemies, and Tsukasa's Kekii Genkai may not be enough to defeat them. Tsukasa slowly got back on his feet, his eyes still glowing red with his Katsurigan. He knew he couldn't let his emotions control him. But he couldn't help feeling angry and frustrated at himself for not being strong enough. With his determination renewed, Tsukasa charged forward, ready to take on the rogue ninjas once again. As Tsukasa lay on the ground, groaning in pain from the attack by the rogue ninjas, his friends and allies rushed to his side. But instead of offering him help, they began to hit him on the head and shoulders. Ow, hey guys, what's that for? Tsukasa protested, trying to shield himself from the blows. That's for being so reckless and putting yourself in danger, Sakura scolded him. You could have been killed, you idiot, Sasuke added, landing a particularly hard punch. Hinata and Hanabi looked on with concern, but they also knew that their brother had been careless and needed to be taught a lesson. Gaara and his siblings simply shook their heads, wondering how someone with such powerful abilities could be so foolish. Next time, think before you act, Tenten chided him, landing a final smack on the back of his head. Tsukasa nodded in agreement, feeling embarrassed and ashamed for his actions. He knew that he had let his emotions and his Kekii Genkai get the better of him, and he promised himself that he would be more careful in the future. I'm sorry, everyone, he said, bowing his head in contrition. The group sighed, but they also knew that Tsukasa was sincere in his apology. They helped him to his feet and they all turned to face the rogue ninjas, ready to finish the mission and protect the hidden sand village. As they were apprehending the rogue ninjas, a sudden pain shot through Tsukasa's head as a rock hit him. He stumbled back, holding his head, and turned to see a mischievous-looking genin from the hidden sand village standing nearby, grinning. Hey, watch it! Tsukasa yelled, feeling irritated at the interruption. The others looked at Tsukasa and then at the genin. Naruto, who was always quick to take action, lunged at the genin, but Gaara held him back. Wait, Naruto, let's hear what he has to say, Gaara said calmly. The genin stepped forward, still grinning. Sorry about that, I couldn't resist. My name's Shiro, I just wanted to see if you were as tough as they say. Tsukasa rolled his eyes. We're on a mission, kid, this isn't some kind of game. Shiro's grin faded a little. I know, sorry again, can I help you guys with anything? The group exchanged glances, but Gaara spoke up. Actually, yes, we could use some extra help in tracking down the rest of these rogue ninjas, are you up for it? Shiro's eyes lit up. You bet I am. Tsukasa still felt a bit annoyed, but he couldn't deny that they could use all the help they could get. Fine, just stay out of the way, kid. And with that, the group continued on their mission, with Shiro tagging along behind them. As Tenten and Shiro were walking through the village, Shiro suddenly turned to Tenten with a sly grin on his face. You know, Tenten, he said. I think Tsukasa is in love with you. What? Where did you get that idea? Shiro chuckled. Oh, just a hunch, but I also happened to mention it to Tsukasa earlier, and he seemed pretty embarrassed about it. Tenten couldn't help but blush at the thought. She had always had a soft spot for Tsukasa, but she never imagined that he might feel the same way about her. Before they could continue their conversation, they were interrupted by Naruto and the rest of their team who had been looking for them. Tenten tried her best to hide her blushing face, but Naruto noticed something was up and teased her about it. Hey, Tenten, did Shiro confess his love to you or something? Naruto joked, earning a playful punch from Tenten. As the group continued on their mission, Tenten couldn't help but think about what Shiro had said. She stole a few glances at Tsukasa, wondering if there was any truth to it. Meanwhile, Shiro couldn't help but laugh to himself, knowing that his little comment had caused a bit of commotion within their group. As Tenten wiped her tears, Tsukasa turned to Shiro and Riku, anger seething in his eyes. Who do you think you are, messing with our feelings like that? Tsukasa growled. Shiro and Riku smirked, clearly enjoying the chaos they had caused. We were just having some fun, Shiro said nonchalantly. Tsukasa's fists clenched as he glared at the two troublemakers. This is not a game, he said firmly. You have no right to manipulate our emotions like that. Tenten stood by his side, her own anger simmering. You have hurt us both, she said, her voice shaking. I trusted you as my friends, but you betrayed that trust. Shiro and Riku looked taken aback by the seriousness of the situation. We didn't mean to hurt you, Riku said, his tone more contrite. Tsukasa shook his head. It's too late for apologies, he said. You have shown us your true colors, and I don't think we can be friends anymore. With that, he turned and walked away, Tenten following closely behind. Shiro and Riku watched them go, feeling guilty for their actions. As they walked away, Tsukasa put a comforting arm around Tenten's shoulder. Don't listen to them, he said softly. You mean everything to me. Tenten looked up at him, her tears still fresh on her cheeks. You mean everything to me too, she whispered. They continued walking, the support they gave each other helping to ease the pain that Shiro and Riku had caused. Tenten sat alone in her room, feeling dejected and hurt. She couldn't believe that Shiro and Riku would do something like that to her and Tsukasa. The kiss from the mysterious Jonin had felt so real, and she had been mortified when she realized it was a transformation jutsu. Meanwhile, Tsukasa was sitting outside, staring up at the stars. He couldn't stop thinking about what had happened earlier, how he had seen Tenten kissing someone else, even if it wasn't real. He felt like a fool for getting so jealous and upset over it. Suddenly, there was a knock on Tenten's door. She hesitated for a moment, then opened it to find Hinata and Hanabi standing there. Tenten, we're going to the gravesite to talk to Niji and our other friends, do you want to come with us? Hinata asked gently. Tenten nodded, feeling grateful for their kindness. She followed them outside, where she found Tsukasa waiting for them with a solemn expression on his face. Tsukasa, are you coming with us? Hanabi asked. Tsukasa nodded, taking Hinata and Hanabi's hands. Tenten hesitated, but then decided to join them, feeling like she needed to talk to Tsukasa. As they walked to the gravesite, the group was quiet, lost in their own thoughts. When they arrived, Tsukasa knelt down in front of Niji's grave and began to speak. Niji, I know you're not here with us anymore, but I still think about you every day, you were like a brother to me, and I miss you so much. Hinata and Hanabi knelt down beside him, their hands on his shoulders. Tenten stood behind them, watching silently. I know we've all been through a lot, but I'm grateful for the time we had together, and Tenten, I'm sorry for what happened earlier. I was foolish to let Shiro and Riku's words get to me. I want to make things right between us, Tsukasa said, looking up at Tenten. Tenten felt her heart soften at his words. She walked over and knelt down beside them, placing her hand on Tsukasa's shoulder. I forgive you, Tsukasa, I was hurt by what happened, but I know it wasn't your fault, we're still friends, right? Tenten said, giving him a small smile. Tsukasa's face lit up with relief and happiness. Of course, Tenten, we'll always be friends. The group spent a few more minutes at the gravesite, talking and remembering their lost loved ones. As they walked back to their quarters, Tenten felt a sense of peace and happiness. Even though things had been rough, she knew that they would all make it through together. Tsukasa and Tenten stood in front of their friend group, both looking nervous and embarrassed. The tension was palpable as everyone waited for them to speak. Finally, Tenten broke the silence. "Tsukasa, I have something to tell you," she stuttered. Tsukasa looked at her with anticipation. "What is it, Tenten?" I love you." Tenten blurted out, her face turning bright red. "What?" "Tenten, I love you too." The group erupted into cheers and applause as Tsukasa and Tenten hugged each other, still blushing furiously. "I can't believe we both feel the same way," Tsukasa said with a laugh. Tenten smiled at him, relieved and happy. "Me neither, but I'm glad we can finally be honest with each other." The group continued to celebrate and tease the newly confessed couple, but Tsukasa and Tenten couldn't help but feel a weight lifted off their shoulders now that their feelings were out in the open. Tsukasa and Tenten were sitting next to each other with their friends around them. The atmosphere was light, and everyone was having a good time. Suddenly, Tsukasa cleared his throat, catching everyone's attention. Tenten, there's something I wanted to tell you," Tsukasa said, his voice trembling slightly. Tenten looked at him, surprised. "What is it?" she asked, her heart pounding in her chest. "Well, I know we've been friends for a long time, but I just wanted to say that I really like you. In fact, I think I might even be in love with you," Tsukasa said, his face turning red. Tenten's eyes widened in shock, and she felt her cheeks getting hot. "What? You're kidding, right?" she asked, trying to play it cool. Tsukasa shook his head, his eyes locked onto Tenten's. "No, I'm serious, I really like you, Tenten." Tenten's heart was pounding in her chest, and she didn't know what to say. "Well, I kind of like you too," she admitted, feeling embarrassed. Everyone around them started laughing and cheering, and Tsukasa and Tenten couldn't help but laugh along with them. They were both relieved to have finally expressed their feelings, even if it was in a comedic way. Tsukasa and Tenten were walking hand in hand, enjoying each other's company, when they noticed two jonins glaring at them. Tsukasa recognized them as Hisahito and Jinjiro, two jonins who were always looking for trouble. Hisahito spoke first. Well, if it isn't Tsukasa, the last Chinoike of the leaf, and look at him, with a girlfriend, I'm surprised someone like you could get one." Jinjiro chimed in, "Yeah, we heard about your weird sisters, looks like they rubbed off on you too." Tsukasa's eyes narrowed, "You two better watch your mouths." Hisahito snickered, "Oh, what are you gonna do? Cry?" That was the last straw. Tsukasa charged at Hisahito, and Tenten watched in amazement as her boyfriend moved with incredible speed and precision. Jinjiro tried to join the fight, but Tenten took care of him with her weapons. The fight was over within minutes, and Hisahito and Jinjiro were lying on the ground, unconscious and wet. Tsukasa turned to Tenten, "Are you okay?" Tenten smiled, "I'm fine, thanks to you." Tsukasa grinned, "Good, let's get out of here before they wake up." As they walked away, Hinata and Hanabi watched from a distance. They were relieved to see their brother was okay and impressed by his fighting skills. Hinata whispered, "I'm glad Tsukasa has someone like Tenten by his side." Hanabi nodded, "Me too, let's go home and make dinner for them." Hinata smiled, "Sounds like a plan." The group of Tsukasa, Tenten, Hinata, Hanabi, and Hayashi were enjoying a meal together, laughing and sharing stories. Tsukasa had a serious expression on his face, and everyone could tell he had something important to say. "Father, I have something I want to discuss with you," Tsukasa said, catching everyone's attention. Hayashi nodded, indicating for Tsukasa to continue. "I want to become the next head of the Hyuga clan," Tsukasa said. "I want to protect our village, our family, and our friends, and I also want to create a division where people can join to protect the Kages from the allied villages, from the leaf, to sand, to sound, to stone, and to cloud." Everyone was quiet, taking in Tsukasa's words. Tenten looked at him with admiration in her eyes, proud of his dedication to protect their village and loved ones. Hayashi spoke up after a moment. "Your goals are ambitious, Tsukasa, but I have no doubt that you will accomplish them. I will support you in any way I can." Hinata and Hanabi nodded in agreement, their faith in their brother unshaken. Tsukasa's idea lit up the room with positivity, and they continued to discuss their future plans, excited about what was to come. End of Arc, Chapter 19. Tsukasa walked into the training grounds where his friends were gathered, sporting a new hairstyle. His hair was shorter than usual and styled in a spiky manner. "Hey guys, what do you think of my new hairstyle?" Tsukasa asked, showing off his new look. Some of his friends gave him compliments, saying it looked cool and more mature. Others, however, weren't so sure, stating that they liked his old hairstyle better. I don't know, it looks weird to me, Tenten said, scrunching her nose. Koharu, on the other hand, smiled and nodded in approval. I like it, Tsukasa, it suits you. Sakura and Ino both glanced at each other before giving him their honest opinions. Honestly, we liked your old hairstyle better, they said in unison. I just wanted a change, you know. I've had the same hairstyle for so long. His friends then noticed that he wasn't carrying his katana with him, which was unusual for Tsukasa. Hey, where's your katana? Kaida asked, looking at Tsukasa curiously. Tsukasa's expression grew solemn as he replied, I don't have it with me anymore. After the Delta situation, I realized that I don't want to rely on weapons anymore, I want to rely on my own abilities and skills. His friends nodded in understanding, respecting his decision. They knew that Tsukasa was a capable ninja, even without his katana. Well, I think your new hairstyle looks good on you, Conan said, smiling at him. It's a nice change. Tsukasa grinned in response, feeling grateful for his friend's opinions and support. Tsukasa and Naruto were walking together in the park when they saw Hinata approaching them. Tsukasa, knowing that Hinata had feelings for Naruto, decided to give them some space and let them be alone. He said. Hey, Naruto, I'm gonna go grab some drinks from the vending machine, you and Hinata can catch up for a bit. Naruto smiled and thanked him as Tsukasa walked away. As soon as Tsukasa was out of sight, Hinata and Naruto stood there awkwardly, not knowing what to say. Hinata blushed and looked away, while Naruto scratched the back of his head. Suddenly, Tsukasa used his slug messaging jutsu to send them information about the mysterious man they had seen earlier. The sudden influx of information startled both Naruto and Hinata, causing them to jump and look around. Hinata asked, what was that, Tsukasa-kun? Tsukasa walked back over to them with a can of soda in his hand and said, oh, sorry about that, just sending you guys some information, did I scare you? Naruto laughed and said, yeah, you kinda did, I thought we were being attacked or something. Hinata smiled and said, thank you for the information, Tsukasa-kun. Tsukasa shrugged and said, no problem, you two enjoy your time together, he then walked away, leaving Naruto and Hinata alone once again. As they continued to talk, Naruto couldn't help but think about how lucky he was to have friends like Tsukasa and Hinata. The mysterious man, Otsutsuki, had his sights set on Tenten. She tried to fight him off, but he was too powerful. Tsukasa quickly stepped in, grabbing the man's fist with ease. The ground around them shook as a crater formed beneath their feet. You're not hurting anyone else, Tsukasa growled. The Otsutsuki laughed, amused by Tsukasa's bravado. He lifted his other hand, ready to strike, but Tsukasa was too quick. With a swift kick, he sent the man flying through a nearby building. Everyone stood in shock as the building crumbled around the Otsutsuki's body. Tsukasa dusted himself off before turning back to his friends. Is everyone okay? He asked, checking on Tenten. Yeah, thanks to you, she replied with a grateful smile. The group looked on in awe at Tsukasa's strength and determination. They knew they could always count on him to protect them. Tsukasa ran through the forest with Tenten and F in his arms, carrying them effortlessly. The other members of the team were trailing behind him, trying to keep up. Tsukasa, how are you so fast? Asked Naruto, panting heavily. I've been training, replied Tsukasa with a grin. Plus, Tenten and F are not that heavy. Tenten blushed at his words while F giggled. The other girls in the team, including Sakura, Ino, Kaida, Kahoru, and Senna, looked on with jealousy. As they neared the forgotten village of the Otsutsuki clan, a group of rogue ninjas attacked them. Tsukasa quickly put down Tenten and F and engaged in battle. He used his speed and agility to dodge their attacks and counter them with his Kitsurigen. The other members of the team joined in and together they defeated the rogue ninjas. Tsukasa picked up Tenten and F again and they continued their journey to find Hanabi. The other girls couldn't help but feel a little jealous of how Tsukasa was carrying Tenten and F so easily. Why is Tsukasa always so nice to them? Muttered Sakura under her breath. Ino overheard her and replied, maybe because he likes them. The other girls looked at each other in shock before bursting out into giggles. They couldn't believe that they were all crushing on Tsukasa and competing for his attention. Meanwhile, Tsukasa, Tenten, and F arrived at the forgotten village of the Otsutsuki clan and began their search for Hanabi. As Tsukasa and his friends were searching for Hanabi in the village of the Otsutsuki clan, a sudden gust of wind blew past them. The sky darkened and lightning crackled, causing them to turn their attention towards a figure standing before them. It was a tall and imposing man, his long hair and robes billowing in the wind. The man's eyes glowed a deep shade of purple as he stared down at them with a menacing smile on his face. His chakra felt heavy and oppressive, causing Tsukasa and his friends to feel a sense of dread wash over them. I am Kaizu Tsutsuki, the man spoke in a low, menacing voice. And I have come to put an end to your meddling in our affairs. Tsukasa and his friends stood their ground, ready to fight against the powerful Otsutsuki. They knew that this would be a difficult battle, but they were determined to protect their village and their loved ones at any cost. As Kaizu Otsutsuki stood menacingly in front of Tsukasa and his friends, a shiver ran down Tsukasa's spine. This Otsutsuki was different from the one he had encountered before. His chakra was immense. And his aura radiated danger. Tsukasa tried to stay calm and focused, but his grip on his katana tightened. Without warning, Kaizu lunged at Tsukasa with incredible speed, striking him with a powerful blow. Tsukasa stumbled back, struggling to maintain his balance. Kaizu followed up with a barrage of punches and kicks, forcing Tsukasa to dodge and weave. Tsukasa realized that Kaizu was too powerful to fight head-on, so he decided to use his wits. He lured Kaizu towards a nearby bridge, hoping to use the terrain to his advantage. As Kaizu charged towards him, Tsukasa dodged at the last moment, causing Kaizu to crash into the bridge. Tsukasa took advantage of the opportunity and attacked Kaizu with all his might. However, Kaizu was not an easy opponent to beat. He countered every move Tsukasa made and even managed to knock him through 2 abandoned houses. As Tsukasa struggled to get back on his feet, his friends arrived to help. But Tsukasa refused to ask for their help, determined to defeat Kaizu on his own. He activated his clan's Kekiai Gekiai, which gave him enhanced strength and speed. The 2 warriors clashed once again, trading blow for blow. In the end, Tsukasa managed to land the final blow on Kaizu, causing a bright light to form around him. Before he disappeared, Kaizu told Tsukasa about Tonari and the other Tsutsukis that were somewhere in space. Tsukasa relayed this information to his friends and the Leaf Village using his slug communication jutsu. They knew that they had to prepare for whatever threat the Tsutsukis posed. As they arrived back in the hidden Leaf Village, Tsukasa was greeted by a barrage of scolding from his friends. Ino, Tenten, Hinata, Sakura, Naruto, Kiba, Sasuke, Sai, Shikamaru, Rock Lee, Shino, F, Kaida, Kahoru, Senna, and even Hanabi were all giving him a piece of their mind. How could you be so reckless, Tsukasa? Ino exclaimed. You could have died out there, idiot. Tenten added. We were worried sick about you. Hinata said, her voice filled with concern. Tsukasa hung his head in shame, knowing that they were right. He had been too stubborn and had almost gotten himself killed in the process. Tsunade, who had heard about the situation, appeared from nowhere and smacked Tsukasa on the head in a comedic way. You should know better than to put yourself in harm's way like that, she scolded. You're lucky to have friends who care about you enough to risk their lives to save you. Karen, Konan, and Shizun looked on with worry, knowing that Tsukasa's recklessness could have dire consequences. Feeling remorseful for his actions, Tsukasa and his friends all put their hands together and promised to protect each other with their own lives from now on. Tsukasa followed Hanabi through the Hyuga clan's compound, looking around curiously at the intricate architecture and design. Suddenly, he heard footsteps approaching and turned to see Hinata walking towards him. A smile spread across his face as he approached her. Hey, Hinata. What brings you here? Hinata blushed slightly at the gesture, feeling a warm sense of comfort from Tsukasa's touch. I was just looking for my sister, she replied. Tsukasa nodded understandingly, his eyes flickering towards Hanabi who was still searching for the scroll they needed. I'm actually here on a mission with Hanabi, we're looking for a scroll that could help us with our mission. Hinata's eyes widened in surprise. You're working with Hanabi. That's great to hear, she said with a smile. Tsukasa smiled back at her before turning to continue his search for the scroll. As he walked away, he couldn't help but feel a sense of warmth in his heart, grateful to have such wonderful people in his life. As Tsukasa regained consciousness, he struggled to stand up on his own. His mind was racing with thoughts of Hinata and Tonari's plans. He knew he had to act fast if he wanted to save her. He looked around and saw his friends still fighting off the Otsutsuki members that were left. Tenten, we need to hurry and catch up with Tonari, he's taken Hinata, Tsukasa said urgently, his voice strained. Tenten nodded, I know, but we need to regroup with the others first, we can't leave anyone behind. Tsukasa knew she was right, and they quickly made their way to where their friends were fighting. Tsukasa could see the worry on their faces as they saw him injured and struggling. Tsukasa, are you okay? What happened? Tsukasa took a deep breath, Hinata's been kidnapped by Tonari, he took my chakra and left to his castle. Sakura and Ino both gasped in shock, what are we going to do? Tsukasa clenched his fists, we're going to save her, but we need to plan carefully. They quickly formulated a plan, and Tsukasa took charge. He knew he had to stay focused if he wanted to save Hinata. They set off towards the Otsutsuki castle, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. As soon as they arrived at the Otsutsuki castle, Tsukasa and his friends were greeted with a fierce battle against the Otsutsuki soldiers. Each member of the group fought valiantly, but they knew that their true goal was to reach Tonari and rescue Hinata. However, as soon as they reached Tonari, Tsukasa activated his Ketsuryugen against him. Tonari, in turn, used his Tensigen to immobilize Tsukasa and absorb his chakra. Hinata looked on in fear as Tsukasa lay unconscious on the ground, thinking that Tonari had killed him. However, Naruto used his nine-tailed chakra mode to defeat Tonari and save Hinata. Naruto and Hinata then confessed their love for each other, and Tsukasa and the others were overjoyed for them. As they walked back to the village, everyone was worried about Tsukasa's well-being. But when he finally woke up, Tenten kissed him on the cheek, causing jealousy from Kaida, Kahoru, Sena, Konan, Karen, Sakura, and Ino. Overall, Tsukasa and his friends had been through a lot, but they were grateful to be able to return home safely. They knew that they would always have each other's backs, no matter what challenges they may face in the future. End of the arc, Chapter 20. After the events of Naruto, the last arc. The scene opens with a somber atmosphere as the Hyuga family gathers around Hayashi's bedside. Tsukasa, Hinata, and Hanabi are all there, holding their father's hands and whispering words of comfort to him. Hayashi is weak and barely conscious, his breathing labored as he fights to stay alive. Tsukasa looks up at his sisters, tears streaming down his face. He's not going to make it, he says, his voice choked with emotion. We have to accept that. Hinata nods, her own eyes red-rimmed with tears. I know, she says softly. But it's still hard. Hanabi squeezes their father's hand, her own tears falling unchecked. We'll be okay, she says, her voice trembling. We have each other. As they continue to hold their father's hands, Hayashi takes one last breath and his body goes still. The room falls silent as the family grieves for their loss. Days pass, and Tsukasa assumes his new role as head of the Hyuga clan. He spends long hours poring over the clan's records and attending meetings with other village leaders. Hinata and Hanabi support him in every way they can, but the weight of his new responsibilities is heavy. One day, Tsukasa visits his father's grave, which now lies next to Niji's. He kneels before the stone marker and places a bouquet of flowers on it. Father, he says, his voice low. I'll do my best to carry on your legacy, I'll protect the clan and the village, just like you did. He stays there for a long time, lost in thought, before finally standing up and walking away. The future of the Hyuga clan rests on his shoulders now, and he's determined to do whatever it takes to make his father proud. After Hayashi Hyuga's death. The scene opens with Tsukasa, Hinata, and Hanabi standing together in front of their father's grave. The Hyuga clan members are seen in the background mourning the loss of their leader. Tsukasa turns to his sisters and puts his hand on their shoulders. We have to be strong, he says. Our father entrusted us with the future of the Hyuga clan, and we have to live up to his expectations. Hinata and Hanabi nod in agreement, tears streaming down their faces. We know, Hinata replies softly. And we'll do everything we can to support you, Tsukasa. Tsukasa takes a deep breath and looks out at the gathering of clan members. I'll make sure that the Hyuga clan remains strong and prosperous, he declares. And I'll protect my sisters no matter what. The Hyuga clan members turn to Tsukasa with respect and admiration, knowing that he is the best choice to lead them in the future. They start to bow down, one by one, showing their loyalty and support. The scene fades out as Tsukasa and his sister stand together in front of their father's grave, ready to face the challenges that lie ahead. The Hyuga clan members gathered in the main hall, mourning the loss of Hayashi. Tsukasa stood at the front, flanked by Hinata and Hanabi on either side. Everyone, I will be taking over as the temporary head of the clan, Tsukasa announced. But my goal is to train and guide my little sister Hanabi, so that she can one day take over as the permanent leader of the Hyuga clan. The clan members murmured in agreement, knowing that Tsukasa was indeed a bit stubborn at times and may not always make the most diplomatic decisions. Tsukasa turned to Hanabi and gave her a reassuring smile. Don't worry, Hanabi, I'll be here to guide you every step of the way. We'll make the Hyuga clan stronger than ever. Hinata gave a small smile of approval, proud of her brother's dedication to their family and clan. The clan members nodded in agreement, accepting Tsukasa's decision and placing their faith in the future of the Hyuga clan under his leadership. The sun was setting on the beautiful winter day as Tsukasa and Tenten held hands and walked with their children, Sakuya and Kid, through the snow-covered forest. They had just finished their family photo shoot, and now they wanted to enjoy the rest of the evening together. As they walked, Tsukasa couldn't help but feel grateful for everything that had led him to this moment. He looked over at Tenten, who was smiling brightly at their children, and he knew that he had made the right choice in marrying her. Suddenly, a snowball hit Tsukasa in the back of the head, and he turned around to see his old friend Naruto grinning at him with a mischievous look in his eyes. Tsukasa laughed and shook his head, realizing that Naruto had never changed. Hey, what's with the long faces? Naruto asked, joining them on their walk. This is supposed to be a happy occasion. Tenten chuckled and playfully pushed Naruto. We're not sad, Naruto, we're just enjoying the moment. Naruto nodded and looked at Tsukasa with pride in his eyes. You know, you've come a long way, Tsukasa, from being a lone survivor to leading a division of elite shinobi, you've accomplished so much. Tsukasa smiled gratefully. Thanks, Naruto, I couldn't have done it without my friends and family. As they walked, they were joined by the rest of their friends, each congratulating Tsukasa and Tenten on their beautiful family and successful careers. They reminisced about old times and caught up on new ones, laughing and joking the whole way. The sun had fully set by the time they arrived at the reception hall, where their friends and family were already waiting for them. Tsukasa took a deep breath and looked around the room, taking in the familiar faces and warm smiles. He felt content, knowing that he had everything he had ever wanted. After a heartfelt speech from Naruto, Tsukasa took the dance floor with Tenten, holding her close as they swayed to the music. As they danced, Tsukasa knew that his life was complete, and that he was ready for whatever the future held for him, his family, and his division. End of arc. End of part 2 of the story. Chapter 21. The Naruto side of this fanfic is over. Let's start with the Boruto part. End. Chapter 22. Start of part 3. Boruto. The sun was shining bright in Konoha as the villagers gathered to witness history in the making. Naruto, their hero, was about to be sworn in as the 7th Hokage of the Leaf Village. Tenten, Tsukasa, Sakuya, and Kid were all there, along with their friends and loved ones. As they waited for the ceremony to begin, Sakuya and Kid were running around, excited to see their uncle Naruto become the Hokage. Tenten and Tsukasa watched their children with fondness and pride. It's amazing to see Naruto achieve his dream, Tenten said, turning to Tsukasa. Tsukasa nodded in agreement. Yeah, he's come a long way since we first met him. As the ceremony began, Naruto stepped up to the podium to take his oath. The crowd cheered, and Tenten and Tsukasa stood with their children, clapping along. Sakuya and Kid watched with wonder as Naruto spoke, their eyes glued to him. They didn't understand the significance of what was happening, but they could sense the joy and pride in their parents' faces. As Naruto finished his speech, the crowd erupted in applause. Tenten and Tsukasa hugged their children tightly, overjoyed to witness this moment in history. I'm so glad we could all be here to see this, Tenten said, wiping a tear from her eye. Tsukasa nodded, smiling. It's a memory we'll cherish forever. As they walked away from the ceremony, Sakuya and Kid ran ahead, laughing and playing. Tenten and Tsukasa walked hand in hand, watching their children with love in their hearts. They knew that the future held many challenges for their family and for the Leaf Village. But they also knew that they would face those challenges together, as a family, and as a village. And as they looked up at the Hokage monument, with Naruto's face now carved into the stone beside the faces of his predecessors, they felt a sense of hope and pride for the future of the Leaf Village. As Tsukasa was hanging out with his wife Tenten and his friend F, the Kage of her village, F suddenly grabbed Tsukasa's arm. Hey Tsukasa, you're looking pretty handsome today, she said with a smirk, trying to make Tenten jealous. Tenten raised an eyebrow and scoffed, don't even try fool, Tsukasa is taken, and he only has eyes for me. Tsukasa chuckled nervously, trying to defuse the situation. Come on, guys, we're just here to hang out, right? He said, but suddenly he sensed something was off. He looked around and saw some rogue ninjas approaching F's village. Without hesitation, Tsukasa created a shadow clone and sent it towards the ninjas to distract them. While they were preoccupied, Tsukasa grabbed both Tenten and F and carried them to safety. F was impressed by Tsukasa's quick thinking and action. You're amazing, Tsukasa. No wonder you're one of the Leaf's most powerful shinobi, she said, giving him a pat on the back. Tenten looked at Tsukasa with admiration in her eyes. I'm lucky to have you, she whispered, before the three of them continued to make their way to F's village. Afterwards in a few minutes after. In the bustling village, Tenten, F, Konan, Kuratsuchi, and Senna found themselves in a friendly competition for Tsukasa's attention. They gathered in a lively marketplace, each vying to impress him with their skills and charm. Tenten, showcasing her prowess with weapons, expertly twirled a set of kunai in the air. Tsukasa, look at my precision and accuracy. No one can match my skills. She declared, a confident smirk on her face. F, known for her unique chakra abilities, conjured a gust of wind, creating a dazzling display. Tsukasa, with my power over the elements, I can protect you like no other. She proclaimed, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Konan, displaying her mastery of paper manipulation, created intricate origami figures that floated gracefully around her. Tsukasa, my artistry knows no bounds, let me show you a world of beauty and creativity. She said, her voice filled with a gentle charm. Kuratsuchi, the fiery and determined Kunoichi, unleashed a powerful earth-style jutsu, causing the ground to shake. Tsukasa, my strength and unwavering determination will always be by your side, together, we can conquer anything. She exclaimed, her voice full of determination. Senna, the lively and spirited ninja, showcased her acrobatic skills, leaping and somersaulting with grace. Tsukasa, watch me. I'll be the most fun and entertaining partner you'll ever have. She exclaimed, a playful smile on her face. As the competition heated up, Tsukasa found himself surrounded by the impressive talents and charms of these remarkable women. He chuckled, feeling flattered by their attention. Ladies, you're all amazing in your own ways, and I appreciate your admiration, but remember, I am happily married to Tenten, and my heart belongs to her. He said with a warm smile. The Kunoichi exchanged glances, realizing that Tsukasa's heart had already been claimed. With a mix of disappointment and understanding, they nodded in unison. Tsukasa, you truly have an incredible wife, take care of her, Konan said, her voice filled with sincerity. Tenten approached Tsukasa, a proud smile on her face. I told you, girls, Tsukasa is mine, and I'm not letting go, she said, intertwining her hand with his. The group shared a moment of laughter and camaraderie, understanding that their bonds as friends were strong, even if their romantic pursuits were destined for other paths. Together, they continued their journey, supporting and cherishing one another in the ever-changing world of shinobi. In the serene surroundings of Fu's old village, Tsukasa, Tenten, Konan, Senna, and Kuratsuchi gathered to reminisce and enjoy the peaceful atmosphere. Unbeknownst to them, two mysterious figures, Asahi and Kazuta, quietly observed from a distance, their intentions veiled in secrecy. Tsukasa, glancing around the tranquil surroundings, remarked, Fu, your village holds such beauty and tranquility, it's a shame we don't visit more often. Nodded, her gaze drifting over the familiar landscapes. Yes, it brings back memories of my past. I'm glad to share this place with all of you. Hey, guys, do you see those two over there? They seem unfamiliar, I wonder who they are. Konan, her eyes narrowing in suspicion, replied, You're right, Tenten, I don't recognize them from any of the villages, we should remain cautious. Senna, always curious and eager for action, suggested, Shall we approach them and find out their intentions? Tsukasa, sensing the tension in the air, cautioned, Let's not jump to conclusions just yet, we should observe them discreetly and gather more information. Asahi and Kazuta, aware of the group's attention, exchanged glances before making their way towards Tsukasa and the others. They approached tentatively, their expressions unreadable. Asahi, with a polite smile, addressed the group, Forgive our intrusion, but we couldn't help but notice your presence here, we're travelers passing through, admiring the beauty of this village, might we have the honor of your company? Travelers, you say? What brings you to this village specifically? And why the interest in our company? Kazuta, his voice calm and composed, replied, We've heard tales of the renowned shinobi who frequent this area, we merely seek knowledge and exchange of skills. And who, may I ask, hired you for this exchange of skills? We're always cautious of strangers, you see. Asahi's smile wavered slightly, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. Ah, well, you see, we were hired by an anonymous client, they wished for us to seek out formidable shinobi and test their abilities. And what purpose does this test serve? Who is this client, and what do they hope to achieve? Kazuta's demeanor remained composed, but a hint of unease crossed his face. We're sorry, but we're not at liberty to divulge that information, our purpose is solely to carry out the test, nothing more. Senna, unable to contain her curiosity, asked tentatively, Are you sure this test is not meant to harm us or our companions? Asahi's gaze softened, a touch of regret in his voice. I assure you, our intention is not to cause harm, we seek only to measure strength and foster growth, if you wish, we can leave peacefully. Tsukasa, his gaze unwavering, replied firmly, We appreciate your explanation, but we cannot take your words at face value, we must prioritize the safety of our group and this village, it would be wise for you to leave. Asahi and Kazuta exchanged a glance, understanding the gravity of the situation. With a respectful bow, they turned to depart. Very well, we'll respect your wishes, may our paths cross again under different circumstances. As the two figures disappeared into the distance, the group remained on high alert, their senses sharpened by the encounter. They understood that a new threat loomed, and they would need to stay vigilant to protect themselves and the village they held dear. As Tsukasa and his friends continued their mission, unaware of the presence of Kazuta and Asahi, the two mysterious figures remained hidden, keeping a watchful eye from a safe distance. Their determination to track their targets to the hidden leaf village was unwavering. Kazuta, his eyes fixated on Tsukasa, whispered to Asahi, We must be cautious and patient, they are skilled shinobi, and any misstep could reveal our presence. Asahi nodded in agreement, scanning the surroundings. Indeed, let's maintain our distance and ensure we don't draw any attention, our objective lies within reach. With unwavering resolve, Tsukasa and his group completed their mission, displaying their prowess and teamwork. As they turned to make their way back to the hidden leaf village, Kazuta and Asahi discreetly followed, ensuring they remained undetected. The journey back was filled with tension, both parties keenly aware of each other's presence. Kazuta and Asahi, skilled in the art of stealth, were careful not to give away their position, blending seamlessly with the surroundings. Finally, the group arrived at the gates of the hidden leaf village, unaware that they were being shadowed. Tsukasa and his friends bid each other farewell, dispersing to attend to their individual tasks. As Tsukasa entered the village, he couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Instinctively, he glanced over his shoulder, but saw nothing out of the ordinary. Unbeknownst to him, Kazuta and Asahi maintained their distance, ensuring they remained undetected. The two mysterious figures observed from a rooftop as Tsukasa disappeared into the bustling streets of the village. Kazuta's eyes narrowed, his expression hardened with determination. We cannot let our guard down, our mission is not yet complete. Asahi nodded silently, his gaze fixed on Tsukasa's retreating form. Indeed, we must gather more information and assess their strengths, the time will come when we can confront them. With their target now within the village's walls, Kazuta and Asahi faded into the shadows, their presence concealed from prying eyes. They knew their paths would cross again, and the outcome would determine the fate of their mission. As the sun began to set, the hidden leaf village remained unaware of the lurking danger, while Tsukasa and his friends carried on with their lives, oblivious to the shadowy figures following their every move. As Tsukasa and his friends approached the gates of Konoha, the atmosphere suddenly shifted. The air became charged with tension as Asahi and Kazuta emerged from the shadows, blocking their path. Tsukasa instinctively stepped forward, ready to protect his friends. Asahi wore a confident smirk, while Kazuta maintained a stoic expression. Tsukasa, Asahi said, his voice dripping with malice. Your time has come, we've been sent to end you. Tsukasa's eyes narrowed, his gaze focused and determined. I don't know who you are, but I won't let anyone harm my friends or my village. With lightning-fast speed, Asahi lunged at Tsukasa, launching a barrage of swift and precise strikes. Tsukasa skillfully evaded each attack, his movements fluid and graceful. He retaliated with a swift counterattack, his strikes fueled by determination. Meanwhile, Kazuta engaged Tsukasa's friends, ensuring they couldn't interfere. Tenten, Konan, Senna, and Kuratsuchi fought back, defending themselves with skill and determination. The clash of steel and the crackling of jutsus filled the air as the battle raged on. Tsukasa's eyes blazed with the power of his Kekkei Genkai, the Ketsurigan, enhancing his senses and reflexes. Asahi's attacks grew more ferocious, but Tsukasa held his ground, countering with his own formidable skills. The clash between the two warriors intensified, their determination evident in every move they made. Amidst the chaos, Tsukasa's friends fought valiantly, their loyalty to him and the village unwavering. Tenten's precision and weapon mastery, Konan's paper jutsu, Senna's lightning-based attacks, and Kuratsuchi's earth manipulation all contributed to the fierce battle. Tsukasa's resolve never wavered. Drawing upon his inner strength, he unleashed a powerful jutsu, overwhelming Asahi and momentarily disorienting him. Taking advantage of the opening, Tsukasa struck with a devastating blow, knocking Asahi back. With the odds now against them, Asahi and Kazuta retreated, disappearing into the shadows from whence they came. Tsukasa and his friends, battered but victorious, watched their foes retreat, their hearts filled with a mixture of relief and determination. Tsukasa turned to his friends, his voice filled with gratitude. Thank you all for standing by my side, we must remain vigilant, the threat may still be lurking. Tenten, Konan, Senna, and Kuratsuchi nodded, their expressions resolute. Together, they vowed to protect their village and bring an end to the danger that had emerged. As the gates of Konoha opened wide to welcome them home, Tsukasa and his friends stepped forward, united in their commitment to defend their village and ensure its peace. The battle had been won, but the journey to safeguarding their future had only just begun. Asahi and Kazuta stood together, their eyes gleaming with malevolence and a shared purpose. They had prepared a deadly jutsu, a sinister combination of their chakra that spelled doom for their target, the leader of the snow village. The leader, a figure of authority and power, found themselves caught in a trap they never anticipated. The air grew heavy with an ominous aura as Asahi and Kazuta unleashed their jutsu, channeling their chakra into a devastating force. The jutsu took the form of swirling, icy tendrils, snaking their way towards the unsuspecting leader. The snow village, once serene and beautiful, was now tainted with a sense of impending destruction. The leader, realizing the imminent danger, fought back with all their might. But Asahi and Kazuta's jutsu was relentless, unyielding in its pursuit. The tendrils of ice lashed out, wrapping around the leader's body, constricting and freezing everything in their path. The leader's desperate struggles only fueled the jutsu's power, intensifying its grip. The coldness seeped into their veins, numbing their senses and sapping their strength. Every breath became a struggle as the icy tendrils tightened, leaving no room for escape. Asahi and Kazuta watched with cruel satisfaction as their jutsu slowly consumed the leader. Their eyes glinted with a twisted joy, reveling in the torment they had inflicted. The Snow Village's once respected leader was now at their mercy, a victim of their sinister plot. The scene was suffused with a chilling silence, broken only by the leader's desperate gasps for air. Time seemed to stretch, each moment etching itself into the collective memory of those witnessing the tragedy. Eventually, the leader's struggles ceased, their body encased in an icy prison. Asahi and Kazuta's deadly jutsu had succeeded, leaving a trail of devastation in its wake. The Snow Village had lost its guiding light, and darkness loomed over its future. As the realization of their victory sank in, Asahi and Kazuta shared a cold, triumphant smile. They had achieved their objective, leaving a legacy of fear and destruction in their wake. But unbeknownst to them, the residents of the Snow Village were not ready to surrender to despair. The loss of their leader only fueled their determination to rise from the ashes and seek justice. The fight for their village's survival had just begun, and they would not rest until Asahi and Kazuta faced the consequences of their malevolent actions. In the face of tragedy, a glimmer of hope ignited, as the strength of unity and resilience began to emerge from the shattered remains of the Snow Village. The stage was set for an epic battle between the forces of darkness and the unwavering spirit of those who refused to be broken. Asahi and Kazuta stood on a hill overlooking the walls of Konoha, their eyes fixed on the village below. They were not alone. 10 other individuals, equally determined and sinister, stood beside them, united by a common goal, to infiltrate the village and sow chaos. Their presence cast a dark shadow over the peaceful village, their intentions shrouded in secrecy. Each of them possessed unique skills and abilities, honed through years of training and preparation. The air crackled with anticipation as they prepared to carry out their nefarious plan. Meanwhile, in another part of the village, Tsukasa walked alongside Naruto and Hinata. His children Sakuya and Kid by his side. The sun bathed them in its warm glow, creating a serene atmosphere. Kid's playful laughter filled the air as she interacted with Himawari, while Sakuya engaged in a serious conversation with Boruto. As they strolled through the familiar streets of Konoha, Tsukasa, Naruto, and Hinata discussed various training techniques and skills that could aid them in their journey. The atmosphere was one of camaraderie and mutual growth as they shared their knowledge and experiences. Tsukasa listened intently to Naruto's advice, absorbing every word with a hunger for knowledge and improvement. He felt a sense of gratitude and respect for Naruto, the seventh Hokage, whose leadership had brought peace to the village. With each step they took, the bonds between the two families grew stronger. Tsukasa's determination to protect his loved ones and the village burned bright within him. He understood the responsibility that came with his unique lineage and the power he possessed. Unbeknownst to them, the group of rogues lingered on the outskirts of the village, their sinister plan inching closer to fruition. The clash between their dark ambitions and the unwavering spirit of Konoha was inevitable. In this moment of tranquility, Tsukasa, Naruto, and Hinata shared a silent vow to protect their home and all they held dear. Little did they know that their path would soon intersect with the very individuals plotting to disrupt their peaceful existence. As the sun began its descent, casting long shadows across the village, a storm brewed on the horizon. The stage was set for a clash of ideologies, where the bonds of friendship and loyalty would be tested against the forces of chaos and destruction. The future of Konoha hung in the balance, and Tsukasa, Naruto, and their allies would soon be thrust into a battle that would test their resolve, courage, and unwavering faith in the village they called home. Ino, stationed at the intelligence division, felt a foreboding presence in the village. Her instincts kicked into overdrive as she sensed an unfamiliar and unregistered surge of chakra. With a sense of urgency, she hurriedly relayed the information to her fellow shinobi. Gathering in the Hokage's office, the atmosphere was tense. Naruto, Tsukasa, Shikamaru, Sakura, and other high-ranking ninja listened intently to Ino's report. The gravity of the situation hung heavy in the room, and a sense of unease settled over them all. Ino's voice trembled with a mix of concern and determination as she relayed what she had discovered. Hokage-sama, Tsukasa-san, we have a serious problem. Our surveillance picked up multiple individuals with unidentified chakra signatures moving within the village. They seem to be operating covertly, and their intentions remain unclear. Naruto's face darkened, his eyes narrowing as he absorbed the information. We cannot let this go unnoticed. These intruders pose a threat to the safety and stability of Konoha. We need to act swiftly and decisively. Tsukasa's grip tightened around his kunai, his expression resolute. I won't let anyone harm my family, friends, or this village. We need to find these infiltrators and neutralize the threat. Shikamaru, ever the strategist, analyzed the situation. We have to be cautious. These individuals have managed to evade detection until now, indicating a level of skill and stealth. We must assume they're well prepared and potentially dangerous. Sakura, her voice filled with determination, spoke up. I'll gather a medical team to be on standby. We have to be prepared for any casualties or injuries that may arise from confronting these intruders. The tension in the room intensified as everyone absorbed the gravity of the situation. Each shinobi present understood the weight of their duty, the responsibility to protect their village and the people within it. Naruto stood up, his voice resonating with unwavering determination. We will mobilize our forces immediately. Konoha's safety is our top priority. We won't let anyone threaten our home. Let's move out, everyone. As the room emptied, the sense of urgency filled the air. Shinobi from all corners of the village rallied together, their eyes filled with determination and their hearts set on defending Konoha. The stage was set for a clash between the unknown infiltrators and the united strength of Konoha. The echoes of conflict reverberated through the village as each shinobi prepared for the imminent confrontation. In this moment of crisis, Konoha's spirit burned bright. The bonds of friendship, loyalty, and the unwavering resolve to protect their home propelled the shinobi forward, ready to face whatever challenges awaited them. The fate of Konoha hung in the balance, and as the shinobi dispersed throughout the village, they carried with them the collective will to defend their cherished home at all costs. As Boruto and Sakuya faced off against Kazuta and Asahi, a charged silence filled the battlefield. The air crackled with anticipation as the two sides prepared to clash. Boruto's eyes blazed with determination as he formed hand seals, channeling his lightning chakra. Lightning style, thunderbolt flash. A surge of electricity shot forth from Boruto's fingertips, crackling and arcing towards Asahi. The powerful jutsu enveloped his opponent, immobilizing him in a web of electrical energy. Asahi's movements came to a halt, his body twitching from the intense voltage coursing through him. Meanwhile, Sakuya's blade gleamed with deadly precision as he faced off against Kazuta. Swift and agile, he expertly maneuvered, his kenjutsu skills honed through years of training. With a fluid motion, Sakuya unleashed a flurry of precise strikes, his blade dancing through the air. Each swing carried the weight of his resolve, aiming to end the battle swiftly and decisively. His strikes found their mark, landing with pinpoint accuracy. Kazuta fought back with all his might, but the combination of Sakuya's skill and determination proved to be overwhelming. Despite his best efforts, he couldn't keep up with the relentless assault. Sakuya's blade found its mark, bringing an end to Kazuta's threat. As the battle drew to a close, Boruto and Sakuya stood side by side, their chests heaving with exertion. Their eyes met, acknowledging the strength and synergy they had demonstrated. With their opponents defeated, the tension in the air began to dissipate. The village's safety was once again assured, thanks to the unwavering resolve and skill of these young shinobi. As Boruto and Sakuya stood as victors on the battlefield, their comrades approached, offering words of praise and admiration. The bonds of friendship and teamwork had triumphed over adversity, securing a brighter future for the Hidden Leaf village. In the aftermath of the battle, Boruto and Sakuya shared a brief moment of mutual respect. Their combined efforts had not only protected the village but also showcased their growth and potential as shinobi. As they surveyed the battlefield, their eyes filled with determination, ready to face any future challenges that awaited them. Together, they would continue to defend their village, honor their legacy, and forge their own path as shinobi of Konoha. Start of Sakuya's Boruto's story to begin. End of arc, chapter 23. Boruto part 1 finna be done right. But I'ma be taking a hiatus with this so I can be in 100. Be sure to check out my other series and my original works. See ya. One more thing, the Academy arc will be a bit different since we won't be focusing on Tsukasa as the main character but on his son Sakuya as we see him strive for greatness. Yes, the Momoshiki arc will be the same as it was in Boruto, but instead of Boruto cheating he uses his own ability to win, but Sakuya will be the one who will cheat in the exams. The Majina Bandits arc will be the same as well with Boruto being the main focus in it. The Kara arc as well will be slightly different, and yes, Tsukasa's presence will make Delta be into him. But she would want to kill Tsukasa though. Boruto and Kawaki would have karma marks and their same power and techniques like the Jigan and scientific ninja tools. The AO arc is also the same, the Code arc is also the same, then the Prophecy arc will be the same as well. Then we will stop at the end when Boruto and Sasuke leave the village. Kawaki is in the story during the end of the AO arc END. Chapter 24. Sakuya and Boruto laughed as they looked at the train that they had just crashed into the Hokage monument. They had been playing around, and things got a little out of hand. As they turned around, they saw everyone staring at them in shock. Even the Hokage and other important figures were there, and they all looked nervous. Sakuya rubbed the back of his head and smiled sheepishly. Oops, sorry about that. Boruto grinned and elbowed him playfully. It was worth it, though. The Hokage sighed and shook his head, but couldn't help but smile at the two boys. You boys are trouble, but I'm sure you'll make fine shinobi one day. The other adults nodded in agreement, and the students around them began to relax and laugh, realizing that the situation wasn't as serious as they had initially thought. As the ceremony continued, Sakuya and Boruto kept causing trouble and getting into mischief, but everyone knew they would grow up to be strong and reliable shinobi, just like their parents. A week after. In the tranquil setting of the Hidden Leaf Academy, the soft rays of sunlight cascaded through the windows, casting a warm glow upon the students. Among them, Sakuya's gaze wandered, catching sight of a fellow classmate, Wasabi. As his eyes locked with hers, a faint blush adorned Sakuya's cheeks. The world seemed to fade away around them, and time stood still for a fleeting moment. He was captivated by her charm and the spark that seemed to emanate from within her. Sakuya mustered the courage to approach her, his heart pounding with nervous anticipation. Hi, Wasabi, he stammered, his voice betraying his shy demeanor. Wasabi returned his gaze, her eyes twinkling with curiosity. Oh, hi, Sakuya, what's up? She replied, a warm smile gracing her lips. Sakuya's words stumbled out, his voice a mix of excitement and nervousness. I just wanted to say that, you caught my attention, I think you're amazing, and I'd really like to get to know you better. Wasabi's cheeks turned a faint shade of pink as she met Sakuya's earnest gaze. Oh, really? That's unexpected, she responded, a hint of bashfulness in her voice. The surroundings seemed to transform into a vivid dreamscape, with vibrant cherry blossom trees swaying gently in the breeze. Their petals fluttered like delicate confetti, painting a picturesque backdrop to this blossoming encounter. As they stood amidst the beauty of nature's embrace, Sakuya and Wasabi's connection grew stronger. Their laughter filled the air, and the world seemed to come alive with possibility and new beginnings. Afterwards. In this moment of serendipity, Sakuya couldn't help but feel that fate had brought them together. As their journey through the academy continued, he vowed to cherish every moment spent with Wasabi, nurturing their bond and creating memories that would endure. And so, under the watchful gaze of the cherry blossoms, a budding romance began to unfold, promising a story of friendship, laughter, and the wonder of young love. As the bustling hallways of the Hidden Leaf Academy buzzed with activity, Sakuya's gaze fixated on two unfamiliar figures standing at the periphery. Their strange appearance and demeanor sent a shiver down his spine, filling him with a sense of unease. Lost in his thoughts, Sakuya barely noticed the approach of Sarada, who playfully tapped him on the head. Startled, he turned to face her, a surprised expression etched across his features. Hey, Sakuya, what's got you so distracted? Sarada teased, her voice laced with a hint of amusement. Boruto, caught off guard by Sarada's sudden appearance, found himself on the receiving end of her playful punches as well. He winced but couldn't help but join in the banter. Yeah, Sakuya, you seem totally spaced out, what's going on? Sakuya shook his head, snapping out of his reverie. Sorry, guys, I just noticed those two weird-looking men over there, there's something off about them. Sarada's eyes narrowed as she followed Sakuya's gaze, her observant nature kicking into high gear. You're right, Sakuya, they do seem suspicious, let's keep an eye on them. Count me in. We'll figure out what they're up to. With newfound determination, the trio discreetly followed the enigmatic figures as they weaved through the crowded corridors. But to their surprise, the men vanished without a trace, leaving them puzzled and intrigued. Where did they go? Sarada mused, her brows furrowed in contemplation. Boruto scratched his head, a mix of frustration and excitement evident in his voice. I don't know, but we won't let them slip away next time. Sakuya, his curiosity piqued, nodded in agreement. Right, we'll keep our eyes open and gather more information, there's definitely something fishy going on. As they stood united, the trio formed an unspoken bond, ready to uncover the secrets lurking within their village. With determination in their hearts and the promise of thrilling adventures ahead. Sakuya, Sarada, and Boruto embarked on a journey that would test their mettle and forge unbreakable friendships. Shift to the next hour of the same day. As Sakuya walked with Inogen, Shikadai, and Boruto, engrossed in their animated conversation about their latest ninja training. They failed to notice the shy Kaderi girl, Yeiko, who was spying on them from a distance. Her quiet and reserved nature made it easy for her to blend into the surroundings, but her eyes were fixated on Sakuya. Yeiko admired Sakuya from afar, captivated by his strong and confident demeanor. She found herself drawn to his mysterious aura, wondering what secrets he might hold beneath the surface. As the group continued their conversation, Yeiko's heart fluttered with each passing word. Meanwhile, Tsubaki Kurigane, another student from their class, stood at the edge of the scene, watching with an intense gaze. She had sensed something peculiar about the whole situation and decided to investigate further. Her keen instincts told her that something unusual was unfolding. As Sakuya, Inogen, Shikadai, and Boruto laughed together. Tsubaki couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched. She scanned the surroundings and spotted Yaeko, her eyes filled with curiosity and intrigue. Unbeknownst to everyone, a mysterious figure stood hidden in the shadows, observing the group from a distance. Their identity was concealed, their motives unclear. They watched intently, biding their time, as if waiting for the perfect moment to reveal themselves. As the afternoon sun began to set, casting a warm glow over the land of iron, the atmosphere grew increasingly mysterious and tense. Unseen eyes followed every movement, every conversation, and every interaction, leaving an eerie feeling in the air. As the group continued on their way, the mysterious figure remained hidden, their presence lingering in the background. Their intentions remained a mystery, but one thing was certain, their presence would not go unnoticed for long. Little did Sakuya and his friends know that their seemingly ordinary day at the academy was about to take an unexpected turn. As the mystery deepened and the shadows grew longer, they were about to be drawn into a web of intrigue and adventure they never could have imagined. As the school day came to an end, Sakuya noticed a mysterious figure darting through the shadows. Intrigued and curious, he couldn't resist the urge to investigate. Without thinking, he began to chase after the elusive figure, leaving his friends and classmates bewildered by his sudden actions. Tsubaki, Boruto, and the rest of the students watched as Sakuya sprinted after the mysterious person. Confused and concerned, they exchanged puzzled glances and quickly followed after him, determined to find out what was going on. The chase led them through the streets of the hidden leaf village, with Sakuya navigating through alleyways and rooftops with impressive agility. The mysterious figure seemed to be just out of reach, always one step ahead of them. As they ran, Tsubaki couldn't help but marvel at Sakuya's determination and skill. She had always sensed that he possessed extraordinary abilities. But watching him in action confirmed her suspicions. His grace and speed were unparalleled, and she found herself feeling both impressed and intrigued by him. Boruto, on the other hand, was excited by the unexpected adventure. He loved the thrill of chasing after something mysterious, and this was the perfect opportunity for some real-life ninja action. The chase continued, with Sakuya pushing himself to catch up to the elusive figure. The streets and rooftops of the hidden leaf village blurred by as they followed the mysterious person into the heart of the village. Finally, they cornered the figure in a secluded alley. As they closed in, they were surprised to see that the mysterious person was actually a young girl, just a few years younger than them. Her eyes widened with fear and uncertainty as she faced the group of older ninja. Sakuya approached her cautiously, realizing that she was not a threat. "Hey, are you okay?" he asked gently, trying to reassure her. The girl hesitated for a moment before nodding. I am sorry for running away, I was just scared," she admitted, her voice trembling. Tsubaki, Boruto, and the others watched as Sakuya spoke with the girl, trying to understand why she was running and why she had seemed so mysterious earlier. The girl explained that she was new to the village and had gotten lost while exploring. Frightened and overwhelmed, she had panicked and tried to find her way back home. She had not meant to cause any trouble. Sakuya smiled kindly at her, assuring her that everything was okay. "It's alright, we all get lost sometimes, let me help you find your way back," he offered. Touched by Sakuya's kindness, the girl nodded gratefully. Tsubaki, Boruto, and the others joined in to help, and together, they guided her back to her home. As they walked back, Tsubaki couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for Sakuya. His determination to help someone he had just met was truly commendable, and she knew that he would make a great ninja one day. The unexpected adventure had brought them closer together and forged a bond of friendship among the group. As they returned to the village, they felt a sense of camaraderie and excitement for the future, knowing that their journey as young ninjas was just beginning. As Tsubaki waved goodbye and walked home, she couldn't help but feel her cheeks flush slightly. She had always admired Sakuya's bravery and determination, but today, seeing him in action during the chase had left her feeling even more impressed by him. Meanwhile, Boruto and Sakuya finally arrived home, only to be scolded by their mothers, Hinata and Tenten, for being late. They explained that they got caught up in something unexpected and apologized, promising to be more careful next time. After dinner, as the night fell, Sakuya went to his room to rest. However, to his surprise, he found the mysterious girl from earlier sitting there, grinning mischievously. "Who are you?" Sakuya asked, taken aback by her sudden appearance. The girl chuckled, her voice echoing in his mind. "Oh, don't be scared, I'm just here to have some fun, you're quite talented, you know, I saw how you chased after me earlier, and I must say, I'm impressed." Sakuya's eyes narrowed as he realized that she was the one who had used a jutsu to speak into his mind during the chase. "What do you want?" he demanded. The girl's grin widened. "I want you to do something for me," she said. "You see, I have a little plan, and I need someone with your skills to help me out." Sakuya hesitated, not sure if he should trust her. "What's in it for me?" he asked cautiously. "Oh, you'll get something you've always wanted," the girl replied cryptically. Sakuya's curiosity got the better of him, and he agreed to help her, though he couldn't shake the feeling that there was something off about her. In the days that followed, Sakuya found himself carrying out various tasks for the mysterious girl, all the while wondering what her true intentions were. He tried to keep it a secret from his friends and family, not wanting to worry them. However, Tsubaki couldn't help but notice that something was bothering Sakuya. She sensed that he was keeping something from them and became determined to find out what it was. One day, as they were training together, Tsubaki confronted Sakuya about his strange behavior. "Is something bothering you?" she asked gently. Sakuya hesitated for a moment before finally opening up to her. He told her about the mysterious girl and how she had asked for his help. Tsubaki's expression turned serious as she listened. "Be careful, Sakuya," she warned. "There's something off about that girl, you don't know what she's really planning." Sakuya nodded, realizing that Tsubaki was right. He knew that he had to be cautious and not let himself be manipulated by the girl's charm and promises. As the days went by, Sakuya became more wary of the mysterious girl's intentions and started to distance himself from her. He focused on his training and spent more time with his friends, Tsubaki and Boruto, who had always been there for him. Little did he know that the girl's plans were far from over, and that he would soon find himself facing a dangerous enemy that would put his skills to the ultimate test. As the mysterious girl claimed to know Tsukasa when he was younger, Sakuya's eyes widened in surprise. "You know my father?" he asked, his curiosity getting the better of him. The girl laughed, her voice echoing in his mind. "Oh yes, I know him quite well," she said, her eyes gleaming with mischief. Before Sakuya could react, the girl lunged at him, but Boruto quickly stepped in to protect his cousin. He created multiple shadow clones to attack the girl, while Mitsuki appeared out of nowhere to join the fray. Mitsuki used his snake-like movements to distract the girl, allowing Boruto to land a few solid hits. However, the girl was quick and agile, dodging their attacks effortlessly. "Who are you? What do you want with us?" The girl smirked, enjoying the challenge. "Oh, I just want to have a little fun," she replied cryptically. And what better way to do that than to play with the descendants of powerful shinobi like Tsukasa and Naruto? Sakuya's eyes narrowed at her words. "You won't get away with this," he said firmly. The girl chuckled. "We'll see about that," she said, disappearing into thin air and leaving behind only her echoing laughter. Boruto and Mitsuki looked at each other, their resolve strengthened. "We need to find out who she is and what she's planning," Mitsuki said. Boruto nodded, his determination unwavering. "We won't let her harm our friends or family," he said. As the three of them stood there, they knew that they were facing a formidable enemy, but they were ready to protect their loved ones no matter what it took. Little did they know that this encounter was just the beginning of a dangerous and thrilling adventure that would test their skills, their bonds, and their strength as they faced the mysterious girl and the dark secret she held. A little after the fight, Kid and Himawari were happily playing together, laughing and chasing each other around. They hugged their respective brothers, Sakuya and Boruto, tightly, enjoying their time together as cousins. Afterwards, the mysterious girl was seen talking to someone from the hidden rain village, who was revealed to be Kazutora's son. The girl introduced herself as Hana, the daughter of Ryoka, and Kazutora's son introduced himself as Kenta. "So, Hana, what brings you to the hidden rain village?" Kenta asked, curious about her sudden appearance. Hana smirked, her eyes gleaming with mischief. "I'm here on a little mission," she replied cryptically. "But I can't reveal too much just yet." Kenta raised an eyebrow, intrigued by her mysterious demeanor. "Well, I hope you know what you're doing," he said. Hana chuckled. "Oh, don't worry, Kenta, I've got everything under control," she said confidently. As they continued their conversation, it became clear that Hana and Kenta had some sort of plan in motion, one that involved the Hidden Leaf Village and its inhabitants. Little did anyone know that Hana and Kenta's actions would set off a chain of events that would test the bonds of friendship and family, and push the young shinobi of the Hidden Leaf Village to their limits. As the story unfolds, the truth behind Hana's mysterious agenda and her connection to Ryoka will be revealed, and the young shinobi will have to band together to face the challenges that lie ahead. Forward to the next day. The graduation day had finally arrived, and the academy was abuzz with excitement and nervous energy. The young shinobi-to-be were all gathered in the main courtyard, dressed in their freshly pressed uniforms, waiting eagerly for the ceremony to begin. Sakuya, Yeiko, and Tsubaki stood together, their eyes gleaming with determination. They had become fast friends during their time at the academy and were thrilled to be placed in the same team. Boruto, Sarada, and Mitsuki were also standing together, each of them ready to prove themselves as a formidable trio. They had trained hard and were confident in their abilities. Shikadai, Inogen, and Denki were quietly discussing their future plans, strategizing and planning for the missions that awaited them. Iwabi, Metal Lee, and Sumire were exchanging fist bumps, excited to embark on their shinobi journey together. Meanwhile, Namida, Wasabi, and Chocho were talking animatedly, their laughter filling the air as they shared stories from their time at the academy. Ki, Hako, and Renga were standing tall, their serious expressions showing their determination to become strong and dependable shinobi. Tsuru, Gotsu, and Enko, the last trio to join the academy, were looking forward to proving themselves and showing everyone what they were capable of. As the ceremony began, the headmaster of the academy addressed the young shinobi, congratulating them on their hard work and dedication. He reminded them of the responsibilities that came with being a shinobi and urged them to uphold the values of the Hidden Leaf Village. The students listened attentively, their hearts filled with a mix of excitement and nervousness. As the ceremony concluded, the students were officially assigned to their three-man teams, and they eagerly introduced themselves to their new teammates. The academy graduates, now officially genin, were filled with hope and anticipation for the adventures that lay ahead. They were ready to face any challenges that came their way and to make their mark as shinobi of the Hidden Leaf Village. As the world rested, they were on the planning phase. In a hidden lair, Hana and Ryo were deep in discussion, their eyes filled with anger and determination. They had lost everything in the destruction of their world, and now they sought revenge on the allied shinobi world that they believed was responsible. "We can't let them get away with this," Hana said, her voice filled with venom. "They destroyed our world, and now we will destroy theirs." Ryo nodded in agreement, clenching his fists. "Our fathers were killed by the shinobi of the allied world, they must pay for their crimes." As they planned their revenge, a glimpse of Kotaro and Ryoichi, the daughter and son of Tekashi, flashed on a nearby screen. They too were seeking vengeance for their father's death. Meanwhile, Kagaya, Tonari, Mamashiki, and Kinshiki Otsutsuki were shown in the shadows, their dark intentions unknown but undoubtedly connected to the unfolding events. As the pieces of their plan fell into place, Hana and Ryo were filled with a sense of purpose. They were determined to bring down the shinobi world that had caused them so much pain and suffering. Little did they know that their actions would set off a chain of events that would threaten the very existence of the allied shinobi world. The future was uncertain, and the stage was set for a battle that would test the resolve of every shinobi involved. As the academy arc came to its finale, the stage was now set for a new and perilous journey that would shape the future of the shinobi world. The young genin, now united in their teams, would have to face challenges and enemies they could never have imagined, as the threat of revenge and destruction loomed on the horizon. End of the Academy Arc Chapter 25. After the events of the Academy Arc. As Tsukasa walked with Sakuya to the training grounds, he noticed Tsubaki waving at his son with a slight blush on her cheeks. She handed Sakuya something she had made for him. And Sakuya smiled gratefully, thanking her. Yeiko also approached and handed Sakuya a small gift, and he thanked her as well. Meanwhile, Wasabi couldn't help but feel a little jealous seeing Tsubaki and Yeiko give Sakuya gifts. She walked over to him and shyly handed him a small item she had made herself, blushing slightly. "I, made this for you," she mumbled before quickly walking off with Namida and Sumire. Tsukasa watched the interactions between the kids with a smile, proud of his son for making friends and building bonds with his classmates. However, little did they know that Ryo, Hana, Kotaro, and Ryoichi were planning an attack on the Hidden Leaf Village. Fueled by their desire for revenge, they were determined to bring destruction to the village that they believed had caused them so much pain and suffering. In a hidden lair, Ryo's eyes burned with anger as he laid out the plans for the attack. "The Hidden Leaf Village will pay for what they did to my father," he said, his voice filled with venom. Hana nodded in agreement. "And they will pay for what they did to my mother," she added, her fists clenched. Kotaro and Ryoichi, the daughter and son of Tekashi, were equally determined to seek revenge for their father's death. "We won't let them get away with this," Kotaro said, her voice cold and determined. As the group finalized their plans, the stage was set for a dangerous and deadly attack on the Hidden Leaf Village. The revenge on Konoha arc had begun, and the fate of the village and its shinobi rested in the hands of a young genin who would have to face this formidable threat. After training for 2 hours with his father, Tsukasa. As Sakuya left to hang out with Boruto, Tsukasa reminded him to be back before dinner so Tenten wouldn't scold him. Sakuya nodded and promised to be back on time. Meanwhile, Ryo, Hana, Kotaro, and Ryoichi carried out their attack on the Hidden Rain Village. They fought with the Rain Shinobi and quickly defeated them, demanding to know the location of their hidden scrolls. As they struck down the last Rain Shinobi, a mysterious figure appeared before them wearing a strange outfit and a fox mask. The figure spoke in a cryptic manner, suggesting that instead of just targeting the Hidden Leaf Village, they should go after the other allied villages as well. Ryo, Hana, Kotaro, and Ryoichi listened intently, intrigued by the idea of creating chaos and destruction in all the allied villages. With the figure's encouragement, they continued their rampage, taking down the shinobi from the hidden sand, sound, stone, and cloud villages one by one. The carnage was brutal, and the mysterious figure seemed pleased with the destruction they were causing. As the chaos settled, a 13-year-old female shinobi named Now appeared on the scene. She stared in shock and horror at the carnage before her, realizing that her parents had been killed by the 4 attackers who had now vanished. Filled with grief and anger, Now vowed to seek revenge on those responsible for the death of her parents. Little did she know that her path would soon cross with Sakuya, Boruto, and the rest of the Hidden Leaf Village as they tried to stop the group's reign of terror and seek justice for the innocent lives lost. The Revenge on Konoha arc had just begun, and the village would soon be facing one of its darkest and most dangerous challenges yet. The next day, as Tsukasa prepared to leave for the Hidden Rain Village with his new team consisting of Sakuya, Yeiko, and Tsubaki, Tenten hugged them both and told them to be careful. She reminded them to look out for each other and assured them that she would be waiting for their safe return. Keed also hugged her father and brother, waving them goodbye with a smile. She told them to come back soon and stay safe on their mission. As they departed, the scene shifted to the mysterious fox-masked shinobi, Shuten. He approached Katasuke Tno and demanded a tool that he could use against the allied shinobi world. Katasuke, hesitant and afraid, refused to comply. This angered Shuten, but he quickly dismissed it and warned Katasuke that he would soon be used by someone far worse than himself. With that, Shuten knocked out Katasuke and left him unconscious on the ground. It was clear that the strange fox-masked shinobi had his own agenda, and his involvement in the Revenge on Konoha arc was becoming more mysterious and dangerous. As Tsukasa, Sakuya, Yeiko, and Tsubaki arrived at the Hidden Rain Village, they were greeted by a gruesome sight of dead Rain Village shinobi scattered throughout the streets. It was clear that something terrible had happened in the village. As they walked further into the village, they were suddenly confronted by a young Rain Village shinobi named Now. She mistook them for the attackers who had caused the destruction and tried to strike at them with her ninja tools. However, Tsukasa quickly reacted and knocked her out with a swift and precise strike. Realizing that Now was just a young girl caught in the midst of the chaos, Tsukasa, Sakuya, Yeiko, and Tsubaki decided to take her with them back to the Hidden Leaf Village. They knew that they needed to find out more about what had happened in the Hidden Rain Village and who was truly responsible for the attacks. Carrying Now with them, they made their way back to the Hidden Leaf Village, where they would report their findings and hopefully get some answers about the mysterious attackers and their motives. As the battle between Tsukasa, Sakuya, Tsubaki, Yeiko, and the group led by Shuten raged on, the tension in the air was palpable. Ryo, one of the attackers, had been killed by Tsukasa's powerful Rasengan, while Hana, Kotaro, and Ryoichi were still a threat. Hana pointed accusingly at Tsukasa, asking if he was the one who killed their parents. Shuten quickly intervened and claimed that it was Tsukasa and his team who had attacked the Hidden Rain Village. Tsukasa looked confused, as he had no memory of any such attack. Before he could say anything, he was suddenly kneed straight into the trees by Hana's swift and powerful attack. Sakuya, witnessing his father being attacked, tried to use his fire style, fireball jutsu on Hana, but she avoided it. Tsubaki quickly intervened and protected Sakuya, successfully getting him out of harm's way. Yeiko, seizing the opportunity, used her assassination jutsu on Hana, taking her down while she was distracted with Sakuya and Tsubaki. Tsukasa got back on his feet and commanded Sakuya, Tsubaki, and Yeiko to grab the girl from the Hidden Rain Village and head back to the village immediately. Shuten then decided to regroup with Kotaro and Ryoichi, and the 4 of them dashed away to plan their next move. Tsukasa, determined to protect his team and the Hidden Leaf Village, headed back to confront the remaining attackers. Before leaving, he sealed Hana and Ryo's bodies to prevent any further conflict. As Tsukasa battled Shuten, Ryoichi, and Kotaro, he summoned 30 clones to assist him. He attacked Shuten, slamming him into the ground with a powerful sledgehammer strike before charging his chakra to unleash a deadly Chidori. Shuten grinned and taunted Tsukasa, claiming that his death would bring the wrath of the Otsutsuki and end their peaceful lives. However, Shuten's attention was diverted as Kotaro and Ryoichi charged at Tsukasa, managing to wound him slightly. Tsukasa staggered, but he quickly activated his Katsurigan's powerful genjutsu. With direct skin or eye contact, Tsukasa locked Shuten within the genjutsu, trapping him in a dreamlike state and taking control of his actions. In a desperate attempt to break free, Shuten attacked Kotaro and Ryoichi, but it only ended in tragedy as he killed them both. Tsukasa could only watch in horror as Shuten absorbed their bodies, fusing them with his own to become the ultimate and most powerful shinobi in the universe. The situation had taken a dark turn, and Tsukasa knew he was facing a formidable foe. He couldn't afford to let Shuten's newfound power go unchecked, and he would need the help of his allies to stop this threat from wreaking havoc on the world. As Tsukasa and his team regrouped, they knew that the battle was far from over. With the fate of their village and the allied shinobi world at stake, they would have to prepare themselves for an epic and dangerous showdown against the newly empowered Shuten. In the midst of the chaos, Sakuya urged Tsubaki and Yeiko to go back and help his father, Tsukasa. Now, the hidden range shinobi who attacked them earlier approached them and explained her reasons for her actions. She revealed that her village had suffered greatly at the hands of Shuten, Ryoichi, Kotaro, and Hana, and she had sought revenge on them. She realized that Tsukasa and his team were not responsible for the destruction of her village and apologized for her earlier attack. Meanwhile, Team 7, led by Konohamaru, arrived to provide backup for Team 2. Boruto, Sarada, and Mitsuki were determined to assist their friends and protect the village from the threat of Shuten. As the battle raged on, Tsukasa fought bravely against Shuten, but he was struggling against the formidable foe. Sakuya, filled with fear for his father's safety, tapped into the power of his Ketsurigan for the first time. He unleashed a powerful fire-style jutsu on Shuten. Tsubaki, Yeiko, and the Hidden Rain Village's last remaining shinobi, now. However, Shuten proved to be too strong and easily knocked out Now and the others. The situation became dire, and Team 7 joined the fight to support Tsukasa and his team. Together, they would have to strategize and use their combined strength and skills to take down the powerful Shuten and put an end to his plans of revenge on the Leaf Village. The battle was far from over, and the fate of the village and its shinobi rested in the hands of these young, determined warriors. Boruto and Sakuya exchanged determined looks as they summoned their shadow clones to assist them in the battle. Sarada activated her Sharingan, ready to take on Shuten. However, their attacks were easily deflected, and Shuten proved to be too powerful for them. Mitsuki tried to attack, but Shuten quickly sent him crashing into the trees. Konohamaru's Rasengan was avoided. And he was kicked into the ground. Tsukasa used his Ketsurigan and attempted to use the blood transformation technique on Shuten. However, Shuten was well versed in the ways of the Chinoike clan and countered the technique, knocking out Tsukasa in the process. With Tsukasa and the rest of the team unconscious, Boruto and Sakuya were left to face Shuten alone. They stared at him, determination in their eyes. Despite the odds being stacked against them, they knew they had to fight to protect their village and their loved ones. Boruto and Sakuya worked together, using their unique abilities and skills to try and take down Shuten. They unleashed a barrage of attacks, but Shuten seemed to be one step ahead of them at every turn. Despite their best efforts, they were unable to defeat him. As the battle continued, Boruto and Sakuya refused to give up. They drew upon their inner strength and determination, pushing themselves to the limit to protect their village and defeat Shuten. With teamwork and determination, they continued to fight, never backing down. The battle was intense and grueling, and it seemed like there was no end in sight. But Boruto and Sakuya knew that they had to keep fighting, no matter what. They had to protect their village and their loved ones, and they were willing to do whatever it took to accomplish that. As the battle raged on, Boruto and Sakuya used their teamwork and skills to gain the upper hand against Shuten. Boruto dashed forward, using his summoning jutsu to wind style, gale palm Shuten into the trees, giving them a momentary advantage. Shuten quickly recovered and charged at them once more, but Tsukasa began to wake up and used his Ketsurigan to activate his Blood Dragon Ascension Jutsu. The powerful attack hit Shuten and weakened him significantly. Tsukasa grinned before telling Boruto and Sakuya to end it. However, he collapsed again due to the strain on his body from using the Ketsurigan and the Blood Dragon Ascension Jutsu. Undeterred, Boruto and Sakuya charged up a combination jutsu, combining water style and fire style to create a powerful attack. The jutsu overwhelmed Shuten, and he was defeated, knocked out by the force of their combined attack. As the dust settled, Boruto and Sakuya stood victorious, breathing heavily from the intense battle. They looked at each other, smiling in relief that they had been able to protect their village and defeat the powerful foe. Tsukasa, though weakened, managed to get back on his feet, his Ketsurigan still active. He praised Boruto and Sakuya for their courage and determination in the battle. The rest of the team began to wake up, and they all gathered around to congratulate Boruto and Sakuya on their victory. They knew that it was a team effort that had led to their success. As the sun began to set, they all decided to rest for a while before returning to the Hidden Leaf Village. The battle had been intense, and they needed time to recover and tend to their injuries. After Shuten and the others' defeat. In the aftermath of the battle, Shuten realized the gravity of his actions and the consequences of his choices. He knew that he had failed in his mission and that the Otsutsuki threat was far greater than he had imagined. As the cursed mark formed around his body, Shuten knew that he was running out of time. He tearfully explained to Tsukasa, Konohamaru, Mitsuki, Boruto, Sarada, Tsubaki, Yeiko, Sakuya, and now about the Otsutsuki and the danger they posed to the entire shinobi world. Before he could say more, the cursed mark took over, and Shuten told them to leave him, knowing that he was beyond saving. He cursed the gods for not giving him a second chance and expressed his regret for the path he had chosen. A red chakra aura formed around him, and his team and now quickly retreated to a safe distance to avoid being caught in the explosion. Shuten's sacrifice was not of his own doing, as the cursed mark had already been planted on him, and there was no way to reverse its effects. In a final act of desperation, Shuten exploded, and his existence was no more. The explosion was contained within the Hidden Rain village, sparing the rest of the Hidden Leaf and the allied villages from its destructive force. Back at the Hidden Leaf village, now was taken under Tsukasa's care, as she had no one else to turn to. Tsukasa and the others vowed to honor Shuten's memory by facing the Otsutsuki threat and protecting their village and the world from any future dangers. The village remained unaware of Shuten's involvement in the attack, with only the Hokage, most of the Jonin, and Team 7, Team 2, and now knowing the truth about what had happened. As the village mourned the loss of those who had fallen during the attack, they also celebrated the victory against the Hidden Rain village and the defeat of the mysterious figure who had orchestrated the attack. Tsukasa and his team, along with Team 7 and now, continued to train and prepare for any future threats that might come their way. They knew that the battle against the Otsutsuki was far from over, and they were determined to protect their village and the world from any further harm. In a hidden dimension, Kagaya, Momoshiki, and Kinshiki were gathered together, discussing their plans to revive the chakra plant and continue their quest for power. Kinshiki proudly revealed that he was the one who had planted the cursed mark on Shuten, using him as a pawn in their grand scheme. Kagaya, with her cold and calculating demeanor, listened intently as Momoshiki explained the potential of the chakra plant. Once we revive the chakra plant, we will be able to harvest immense power and become even stronger, he said with a sinister grin. Kinshiki nodded in agreement, adding, with the power of the chakra plant, we can eliminate the Jinchurikis and absorb their chakra, making us unstoppable. Kagaya's eyes gleamed with excitement at the prospect of increasing their strength even further. Yes, the Jinchurikis hold immense power within them, and it will be a great advantage to have that power on our side, she said. Momoshiki, always eager for battle, added, once we have the power of the chakra plant and the Jinchurikis under our control, no one will be able to stand in our way, the entire shinobi world will bow down to us. As they continued to plan and strategize, they knew that they had to act quickly and decisively. The allied shinobi world was becoming stronger, and they could not afford to waste any time. They had to revive the chakra plant and gather the Jinchurikis before their enemies had a chance to stop them. Meanwhile, back in the Hidden Leaf village, Tsukasa and his team, along with Team 7 and now, were preparing for the next battle. They had heard rumors of the Otsutsuki's plans and knew that they had to stop them before it was too late. They trained relentlessly, honing their skills and developing new techniques to face the powerful Otsutsuki threat. They knew that the fate of their village and the entire shinobi world rested on their shoulders, and they were determined to protect it at all costs. As the day of the final battle approached, tensions were high, and the air was filled with a sense of urgency. Tsukasa and his team, along with Team 7 and now, were ready to face the Otsutsuki head-on, knowing that the fate of the world depended on their success. The stage was set for an epic showdown between the forces of good and evil. The fate of the shinobi world hung in the balance, and the battle that was about to unfold would determine the course of history. The Otsutsuki were ready to make their move. And Tsukasa and his team were prepared to stand in their way, no matter the cost. End. Chapter 26. So I know, the previous arc that I just did was all over the place but the thing is it was in the same place but other than that the versus Momoshiki arc and the Majina Bandits arc will be the same, so don't expect anything in return. So the arcs in this Boruto side so far, Prologue Arc Academy Arc Revenge on Konoha Arc. The arcs coming up in this Boruto story, versus Momoshiki Arc Majina Bandits Arc Kara Actuation Arc AO Arc Kawaki Arc Code Arc Prophecy Arc. Maybe before the Majina Bandits arc we could go into an arc that involves a backstory in the past like how Bleach had an arc based on the events in the past. Anyways, that's all I wanted to say, and I'll continue on the Boruto story either tomorrow or Tuesday since I still got to do the second half of the Arankar arc on my Bleach story and finish up the Dragon Ball Harem story. Then I have the crossover story to work on next. Chapter 27. After the events of the Revenge on Konoha arc. In the Hyuga estate, Boruto and Sakuya were engaged in a friendly but intense spar under the watchful eye of their aunt, Hanabi Hyuga. The two young shinobi were using their skills and techniques to test each other's abilities, each determined to prove their strength. Hanabi observed their movements closely, providing occasional feedback and advice to help them improve. Good job, Sakuya. Keep your stance steady and focus on your breathing, she encouraged as she saw him execute a precise strike. Now, who had been watching from a distance, approached Tsukasa and asked if she could join in on the training. Tsukasa smiled at her and ruffled her hair affectionately. Of course, now, you're part of the team too, join in and learn from Boruto and Sakuya. He said. Naruto, who had sent a clone to the Hokage estate to handle some paperwork, was keeping an eye on the training from a distance. He watched with pride as his son and nephew trained hard and pushed each other to their limits. Meanwhile, Kid and Himawari were helping out their mothers, Hinata and Tenten, with various tasks around the Hyuga estate. They brought water and snacks for everyone and cheered on their brothers from the sidelines. As the spar continued, Boruto and Sakuya showed impressive teamwork and skill, each trying to outdo the other. Their competitive spirit fueled their determination to become stronger and better shinobi. Hanabi provided guidance and support throughout the training session, encouraging them to push beyond their limits and refine their techniques. "You're doing great, Boruto. Try to use your shadow clone strategically," she advised, seeing an opportunity for him to gain an advantage. Sakuya, in turn, focused on using his Katsurigan to anticipate Boruto's moves and adapt his strategy accordingly. The battle was fierce, but the two cousins respected and admired each other's abilities, spurring them on to give their best. After a few hours of intense training, the spar came to an end, and Boruto and Sakuya exchanged smiles and fist bumps, showing their camaraderie even in the heat of battle. Hanabi praised their efforts and reminded them that training together would only make them stronger. As the sun began to set, the group headed back to the Hokage estate, where Naruto greeted them with a warm smile. He praised their hard work and dedication, encouraging them to continue training and striving to be the best they can be. The training session had brought the family and friends closer together, strengthening their bonds and determination to protect the village they loved. With the Chunin exams on the horizon, they knew that even greater challenges awaited them, and they were ready to face them as a united team. Later on in the night, in her room at the Hyuga estate, now lay on her bed. Tears streaming down her cheeks as she thought about her former parents. She couldn't help but feel a deep sense of loss and sadness over their deaths. They were taken from her so suddenly, and she couldn't understand why someone would do such a terrible thing. As she recalled the events that led to their deaths, she couldn't help but feel grateful for Tsukasa, Boruto, Sakuya, Tsubaki, and Yeiko, who had saved her and defeated those responsible for her parents' deaths. She knew that without their help, she might not have survived that day. Still, the pain of losing her parents weighed heavily on her heart. She wished she could have said goodbye, that she could have one last hug from them, or even hear their voices again. She felt a deep emptiness inside her, longing for the love and warmth that her parents had provided. Now wiped her tears and tried to find comfort in the memories of her parents. She recalled their smiles, their laughter, and all the happy times they had shared together. She knew they would want her to be strong and carry on, but it was difficult to overcome the grief and loneliness that consumed her. She thought about the kind and caring people around her, like Tsukasa, who had taken her in and treated her like family. She knew she was not alone, and that brought a glimmer of hope into her heart. She had a new family now, one that cared for her deeply. As she continued to cry, she felt a soft touch on her shoulder. It was Hinata, her gentle and caring smile calming Nao's troubled heart. "It's okay to feel sad, now," Hinata said softly, sitting beside her on the bed. "You've been through so much, but you're not alone, we're here for you, and we'll always be here to support you." Nao nodded, her tears still flowing, but feeling a sense of comfort from Hinata's words. She knew she was surrounded by people who cared about her, and she was grateful for their love and support. Hinata stayed with Nao until she fell asleep, gently comforting her until her sobs subsided. As Nao drifted off to sleep, she felt a sense of peace and security in knowing that she was no longer alone, and that she had a new family who would stand by her side through thick and thin. During the day, in Thunder Burger, the genin were gathered around, chatting and having a good time. Sakuya, sitting with his head resting on the table, looked a bit tired from the training earlier. Tsuru, with a mischievous grin, reached over and stole a fry from his plate. In response, Sakuya playfully pretended to be offended and reached out to take a fry from her plate. Tsuru laughed and playfully slapped his hand away. "Hey, get your own fries." The other genin laughed, enjoying the playful banter between Sakuya and Tsuru. Meanwhile, Nao walked inside the restaurant and waved at Sakuya and Boruto. She took a seat next to Sarada, who smiled at her warmly and introduced her to the rest of the group. "Hey everyone, this is Nao, she's a new friend," Sarada said, gesturing to Nao. The genin welcomed Nao with friendly smiles and greetings. Nao blushed slightly, feeling a bit shy, but she was happy to be included in the group. She felt a sense of belonging, knowing that she was accepted by her peers. Sakuya, now having recovered from his playful fry-stealing attempt, grinned at Nao. "You're joining the Chunin exams, right?" he asked. Nao nodded, her excitement evident in her eyes. "Yes, I want to become stronger and prove myself as a shinobi." "That's great. We'll all be there to support you." "Yeah, we're all in this together," Boruto added with a determined look. The group continued chatting and planning for the Chunin exams, sharing stories and experiences. Now felt a sense of camaraderie among her new friends, and she knew that she had found a place where she belonged. As the evening went on, the genin laughed and enjoyed each other's company, forming a tight bond that would only grow stronger as they faced the challenges ahead. The spirit of competition and camaraderie filled the air, and they all looked forward to the upcoming Chunin exams with excitement and determination. After their time at Thunder Burger, Wasabi, Tsubaki, Yeiko, Tsuru, and Sakuya waved goodbye to each other, promising to meet up again soon for more training and fun. As they went their separate ways, the scene fast-forwarded to Boruto being trained by Sasuke in the mountains. Sasuke, with his Sharingan active, sparred with Boruto, teaching him advanced techniques and tactics. Boruto's determination to get stronger was evident as he tried to keep up with Sasuke's speed and skill. Later, the scene shifted to the training grounds where Konohamaru was teaching Boruto the Rasengan. Konohamaru explained the mechanics of the jutsu and demonstrated its power. Boruto diligently practiced, determined to master the Rasengan just like his father did. After the training sessions, Sakuya, Kid, and now found themselves in a quiet corner of the village. Kid hugged her brother Sakuya tightly and then turned to Nao, embracing her as well. "I'm glad you're part of our family now," Kid said warmly to Nao. Nao smiled and hugged Kid back, feeling a sense of warmth and acceptance she hadn't experienced before. "Thank you for being my sister," she said softly. Sakuya smiled at the two of them and ruffled Nao's hair affectionately. "You're part of the family now, we'll always be here for you," he said, his voice full of sincerity. Nao's eyes welled up with tears of happiness. She had lost her family, but now she had found a new one, and she felt grateful for the love and support she received from Sakuya and Kid. The three of them stood there for a moment, cherishing the bond they had formed. In that moment, they knew that they would always have each other's backs, no matter what challenges they faced. As the day turned into evening, the scene ended with the three of them walking home, their hearts full of hope and determination for the future. They knew that no matter what trials and tribulations lay ahead, they would face them together as a family. The next day, Tsukasa Chinoike and Sasuke Uchiha stood before Naruto Uzumaki in the Hokage's office. Naruto had a serious expression on his face as he explained the mission to them. "I need you two to head to Getsugakure, the village hidden under the moon," Naruto said. "It's a deserted village that was once inhabited by the Otsutsuki clan. We've received reports of strange activities in that area, and I want you to investigate." Tsukasa and Sasuke nodded in understanding. They knew that the Otsutsuki clan was a powerful and ancient clan, and any activity from them could potentially pose a threat to the village. "We'll leave right away, Hokage-sama," Tsukasa said, determination in his eyes. Sasuke added, "We'll find out what's going on and put a stop to it." Naruto gave them a reassuring smile. "I trust you both to handle this mission, be careful, and don't take any unnecessary risks." As Tsukasa and Sasuke left the Hokage's office to prepare for their mission, they couldn't help but feel the weight of the responsibility that had been placed on their shoulders. They knew that this mission could be dangerous, but they were confident in their abilities to handle whatever came their way. Meanwhile, back at the training grounds, Boruto and Sakuya were still grinning at each other after declaring themselves as rivals. "You better be ready, Sakuya, I'm going to surpass you and become the strongest shinobi in the village," Boruto said confidently. Sakuya laughed. "Don't get too ahead of yourself, Boruto, I'll be the one standing at the top." The two of them stared at each other with determination, their rivalry fueling their desire to get stronger. "I can't wait to see what you've got," Boruto said. Likewise, Sakuya replied. Little did they know that their paths would soon intertwine, and they would face challenges together that would test their friendship and rivalries. The Chunin exams were approaching, and they were both eager to prove themselves. With the fate of the village in the hands of its shinobi, and the rivalry between Boruto and Sakuya heating up, the stage was set for a thrilling and action-packed arc in the Boruto series. Same day. As Tsukasa chased after the mysterious person in the deserted village, he could feel the adrenaline pumping through his veins. He was determined to catch whoever it was and find out what they were doing there. However, as he got closer, he realized that it wasn't just anyone. It was Kagaya Otsutsuki, the ancient and powerful figure from legends. Tsukasa's eyes widened in surprise, but he didn't let that stop him. He charged his Chidori and aimed it at Kagaya, but to his shock, it had little effect on her. Kagaya smirked and retaliated, knocking Tsukasa out cold with a powerful strike. As he fell to the ground, he could see Sasuke in the distance, trying to fight off another Otsutsuki member named Kale. "Tsukasa!" Sasuke yelled as he saw his friend go down. He tried to use his Rinnegan to fight off Kale, but she was too quick and strong for him to handle. "Why do you have that eye? Only my clan can use that dojutsu." Sasuke fought back as best as he could, but eventually, he was overpowered and knocked out as well. When Sasuke woke up, he found himself in a strange place. He was in a dimly lit room, and he could hear the sound of water dripping. He realized that he was in some kind of underground prison. As he looked around, he saw Tsukasa in a cell opposite him, unconscious but alive. Sasuke tried to reach out to wake him up, but the cell bars prevented him from getting close enough. "We're in trouble," Sasuke muttered to himself, realizing the gravity of the situation. They were both trapped by the powerful Otsutsuki clan, and there was no way out. Back in the Hidden Leaf Village, the news of Tsukasa and Sasuke's disappearance spread quickly. Naruto, Boruto, and the rest of the shinobi were worried about their friends and mentors. They knew they had to act fast to rescue them. The versus Momoshiki arc had taken an unexpected turn, and the fate of the village now rested on the shoulders of the next generation of shinobi. Later on, in the dimly lit underground prison, Tsukasa and Sasuke kept a vigilant eye on Kagaya and Keo, who were both dressed provocatively and trying to get close to them. Both men knew that they couldn't let their guard down, especially in the presence of such dangerous and unpredictable foes. Kagaya approached Tsukasa with a seductive smile, her eyes glowing with a mysterious allure. "You're a strong and handsome one," she purred, reaching out to touch his face. "I could use someone like you to help me create more children." Tsukasa narrowed his eyes and stepped back, keeping his distance from Kagaya. "I have no interest in being used for your twisted desires," he said firmly, his voice steady despite the circumstances. Meanwhile, Keo was attempting to get close to Sasuke, her movements graceful and enticing. "You possess the Rinnegan," she said, her voice filled with fascination. "You could be the key to unlocking the true power of my clan." Sasuke remained stoic, refusing to be swayed by Keo's advances. "I will never help you or your clan," he stated, his Sharingan activated as a warning. Both Kagaya and Keo seemed frustrated by the resistance they were facing from Tsukasa and Sasuke. They had not anticipated such strong wills from their captives. As the days went by, Tsukasa and Sasuke continued to stay on guard, using their skills and intelligence to devise a plan to escape. They knew that they had to find a way out before Kagaya and Keo carried out their sinister plans. Back in the Hidden Leaf Village, Boruto and the others were determined to rescue their friends. They gathered information and trained harder than ever to prepare for the upcoming battle against the Otsutsuki clan. As the tension mounted, everyone knew that the fate of the Hidden Leaf Village depended on the success of their mission. Tsukasa and Sasuke's resilience and determination inspired them all to fight with everything they had. The versus Momoshiki arc had taken a dark turn, and the young shinobi of the Hidden Leaf Village were ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead to bring their mentors back home safely. Meanwhile, in the Hidden Leaf Village, Naruto gathered all the shinobi and informed them that the Chunin exams would be postponed until further notice due to the sudden disappearance of Tsukasa and Sasuke. He explained the seriousness of the situation and the need to find and rescue them as soon as possible. Meanwhile, the 5 Kages of the Allied Shinobi Alliance held an emergency meeting and declared a search for Tsukasa and Sasuke. They were deeply concerned about the safety of their comrades and wanted to bring them back home safely. Sakuya, feeling anxious and determined to save his father, decided to take matters into his own hands and go on a solo mission to find Tsukasa. Boruto, being his cousin and close friend, insisted on going with him, refusing to let Sakuya face the danger alone. As they set out on their journey, they were unaware that the Otsutsuki clan, Momoshiki and Kinshiki, had also arrived in the Hidden Leaf Village. The threat of the Otsutsuki further added urgency to their mission. Sakuya and Boruto hurriedly searched for any clues or leads that could lead them to Tsukasa and Sasuke. They asked their friends for help and gathered as much information as they could. As they traveled through various villages and territories, they encountered many challenges and obstacles. They faced powerful enemies and had to use all their skills and strength to overcome them. Throughout their journey, Sakuya and Boruto faced moments of doubt and fear, but their determination to save their loved ones kept them going. They pushed themselves to the limits and trained harder than ever, knowing that they needed to be strong to face the unknown dangers ahead. Meanwhile, the 5 Kages and the rest of the shinobi were tirelessly searching for Tsukasa and Sasuke, leaving no stone unturned in their quest to find them. The versus Momoshiki arc became a race against time. As the fate of not only the Hidden Leaf Village but the entire shinobi world hung in the balance. The bond between Sakuya and Boruto grew stronger as they faced the challenges together, and they were ready to face whatever trials awaited them in their mission to bring back their beloved family members. In the rest of the versus Momoshiki arc, Sakuya and Boruto continued their search for Tsukasa and Sasuke. Facing various challenges and battles along the way. They encountered powerful enemies and had to use all their skills and teamwork to defeat them. As they traveled, they learned more about the Otsutsuki clan and their sinister plans to harvest chakra from different dimensions. Eventually, they managed to track down Momoshiki and Kinshiki to a hidden dimension where they were planning to carry out their nefarious scheme. The final battle ensued, with all the shinobi from the Allied Shinobi Alliance joining forces to defeat the Otsutsuki. In the climactic battle, Tsukasa and Sasuke were rescued, and with the combined efforts of the shinobi, they managed to defeat Momoshiki and Kinshiki. However, during the battle, Boruto received a karma mark on his palm, a dark and ominous symbol that signified he had been marked by an Otsutsuki. After the battle, the shinobi returned to the Hidden Leaf village victorious but with heavy hearts. The threat of the Otsutsuki was still looming, and Boruto's karma mark became a cause for concern among his friends and family. As the arc concluded, Boruto struggled to come to terms with the new power he possessed and the implications of the karma mark. He sought guidance from his father, Naruto, and his mentor, Sasuke, who were both concerned about the potential dangers that the karma mark could bring. The arc ended with a sense of uncertainty and anticipation, as the shinobi world prepared to face the new challenges that lay ahead. Boruto's journey had just begun, and the events of the vs Momoshiki arc would shape his destiny and the fate of the shinobi world. End of arc filler. After this arc, Sakuya would be sitting in the training grounds of the Hidden Leaf village, deep in thought, when suddenly he would feel a poke on each shoulder. He turns around to see two girls, Terui from the Hidden Cloud village and Yodo from the Hidden Sand village, giggling mischievously. "Hey there, Sakuya. We saw you sitting here all serious, so we thought we'd come and say hi." Yodo: "Yeah, and maybe have a little fun with you too." Sakuya would smile and playfully roll his eyes. "Oh, I see what you two are up to, trying to distract me from my training, huh?" Terui and Yodo would laugh, and then Terui would nudge him again. "Come on, let's go grab some ramen together, it'll be a nice break from all that serious training." Sakuya would nod. "Sure, that sounds like a good idea, let's go." Meanwhile, a little further away, Tsukasa would be talking with Samui and Mabui, two kunoichi from the Hidden Cloud village. They would be playfully poking his cheeks, trying to get his attention. "Samui, Tsukasa, you're always so serious, lighten up a little." Mabui: "Yeah, come on, let's have some fun together." Tsukasa would chuckle. Alright, I'll try to lighten up a bit, but you two better not distract me too much from my duties as the head of the Hyuga clan." Samui and Mabui would exchange knowing glances and laugh. "Don't worry, we'll make sure to keep you in line." The scene would end with everyone heading off to enjoy some well-deserved relaxation and fun, with Sakuya, Tsukasa, Terui, Yodo, Samui, and Mabui forming a bond of friendship and camaraderie. End of filler. Chapter 28. After the events of the vs Momoshiki arc. The arc starts with Boruto and his team Boruto, Sarada, Mitsuki receiving a mission to escort a wealthy businessman named Tento back to the Land of Fire. Tento is the son of a powerful feudal lord, and he has been targeted by the Majina Bandits, a notorious group of criminals. Boruto: "Alright, guys, our mission is to keep Tento safe and get him back to the Land of Fire, let's do our best." Sarada: "Agreed, we can't let the Majina Bandits get their hands on him." Mitsuki: "I'll be sure to keep a close eye on him, Boruto." As they travel, the team is suddenly ambushed by the Majina Bandits, led by their ruthless leader, Shojoji. The bandits outnumber them, and a fierce battle ensues. Shojoji: "Hand over the boy, and we might let you live. Dream on. We're not giving him up without a fight." The fight is intense, with Boruto using his shadow clones and Rasengan, Sarada displaying her Sharingan and using her Chidori, and Mitsuki employing his snake techniques. During the battle, Tento is injured and reveals that he actually used to be a member of the Majina Bandits, but he left them after he realized their evil ways. He also explains that he was forced to join the bandits against his will. Tento: "I never wanted to be a part of this, I just wanted to be free and live my own life." Boruto: "Don't worry, Tento, we'll protect you." As they continue their journey, the team encounters a dark secret behind the Majina Bandits. They discover that the bandits are involved in human trafficking and other illegal activities. The arc takes a darker turn as the team confronts the harsh realities of the criminal world. The arc reaches its climax when the team faces off against Shojoji in a final battle. Shojoji is a formidable opponent with a dangerous ability to manipulate people's memories. "You fools can't stop me. I control your memories, and I can make you see whatever I want. We won't fall for your tricks. We're stronger than that." In the intense battle, Boruto taps into the power of his karma mark to resist Shojoji's mind manipulation. He and his team manage to defeat Shojoji and bring him to justice. With the Majina Bandits defeated and Tento safely returned to his father, the team returns to the Hidden Leaf village. The arc ends with a sense of victory, but also a realization of the darkness that lurks in the ninja world. Boruto: "We did it, guys, another mission accomplished." Sarada: "Yeah, but it's a reminder that there are still many challenges ahead." Mitsuki: "True, we must always be prepared for whatever comes our way." After the fight, Sasuke enters the interrogation room where Shojoji is held captive. Shojoji is bound and unable to move as Sasuke approaches him. "Sasuke, tell me everything you know about Kara." Kara: "Huh? You think I'll just spill all our secrets? You're wasting your time, Uchiha. Sasuke activates his Sharingan and glares at Shojoji, using his genjutsu to probe his mind for information. Shojoji's eyes widen in fear as he tries to resist, but Sasuke's Sharingan is too powerful. Memories of the Kara hideout and its members flood into Sasuke's mind. Sasuke, you can't hide anything from me, I know all about your organization, Kara. Shojoji grits his teeth but remains silent. Flashback. In the Kara hideout, the members of the organization gather in a meeting room. The room is dark and filled with shadows, and a large holographic screen displays information about their plans. Jigen, the leader of Kara, stands at the head of the table, his imposing figure casting a shadow over the room. Jigen, our plans are proceeding as expected, the vessel is nearly ready, and the time for our great purpose draws near. Delta, one of the top members of Kara, speaks up, the vessel's strength is impressive, once we merge it with the divine tree, we will become unstoppable. Kashin Koji, another member of Kara, adds, the Hidden Leaf Village is unaware of what awaits them, they will be taken by surprise when we strike. Amato, the scientist of Kara, chimes in, we must ensure that everything goes according to plan, failure is not an option. As they continue to discuss their sinister plans, the scene fades out, leaving the audience with a sense of foreboding and anticipation for the upcoming clash between the Hidden Leaf Village and Kara. End of flashback. Back in the interrogation room, Sasuke finishes extracting the information he needed from Shojoji's mind. He stands up and looks at Shojoji with a grave expression. Sasuke, I know everything now, Kara's plans, their members, and their intentions, you won't be able to harm anyone anymore. Shojoji scowls but remains defeated. Sasuke leaves the room, his mind filled with the knowledge of the looming threat posed by Kara. He knows that the Hidden Leaf Village and its allies must be prepared for what is to come. End of Arc Chapter 29. Chapter 30. After the events of the Majina Bandits arc Team 2 Sakuya, Yeiko, and Tsubaki, and Team 7 Boruto, Sarada, and Mitsuki gather at the Hokage's office for their joint mission briefing. Naruto stands before them, explaining the situation. Naruto, we have received intel that the Hidden Mist Village is under attack by a rogue group of shinobi led by AO, a former mist shinobi. They are after the powerful technology hidden in the village. And we need to stop them before they cause any more damage. Tsukasa, who is also present at the briefing, speaks up, I'll be accompanying Team 2 on this mission, the Hidden Mist Village holds valuable information, and I won't let it fall into the wrong hands. We've got your back, Uncle Tsukasa. Let's show them what we can do. As they arrive at the Hidden Mist Village, Tsukasa divides the teams to cover different areas. Team 2 heads to the outskirts of the village, while Team 7 goes towards the center. Team 2 encounters AO and his rogue group. First they engage in a fierce battle, with Tsukasa showcasing his Kitsurigan and bloodline techniques. Sakuya, Yeiko, and Tsubaki also demonstrate their skills, working together as a well-coordinated team. Meanwhile, Team 7 faces off against the other members of the rogue group, with Boruto using his shadow clones to confuse the enemy. Sarada unleashes her Sharingan, analyzing their movements, and Mitsuki uses his snake lightning jutsu to immobilize them. After defeating the rogue shinobi, both teams converge in the heart of the Hidden Mist Village, where AO awaits. Tsukasa, AO, surrender peacefully, we don't want to harm you. AO sneers, you leaf shinobi always think you're superior, but I won't back down. The battle intensifies as AO reveals his modified ninja tools, which give him an advantage. Tsukasa and Team 2 struggle against his powerful attacks, but they manage to hold their ground. Boruto, we need to come up with a plan, guys. Sakuya, I've got an idea, Tsubaki, use your stealth jutsu and distract AO from behind. Tsubaki nods and disappears, using her stealth abilities to sneak up on AO. This diversion allows Tsukasa to land a powerful blow on AO, immobilizing him. With AO defeated, the joint mission is a success. The Hidden Mist Village is safe once again. Naruto congratulates both teams on their exceptional teamwork and success. Naruto, you all did a great job, I'm proud of each one of you. Sakuya, Tsukasa, Boruto, Sarada, Mitsuki, Yeiko, and Tsubaki stand side by side, knowing that they make an unstoppable team. After the AO fight when they walked over to the issue. As Garu and Kawaki face off in a fierce battle, the intensity of their clash causes Boruto's karma seal to react. He clutches his arm, feeling the power surging through him. Sakuya and Sarada look on with concern, knowing the potential dangers of the karma seal. Boruto, are you alright? Your karma is reacting. Boruto grits his teeth, trying to control the power within him. Boruto, I'm fine, I can handle it. The fight between Garu and Kawaki intensifies, with both using their incredible strength and abilities. Kawaki manages to overpower Garu, and in a desperate move, Garu unleashes a devastating blast towards him. Boruto's karma reacts instinctively, absorbing the blast before it reaches Kawaki. Kawaki, exhausted from the battle, collapses on the ground, unconscious. Boruto staggers but manages to stay on his feet, the power of the karma taking a toll on him. Sakuya rushes to Boruto's side, supporting him. Sakuya, Boruto, you need to rest, let's get Kawaki back to the village. Sarada assists in bringing Kawaki back to the Hidden Leaf village, where Naruto takes charge of watching over him. Naruto examines Kawaki's condition, concerned about the power of karma and its implications. He decides to keep Kawaki under close watch until they can find a way to control the karma seal. Naruto, we need to be cautious, the power of karma is not to be taken lightly. Boruto nods, still feeling the effects of using the karma seal. Boruto, I know, Dad, but we have to figure out how to master this power. Later, in his room, Boruto contemplates the power of karma and its connection to Momoshiki. Boruto, I won't let this power control me, I'll find a way to master it and protect the ones I care about. He clenches his fist, determined to find a way to harness the power of karma without succumbing to its dark influence. The Hidden Leaf village begins researching karma and the Otsutsuki clan. Boruto, Sarada, and Sakuya train harder to prepare for the challenges that lie ahead. As the days pass, they grow stronger and more united, ready to face whatever threats may come their way. End of Arc, Chapter 31. After the events of the AO arc, Boruto, intrigued by the new arrival, tries to befriend Kawaki. However, Kawaki remains distant and closed off, unwilling to trust anyone. Boruto, hey, Kawaki, you don't have to be so guarded, we're all friends here. Kawaki, I don't need friends, I'm used to being on my own. Despite his initial resistance, Kawaki slowly starts to open up to Boruto and the others, forming a bond with them. Meanwhile, Delta, a member of Kara, appears in the Hidden Leaf village with a mission to retrieve Kawaki. She confronts Tsukasa, seeking his help in capturing Kawaki. Delta, Tsukasa, I know you have connections with the boy, hand him over, and I won't have to resort to violence. Tsukasa, I won't let you harm him, he deserves a chance to live a normal life. The two engage in a fierce battle, and with the help of Konan, they manage to defeat Delta and force her to retreat. As tensions rise, Jigen, the leader of Kara, launches an invasion on the Hidden Leaf village to reclaim Kawaki. He overpowers Naruto, Sasuke, and Tsukasa, leaving them no choice but to retreat. In a desperate attempt to protect Kawaki, Boruto, Sarada, Mitsuki, and Kawaki face off against Buro, a powerful inner member of Kara. The battle is intense, and the young shinobi struggle to keep up with Buro's regeneration ability. Boruto activates his karma seal, unleashing a new power that surprises even himself. With the combined efforts of the team, they manage to defeat Buro and save Kawaki. In a later confrontation with Jigen, Boruto loses control of the karma seal, transforming into a powerful and dangerous entity known as Borishiki. In this form, he defeats Jigen and saves his father, Naruto, but not without consequences. During the battle, Sasuke intervenes to protect Naruto and Boruto but gets his Rinnegan eye stabbed by Jigen's staff. Despite his injury, Sasuke refuses to back down and continues to fight. Boruto, back in control of himself, joins forces with Naruto and they manage to defeat Jigen. However, the victory comes at a cost as they are left to deal with the aftermath of the battle and Sasuke's injury. With Jigen defeated, Kara is left in disarray. Kawaki decides to stay in the Hidden Leaf village and embrace his new life with his newfound friends and family. Boruto, determined to understand and control his karma, embarks on a journey of self-discovery, with the support of his loved ones. As the arc comes to a close, the Hidden Leaf village stands strong, united, and ready to face whatever challenges the future may bring. End of Arc, Chapter 32. After the Kawaki arc, Code arrives in the Hidden Leaf village and starts causing chaos and destruction. The shinobi of the village are caught off guard by his strength and abilities. This village will pay for what it did to Kara. Prepare to witness true power. Naruto, Sasuke, and the other shinobi of the village gather to confront Code and protect the village. The battle with Code is intense, and he proves to be a formidable opponent. He displays incredible strength and speed, overwhelming the shinobi with his attacks. We won't let you harm our village. We'll protect it with everything we've got. Sasuke, stay focused, everyone, we need to work together to defeat him. Sakuya, eager to prove himself and protect his village, joins the fight against Code. He uses his Kitsurigan and Kenjutsu skills to aid in the battle. Sakuya, I won't let you hurt my family or my village, Code. As the battle continues, it becomes clear that Code is not an opponent to be underestimated. He manages to injure several of the shinobi, including Naruto and Sasuke. We can't let him win. Keep fighting. Mitsuki, we have to find a way to counter his attacks. In the midst of the battle, Boruto taps into the potential of his karma seal, unlocking new abilities. He combines his Rasengan with the power of karma to create a devastating attack against Code. I won't let you harm my friends. This is the power of my karma. With the combined efforts of the shinobi, they manage to weaken Code and bring him to the brink of defeat. Naruto and Sasuke deliver the final blow, incapacitating Code. Naruto, it's over, Code, your revenge ends here. Sasuke, you underestimated the power of the Hidden Leaf Village. With Code defeated, the Hidden Leaf Village celebrates their victory and begins to rebuild. The shinobi return to their daily lives, knowing that their strength and unity will always prevail against any threat. Sakuya, feeling a sense of pride and accomplishment, continues to train and grow stronger. He knows that there will always be challenges ahead, but he is ready to face them head-on, just like his father, Tsukasa. After the battle against Code, Kawaki, under the influence of Code, seals Naruto and Hinata away to protect them from further harm. The village is in shock and disbelief as they witness the events unfold. Boruto, Sarada, Mitsuki, and Sakuya are among the shinobi who confront Kawaki, determined to stop him and bring him back to his senses. Kawaki, what are you doing? Snap out of it. Kawaki, I have no choice, Code's power, it's too strong, I must protect everyone, even if it means hurting them. Kawaki, this isn't you. We can help you. Kawaki, fueled by his desire to protect the village, attacks the group with ferocity. He strikes at Sarada, but Boruto intervenes to shield her, taking a slash across his right eye. Arg. I won't let you hurt anyone else. Sarada, Boruto. Mitsuki, we can't give up on him, we have to bring him back. The group works together to subdue Kawaki and get through to him. They use their combined skills and powers to try and break the hold Code has on him. Sakuya, Kawaki, remember the bond we all share, we're like a family, and we won't give up on you. Despite their efforts, Kawaki manages to escape, leaving the village in pursuit. Boruto, his right eye now bearing a scar, stands with determination. Boruto, I won't rest until we bring Kawaki back and free Mom and Dad. Sarada, we'll find him, Boruto, together, we can do anything. Mitsuki, we're with you all the way. The village comes together to support Boruto and his friends in their mission to save Naruto, Hinata, and Kawaki. The scar on Boruto's eye becomes a symbol of his resolve and determination to protect his loved ones. Sakuya, inspired by his cousin Boruto's bravery, continues to train and grow stronger. He knows that they will face many challenges in the future, but he is ready to face them with his friends by his side. The journey to bring Kawaki back and free Naruto and Hinata will be a difficult one, but the Hidden Leaf Village is united and determined to overcome any obstacle that comes their way. End of Arc, Chapter 33. Chapter 34. After the events taken place in the Code Arc, Boruto, now in a world where his memories have been altered and false memories created, finds himself being chased out of the village. He is confused and lost, not understanding why everyone is treating him like an enemy. What's going on? Why is everyone after me? As he tries to escape, he encounters Sarada, who is filled with confusion and sadness. Boruto, what's happening? Why are you running? Boruto, I don't know, Sarada, everyone is acting like I'm a threat, but I swear, I don't remember doing anything wrong. Sarada, I believe you, Boruto, let me help you. Sarada, feeling a strong connection to Boruto, refuses to give up on him. She cries and pleads with her father, Sasuke, to help clear Boruto's name and find out the truth. Sarada, Dad, please, you have to help Boruto, he's our friend, and he doesn't deserve this. Sasuke, Sarada, you've unlocked your Manjikyu Sharingan, your emotions are strong, I will do everything I can to find out what's going on. Sasuke starts investigating and discovers that someone has manipulated Boruto's memories to make him appear guilty. He realizes that it's all part of a larger conspiracy to turn the village against Boruto and create chaos. Sasuke, Boruto is being framed, someone wants him out of the village, and they're using false memories to achieve that. Sarada, we have to find out who's behind this and clear Boruto's name. With the help of Sasuke's investigation and Sarada's Manjikyu Sharingan, they uncover the truth behind the false memories. They find evidence of an enemy infiltrating the village, trying to cause discord and destroy the unity of the Hidden Leaf. Sasuke, it's all part of a bigger plan to weaken the village, we have to stop this enemy before it's too late. Sarada, we can't let them succeed, we have to protect Boruto and the village. They realize they can't and would have to train in order to get stronger soon. Boruto and Sasuke stand at the village gates, ready to embark on their journey. The villagers gather to bid them farewell, knowing that they are leaving to protect the village from the threat that looms over them. Naruto and Hinata's absence is felt deeply, as they are sealed away in a different dimension by Kawaki. The burden of protecting the village now falls on the shoulders of Boruto and Sasuke. Boruto, I can't believe this is happening, Dad and Mom, they're gone. Sasuke, they're not gone, Boruto, they're trapped in a different dimension, we will find a way to bring them back. Boruto, I know, we have to stop Kawaki and end this threat once and for all. Sarada, Mitsuki, and the rest of their friends come to see them off. Sarada, be safe, Boruto, we'll be waiting for you to come back. Mitsuki, take care, Boruto, we'll be training hard while you're away. Boruto, thanks, guys, we'll be back before you know it. Naruto, as the 7th Hokage, had entrusted Sasuke with the mission of protecting the village and finding a way to bring him and Hinata back. With Naruto's belief in Sasuke's abilities and Boruto's determination, they set off on their journey. As they leave the village, they can't help but feel the weight of their responsibilities. They know that the fate of the village and their loved ones rests on their shoulders. Boruto and Sasuke travel from one place to another, seeking information about the enemy and the dimensions they are trapped in. They face numerous challenges and battles along the way, growing stronger with each encounter. They meet allies and enemies, encountering new dimensions and powerful foes. They learn more about the mysterious organization behind Kawaki and the true nature of the threat they face. During their journey, Boruto and Sasuke train together, strengthening their bond as mentor and student, and as comrades fighting for a common goal. They share stories about Naruto and Hinata, reminiscing about their time in the village. Their time together strengthens their resolve to bring Naruto and Hinata back and protect the village from any further harm. After 2 to 3 years of intense training and preparation, Boruto and Sasuke return to the village to face Kawaki and the organization behind him. They reunite with their friends and allies, ready to confront the enemy head-on. The final battle is intense and filled with high stakes. Boruto and Sasuke give it their all, utilizing their newfound strength and skills to defeat the enemy. In the end, Boruto and Sasuke emerge victorious. They are able to bring Naruto and Hinata back from the dimension they were sealed in. The village celebrates their return, and there is a joyous reunion with their loved ones. Boruto and Sasuke are hailed as heroes, and their journey has made them even more respected and admired by the villagers. With the threat eliminated and peace restored to the village, Boruto and Sasuke reflect on their journey. They have grown stronger and wiser, and their bond has deepened. As they stand together at the village gates, they know that their journey is not over. There will always be new challenges and enemies to face, but they are ready to protect the village and their loved ones with all their strength. Boruto, Sasuke, thank you for everything, I couldn't have done this without you. Sasuke, you've grown into a true shinobi, Boruto, I'm proud of you. Together, they look forward to the future, knowing that they will face it together as a team. End of arc, Chapter 35. Chapter 36. Start of the time skip. The Hidden Leaf Village had seen many changes over the years, but some things remained constant. The spirit of its people, the bonds of friendship, and the determination of its shinobi to protect their home. In the heart of the village, 4 figures were gathered, each of them looking quite different from the last time we saw them. The sun shone brightly overhead, casting a warm glow on the bustling streets below. Boruto Uzumaki had grown taller, his blonde hair now longer and messier than ever. He wore a white headband, a sign of his status as a genin, and his eyes sparkled with mischief. Sakuya Chinoike, with his striking crimson eyes, had also undergone a transformation. His once messy black hair was now neatly tied back, and he sported a dark blue headband with the village symbol. He had an air of confidence about him, a testament to his growth as a shinobi. Mitsuki, the enigmatic son of Orochimaru, was as pale and composed as ever. His silvery hair flowed freely, and his sage-mode eyes scanned the surroundings, always alert and observant. Sarada Uchiha, with her raven-black hair and Sharingan eyes, looked determined and focused. She had a calm and collected demeanor, a stark contrast to her more impulsive teammates. As the 4 friends stood together, they couldn't help but exchange glances filled with a mix of excitement and curiosity. So, what do you think, Sakuya? Ready to take on some new missions and make a name for ourselves? Sakuya smirked. Of course, Boruto, we've come a long way since our academy days. Mitsuki chimed in with his usual calm tone. I'm looking forward to testing our abilities in the field. Sarada nodded in agreement. We've trained hard for this, and we're not backing down from any challenge. Just then, a commotion erupted in the distance. People were gathered around a nearby ramen stand, and the aroma of delicious food wafted through the air. Boruto's eyes lit up. Ramen, anyone? Sakuya chuckled. Always thinking with your stomach, Boruto. Mitsuki added, I suppose a quick break wouldn't hurt. The 4 friends made their way to the ramen stand, their laughter and camaraderie filling the air. As they enjoyed their meal, they couldn't help but feel a sense of excitement for the adventures that awaited them. Little did they know that the Resurgence arc would bring challenges they had never faced before, and their bonds would be tested like never before. But for now, in this moment, they were just 4 young shinobi, ready to take on the world once again. In a realm untouched by the passage of time, a desolate and frozen landscape stretched as far as the eye could see. The skies were shrouded in a perpetual twilight, and a haunting stillness hung in the air. Kawaki, now older and more imposing, stood at the epicenter of this desolation. His once tattered clothes had been replaced with regal attire, and he sat upon a throne of obsidian, a symbol of his newfound power and authority. Before him floated two figures, Naruto and Hinata, suspended in a state of eternal rest. Their eyes were closed, and their forms seemed ethereal as if they were trapped in a never-ending dream. Kawaki's gaze lingered on them for a moment, a mix of emotions flickering across his face. Regret, sadness, and a hint of longing were etched into his features. He had achieved his ultimate goal, but at a great cost. As he turned away from Naruto and Hinata, his attention shifted to the 7 figures standing before him. Each one bore a distinct aura of power and menace. "Welcome, my subordinates," Kawaki spoke, his voice carrying the weight of his newfound authority. Jewel, Kaze, Akifumi, Eve, Ida, Demon, and Riku. Jewel, a woman with piercing sapphire eyes and flowing silver hair, stepped forward. "We are at your service, Lord Kawaki." Kaze, a stoic man with an air of calm confidence, nodded in agreement. "Our loyalty to you is unwavering." Akifumi, a sinister figure with a mask obscuring his face, simply inclined his head. His loyalty was unquestioned. Eve, a woman with an enigmatic smile and a mischievous glint in her eyes, curtsied playfully. "We're here to make your dreams a reality, Kawaki-sama." Ida, with her captivating presence and bewitching charm, approached alongside Demon, a man of few words but immense power. Kawaki's trust in them was absolute. Riku, the youngest of the group, stood tall with determination. "We'll follow your lead, Lord Kawaki." Kawaki gestured to Ida and Demon. "You two may stand by my side, you've earned that privilege." As Ida and Demon took their place beside Kawaki's throne, the others remained at a respectful distance. The room was filled with an unspoken understanding the weight of their shared destiny and the magnitude of their ambitions. Kawaki's eyes, once filled with anger and pain, now burned with a newfound purpose. He had harnessed the power of time itself, and he was determined to reshape the world according to his vision. The resurgence arc had begun, and the world would soon bear witness to the ambitions of Kawaki and his formidable allies. In the serene and inviting atmosphere of Kiid's room, Tsukasa walked in with a gentle smile on his face. His daughters, Kiid and Nao, were seated, sharing stories and laughter as they spent their time together. Tsukasa cherished these moments, knowing that time with his family was precious. He cleared his throat to get their attention, and both Kiid and Nao looked up with bright smiles. "Dad!" Kiid exclaimed, her eyes lighting up as she saw her father. Nao, who had grown fond of her adoptive family over the years, offered a warm greeting as well. "Hello, Tsukasa-san." Tsukasa returned their smiles before taking a seat beside them. "I hope I'm not interrupting anything important." Kiid shook her head. "Not at all, Dad, we were just talking." Nao nodded in agreement. "Yes, please join us. Actually, I came here with a proposition. How about some training? It's been a while, hasn't it?" Kiid and Nao exchanged excited glances. Training sessions with their father were always challenging yet rewarding. They both nodded enthusiastically, eager to learn from the seasoned shinobi. Meanwhile, in another part of the Hidden Leaf Village, chaos was unfolding. The peaceful atmosphere was shattered by the sound of screams and the sight of rogue shinobi descending upon the village. Among them was Code, the enigmatic rogue shinobi. Sakuya, accompanied by Yeiko and Tsubaki, arrived on the scene swiftly. His Katsurigan flared to life. And his determination was evident as he confronted the rogue shinobi. With precision and mastery over his clan's blood dragon ascension technique, he dispatched 2 of them with swift, crimson strikes. Not far from Sakuya, Boruto engaged in combat with his katana, displaying his mastery of kenjutsu. His strikes were precise, and 2 rogue shinobi soon fell under the flashing blade of his sword. As the battle raged on, Code watched from a distance, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. He had come to the Hidden Leaf Village with a purpose, and nothing would deter him from his mission. Meanwhile, in the shadowy corners of the village, a group of familiar faces had quietly reappeared. Kotaro Fuma, Ryoichi Fuma, Hana, and Ryo individuals who had been presumed lost were alive and well, harboring a burning desire for vengeance. As they gathered together, a sinister presence made its presence known. Shuten, who had appeared to meet a grim end previously, stood behind them, his presence shrouded in mystery. Kotaro Fuma spoke with resolve in her voice. "It's time we settle the score with those who wronged us." Ryoichi Fuma nodded in agreement. "We won't rest until we've avenged our losses." Hana, determined and fierce, added her thoughts. "They won't escape justice this time." Ryo, bearing the legacy of his father, Kazutora, joined the sentiment. Our time has come. With their collective resolve, the group of survivors and the enigmatic Shuten prepared to make their move. Driven by their shared desire for vengeance and retribution. The hidden turmoil within the Hidden Leaf Village was about to come to the forefront as these various elements converged, setting the stage for a new and unpredictable series of events. As Boruto and Sarada stood side by side, the weight of their shared memories hung in the air. It was a moment of reflect-Iona flashback to their time together in Part 1, filled with camaraderie and budding feelings. Sarada couldn't help but feel a familiar warmth rising in her cheeks as she looked at Boruto. Her heart raced as she remembered the adventures they'd had, the laughs they'd shared, and the battles they'd fought together. It was a feeling she'd carried with her for a long time. Boruto, too, felt the rush of nostalgia. He couldn't deny that he had a special place in his heart for Sarada. As he glanced at her and saw her blushing, a small, bashful smile tugged at his lips. He recalled their past interactions, the teasing, and the unspoken connection between them. But as they exchanged glances, a sudden realization hit them both: the enemy was right ahead. The rogue shinobi, 3 of them, were closing in fast with a shared understanding. Boruto and Sarada snapped back to the present, their faces determined. "Boruto," Sarada said, her voice steady. "Let's do this together, just like old times." Boruto nodded, his resolve firm. "You got it, Sarada, teamwork, right?" The 2 friends, united by their past and present, leaped into action. They moved in perfect harmony, seamlessly coordinating their jutsu and tactics. Their enemies never stood a chance as they were outmatched by the unbreakable bond and teamwork that Boruto and Sarada had forged over the years. The battle unfolded with the same energy and synergy they'd once possessed during their earlier adventures, but now, their skills had matured, and their teamwork had reached new heights. It was a testament to their growth as shinobi and their unspoken connection that continued to bind them, even in the face of adversity. As they stood victorious, breathing heavily but with smiles on their faces, Boruto and Sarada exchanged a knowing glance. Their bond, forged through countless memories and battles, remained as strong as ever. And as they faced the challenges of the Resurgence arc, they knew that they could always rely on each other, just as they had in the past. The battleground crackled with tension as Sakuya unleashed his fire-style, Phoenix Fireball jutsu towards Code's direction. The searing flames erupted, illuminating the area as Code reacted swiftly. His crimson eyes widened, and he dashed towards Sakuya with blinding speed. But Boruto, not one to be outdone, activated his Karma Seal. As the Rasengan formed in his hand, he hurled it towards Code, hitting him square in the chest. The impact sent Code staggering backward, smoke billowing around him as he struggled to regain his footing. With a fierce resolve, Boruto dashed forward, brandishing his katana. Code's eyes narrowed as he prepared to defend himself. But Boruto was quick, and with a swift slash, he left a mark on Code's eye, a scar that would forever mar his visage. Code, sensing the gravity of his injuries, decided that retreat was his only option. He began to make his escape, disappearing into the shadows. However, just as it seemed Code would elude capture, a powerful explosion rocked the battlefield. An impactful bomb-like jutsu struck the ground, causing the very earth to tremble. Sakuya, quick to react, shielded everyone nearby with a barrier, ensuring their safety. As the dust and smoke cleared, the culprits behind this explosive entrance were revealed. Shuten, Kotaro, Ryoichi, Hana, and Ryo stood menacingly, their presence a harbinger of chaos and vengeance. Ryoichi, wearing a sinister grin, took the initiative. He sent Sakuya hurtling into a nearby building, his strength and precision evident in the attack. The building's structure shuddered from the impact. But just as tensions were escalating, Tsukasa Chinoike, the unyielding patriarch, appeared on the scene. His voice cut through the chaos as he issued a stern command to protect the civilians. The rogue group nodded, disappearing into the shadows as they heeded his words. Tsukasa, with a sense of unwavering duty, faced off against Shuten. Their clash was imminent, and Tsukasa was prepared to utilize his formidable abilities to end the threat. His hand crackled with chakra, charged with the potential to unleash the devastating Kirin. Yet, in a surprising turn of events, Tsukasa opted for restraint. With controlled force, he knocked Shuten and the others out, rendering them unconscious but alive. His decision demonstrated not only his strength but also his desire to preserve life. The battle had left an indelible mark on the Hidden Leaf Village, one that would resonate with its inhabitants and bring about unforeseen consequences in the tumultuous days to come. In the shadows, an unknown figure known as Jikurashi, a reincarnation of Shiba Otsutsuki, observed the events unfolding in the world. His presence remained concealed, a silent observer of the chaos that seemed to be spreading like wildfire. As the Resurgence arc came to its climactic conclusion, Kawaki and his formidable subordinates, Jewel, Kaze, Akifumi, Eve, Ida, Demon, and Riku, stood on the outskirts of their current location. They had accomplished their objectives and had left a trail of destruction in their wake. With a sense of purpose, they departed, leaving behind a world plunged into uncertainty. Meanwhile, in a dark, desolate alleyway, a group of rogue shinobi known as Farah gathered, plotting their next move. Little did they know that they were being watched by a pair of mysterious assassins. Suddenly, without warning, a shadowy figure descended upon them. The first assassin, a woman with striking red eyes, black hair, and pale skin, moved with deadly precision. In a flash, she dispatched the rogue shinobi with swift and calculated strikes. Blood was shed as their lives were extinguished one by one. Beside her stood another woman, identical to the deceased kunoichis, Ayane and Fujishir. Their resemblance was uncanny, as if they were clones or sisters. The two assassins shared an unspoken understanding as they surveyed the lifeless bodies before them. With the mission accomplished, they disappeared into the shadows, leaving no trace behind. Their presence remained shrouded in mystery, their motives unclear. But one thing was certain: the world had just been introduced to a new and enigmatic force, and their actions foreshadowed a looming storm on the horizon. The Resurgence arc had come to an end, but the stage was set for the next chapter in the unfolding saga: the Assassin arc. End of the Resurgence arc, Chapter 37. Chapter 38. The moon hung low in the night sky, casting a dim glow over the hidden village infiltrated by rogue shinobi. Akane and Hayano, the mysterious assassins with red eyes, black hair, and pale skin, moved with silent precision through the shadows, blending seamlessly with the darkness that enveloped them. As they approached the targeted building, the sounds of hushed whispers and clinking weapons echoed from within. Akane, the one with red eyes, raised her hand, signaling Hayano to halt. They exchanged a knowing glance before entering the structure, choosing the path of stealth over brute force. Inside, the air was thick with tension as the rogue shinobi indulged in their ill-gotten gains. Unbeknownst to them, death silently crept closer. Suddenly, the room fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the creaking of the door. Akane and Hayano stepped into the dimly lit space, their figures barely discernible. The rogue shinobi squinted, struggling to identify the newcomers. One of them, bold and perhaps foolish, shouted out names in a futile attempt to challenge the intruders. "You think names matter in the face of death?" Akane's voice cut through the silence like a blade. Swift as a gust of wind, she closed the distance between herself and the shouting rogue, unsheathing a slender blade that glinted in the moonlight. The rogue's defiant words turned into a choked gasp as Akane's blade found its mark. Hayano, silent as a ghost, moved through the shadows, dispatching foes with deadly precision. Her movements were a dance of death, and the rogue shinobi fell like leaves in a storm. The room became a battlefield, shrouded in darkness, as the assassins moved with calculated efficiency. The assassins, known by the aliases Akane and Hayano, left no survivors to tell their tale. Each life they claimed added to the mystery surrounding their motives and origins. As they faded back into the night, the building stood silent, a testament to the swift and lethal justice that Akane and Hayano brought upon those who dared cross their path. The assassin arc had begun, and the shadows held secrets that begged to be unraveled. The night air hung heavy with the scent of uncertainty as Akane and Hayano approached their hidden base. As they reached the concealed entrance, the familiar feeling of camaraderie and secrecy enveloped them. Little did they know that within those shadows, a change awaited them. As the door creaked open, revealing the dimly lit interior of their hideout, Akane and Hayano were met with an unexpected sight. A male assassin, flanked by two girls and two guys, stood confidently in their path. His gaze, sharp and calculating, met theirs as he stepped forward. "Ah, Akane, Hayano, I've been waiting for you," the male assassin declared, a wry smile playing on his lips. "Name's Kaito, and I'm your new leader." The assassins exchanged curious glances, surprise flickering in their eyes. It wasn't every day that leadership changed hands, especially in their secretive world. "New leader?" Hayano quirked an eyebrow, her tone a mix of skepticism and amusement. "Did we miss a memo?" Kaito chuckled, a charismatic air surrounding him. "Consider this a surprise upgrade. The higher-ups decided it was time for a change. Now, follow me, we've got a mission in the Hidden Leaf Village." The group moved with synchronized efficiency, a blend of curiosity and acceptance lingering in the air. As they walked, Kaito shared insights into the mission details, his words a careful balance of seriousness and light-hearted banter. The two girls, Aya and Emi, seemed eager to prove themselves, while the two guys, Ryu and Takashi, maintained a stoic demeanor. Upon reaching the outskirts of the Hidden Leaf Village, Kaito paused, turning to address the assembled team. "Remember, we operate in the shadows, our actions speak louder than words, stay vigilant, and we'll get through this." With that, the assassins dispersed, each one disappearing into the night, their steps leaving no trace. As Akane and Heiano followed their new leader into the heart of the Hidden Leaf Village, a chapter of uncertainty and intrigue unfolded. The assassin arc continued, with a new leader at the helm and a mission that would test the mettle of these shadow dwellers. The moon cast a silvery glow over the Hidden Leaf Village as Akane and her fellow assassins, disguised as civilians, moved silently through the shadows of the night. The air was charged with tension as they navigated the familiar streets, their senses finely attuned to the subtle nuances of the village they infiltrated. Kaito, the newly appointed leader, led the group with a steady and purposeful stride. His eyes scanned the surroundings, assessing potential threats and exits. Ryu and Takashi followed closely, their movements fluid and synchronized. Aya and Emi, blending seamlessly with the crowd, observed with keen awareness. Akane and Heiano, the veteran members of the group, moved with a grace born of countless missions. Their civilian disguises concealed the lethal proficiency that lay beneath, a stark contrast to the fad of ordinary villagers they presented to the world. As they neared the heart of the village, Kaito spoke in hushed tones. "Remember, our objective is to gather intel, keep your eyes open, ears sharp, we don't want to draw attention." The group dispersed, seamlessly merging into the flow of villagers going about their nightly routines. Akane found herself near a bustling marketplace, her senses on high alert. She overheard snippets of conversation, catching wind of village affairs and recent events. Heiano, stationed near a popular tea shop, subtly eavesdropped on a group of shinobi discussing recent missions. The information they sought lay in the details, the subtle exchanges that hinted at the village's vulnerabilities. Kaito, Ryu, and Takashi strategically positioned themselves near key locations, their eyes scanning for any signs of unusual activity. Aya and Emi, posing as friends sharing a casual conversation, gleaned insights from the gossip circulating among the villagers. The night wore on, and the assassins navigated the maze of hidden alleyways and bustling streets. Each step brought them closer to their objective, the information they sought pulsating through the veins of the village. As they regrouped in the shadows, Kaito summarized their findings. "There's tension in the air, rumors of increased security and whispers of an impending threat. We need to dig deeper, find the source." The group nodded in silent agreement. The assassin arc had begun in earnest, and the web of intrigue tightened around them. In the heart of the Hidden Leaf Village, secrets waited to be unveiled, and the assassins moved with the precision of shadows, their true purpose shrouded in the darkness of the night. The Hidden Leaf Village hummed with the energy of daily life, vibrant and bustling. Sakura, Tsukasa, Tenten, and Ino enjoyed a rare moment of leisure, strolling through the market square, their laughter intertwining with the chatter of vendors and villagers. As they wandered, their camaraderie flourished, sharing stories and relishing the tranquility that often eluded them. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting a warm glow over the familiar surroundings. Their laughter abruptly ceased when, in the distance, a woman's desperate cry shattered the serene atmosphere. A swift turn of their heads revealed a scene of chaos, a defenseless woman recoiling from an assailant, the air thick with tension. Takashi, one of the enigmatic assassins, had targeted an innocent life. Tsukasa's eyes narrowed, his protective instincts overriding the tranquil mood. Without a word, he surged forward, racing toward the unfolding threat. Sakura, Tenten, and Ino swiftly diverted their attention to the injured woman, reaching her side in a heartbeat. "Are you all right?" Sakura asked with genuine concern, her green eyes scanning the woman's injuries. Tenten and Ino worked in tandem, applying rudimentary healing techniques to ease the woman's pain. The victim, though shaken, managed a weak nod of gratitude. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice trembling. In the distance, Tsukasa pursued Takashi, the chase unfolding with swift determination. The streets became their battleground, each step resonating with the clash of forces, a dance of shadows and steel. As Tsukasa closed the gap, he summoned clones, a technique mastered through years of disciplined training. The clones mirrored his resolve, charging Takashi with synchronized precision. A tempest of blows ensued, the clash echoing through the quiet alleys. Takashi, a formidable adversary, parried the attacks with calculated ease. The dance intensified, the combatants locked in a fierce struggle for dominance. In the intricate choreography of combat, Tsukasa's movements flowed seamlessly, a testament to his mastery. The confrontation reached its crescendo, a culmination of skill, strength, and determination. The clash of blades reverberated through the hidden leaf, a stark reminder that even in moments of tranquility, the shadows could emerge, demanding the vigilance of those sworn to protect. The outcome of this encounter hung in the balance, the fate of the hidden leaf interwoven with the clash between Tsukasa and Takashi. In the heart of the village, a battle unfolded, one that would send ripples through the tapestry of the assassin arc. The clash between Takashi and Tsukasa intensified, the air crackling with the tension of impending combat. Takashi, with a smirk etched across his face, eyed Tsukasa with a mix of arrogance and anticipation. Tsukasa, recognizing the gravity of the situation, steeled himself, the Ketsurigan awakening within his gaze. As the first strike descended, Takashi's swift retaliation met Tsukasa's skillful block. The clash echoed through the hidden leaf, a thunderous percussion that resonated with the intensity of their battle. Takashi, with a wolfish grin, muttered the name of his clandestine group, the force behind the shadows, orchestrating chaos within the tranquil village. Tsukasa's Ketsurigan blazed with a crimson glow, enhancing his perception and granting him a heightened awareness of Takashi's every move. Undeterred, Takashi vanished. A phantom in the night, eluding Tsukasa's sight. In that momentary void, Tsukasa braced himself, the ominous silence amplifying the heartbeat of anticipation. Suddenly, Takashi reappeared, a blur of motion hurtling toward Tsukasa. A right jab sliced through the air, aiming for its mark. Tsukasa, however, intercepted the blow with an expertly timed block, the clash of forces sending shockwaves through the vicinity. The sheer force of Takashi's attack reverberated through Tsukasa's arm, a testament to the strength of the mysterious assassin. As the battle unfolded, the dance of combat unfolded in a flurry of strikes and evasions. Tsukasa, drawing on the power of the Ketsurigan, anticipated Takashi's movements with uncanny precision. Takashi, in turn, adapted, his attacks becoming more unpredictable, an intricate display of skill and strategy. The village watched in collective breathlessness, the clash between the crimson-eyed shinobi and the elusive assassin unfolding like a narrative woven with danger and intrigue. In the heart of the hidden leaf, shadows danced, and the outcome of this encounter held the key to unraveling the enigma of the assassin arc. Tsukasa returned to the scene where Tenten, Ino, and Sakura were tending to the defenseless woman who had fallen victim to Takashi's attack. His expression bore the gravity of the situation as he approached the trio, determined to convey the urgency of the unfolding threat. Ino, Sakura, Tenten, Tsukasa addressed them with a stern tone. We've got a serious issue on our hands. I encountered one of the assassins, Takashi, and he's part of a larger group planning something within the village. The three kunoichi exchanged concerned glances, realizing the magnitude of the revelation. Sakura, ever the pragmatic one, spoke first. What do you suggest we do, Tsukasa? Tsukasa's gaze narrowed with resolve. We need to alert the 8th Hokage, Shikamaru. He needs to issue an emergency message to all Leaf Shinobi. These assassins are hiding among the villagers, and we can't afford to underestimate their capabilities. Ino, a master of communication jutsu, nodded in agreement. I'll send a message to Shikamaru immediately. We have to act fast to secure the village. Tenten, holding a medical kit in her hands, added, if they've infiltrated the village, we need to organize a search. We can't let them carry out whatever plan they have. With a collective understanding, Tsukasa, Ino, Sakura, and Tenten sprung into action. Tsukasa headed to the Hokage's office, his steps swift and purposeful. Ino initiated the communication jutsu to inform Shikamaru of the imminent threat, while Sakura and Tenten readied themselves for the upcoming mission to uncover the hidden assassins. As the wheels of action set in motion, the hidden leaf braced for a clandestine war within its walls. And the shadows that concealed the assassins began to unravel under the scrutiny of vigilant eyes. The assassin arc continued to unfold, leaving the village in a precarious balance between secrecy and revelation. As darkness enveloped the hidden leaf village, the assassins lurked in the shadows, their eyes gleaming with malice as they eyed their unsuspecting targets. Kaido, Ryu, Takashi, Aya, Emi, Akane, and Hayano moved with silent precision, their footsteps muffled by the cloak of night. In the heart of the village, Leaf Shinobi patrolled the streets, vigilant but unaware of the impending threat. Suddenly, the silence shattered as the assassins launched their surprise attack, striking swiftly and mercilessly. Shuriken whirled through the air, kunai flashed, and jutsu crackled as the shinobi fought back, their training and instincts kicking in to defend their home. Amidst the chaos, shouts and cries filled the night as the clash intensified. Stay focused. Don't let them overwhelm us. We need to hold them off until Tsukasa arrives. Another shouted, determination blazing in their eyes. The assassins pressed on relentlessly, their attacks calculated and deadly. But the Leaf Shinobi refused to yield, standing their ground with unwavering resolve. Meanwhile, Tsukasa and his team rushed through the village, drawn by the sounds of battle echoing through the night. With each step, their determination to protect their home grew stronger, fueled by the urgency of the situation. As they neared the source of the commotion, Tsukasa's senses sharpened, his anticipation building. He knew that time was of the essence, and they had to reach their comrades before it was too late. With a burst of speed, Tsukasa and his team arrived on the scene, joining the fray with renewed vigor. Together, they fought back against the assassins, their unity and resolve shining bright amidst the darkness. The battle raged on, each side refusing to back down, as the fate of the hidden leaf hung in the balance. But with Tsukasa and his allies fighting alongside them, the Leaf Shinobi stood ready to face whatever challenges the night may bring. As the clash between the Leaf Shinobi and the assassins intensified, reinforcements began to arrive, drawn by the chaos that echoed through the village. Tsukasa, Tenten, Ino, Sasuke, Sakura, Hanabi, Boruto, Sarada, Shikamaru, Sakuya, and a host of other shinobi, both young and old, converged on the scene, their faces set in grim determination. Tsukasa's eyes swept over the battlefield, taking in the unfolding chaos with a mix of concern and resolve. "We need to coordinate our efforts," he said, his voice cutting through the din of battle. "Stay focused and work together, we can overcome this threat." Tenten nodded in agreement, her gaze sharp as she assessed the situation. "We'll need to divide into teams and cover as much ground as possible," she suggested. "We can't afford to let any of these assassins slip through our grasp." Ino stepped forward, her mind already racing with strategies. "I'll use my mind transfer jutsu to scout out their positions," she offered. "Once we have a clear picture of their movements, we can devise a plan of attack." Sasuke's Sharingan glinted in the darkness as he surveyed their surroundings. "We need to be cautious," he warned. "These assassins are skilled and dangerous, we can't afford to underestimate them." Sakura's fists clenched at her sides, her resolve burning bright. "Let's show them what the hidden leaf is made of," she declared, her voice ringing with determination. "We won't let them threaten our home." With a shared nod, the assembled shinobi split into teams, each one poised and ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. As the battle raged on, their determination never wavered, united in their resolve to protect the village they held dear. As Tekashi and his group of assassins unleashed their deadly skills upon the remaining shinobi, chaos erupted on the battlefield. With swift and precise strikes, they defeated their opponents with ease, leaving only a handful of shinobi still standing. Among them were Tsukasa and Sakuya, their determination unwavering as they faced off against the assassins. Tsukasa's eyes narrowed as he locked gazes with his son, a silent understanding passing between them. They knew what they had to do to protect their loved ones and their village. "Sakuya, stay close to me," Tsukasa instructed, his voice firm and commanding. "We need to keep Tenten safe at all costs." Sakuya nodded in agreement, his expression steely with resolve. "I've got your back, Dad," he replied, determination burning bright in his eyes. As they stood guard over Tenten, their senses on high alert, they noticed Kaido and Emi lurking in the shadows, closing in on Tenten's blind spot. Without hesitation, Tsukasa and Sakuya sprang into action, intercepting the assassins before they could strike. "Stay away from her." Tsukasa growled, his chakra flaring as he prepared to defend his wife. Sakuya moved swiftly, his movements fluid and precise as he engaged the assassins in combat. With a series of lightning-fast strikes, he managed to push them back, buying precious seconds to protect Tenten. As the battle raged on, the remaining shinobi rallied around Tsukasa and Sakuya, their determination unyielding as they fought to protect their village and their loved ones. But with the assassins closing in, the stakes had never been higher, and the outcome of the battle hung in the balance. Sakura surged forward with a burst of speed, her determination driving her forward as she launched herself towards Emi. With a swift and powerful kick, she sent Emi hurtling through the air, crashing into the side of a nearby building with a resounding thud. Emi groaned as she struggled to pick herself up from the ground, her eyes narrowing as she locked gazes with Sakura. "You're stronger than I expected," she admitted, her voice laced with grudging respect. "But I won't go down so easily." Sakura's lips curled into a fierce grin as she channeled her chakra, readying herself for the next round of combat. "Bring it on," she challenged, her voice filled with confidence. Meanwhile, Kaido found himself caught off guard as Sasuke capitalized on his momentary lapse in focus. With lightning-fast reflexes, Sasuke closed the distance between them in the blink of an eye, delivering a devastating blow that sent Kaido hurtling through the air. Kaido crashed into the side of a building, the impact sending debris flying in all directions. Groaning in pain, he struggled to push himself up from the ground, his eyes narrowing as he glared at Sasuke. "You're a formidable opponent," Kaido admitted begrudgingly, his voice tinged with grudging respect. "But don't think you've won just yet." Sasuke's expression remained stoic as he prepared to continue the fight, his Sharingan blazing with intensity. "I never underestimate my enemies," he replied, his voice cold and determined. "And I won't stop until you're defeated." With their resolve unwavering, Sakura and Sasuke faced off against their opponents, ready to do whatever it took to emerge victorious in the battle that lay ahead. The battle raged on in a hidden leaf village, with shinobi and assassins clashing in a flurry of strikes and jutsu. Amidst the chaos, a hidden leaf jonin named Jeff darted through the battlefield, his senses sharp as he hurled a kunai towards Tekashi, the leader of the assassin group. Takashi's eyes gleamed with malice as he watched the kunai hurtling towards him. With a sinister grin, he effortlessly dodged the attack, allowing it to sail past him harmlessly. Then, in a swift and calculated motion, he retaliated, launching a devastating counterattack that caught Jeff off guard. The kunai struck true, embedding itself in Jeff's chest with a sickening thud. Pain flared through Jeff's body as he stumbled backwards, his eyes widening in shock and disbelief. "Takashi, you," Jeff gasped, his voice choked with agony as he collapsed to the ground, his life slipping away with each passing moment. Takashi's grin widened as he surveyed the scene before him, reveling in the chaos and destruction that surrounded him. "Pathetic," he sneered, his voice dripping with contempt. "You shinobi are nothing but weaklings, unworthy of standing in our presence." The other shinobi and assassins alike paused in their battle, their attention drawn to Takashi and his cruel words. Anger and determination flickered in their eyes as they vowed to put an end to Takashi's reign of terror once and for all. With Jeff's lifeless body serving as a grim reminder of the stakes at hand, the battle resumed with renewed intensity. Each combatant fought with all their might, their hearts filled with a burning desire to protect their village and bring justice to those who sought to destroy it. As Takashi and Tsukasa locked eyes across the battlefield, a palpable tension hung in the air. The two warriors, each formidable in their own right, knew that this would be a battle to remember. Without a word, they began to approach each other, their movements deliberate and measured. Every step echoed with the weight of their determination, their resolve to emerge victorious burning brightly in their eyes. As they drew closer, the anticipation mounted, the tension reaching its peak. Then, in an instant, they broke into a sprint, hurtling towards each other with blinding speed. Their clash was like thunder, the force of their collision sending shockwaves rippling through the air. They exchanged blows with lightning-fast reflexes, their movements a blur of speed and precision. "Tsukasa Chinoike," Takashi growled, his voice low and menacing. "I've been waiting for this moment." Tsukasa's eyes narrowed as he countered Takashi's attacks with his own, his focus unwavering. "You won't get away with your crimes, Takashi, the hidden leaf will not fall to the likes of you." Their words were punctuated by the sound of fists meeting flesh, the impact reverberating through the battlefield. With each strike, they pushed themselves to their limits, their determination driving them forward despite the odds stacked against them. As their battle raged on, the outcome hung in the balance. But one thing was certain, neither Takashi nor Tsukasa would back down until one of them emerged victorious, their clash a testament to the strength of their resolve. As Takashi's fist made contact with Tsukasa's chest, a gasp of surprise escaped the lips of those watching. Tsukasa was sent hurtling backwards, crashing through the air before slamming into the nearby building with bone-jarring force. "Sakuya, wait." Tsukasa's voice echoed in Sakuya's ears, but it was too late. With a fierce determination burning in his eyes, Sakuya charged forward, intent on taking down Takashi himself. But before he could reach his target, Tsukasa intercepted him, his swift movements bringing him between Sakuya and Takashi in an instant. "Stay back, Sakuya," he warned, his voice firm but filled with concern. Sakuya halted in his tracks, his gaze flickering between his father and their adversary. "But Dad, I can't just stand by and watch." Tsukasa's expression softened slightly as he placed a reassuring hand on Sakuya's shoulder. "Trust me, Sakuya, I've got this." With those words, Tsukasa turned his attention back to Takashi, his eyes narrowing with determination. But before he could react, Takashi unleashed a devastating attack, his fist driving deep into Tsukasa's chest with frightening force. The impact sent Tsukasa flying backwards, his form disappearing into the rubble of the building behind him. For a moment, the battlefield fell silent, the gravity of the situation weighing heavily on those gathered. But then, to everyone's shock, Tsukasa emerged from the debris, his form unscathed. It was then that Sakuya realized that it was a clone that had been struck, a clever ruse to catch Takashi off guard. With a fierce roar, Tsukasa burst forward, his movements a blur as he closed the distance between himself and Takashi in an instant. With lightning-fast reflexes, he unleashed a flurry of blows, each strike calculated and precise. Takashi, caught off guard by Tsukasa's sudden resurgence, found himself struggling to keep up with the onslaught. And then, just as quickly as it had begun, Tsukasa's assault reached its climax. With a mighty roar, he unleashed a devastating technique, sending Takashi hurtling high into the sky. And as Takashi soared through the air, Tsukasa followed, his form surrounded by a swirling vortex of chakra. With a final burst of speed, Tsukasa closed the distance between himself and Takashi, his fists a blur as he delivered blow after punishing blow. And then, with a final, decisive strike, he sent Takashi crashing back down to the earth below. As the dust settled, Takashi lay defeated, his form battered and broken. And as Tsukasa stood victorious, a sense of relief washed over those watching, knowing that they had emerged victorious against the assassin threat. As Takashi's lightning strike surged through Tsukasa's body, a cry of pain escaped Tsukasa's lips, his form convulsing as the electricity coursed through him. With a final, gut-wrenching cough, Tsukasa collapsed to the ground, his body racked with pain. Sakuya's heart clenched with fear and rage as he watched his father fall, his eyes wide with shock. The sight of Tsukasa, a stalwart figure of strength and determination, brought low by Takashi's treacherous attack, filled Sakuya with a seething fury. No! Sakuya's cry rang out, his voice laced with anguish and anger. With a surge of chakra, his Ketsurigan eye pulsed with newfound power. Its crimson hue burning bright with intensity. In that moment, Sakuya's resolve hardened, his determination to avenge his father's suffering igniting like a blazing inferno. Summoning every ounce of his strength, Sakuya's hands flew through a series of hand seals, channeling his chakra into the earth below. In a flash of crimson light, his clones burst forth from the ground, their forms solidifying with a resolute determination mirrored in Sakuya's own eyes. With a swift motion, Sakuya's hand closed around his father's sword, his grip tight and unwavering. With a fierce battle cry, he dashed forward, his movements a blur of speed and precision as he closed the distance between himself and Takashi. Takashi, caught off guard by Sakuya's sudden onslaught, found himself forced onto the defensive, his eyes widening with shock as he struggled to keep up with Sakuya's relentless assault. But Sakuya's fury was unrelenting, his blows raining down upon Takashi with the force of a raging tempest. As the two clashed, their weapons ringing out in a symphony of steel, the air crackled with tension. Each strike was fueled by a potent mixture of rage and determination, as Sakuya fought tooth and nail to avenge his fallen father. And as the battle raged on, those watching could only look on in awe and horror. Their hearts heavy with grief for the fallen and their spirits alight with hope for the future. For in that moment, Sakuya's courage and strength shone brightly, a beacon of hope in the darkness that threatened to consume them all. As Sakura rushed to Tsukasa's side, her heart clenched with worry and sorrow. She knelt beside him, her hands trembling as she reached out to gently cradle his head. Tenten, help me, Sakura said, her voice choked with emotion. Tenten, Tsukasa's wife and Sakuya's mother, nodded, her own eyes brimming with tears as she joined Sakura at Tsukasa's side. Ino and Hanabi, their expressions grave and determined, moved to stand guard, their keen senses alert for any sign of danger. The rest of the shinobi, still locked in combat with the remaining assassins, fought with renewed fervor, their resolve strengthened by the sight of their fallen comrade. Sakura, is he going to be okay? Tenten asked, her voice trembling with fear. Sakura shook her head, her eyes filled with sorrow. I don't know, Tenten, she admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. But we have to keep fighting, we can't let Tsukasa's sacrifice be in vain. Tenten nodded, her jaw set with determination. You're right, Sakura, we have to protect the village, no matter what. With a shared nod of understanding, Sakura and Tenten turned their attention back to Tsukasa. Their hands glowing with healing chakra as they worked to stabilize his condition. Around them, the sounds of battle raged on, a cacophony of clashing steel and shouts of determination echoing through the night. And as Sakuya and Takashi continued their fierce duel, their every move a testament to the strength of their resolve, the shinobi of the Hidden Leaf Village fought on with unwavering courage. Their hearts united in the face of adversity. For Tsukasa, for their fallen comrades, and for the future of their village, they would not falter. As Boruto unleashed his Rasengan, he watched with grim determination as it collided with Ryu's body, sending him hurtling through the air. Despite Ryu's attempts to evade with his clones, there was no escaping the devastating power of Boruto's attack. However, before Ryu could crash to the ground, he was intercepted by Akane, one of the assassins who had allied with Takashi. With a swift and lethal strike, Akane swiftly ended Ryu's life, her eyes cold and unyielding as she turned her attention towards Takashi. Boruto's breath caught in his throat as he watched Akane's ruthless efficiency, a chill running down his spine at the sight of her merciless resolve. But there was no time to dwell on her actions. As the battle with Takashi still raged on, and they needed to stop him before he could cause any more harm. Gather your strength, everyone, Boruto called out, his voice ringing out with determination. We can't let Takashi get away with this. With renewed resolve, Boruto and the others charged forward, their hearts filled with determination as they prepared to face Takashi head-on. The fate of the Hidden Leaf Village hung in the balance, and they would not rest until they had put an end to the threat posed by the deadly assassin. As Sarada and Tsubaki engaged in a fierce battle with Heiano and Aya, the air crackled with tension as their attacks clashed with equal force. Each shinobi fought with skill and determination, their movements fluid and precise as they sought to gain the upper hand. However, as the battle reached a critical point, Aya moved to deliver a fatal blow to Sarada and Tsubaki. Just as it seemed all hope was lost, Heiano intervened, stepping in front of the deadly attack and shielding the two young shinobi from harm. Sarada and Tsubaki looked on in astonishment as Heiano, the assassin they had been fighting against moments ago, now stood before them as their protector. Confusion clouded their minds as they struggled to comprehend Heiano's sudden change in allegiance. Before they could voice their questions, Heiano cancelled her jutsu and dashed towards where Akane stood, determination etched into every line of her face. Without hesitation, she joined Akane, their eyes locking in silent agreement as they set their sights on their true target, Takashi. With newfound purpose, Sarada and Tsubaki watched as Heiano and Akane surged forward. Their resolve unshakable as they prepared to confront Takashi and put an end to his reign of terror once and for all. Though the path ahead was fraught with danger, they knew that they could not falter in their quest to protect the village and its people from the threat that loomed before them. As Nao's eyes widened in shock and fear at the sight of her injured father, Tsukasa, tears welled up in her eyes. She turned to Tenten, her mother, seeking reassurance amidst the chaos unfolding before her. Zira, the head nurse of the medical ninja staff, stood by Tenten's side, her expression grave as she observed Tsukasa's condition. Sakura and the others rushed into the room, their faces etched with concern as they took in the scene before them. Sakura quickly assessed Tsukasa's injuries, her brow furrowing with worry as she worked to stabilize him. "Now, your father is strong," Tenten said, her voice steady despite the fear in her heart. "He's going to be okay, we just need to have faith and let the medical ninja do their work." Nao nodded, clinging to her mother's hand for support as she watched Sakura and Zira spring into action. The room buzzed with urgency as the medical team worked tirelessly to treat Tsukasa's injuries, their skills put to the test as they fought to save his life. Meanwhile, outside the hospital, Sakuya faced off against Takashi, his breath coming in ragged gasps as he prepared to strike. But before he could make his move, two unexpected allies, Akane and Heiano, appeared at his side, their presence a shock to both Sakuya and Takashi. "You're going to regret turning against us, traitors," Takashi sneered, his eyes flashing with malice as he prepared to unleash his full power against them. But Akane and Heiano stood firm, their resolve unshakable as they prepared to face Takashi head-on. With Sakuya by their side, they were ready to fight for their newfound freedom and the chance to live in peace, even if it meant taking on their former leader in a battle that would push them to their limits. As Takashi unleashed a powerful wind jutsu, Sakuya, Akane, and Heiano were sent flying through the air, crashing into the ground with a resounding thud. Shakily, they rose to their feet, determination burning in their eyes as they prepared to face their formidable opponent once more. "Sakuya, Akane, we need to work together if we're going to defeat him," Heiano said, her voice steady despite the adrenaline coursing through her veins. Sakuya nodded, his gaze locking with Akane's and Heiano's as they formed a united front against Takashi's onslaught. With a shared understanding, they launched themselves back into the fray, their movements synchronized as they fought as one. But Takashi was relentless, summoning a horde of clones to overwhelm them. Sakuya, Akane, and Heiano found themselves surrounded on all sides, forced to defend against a barrage of attacks from every direction. "We can't let him divide us," Sakuya called out, his voice ringing out above the chaos. "Stay focused and watch each other's backs." With renewed determination, they fought back against Takashi's clones, their movements fluid and coordinated as they worked together to fend off their assailants. Despite the odds stacked against them, they refused to back down, their resolve unwavering as they faced their greatest challenge yet. As Takashi struggled against Sakuya, Akane, and Heiano's relentless assault, he began to tap into his own reserves of power, channeling it into a devastating counterattack. With a surge of strength, he launched himself forward, his body moving with unnatural speed and force. Sakuya, caught off guard by Takashi's sudden burst of power, found himself hurtling through the air before crashing into the unforgiving pavement below. Pain shot through his body as he struggled to push himself back to his feet, his muscles aching from the impact. Meanwhile, Akane and Heiano were met with similar fates as Takashi's attack sent them hurtling through buildings, their bodies crashing through walls and debris as they struggled to regain their bearings. Gasping for breath, Sakuya pushed himself upright, his gaze narrowing as he locked eyes with Takashi. Despite the pain coursing through his body, he refused to give up, drawing upon his resolve and determination to continue the fight. "We can't let him defeat us," Sakuya called out to Akane and Heiano, his voice filled with urgency. "We need to keep fighting, no matter what." With grim determination, Sakuya, Akane, and Heiano rose to their feet, ready to face Takashi head-on once more. Though battered and bruised, they remained undaunted, their will to protect their home and loved ones driving them forward in the face of adversity. As Takashi absorbed the lifeless bodies of his fallen comrades, a dark aura enveloped him, his form contorting and shifting as he underwent a horrifying transformation. With each passing moment, his power surged to unimaginable heights, his eyes blazing with an otherworldly light as he prepared to unleash his final, devastating attack. Sakuya, Heiano, and Akane watched in horror as Takashi's transformation took place before their eyes, a sense of dread settling over them as they braced themselves for the battle ahead. Despite their fear, they knew that they had to stand their ground and fight to protect their village and loved ones. "This is bad," Sakuya muttered, his voice tinged with unease as he surveyed Takashi's transformed state. We have to stop him, no matter what. Heiano nodded grimly, her expression steely as she readied herself for battle. We can't let him harm anyone else, we have to put an end to this, here and now. Akane clenched her fists, her resolve unwavering as she prepared to face Takashi head-on. Let's do this, we fight together, as one. With a shared sense of determination, Sakuya, Heiano, and Akane launched themselves forward. Their weapons at the ready as they prepared to confront Takashi in his final, monstrous form. As they charged into battle, they knew that the fate of their village rested on their shoulders, and they were prepared to give everything they had to emerge victorious. As the intense battle raged on, Sakuya, Heiano, and Akane fought valiantly against the formidable final form of Takashi. Despite their combined efforts, Takashi proved to be a relentless opponent, his power seemingly boundless as he unleashed devastating attacks upon them. With a fierce cry, Sakuya charged forward, his blade flashing as he clashed with Takashi in a flurry of blows. Each strike reverberated through the air, the force of their clashes shaking the very ground beneath them. Despite his determination, Sakuya found himself evenly matched with Takashi, the two of them locked in a fierce struggle for dominance. Meanwhile, Heiano and Akane fought alongside Sakuya, their movements swift and precise as they launched coordinated attacks against Takashi. However, Takashi's overwhelming power proved too much for them to handle, and one by one, they were incapacitated by his relentless onslaught. As Akane crashed into a nearby building, her consciousness fading, and Heiano was sent hurtling into the ground. The burden of the battle fell upon Sakuya's shoulders alone. With grim determination, he faced Takashi head-on, his gaze unwavering as he prepared to give everything he had to defeat his formidable opponent. The clash between Sakuya and Takashi intensified, the sound of their strikes echoing through the night air as they fought tooth and nail for supremacy. Despite the odds stacked against him, Sakuya refused to back down, his resolve unshakable as he battled against Takashi with all his strength. As Sakuya and Takashi faced off, their eyes locked in a fierce gaze, the tension between them palpable. With a mutual understanding, they both knew that this would be the final clash, the decisive moment that would determine the outcome of their battle. As they leaped back from each other, their resolve hardened, ready to give everything they had in one last push to emerge victorious. But just as they prepared to unleash their final attacks, a sudden movement caught their attention. Akane and Heiano, battered but unbowed, rose to their feet, their determination shining in their eyes as they rejoined the fray. With a nod of acknowledgement, Sakuya and his newfound allies charged forward, their chakra intertwining as they prepared to unleash their combined attack. At the same time, Takashi focused his energy, channeling it into a devastating technique that crackled with power. With a roar, he dashed towards his opponents, his intent clear, to crush them with all his might. The battlefield erupted into chaos as the two opposing forces clashed, their attacks colliding with explosive force. Energy crackled through the air as the opposing jutsu clashed, each side pushing themselves to the limit in a bid for victory. As the dust settled, a tense silence descended upon the battlefield, broken only by the heavy breathing of the combatants. With bated breath, they waited to see the outcome of their final, decisive clash. The battlefield lay in ruins, a testament to the fierce battle that had just unfolded. Smoke and dust obscured the vision as Takashi, Sakuya, Heiano, and Akane emerged from the aftermath, all bearing the scars of the intense confrontation. Akane and Heiano, weakened and battered, struggled to rise from the ground. Takashi, though injured, wore a sinister grin, ready to deliver the final blow to the injured assassins. Just as he prepared to strike, Sakuya, his body strained from the immense effort, summoned the last reserves of his chakra. With a sudden surge, Sakuya's eyes gleamed with the crimson power of the Ketsurigan, a second variation that his father, Tsukasa, had not possessed. It was a unique technique, a different manifestation of the bloodline limit that marked the Chinoike clan. Sakuya unleashed his final jutsu, a variation of the blood dragon ascension. Weaving hand signs with precision. The technique manifested as a torrent of blood-red dragons, coiling around each other with deadly grace. The serpentine form struck Takashi with overwhelming force, engulfing him in their crimson embrace. As the dust settled, only silence remained. Takashi's sinister grin had faded, replaced by the cold stillness of death. Sakuya, drained and fatigued, stood amidst the aftermath of the battle, his unique Ketsurigan eye still pulsating with the remnants of its power. Heiano and Akane, though injured, looked on with a mix of relief and gratitude. Sakuya, having avenged his fallen comrades, collapsed to his knees, his breath heavy. The once chaotic battlefield now held a somber air, a poignant reminder of the sacrifices made and the toll of the relentless conflict. As Sakuya gave a thumbs up to Heiano and Akane, a sense of camaraderie filled the air. Despite the trials they had faced, they had emerged victorious, and a bond had formed between them. With a weary smile, Sakuya finally collapsed, his strength spent from the arduous battle. Fast forward to 5 weeks later, and the village had been rebuilt, its scars erased by the diligent efforts of its residents. Tsukasa, fully healed from his injuries, walked through the bustling streets, a sense of peace restored to the once chaotic village. Heiano and Akane prepared to depart, their mission complete. As they bid farewell to their newfound friends, they shared a knowing glance, a silent promise that their paths would cross again. With a playful grin, they each planted a kiss on Sakuya's cheek, much to the surprise of Tsubaki, Wasabi, and Yeiko. Seeing their reaction, Sakuya couldn't help but laugh as he sprinted away, his friends hot on his heels, their laughter echoing through the village. Despite the lingering memories of battle, life in the Hidden Leaf village had returned to normal, filled with moments of joy, friendship, and youthful mischief. The scene opens with a darkened room, illuminated only by the faint glow of monitors and the occasional flicker of light. Kawaki stands at the center, surrounded by his subordinates, their faces obscured by shadows. "We're moving forward with Project D.E.A.D., Kawaki announces, his voice low and commanding. "Our objective is clear, destroy the Hidden Leaf village once and for all." His subordinates nod in agreement, their determination evident despite their obscured features. As the scene fades to black, ominous music swells, setting the tone for the upcoming arc. In the final moments, we see a child, his face twisted in a mixture of fear and resignation, as a dark aura surrounds him. The scene cuts to a close-up of his hand, where a karma mark begins to materialize. With a chilling sense of foreboding, the camera zooms out to reveal Kawaki, his gaze fixed on the horizon as he checks on Hinata and Naruto, still frozen in place, a silent reminder of the darkness that looms ahead. The screen fades to black, leaving viewers with a sense of unease and anticipation for the coming Dead Core arc. End of arc, Chapter 39. Chapter 40. As the scene fades in, we are transported back to a simpler time, a flashback to when Boruto and Sakuya were younger, training together under the watchful eyes of their respective fathers, Naruto and Tsukasa. The training ground is lush with greenery, sunlight filtering through the trees as Boruto and Sakuya spar with each other, their movements fluid and synchronized. Naruto and Tsukasa stand nearby, offering guidance and encouragement to their sons. "Keep your focus, Boruto. Remember, precision is key. Tsukasa and Sakuya, don't let your guard down, anticipate your opponent's moves." Boruto and Sakuya nod in understanding, determination shining in their eyes as they continue their training. The bond between father and son, as well as between the two friends, is palpable in the air. As the flashback fades, we return to the present, where Boruto and Sakuya are now teenagers, meeting up with their friends in the village. The memories of their training sessions with their fathers linger, a reminder of the journey they've been on together. The village was peaceful, the warm breeze brushing past the streets as Boruto and Sakuya walked side by side, their steps light but their expressions carrying a sense of quiet alertness. They'd learned, over the years, to never take this peace for granted. The scars from past battles ran deep, but there was always a looming sense that something worse was just beyond the horizon. Sakuya glanced at Boruto, a half-smile tugging at his lips. "Hey, remember when we were younger, and this walk was the hardest part of training?" Boruto chuckled softly, hands behind his head. "Yeah, now we walk miles without thinking about it, guess that means we're getting old, huh?" Before Boruto could continue, a sudden, loud crash echoed through the village. The ground beneath them trembled slightly, followed by the unmistakable sound of people screaming. Boruto's eyes sharpened, his demeanor immediately shifting from casual to focused. "What the hell?" he muttered, scanning the direction of the commotion. "That's coming from the eastern district." Sakuya's expression darkened, his hand instinctively going to the hilt of his father's sword strapped to his back. "Let's go." In unison, they broke into a sprint, darting through the streets toward the chaos. As they neared the source, the air grew thick with dust and smoke. The smell of destruction clinging to the wind. And then, they saw them towering creatures, their grotesque forms twisted with Otsutsuki markings, laying waste to buildings and attacking the villagers with a brutal, uncaring force. "Otsutsuki creations," Sakuya muttered under his breath, his heart racing. The creations moved with terrifying precision, their attacks leaving devastation in their wake. The shinobi of the village were already engaged, trying their best to fend off the monstrous invaders, but it was clear the creatures were not ordinary foes. Boruto gritted his teeth, chakra flaring around him. "We can't let this go on." Without hesitation, Boruto activated his Jugen, the faint glow of his eye intensifying. Sakuya's Katsurigan gleamed with crimson light, the two prepared to leap into battle. But before they could even move, an ominous presence flooded the area, stopping them both in their tracks. From the smoke, 7 figures emerged, walking slowly and purposefully. Their silhouettes were menacing, each radiating a different deadly aura. At the center, leading them, was Kawaki. Beside him, his subordinates, Jewel, with her cold, calculating stare Kaze, the silent and deadly wind user Akifumi, whose body seemed to ripple with suppressed power Eve. The pale woman with an eerie, dangerous air, and then Ida and Demon, who wore expressions of twisted amusement. Finally, Riku, the youngest of them, held a sinister grin, his eyes gleaming with bloodlust. Kawaki's face was emotionless, but his intent was clear. He had come to finish what he started. Kawaki. Boruto's voice carried both disbelief and fury as he locked eyes with his former friend. Kawaki's gaze shifted briefly toward Boruto, but there was no trace of the boy they once knew, only cold indifference. This village, it will fall today. The words hung in the air like a death sentence. As if on command, Jewel, Kaze, Akifumi, Eve, Ida, Demon, and Riku spread out, each one targeting different parts of the village, wreaking havoc with their unique powers. Sakuya narrowed his eyes, gripping his sword tightly. You won't get away with this. Kawaki's eyes flickered toward him, a shadow of a smile tugging at the corner of his lips. Oh, but I will. Before Sakuya or Boruto could react, Jewel leapt into the fray, her chakra lashing out like a whip, forcing them to dodge. Kaze, with barely a flick of his wrist, sent a gust of wind so sharp it sliced through stone like paper. The villagers screamed as buildings were torn apart, and the shinobi were quickly overwhelmed by the sheer power of the dead core. Boruto skidded to a halt, gritting his teeth. Sakuya, we have to stop them, or the village. I know, Sakuya replied, eyes already blazing with the red glow of his Katsurigan. But it's not just them, we have to take Kawaki down too. Kawaki watched the destruction unfold, his expression never changing. This is just the beginning, this world doesn't need shinobi, I'll reshape it with my own hands, and you won't stop me. Boruto clenched his fists, the image of his father and everything the village stood for flashing through his mind. Over my dead body. The two forces clashed, the air around them crackling with the tension of the coming battle. The Otsutsuki creations continued their rampage, but now, Boruto and Sakuya faced not just monsters, but the man who once stood with them, now their greatest enemy. As Kawaki's dead core tore through the village, the Leaf's future hung by a thread. This wasn't just another battle. It was a war for survival. The chaos raged on around them as the village was torn apart by the Otsutsuki creations and Kawaki's dead core. Sakuya and Boruto stood their ground, their eyes locked on the enemies before them, each knowing that every second they wasted meant more lives lost, more destruction. Jewel stood at a distance, her chakra flaring dangerously, while Kaze's cold expression remained unreadable as he slowly walked forward. The wind around him sharp and deadly. Sakuya could feel the pressure mounting, his heartbeat thundering in his chest as the two powerful enemies bore down on him. He knew he had no choice but to fight them both, no matter the cost. Boruto, meanwhile, had already made his decision. His Jugen flared to life, and without warning, he vanished in a blur of motion, leaving Sakuya behind as he speed blitzed through the battlefield. In the blink of an eye, Boruto appeared behind Akifumi, landing a heavy strike to his ribs that sent him crashing into the dirt. Eve turned, her face twisted in surprise, but Boruto was already on her, delivering a crushing kick to her abdomen, sending her flying backward. Ida and Demon barely had time to react as Boruto closed the distance between them, his speed overwhelming. He delivered precise, bone-shattering blows, making them both stagger. Riku, the youngest of Kawaki's subordinates, tried to keep up, but Boruto's sheer velocity left him helpless as Boruto delivered a swift punch to his gut, forcing him to crumple to the ground. Sakuya's eyes widened at Boruto's display of power. Boruto! He shouted over the chaos, his voice cutting through the noise. You're leaving me with them. Boruto skidded to a halt, glancing back over his shoulder as his eyes found Sakuya's. There was a calm determination in his expression, one that Sakuya recognized all too well. This fight, it's between me and Kawaki, Boruto called back. I'll handle him, you've got this, your allies are on their way. Before Sakuya could respond, Boruto had already turned his back and darted toward Kawaki, who stood unmoved, watching with cold, calculating eyes. Jewel and Kaze began to advance on Sakuya, their expressions hungry for the battle to come. Sakuya clenched his fists, his Katsurigan glowing red, his chakra flaring with intensity. Fine, bring it. He yelled as he charged forward to meet Jewel and Kaze head-on. Jewel smirked, her hand crackling with energy as she unleashed a torrent of chakra toward Sakuya. He barely managed to sidestep the attack, but Kaze was already on him, using the wind to slice through the air. Sakuya leaped into the air, dodging Kaze's deadly blades of wind, but the pressure was on. This was going to be a fight for survival. Just as Jewel prepared to launch another attack, several shinobi arrived on the scene, landing beside Sakuya. Wasabi, Tsubaki, and Yeiko stood at his side, their expressions fierce and ready for battle. We're here, Sakuya. Tsubaki shouted as she drew her blade. We'll handle this together, Wasabi added, her body already glowing with chakra as she prepared her technique. Sakuya gave a small nod of relief, his allies had arrived. Now, they had a chance to push back against the overwhelming forces of Kawaki's dead core. Meanwhile, in the distance, Boruto and Kawaki had dashed away from the main battlefield, finding themselves in a secluded clearing just outside the village. The sounds of destruction were still audible, but here, it was eerily quiet as they faced each other. Boruto stood tall, his eyes locked onto Kawaki's with a fierce intensity. It didn't have to be this way, Kawaki, we were brothers once. Brothers? That was a long time ago, Boruto, you and I, were nothing alike anymore. Boruto narrowed his eyes, his hands tightening into fists. You're wrong, you chose this path, you chose to destroy everything we cared about. Kawaki's gaze hardened as he took a step forward, his presence radiating a palpable menace. You don't understand, Boruto, this world, it's broken, the shinobi system, the endless cycles of war and death, I'm putting an end to it, and if that means destroying the Leaf Village, so be it. Boruto's heart clenched in his chest. The man standing before him was no longer the Kawaki he once knew. He had become something darker, something far more dangerous. So, what? You'll destroy everything and rebuild it in your image? You're no different from the Otsutsuki you hate. Kawaki's eyes flickered with a dangerous glint. The Otsutsuki want to destroy this world for their own selfish reasons. I'm doing this for a greater good, you just can't see it yet. Boruto's chakra flared, the Jugen glowing brightly in his eye. I won't let you do this, not to the village, not to our family. Kawaki uncrossed his arms, his expression darkening. Then I guess we settle this once and for all. The tension between them grew thick, the air charged with chakra as they stood face to face, their gazes locked in a battle of wills. There would be no more words, no more chances for reconciliation. This fight would decide the future. In a flash, they both moved, dashing toward each other with blinding speed. Their fists collided, sending shockwaves through the air. The final battle between Boruto and Kawaki had begun. The battlefield around them was a blur of movement, flashes of chakra clashing and the ground trembling underfoot from the ferocity of the battle. Sakuya stood side by side with Tsubaki, Wasabi, and Yeiko, all of them panting heavily. Their bodies bruised and battered from the relentless assault of the dead core. Jewel, Kaze, Riku, and the remaining enemies surrounded them, a deadly look of determination in their eyes. The odds were overwhelming, and Sakuya could feel the pressure of the situation weighing heavily on him. This is insane, Wasabi muttered, clutching her side where a deep cut oozed blood. How are we supposed to fight off all of them? We have no choice, Tsubaki responded, her blade trembling in her hand, but her voice steady. We need to hold out, just a little longer. Sakuya's eyes darted across the battlefield, analyzing the movements of each enemy. He knew they were running out of time. Jewel and Kaze were relentless in their attacks, and now, Riku was charging forward, his eyes locked onto Yeiko with deadly intent. Yeiko, watch out! Sakuya shouted, but the warning came too late. Riku, moving faster than Sakuya had anticipated, closed the distance between him and Yeiko in a flash. His chakra-charged fist raised to strike. Time seemed to slow as Sakuya's heart pounded in his ears, the horror of what was about to happen crashing over him like a wave. Yeiko's wide eyes mirrored his own fear, but her body was frozen, too exhausted to react in time. No. Without thinking, Sakuya's legs propelled him forward, his body moving on instinct alone. In a split second, he threw himself between Riku and Yeiko, his own chakra flaring defensively. The impact was brutal. Riku's fist, glowing with the concentrated power of his attack, slammed into Sakuya's gut with enough force to break the ground beneath them. The sound of bones cracking echoed through the battlefield as Sakuya gasped, blood spraying from his mouth. His body jerked violently as the pain tore through him, his vision blurring. Sakuya! Tsubaki's voice rang out, filled with panic and desperation. Wasabi's breath hitched as she saw the blood stain the ground beneath him. No, Sakuya, no. Sakuya stumbled backward, his knees buckling beneath him as he cradled his gut, trying to stem the blood pouring from the wound. His breath was shallow, labored, but he managed to look up at Yeiko, who was staring at him, wide-eyed and trembling. Are you okay? Sakuya choked out, his voice barely above a whisper as blood dripped from his lips. You idiot. Why did you? Before she could finish, tears began streaming down her face. Tsubaki and Wasabi rushed to their side, their faces pale with fear and concern. The battle around them seemed to fade, the only sound the shallow gasps of Sakuya as he struggled to stay conscious. Sakuya, hang in there. Tsubaki knelt beside him, her hands already glowing with what little healing chakra she had left. You're going to be okay, just hold on. Sakuya's vision flickered, his head swimming as the pain threatened to pull him under. But he forced a weak smile as he looked at the girls beside him, trying to ease their worry. I'm fine, I'll be fine. You're bleeding too much. Wasabi said, her voice cracking. We need to get you out of here, right now. Not yet, Sakuya gasped, his body trembling from the effort of speaking. He could feel the darkness creeping at the edges of his vision, but he couldn't let himself fall yet. We have to finish this. Riku stood over them, his eyes narrowing at Sakuya's defiance. You should have stayed down, boy, he spat, chakra flaring as he prepared to finish the job. Before Riku could strike again, Tsubaki shot to her feet, her blade gleaming in the dull light of the battlefield. Stay away from him. She yelled, slashing toward Riku in a desperate attempt to hold him back. Wasabi followed her lead, her chakra pulsing as she prepared her technique. Sakuya tried to stand, his legs wobbling beneath him as he clutched his stomach, the pain unbearable. I'm not done yet. You've done enough. Yeiko cried, pulling him back down as tears continued to stream down her face. You don't need to fight anymore. Please. But Sakuya shook his head, his determination unwavering. I have to, we can't lose. Riku sneered, his fist glowing once more as he prepared to strike. You should have died protecting her, now, I'll make sure none of you walk away from this alive. The girls braced themselves, ready for the worst, when a surge of chakra suddenly erupted in the distance. Sakuya's eyes widened as he felt a familiar presence. Reinforcements. Jewel and Kaze's heads snapped toward the source of the chakra, their faces momentarily filled with confusion. Then, in the blink of an eye, Sakuya's allies appeared. Boruto's other teammates, reinforcements from the village, joining the battle at last. Kunai flew through the air, striking the ground at Riku's feet and forcing him to leap back. Sakuya, hang in there. A voice called out. Boruto wasn't far. They just had to hold out a little longer. As Sakuya felt the darkness closing in, his last thought was a promise: I am not letting you win, Kawaki. The battlefield trembled beneath the fierce clash of chakra. Sakuya was barely holding on to consciousness, his body beaten and bloodied from the previous battle. The rest of dead core Jewel, Kaze, Riku, Akifumi, Eve, Demon, and Ida loomed over them, preparing for their final strike. Yeiko, Tsubaki, and Wasabi were standing guard in front of Sakuya, their stances showing determination, though fatigue was evident on their faces. They were overwhelmed, outnumbered, and exhausted, but they refused to back down. Jewel's wicked smile spread across her face as she stepped forward, her chakra pulsing ominously. It's over, you won't survive another attack. Kaze stood beside her, his eyes cold and calculated. Just stay down, and we'll make it quick. But before anyone could move, a sudden burst of chakra erupted from behind. The air rippled with an intense energy, and in an instant, a large group of reinforcements appeared on the horizon, speeding toward the battleground. The ground shook beneath their feet as Sarada, Mitsuki, Himawari, Nao, Keed, and the other Shikadai, Inogen, Cho-Cho, Namida, Samaire, Enko, Dashu, Suru, Hoki, Hako, Rengo, Denki, Metal Lee, and Iwabi charged in. We're not too late, are we? Sarada shouted as she skidded to a stop in front of the group, her Sharingan blazing with determination. Tsubaki let out a sigh of relief, the tension in her shoulders easing. You made it just in time. Wasabi's face brightened slightly as she saw the reinforcements arrive. Thank goodness. Sakuya, are you okay? What happened? Nao and Keed, Sakuya's sisters, quickly moved to his side, helping him to his feet despite the pain radiating through his body. You look awful, Sakuya, Nao said softly, her voice trembling. Keed clenched her fists, trying to hold back her emotions. You shouldn't have taken that hit. Sakuya winced, managing a weak smile. I'm fine, really. Where's Boruto? Where's my brother? Sakuya's smile faltered as he glanced off into the distance, where Boruto had disappeared with Kawaki. He went off, he's fighting Kawaki, by himself. He's what? Why didn't you? He didn't give me a choice. Sakuya interrupted, wincing as his voice strained. He wanted to face Kawaki alone, I couldn't stop him. Sarada's eyes darkened at the mention of Kawaki. Boruto won't have it easy against him, we need to end this fight and go help him. Jewel sneered, watching the reinforcements gather. It doesn't matter how many of you show up, you're still nothing compared to the dead core. Kaze's chakra flared up beside her, and the rest of the dead core followed suit, readying themselves for the inevitable fight. We'll tear through you, just like we've done to the rest. Don't be so sure, Shikadai called out, his expression calm yet calculating as he assessed the situation. We outnumber you now. Numbers don't mean anything if you don't know how to use them, Demon said, grinning wildly. Ida stood beside him, her gaze as cold as ever. Sumire stepped forward, her eyes filled with determination. We'll protect the village, no matter what. Everyone, get ready. Sarada ordered, taking her stance. Let's finish this. In an instant, the battlefield exploded into chaos once more, with Sarada, Mitsuki, Himawari, now, and the others launching their attacks at the dead core. The clash of steel, the hum of chakra, and the sound of fists meeting flesh echoed across the battleground. As Sakuya was helped to a safer distance by Nao and Kid, he glanced over at the battlefield. His mind raced with worry for Boruto, but he knew his friends needed him to recover if they stood a chance of helping him. Meanwhile, Boruto and Kawaki had found a more isolated place to fight, far from the village. The air around them crackled with tension, both of them standing several meters apart, their eyes locked onto each other. You still don't get it, do you, Boruto? Kawaki growled, his voice low and filled with a chilling certainty. This world has no place for both of us, you should have stayed out of my way. Boruto's expression remained calm, though a fire burned behind his blue eyes. You keep saying that, but you've forgotten what this village means, what? Naruto meant. Kawaki's eyes flashed dangerously. Don't say his name. Before Boruto could respond, Kawaki lunged, chakra surging around his body as he unleashed a flurry of attacks. Boruto barely managed to dodge the first few. Countering with a swift strike of his own, but Kawaki was relentless. His strikes were faster, more brutal, and Boruto could feel himself slowly getting overwhelmed. Kawaki's fists slammed into Boruto's defenses, sending him skidding back. You've always been soft, Kawaki said, his voice dripping with disdain. That's why you'll lose. Boruto gritted his teeth, refusing to back down. I'm not done yet. In a flash, Boruto summoned his chakra, preparing a Rasengan, and dashed at Kawaki. Their attacks collided, sending shockwaves through the air and tearing up the ground beneath them. For a moment, they stood at a stalemate, their eyes locked as they poured everything into the fight. But slowly, Boruto felt Kawaki's overwhelming power pressing down on him, pushing him back. You're too weak, Kawaki sneered, his chakra flaring even stronger. You can't stop me. Boruto's mind raced. He had to find a way to turn the tide. He couldn't let Kawaki win. Back at the village, the fight raged on, with Sakuya's friends desperately trying to hold their ground against the dead core. But all of them knew that Boruto's battle with Kawaki would determine the fate of everything. Sakuya's vision blurred as he staggered to his feet. His body screamed in agony, every inch of him aching from the beating he had taken, but he couldn't stay down. Not now. Not with everything that was at stake. His sisters, Nao and Kid, had rushed over to help him moments earlier. But he gently pushed them away, despite their protests. His eyes were fixed on one person, Riku. The dead core member stood a short distance away, his arms crossed, watching the chaos around him with an arrogant smirk plastered on his face. Stay down, Sakuya. Nao shouted, grabbing his arm again, her voice pleading. You're hurt. You can't keep fighting like this. I have to, Sakuya rasped, blood still trickling down his chin. He wiped it away, refusing to let his pain show. If I don't, they'll destroy everything, I won't let them win. You've already done enough. You don't have to fight anymore, let us handle it. But Sakuya shook his head, his gaze never leaving Riku. I'm not done yet, he's mine. Riku, noticing the conversation, chuckled darkly, his voice cutting through the sounds of battle. You've got guts, I'll give you that, he unfolded his arms, taking a few slow steps forward. But guts aren't going to be enough to stop me, you can barely stand. Sakuya clenched his fists, chakra flickering around his hands as he summoned what little strength he had left. I'm not going to let you walk away from this. You think you're going to beat me in that condition? You should have stayed down when you had the chance. Without another word, Sakuya's feet slammed into the dirt, launching him forward at blinding speed. His chakra surged, despite the immense pain coursing through his body. The ground cracked beneath him with each step as he closed the distance between him and Riku. Stubborn little brat. Riku sneered, barely raising his guard. He swiped his arm through the air, sending a powerful wind-based jutsu hurtling toward Sakuya. Get crushed. The wind roared as it came crashing down like a tidal wave. Sakuya gritted his teeth, focusing every ounce of his chakra into his legs as he narrowly avoided the attack, flipping through the air and landing just feet away from Riku. Sakuya didn't waste a second. His fists blazed with chakra as he thrust his palm toward Riku's torso. I told you I'm not done. That's all you've got. Pathetic. He twisted his body, swinging a knee into Sakuya's ribs. The force sent Sakuya flying backward, crashing into the rubble of a collapsed building. Sakuya. Kid screamed, rushing toward him, but now grabbed her arm, holding her back. He won't stop, Kid now said, her voice strained with emotion. He'll fight until the end. Riku laughed as he sauntered closer to where Sakuya had crashed. You should have listened to your sisters, I told you, guts won't be enough. But through the debris, Sakuya slowly rose, wiping more blood from his mouth. His breaths were ragged, but his eyes still burned with defiance. He clenched his fists once more, his chakra swirling violently around him as he glared at Riku. You talk too much, Sakuya muttered, his voice low but steady. Let's finish this. Riku's smirk faded slightly as he saw the determination in Sakuya's eyes. TCH, you're really willing to throw your life away for this? Sakuya said nothing in response. Instead, he disappeared in a blur, faster than before, and reappeared right in front of Riku, his fist crashing into Riku's jaw with enough force to send him stumbling back. Riku spat blood, rubbing his chin as a dark expression crossed his face. You're starting to piss me off. You want to die that badly? Fine, I'll grant your wish. The two clashed, exchanging rapid blows that shook the battlefield around them. Fists met with blinding speed, jutsu colliding with explosive force. The ground quaked beneath them, and the air crackled with energy as they fought for their lives. Riku's attacks were brutal, each one aimed to end the fight swiftly. But Sakuya moved with precision, dodging and countering as best he could, despite the pain that racked his body. His movements were slowing, but he refused to fall. Not yet. I can see you're tiring, Riku sneered, launching a powerful kick into Sakuya's midsection, sending him crashing into the dirt once more. It's over, kid, stay down. Sakuya gasped for breath, his vision blurring as he struggled to get up. But he wouldn't stop. He couldn't stop. Suddenly, a memory of Boruto flashed in his mind. The two of them, training together as kids, pushing each other to their limits. Boruto's voice echoed in his head, we never give up, no matter what, that's the ninja way. Sakuya's eyes snapped open, and with a final burst of energy, he rose to his feet once more. His chakra flared, bright and burning, as he raised his hand toward Riku. I told you, Sakuya said, his voice steady despite his exhaustion. I'm not done yet. With a fierce battle cry, he unleashed his chakra, launching himself at Riku with everything he had left. The fight wasn't over. Not yet. Sakuya's breath was shallow, each inhale stabbing through his chest as if his ribs had turned into jagged shards of glass. Blood dripped down the corner of his mouth. And his legs trembled beneath him. He could feel his body screaming for him to stop. But even as his vision blurred, one thing remained clear, Riku. Riku stood before them, his form beginning to warp and shift, power swelling in waves that shook the very earth beneath their feet. His smirk had turned into something far more sinister, more otherworldly. As the air around him twisted, the veins on his face bulged, his pale skin becoming almost translucent, and his eyes once sharp and cold morphed into the eerie, inhuman glow of the Otsutsuki. You think you've seen everything? Riku's voice deepened, his tone laced with arrogance and malevolence. His body began to levitate. And from his back emerged 6 translucent, ethereal wings like those of a dragonfly, only they shimmered with chakra so potent that it caused the air to vibrate. His transformation wasn't just a physical shift, it was as if his entire being had ascended beyond that of a human or shinobi. He now appeared more akin to an ancient god of destruction. The ominous symbol of the Otsutsuki appeared on his forehead, a menacing black diamond that pulsed with chakra. Beneath the symbol, his eyes were now a brilliant, blinding white, with swirling rings that resembled the infamous Rinnegan, but sharper, more predatory. Sakuya, his sisters, and the others who remained on the battlefield could only watch in horror and awe as Riku continued his transformation. Ketsurigan or not, you're all going to die here, Riku declared, his voice reverberating with a chilling calm. No one can stand against the might of an Otsutsuki, and this village will burn. Tsubaki, Wasabi, and Yeiko gasped, taking cautious steps backward as the overwhelming chakra pressed down on them like a suffocating wave. The power radiating from Riku was unlike anything they had ever felt. Even the strongest shinobi of their era would have been shaken to their core. Sakuya gritted his teeth, wiping the blood from his lips with a trembling hand. He could barely stand, his vision flashing in and out of focus. The sight of Riku's transformation sent chills down his spine, but more than that, it reignited the fire of his resolve. No, Sakuya muttered under his breath. Sakuya, you can't keep going like this. He'll kill you. Sakuya, please. You've already pushed yourself too far. But Sakuya's eyes locked onto Riku's monstrous new form, and in that moment, something clicked inside him. He knew that he didn't have the luxury of stopping. They couldn't run. Not from this. We can't beat him, not like this, Sakuya whispered, his tone low and dark, before pushing his sisters back gently. His breath steadied, and his trembling hand moved to his forehead, hovering just over his Kitsurigan eye. But I still have one card to play. His friends and family watched in a mixture of shock and fear as Sakuya touched the second mark near his left temple, the mark of the second power of the Kitsurigan, a forbidden technique passed down through his lineage. It was a power he had never dared use before, not in any real battle. "Sakuya, what are you doing?" Yeiko shouted, trying to rush toward him, but Wasabi grabbed her arm, holding her back. "That technique's not ready. He knows what he's doing," Wasabi said, her eyes fierce but lined with worry. "He has to. Oh. One last desperate trick before you die. It won't matter, the power of Otsutsuki is absolute." Sakuya ignored him, his hands shaking as he activated the second variation of the Kitsurigan, a surge of blood-red chakra enveloping his body. His vision sharpened, his injuries still present but fading into the background as raw power coursed through him. The second power Kitsurigan, Ascendant Vein. Riku's smirk faltered slightly as Sakuya's chakra spiked. The ground around Sakuya cracked, rising in shards and debris, swirling around him in a blood-red cyclone. His Kitsurigan eyes glowed brighter, and blood markings began to spread across his skin, weaving intricate patterns that linked his chakra directly to the life force of the earth around him. It was a deadly gamble. This technique didn't just draw on his own chakra but borrowed from the life energy of the battlefield itself. "You're not the only one with ancient power, Riku," Sakuya growled through gritted teeth. "You might be in Otsutsuki, but I carry the blood of legends too." Riku's expression shifted to a more serious one, and he extended his hand, gathering a vast amount of chakra into a single, swirling sphere of energy. "Let's see how long you last then." The ground quaked as Riku launched his attack. The sphere of energy shot towards Sakuya with immense force, destroying everything in its path. But Sakuya didn't flinch. In the blink of an eye, he was gone. He reappeared mid-air, dodging the incoming attack with a speed that surpassed even his own previous limits. His body moved like a blur, almost as if the very air bent to his will. "Blood Dragon Ascension, Crimson Gale Strike." Sakuya roared, his voice echoing across the battlefield as he launched himself toward Riku. Riku's eyes widened in surprise as the blood-red dragon formed around Sakuya, coiling and twisting in the air like a serpent. The air screamed as the dragon surged forward, its eyes glowing with deadly intent, every inch of it shimmering with the power of the Kitsurigan. "This is what you're staking your life on? Fine. Let's see whose power is greater." The two titanic forces collided mid-air in an explosion of light and power. The shockwave flattened the landscape around them, sending debris flying in all directions. For a moment, everything was consumed by the blinding flash of their clash. And then, silence. As the dust began to settle, Riku hovered in the air, blood trickling down his face, his wings tattered. He looked down at Sakuya, who was standing, barely, his body racked with pain. But the fire in Sakuya's eyes had not dimmed. "You're still standing?" Riku snarled, his voice trembling with disbelief. Sakuya's voice was barely a whisper, but it was full of resolve. "I told you, I'm not done yet." Sakuya's body trembled as he stood there, his eyes locked onto Riku. His breaths came out in ragged gasps. But his resolve only deepened. The second power of his Kitsurigan surged within him, red energy wrapping around his limbs like a fierce storm ready to be unleashed. The battlefield was quiet, save for the flicker of flames and the crackling of debris around them. Riku hovered in the air, blood dripping down his face, his Otsutsuki transformation leaving him in a godlike state. But even with his wings battered and his chakra flaring like a beacon, the damage Sakuya had done left cracks in Riku's godhood. "You're a fool, Sakuya," Riku's voice was sharp, laced with both arrogance and frustration. "Even with all that power, you're just prolonging the inevitable, you can't win against me." Sakuya wiped the blood from his mouth, ignoring the searing pain coursing through his veins. His gaze hardened. "I'm not here to win, Riku, I'm here to end this." With a flash of chakra, Sakuya vanished from sight, his speed blinding as he dashed straight toward Riku. His sudden movement caught Riku off guard. That Otsutsuki barely had time to react before Sakuya was upon him, his hand outstretched, eyes glowing with the deadly red hue of the Kitsurigan. "You're too late." Riku snarled, throwing out a desperate blast of chakra from his wings to push Sakuya away. But Sakuya didn't flinch. Sakuya grabbed Riku by the face, fingers digging into his skin. "What?" Riku's eyes widened in shock, and he could feel its surge of chakra, the unmistakable crackling energy that began building inside his body. Sakuya grinned through the pain, his voice dark and full of finality. "You're not going anywhere, Riku, exploding human technique." In an instant, Riku's body began to convulse, his eyes widening as Sakuya's chakra took hold of him from the inside. He could feel the violent energy surging through his veins, growing, expanding ready to tear him apart. Get off me! Riku screamed, his wings flaring as he desperately tried to break free from Sakuya's grasp. But Sakuya held firm. His hands burned with chakra, forcing the power deeper into Riku's body. With a final push, he leapt back and shouted, fire style, Rasengan. Sakuya's Rasengan spun into existence, but this one was different, flames wrapped around the spinning sphere of chakra, turning it into a burning vortex of destruction. The fire chakra inside the Rasengan roared, hungry and wild. With a fierce shout, Sakuya thrust the fiery Rasengan directly into Riku's chest. The world seemed to explode around them. Boom! Riku's body shot upward like a missile, the force of the Rasengan sending him high into the sky as flames licked at his wings, tearing them apart. The heat of the attack was so intense that even from the ground, the villagers could feel the scorching air from the impact. The Rasengan spiraled violently, embedding itself into Riku's body, his screams echoing through the sky as the attack detonated in a fiery inferno. For a moment, the sky itself seemed to light up with the explosion, casting a fiery glow across the village below. But Sakuya wasn't finished. He had one final move, one final act to ensure this fight was over. With his Katsurigan still blazing, he raised his hand, clenching it into a fist. The red chakra flared violently, and Sakuya's voice cut through the chaos like a blade. Exploding human technique, final release. And in that moment, the power he had implanted inside Riku reached its peak. Boom! The explosion that followed shook the heavens. Riku's body, still soaring through the air, detonated in a violent eruption of chakra and blood. The blast tore through him from the inside out, leaving nothing but a trail of fiery destruction. Sakuya watched from the ground as the remains of the Otsutsuki's transformation were swallowed by the explosion, the sky ablaze with the aftermath. His breathing was labored, his body screaming at him to stop, but he remained standing, eyes fixed on the sky, waiting for the dust to settle. When it did, there was nothing left of Riku. No body. No wings. No trace of the Otsutsuki who had threatened to destroy everything. Only the fading embers of the battlefield remained. Sakuya collapsed to one knee, his hand gripping the earth to keep himself upright. Blood dripped from his wounds. Sakuya's vision blurred as the adrenaline that had fueled him began to fade. His body was giving in to the pain, his muscles screamed, his chakra reserves were all but gone. And every inch of him ached from the battle. The ground beneath him spun, and for a moment, he couldn't tell if he was still standing or if he had already fallen. His knees buckled. Thud. But just as his body began to tip forward, an arm shot out from behind him, wrapping around his chest and catching him before he could collapse completely. Sakuya. Tsubaki's voice trembled, thick with worry and relief. He blinked, trying to focus. Her face came into view, her wide brown eyes filled with concern as she held him up, her grip firm but careful, as though he might break if she squeezed too tightly. Tsubaki, he muttered, his voice hoarse and barely above a whisper. The strain of the battle had stolen his strength, but somehow, the warmth of her presence kept him anchored, kept him awake. Tsubaki pulled him closer, resting his weight against her shoulder. You idiot, you pushed yourself too far, you could've, her voice cracked, the words caught in her throat, unable to finish the sentence. Sakuya's head lolled slightly to the side, exhaustion tugging at his eyelids, but he managed a faint smile. Couldn't, let you guys handle it alone, besides, someone had to finish Riku. Tsubaki's grip tightened, her emotions bubbling just beneath the surface. She was both furious and relieved, furious that Sakuya had taken such a dangerous risk, and relieved that he was alive. Don't do something like that again, she muttered, her voice shaking. You scared me. Sakuya chuckled weakly, wincing as pain shot through his ribs. Sorry, didn't mean to scare you. He tried to stand on his own, but his legs gave out again, and he collapsed further into her arms. As Tsubaki was about to call out for help, Wasabi and Yeiko rushed over, both of them battered and bruised from the battle but otherwise standing strong. Sakuya. Wasabi knelt beside him, her cat-like eyes wide with worry as she looked him over. You took a hit for us, you idiot, you should've. He always does this, Yeiko muttered, crossing her arms but unable to hide the softness in her voice. Thinks he's invincible. Sakuya coughed, a bit of blood trickling down his chin, but he managed to grin at them. Guess, I'm not as tough as I thought. You're still an idiot, Tsubaki muttered, but her tone was much gentler now. Before any of them could say more, a familiar sound echoed through the battlefield, the hurried footsteps of reinforcements. From the shadows of the village's outer walls, shinobi from the hidden leaf appeared. Led by Shikamaru and Sakura, with Konoha's forces spreading out to assess the damage and assist the wounded. Their presence brought a collective sense of relief over the battlefield, the sight of Konoha's symbol a beacon of hope after the brutal fight. Finally, Sakuya exhaled, his voice barely audible. He had been holding on, waiting for this moment, waiting for help to arrive, to make sure the village was truly safe. Sakura, with her medical staff in tow, immediately took control of the situation. Her sharp eyes scanned the battlefield, and she quickly spotted the group. She hurried over, her hands already glowing with healing chakra. "Tsubaki, Wasabi, Yeiko, step aside," Sakura ordered as she knelt beside Sakuya, her hands hovering over his wounds. She didn't waste a second, her chakra pouring into his body, immediately mending his more serious injuries. As the healing light enveloped him, Sakuya's breathing began to even out. His head lolled to the side, his eyes half-lidded but still open. His sisters now and Keed rushed over, their faces pale with worry. "Sakuya!" Keed cried, dropping to her knees beside him. "Are you?" "I'm fine," Sakuya managed, his voice soft, though his body was clearly still trembling. Now wiped at her eyes, holding his hand tightly. "You don't always have to do everything on your own, you know." Himawari, his cousin, stood nearby, her own eyes full of fear. "Where's Boruto?" she asked quietly, her voice almost breaking. "You said he went after Kawaki, by himself?" Sakuya's gaze shifted toward her, and he nodded, though the movement was sluggish. "Yeah," he said, "it's his fight." Himawari's breath caught, and she bit her lip, glancing toward the direction where Boruto had disappeared. A storm of emotions washed over her: worry, fear, but also faith. She trusted her brother, but that didn't stop the gnawing concern in her heart. Shikamaru approached, assessing the situation with his usual calm demeanor, though there was a hint of worry in his gaze. "We'll send reinforcements to Boruto soon. First, we need to take care of you and secure the village." Sakuya managed a weak smile, despite the pain coursing through his body. "He's stubborn, he'll be fine." Tsubaki, still holding him up, gave him a stern look. "You better be fine too, you're not allowed to collapse just yet." Sakuya chuckled weakly. "I'll try, my best." As the shinobi of Konoha continued to spread across the battlefield, tending to the wounded and securing the area, the weight of the battle began to lift. The village, though scarred and damaged, was still standing, and so were its people. But Sakuya, despite his injuries, couldn't shake the thought of Boruto. His mind drifted back to the moment they parted ways, and the silent understanding between them. This was far from over. Kawaki was still out there. And Boruto was facing him alone. The battlefield was far from calm. Though the shinobi reinforcements had arrived, there was still a lingering presence of danger. The remaining members of the dead corps stood tall, battered but far from broken. Jewel, Kaze, Akifumi, Eve, Ida, and Demon. Their eyes glinted with malice, and their bodies radiated with the remnants of Otsutsuki power. As the shinobi of the Hidden Leaf began to rally together, one figure stepped forward: Tsukasa. His tall, imposing form radiated a quiet but unyielding resolve, his white robes fluttering in the wind. His Katsurigan eyes flared with power, a mirror of his son's determination. This was no time to hold back. Beside him, his wife, Tenten, moved into position. She, too, had the look of a battle-hardened warrior, her hands ready at her arsenal of scrolls, a vast supply of weapons stored within them. Her presence was sharp, precise, and deadly. "You think you can still take us?" Kaze sneered, wiping a trail of blood from his mouth, his body twitching with anticipation. "You're just one man." Tsukasa's eyes never wavered, locking onto each of the dead corps members with the same cold precision. "One man is all that's needed." Tenten stepped up beside him, her voice calm but resolute. "And one woman for support." Tsukasa spared her a glance, his lips twitching into the faintest smile. "Let's clean this up." With a flash of motion, Jewel made the first move, her body blurring as she lunged toward Tsukasa, her fists glowing with ominous energy. "I'll take your head," she screamed, her voice filled with venom. But Tsukasa was faster. With a single step, he sidestepped her attack, his hand shooting out to grab her wrist mid-strike. He twisted her arm with ease, sending her crashing into the ground with a brutal force. Jewel let out a gasp of pain, but before she could retaliate, Tsukasa's foot came down on her chest, pinning her to the earth. "You won't get the chance," he said coldly, his Katsurigan eyes glowing. Before anyone could react, Kaze and Akifumi rushed in from opposite sides, their chakras surging with deadly intent. Kaze unleashed a torrent of wind blades aimed directly at Tsukasa, while Akifumi coated his fists in crackling lightning, aiming to strike him down from the other side. "Now!" Tenten called out, her fingers dancing across the seals of her scroll. With a burst of smoke, a massive wave of weapon shuriken, kunai, and blades of all sizes shot out from Tenten's scrolls, intercepting the incoming attacks. The wind blades clanged against the flurry of kunai, deflecting them harmlessly away from Tsukasa, while Akifumi found himself bombarded by a barrage of explosive tags attached to Tenten's blades. Boom! Explosions rocked the ground, sending Akifumi stumbling backward, his body covered in burns and cuts. He let out a scream of frustration, but Tsukasa was already on him. With a flick of his wrist, Tsukasa's blood-red chakra manifested into the shape of a whip, extending from his hand. It lashed out at Akifumi, wrapping around his neck and yanking him into the air before slamming him down into the ground with a bone-shattering force. Kaze! Akifumi shouted desperately, his voice breaking. But Kaze, still trying to recover from Tenten's barrage, was too slow. Before he could move, Tsukasa blurred forward, appearing before him with deadly precision. Tsukasa's voice was low, filled with a quiet intensity. "You're nothing but remnants, you never stood a chance." In a single motion, Tsukasa unleashed a torrent of blood chakra spikes from the ground, skewering Kaze's limbs and pinning him in place. The man screamed, writhing in pain, but the fight was already over for him. Jewel, still pinned beneath Tsukasa's foot, struggled to break free, her face twisted in rage and desperation. But every time she moved, Tsukasa applied more pressure, keeping her subdued. Tenten, standing beside her husband, gave a small nod of approval. "Not bad, you haven't lost your touch." Tsukasa chuckled, his gaze still locked on the remaining enemies. "You either." But it wasn't over yet. Demon and Ida stood at the back, their eyes narrowed. Ida's allure and Demon's reflection abilities made them far more dangerous than the rest. Ida's voice cut through the battlefield, cold and amused. "You really think this is the end?" she asked, her eyes glittering with condescension. "We're not so easily dealt with." Tsukasa's gaze hardened, and he took a step forward. But before he could advance, Demon lunged at him, his small figure moving with terrifying speed. Tenten reacted instantly, throwing a kunai straight at Demon. But as expected, the kunai reversed direction mid-air and shot back toward her, forcing Tenten to dodge at the last second. "Damn," she muttered under her breath. "That reflection ability." "Let's try something else," Tsukasa said, narrowing his eyes at Demon. He stepped toward Demon, his chakra flaring as the Ketsurigan activated in full force. Blood-red energy surged around Tsukasa, pulsing with raw power as he prepared his next move. His hands moved into a series of complex hand seals, and suddenly the ground beneath Demon began to ripple. Blood prison technique. A crimson barrier erupted from the earth, wrapping around Demon in a swirling vortex of blood chakra, cutting off his movements completely. Demon's eyes widened in shock as the walls of the prison tightened, restricting him. Ida's eyes flared with anger, her usual composed demeanor cracking. "Demon!" she yelled, rushing forward to save him. But Tenten was ready for her. With a flick of her wrist, she unleashed a new scroll, this one filled with explosive kunai. The ground exploded with fiery blasts, forcing Ida to halt her advance and leap back to avoid the deadly rain of weapons. "Looks like you're not as untouchable as you think," Tenten said with a smirk, her eyes gleaming with confidence. Tsukasa stepped closer to Demon, his hand glowing with ominous red chakra. "I'm ending this now." Before Demon could react, Tsukasa slammed his hand down, sending a surge of chakra into the blood prison. The prison constricted, squeezing tighter and tighter until Demon's screams echoed through the battlefield. With a final burst of energy, the prison collapsed in on itself, and Demon fell silent. Tsukasa turned to face the remaining enemies, Jewel, Kaze, Ida, and the unconscious Akifumi, his expression cold and determined. "You're done," Tsukasa said, his voice low and unyielding. Tenten stood beside him, her weapons ready for any final resistance. "It's over." And this time, the silence on the battlefield confirmed that it truly was. The battlefield was filled with tension, every movement heavy with the weight of the conflict that had ravaged their village. A sense of collective urgency gripped the group of shinobi who had just arrived, many familiar faces from across the generations of the Hidden Leaf. They stood poised and ready, their eyes locked onto the battle ahead. Sarada, Mitsuki, Nao, Kiid, Himawari, Inogen, Shikadai, Chocho, Namaida, Samayer, Enko, Dashu, Tsuru, Hoki, Hako, Rengo, Denki, Metal Lee, Iwabi, Tsubaki, Wasabi, Yeiko. Along with their parents and teachers Sakura, Ino, Karen, Sena, Temari, Konan, Kaida, Koharu, Hanabi, Sasuke, Sai, Kiba, Shikamaru, Rock Lee, Choji, and Shino all stood at the ready, watching as Tsukasa and Tenten faced the remaining members of the dead corps. The wind howled across the desolate field as Tsukasa and Tenten stood in the center of the chaos, their faces grim but resolute. Across from them, Jewel, Kaze, Akifumi, and Ida eyed them warily, all bruised and bloodied, but still dangerous. Sakuya, standing at the sidelines, tried to steady himself. His body screamed in protest. Muscles torn and bleeding from the earlier battle. He clutched his side, where the deep gashes from Riku's earlier attack still oozed. But even with the pain threatening to overwhelm him, his gaze remained on his parents, struggling against the overwhelming numbers. "I have to help them," Sakuya muttered, his voice strained but determined. Nao and Keed, his sisters, were immediately at his side, holding him back. "You're too injured," Sakuya, Nao said, her voice trembling with worry. "You can't go out there like this." Keed nodded, her brow furrowed in concern. "You'll only get yourself killed if you push any further." Sakuya's breathing was ragged, but his eyes burned with resolve. "I can't just stand here while they fight alone, they're my parents, Keed, I have to." Himawari stepped forward, placing a firm hand on his shoulder. "Sakuya, please, you've done enough, let them handle this, you can barely stand." Even Hanabi, his aunt, joined the others, her voice stern. "Listen to your cousin, Sakuya, you're no use to them dead." Her usually warm eyes were hard now, reflecting the harsh reality of the situation. Despite their pleas, Sakuya tried to step forward, determination pushing him beyond his physical limits. But as he took a step, his legs buckled under him, and he collapsed back onto the ground, gasping for air. "Sakuya!" Nao and Keed cried out, rushing to support their brother. Himawari crouched down beside him, concern etched on her face. "You're pushing yourself too hard, you can't fight like this." Sakuya gritted his teeth, his frustration evident. I have to help them." But as the pain coursed through his body, he could do nothing but watch helplessly as the battle unfolded before his eyes. Tsukasa and Tenten stood side by side, their backs straight as they faced their enemies. The tension in the air was palpable. Tsukasa's Katsurigan eyes flared brightly, while Tenten held her scrolls at the ready, her fingers twitching with anticipation. "You two think you can handle all of us? Don't make me laugh." Ida stood beside Jewel, her presence radiating a quiet, cold confidence. "You're outnumbered," she said, her voice soft but dripping with malice. "It's only a matter of time before we crush you." Kaze cracked his knuckles, a grin spreading across his face. "I'm gonna enjoy this, let's tear them apart." Akifumi remained silent, but the crackling energy surrounding him spoke volumes. His lightning-infused chakra hummed in the air, ready to strike. Tenten glanced at Tsukasa, her lips curving into a confident smirk. "Outnumbered?" she echoed, her voice filled with amusement. "We've been through worse." Tsukasa nodded, his expression grim but resolute. "Numbers don't matter, skill does." With a sudden burst of speed, Kaze was the first to move, his body turning into a blur as he launched a barrage of wind blades toward Tsukasa. At the same time, Akifumi shot forward, his fists crackling with lightning as he aimed a devastating blow at Tenten. But the pair was ready. Tenten moved with precision, her scrolls unfurling in an instant. A barrage of weapons shot out, intercepting the wind blades mid-air with a series of loud clangs, deflecting them effortlessly. She spun, her body moving with the grace of a seasoned warrior, as she dodged Akifumi's lightning-enhanced strike, flipping backward before hurling a kunai toward him, laced with explosive tags. "Take this!" Tenten shouted as the kunai detonated on impact, sending Akifumi flying backward with a blast. Meanwhile, Tsukasa faced off against Kaze and Jewel. Kaze lunged at him with ferocity, his hands glowing with raw wind chakra, but Tsukasa sidestepped with ease. His Katsurigan glowing. With a swift motion, he formed a series of hand seals, summoning a blood chakra whip that lashed out at Kaze, wrapping around his leg and yanking him off balance. Jewel, seeing her ally falter, rushed at Tsukasa with a chakra-infused punch aimed directly at his chest but before she could land the blow. Tsukasa's whip twisted, redirecting the energy into the ground and sending a shockwave toward Jewel. The ground exploded beneath her feet, causing her to stumble back in surprise. "You're not getting through us that easily," Tsukasa said coldly, his voice unwavering. Back at the sidelines, the group of shinobi watched the fight unfold, their eyes wide with awe and tension. Sarada clenched her fists, her Sharingan activated. They're holding their own, but this fight isn't going to end easily. Shikadai, his face calm but his voice tense, nodded. "Yeah, that's the dead core for you, we need to be ready to jump in if things go south." "Tsukasa-san and Tenten-san are strong," Mitsuki said quietly, his eyes focused on the battlefield. "But they're going to need backup soon." "Backup?" Cho-Cho huffed, crossing her arms. "More like they're gonna need us to swoop in and save the day." Denki adjusted his glasses, a worried look crossing his face. "We have to trust them for now, rushing in might make things worse." Karen placed a hand on Sakura's shoulder, her voice soft but filled with concern. "I can't believe this is happening, those kids, they've grown up so much, but this battle." Sakura's gaze remained locked on Tsukasa, her voice firm. "We need to stay focused, if things escalate, we'll move in together." In the distance, the sound of battle raged on. Jewel, Kaze, Akifumi, and Ida continued their relentless assault, but Tsukasa and Tenten stood strong, their teamwork seamless as they fended off the attacks. But even as they fought, Sakuya's vision blurred. The pain in his body was overwhelming, but the frustration of being unable to help weighed even heavier on his heart. "I have to, get up," he muttered weakly, but his body refused to move. Now, Kiid and Himawari remained by his side, their expressions filled with worry. "Sakuya, just rest," Kiid urged softly. "They'll handle it." But deep down, all of them knew this fight wasn't over yet. The Dead Core was a formidable enemy, and the Hidden Leaf's greatest challenge was far from finished. The battlefield roared with chaos as Tsukasa and Tenten fought valiantly against the remaining members of the Dead Core. The tension hung thick in the air, charged with chakra and the promise of violence. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, Tsukasa spotted Akifumi lurking, his hands crackling with dangerous lightning. He was poised to strike, a malicious grin on his face as he crept up behind Tenten, who was momentarily distracted by Kaze's relentless attacks. "Tenten!" Tsukasa shouted, his voice sharp as he lunged forward, pushing her out of the way just as Akifumi unleashed his attack. The lightning surged past Tenten, sizzling through the air where she had just been standing. Tsukasa felt a surge of anger bubbling within him. He had no intention of letting anyone harm his partner. "That was a cheap shot, Akifumi." Tsukasa barked, his eyes blazing with fury. He could feel the heat of his blood chakra surging through him as he activated his blood dragon ascension technique. With a powerful roar, a massive dragon made of swirling blood chakra erupted from his body, its scales shimmering ominously. The dragon let out a fierce roar, turning its gaze towards Akifumi, who now stood frozen in shock. "You think you can just sneak attack my wife and get away with it?" Tsukasa growled, the fury in his voice sending shivers through the air. Before Akifumi could react, the blood dragon lunged forward, jaws wide open, and enveloped him. The sheer force of the attack caused the ground to tremble as the dragon clamped down, leaving a haunting silence in its wake. Tsukasa's chakra flared, filling the battlefield with a crimson glow, signaling his dominance. In the aftermath of the attack, Jewel, Kaze, and Ida stared in shock and disbelief. Jewel's expression twisted in fury. You killed him!" she shouted, her voice a mixture of anger and grief. Kaze clenched his fists, rage boiling over. "You think that makes you a hero? Killing one of your own just to prove a point?" His tone dripped with contempt. Ida, though maintaining her calm demeanor, narrowed her eyes at Tsukasa. "This is not how you should fight, there's no honor in slaughtering an opponent without a chance." But Tsukasa stood firm, his eyes unwavering. "You want honor? This is war, and I won't hesitate to protect my family or my village," his voice echoed with resolve, igniting a fire within the hearts of his allies. From the sidelines, the assembled shinobi of the Hidden Leaf watched, their expressions filled with a mix of admiration and concern. Sakura clenched her fists, her heart racing as she watched her husband. "He's serious, he's not holding back, this isn't like him. Is Uncle Tsukasa going to be okay? He's so angry." Ino's eyes remained fixed on the battle, worry etched on her face. "He's fighting for his family, for Tenten and for the village, he'll do whatever it takes." Sarada's gaze flickered to her mother. "We need to prepare to back them up if this turns into a full-scale war, we can't let it end here." As Jewel, Kaze, and Ida regrouped, their expressions hardened. The death of Akifumi had fueled their rage, transforming the battle from mere skirmish into a fierce vendetta. "You'll pay for that!" Jewel screamed, channeling her chakra as she prepared to launch her next attack. Kaze and Ida flanked her, both ready to unleash their fury on Tsukasa and Tenten. But Tsukasa was undeterred. He clenched his fists, channeling his blood chakra, his eyes fixed on his enemies. "Come at us, we'll show you the true strength of the Hidden Leaf. Together, we'll take you down. You think you can intimidate us? You have no idea what we're capable of." The battlefield crackled with energy, the atmosphere thickening with the promise of a fierce battle to come. The remnants of the Dead Core were enraged, fueled by loss and desperation, while the defenders of the Leaf stood united, ready to fight for their home and family. With a roar, the battle reignited, and the clash of jutsu and steel echoed across the valley, signaling that the true fight had just begun. The battlefield was thick with tension as Tsukasa took a slow, deliberate step forward. His fists clenched tightly at his sides. The air crackled with the remnants of Akifumi's defeat, and a heavy silence hung over the shinobi gathered around him. He could feel the anger boiling beneath his skin, a fury that begged for release. Ida stood her ground, her expression steely and confident. "You think you can scare me with your rage?" she taunted, smirking at him. "You're nothing without your precious family to protect." Tsukasa's eyes narrowed, a spark of electricity dancing along his fingertips. You have no idea what I'm capable of. He replied, his voice low and dangerous. He prepared to unleash a Chidori, the familiar crackle of energy filling the air around him. But before he could launch his attack, Jewel and Kaze struck. Now, Kaze! Jewel shouted, and the two rushed at Tsukasa, launching a combined assault. Kaze's fist slammed into Tsukasa's gut, knocking the wind out of him, while Jewel followed up with a swift kick that sent Tsukasa crashing into the ground. Tsukasa! Tenten screamed, her eyes wide with fear as she watched him fall. She quickly turned her attention to Jewel and Kaze, anger igniting within her. You won't get away with this. With a fierce battle cry, Tenten charged at Kaze, aiming a swift punch at his face. But he dodged effortlessly, countering with a powerful blow that sent Tenten reeling. Jewel and Ida closed in, flanking her as they began to unleash their relentless assault. Get her! Jewel yelled, her attacks coming in rapid succession. Tenten fought valiantly, but she was quickly overwhelmed by their coordinated strikes. Before she could react, a powerful blow knocked her unconscious, and she crumpled to the ground. No! Tsukasa's voice echoed through the battlefield, a primal roar of rage that sent chills through everyone watching. His eyes glowed with fury as he pushed himself up, the sight of Tenten's limp body igniting a fire within him. I will not let this stand. He bellowed, fists trembling with contained power. Calm down, Tsukasa. Hanabi called out, her voice breaking through the chaos. You need to focus. Don't let your anger cloud your judgment. But Tsukasa could hardly hear her. The fury coursing through him drowned out all rational thought. Just as he prepared to charge at Ida, his mind raced with thoughts of his wife lying unconscious, the very person he had sworn to protect. Summoning his strength, he decided he wouldn't risk losing himself in rage. With a quick hand sign, he created a shadow clone of himself. Get Tenten to safety. He commanded, his clone nodding before scooping Tenten into its arms. Let's go. The clone shouted, racing towards their allies, who were watching the fight unfold with bated breath. As the clone dashed away, Tsukasa felt a moment of clarity amid the chaos. I'll deal with you three first, he said, eyes blazing as he turned back to Ida, Jewel, and Kaze. Think you can take us on alone? Kaze scoffed, stepping forward, ready to engage. You're outnumbered. Tsukasa smirked, a fierce determination etched on his face. Sometimes, it only takes one. He launched forward, the air around him thick with tension, ready to unleash the fury of a father protecting his family. Jewel and Kaze exchanged glances, realizing they had underestimated him. Let's end this. Jewel shouted, and the three of them charged at Tsukasa, the battle reigniting with ferocity. From the sidelines, the other shinobi watched in awe, their hearts racing as they prepared to intervene. He's unstoppable when he's like this, Sarada murmured, her fists clenched tightly. We need to support him. Mitsuki nodded, determination shining in his eyes. Let's go, we won't let them take him down. As they prepared to join the fray, Tsukasa felt the power of his allies backing him up, fueling his resolve. The fight was far from over, and he would do whatever it took to protect those he loved. The atmosphere crackled with tension as Tsukasa gripped the hilt of his katana, its blade gleaming ominously in the fading light. A fierce determination burned in his eyes. A testament to the battle unfolding around him. He could feel the pulse of his Katsurigan resonating with the chakra surging within him, urging him to unleash its power. This ends now, he declared, his voice steady and resolute. He could feel the weight of his family's expectations resting heavily on his shoulders. Tsukasa had faced many battles, but this one felt different. It was personal. Ida scoffed, stepping forward with a mocking grin. What's that supposed to be? A fancy sword? You really think you can take us on alone? Her tone was laced with arrogance, but Tsukasa could sense her underlying fear. The darkness swirling in his eyes intensified. Not just a sword, Tsukasa replied, focusing his chakra into the blade. The katana began to hum with energy, a crimson aura enveloping it as the Katsurigan's unique power intertwined with the weapon. This is a symbol of my resolve to protect my family. Let's see what you've got then. Kaze shouted, charging at him with reckless abandon. With a swift motion, Tsukasa unleashed a kenjutsu technique unlike anything seen before. Bloodstorm slash. He yelled, swinging the katana in an arc. The crimson chakra erupted from the blade, slicing through the air like a wave of liquid fire. The blast collided with Kaze's charge, sending him skidding back, his eyes wide with shock. What the hell was that? He exclaimed, struggling to regain his footing. Damn it, he's stronger than I thought. Jewel muttered, her confidence wavering as she watched Tsukasa stand firm, a fierce light in his eyes. Tsukasa. You've got this. Tsukasa felt their encouragement bolster his strength, and he pressed forward. I'm not finished yet. He lunged at Jewel, executing a series of rapid strikes with precision, each swing of his katana leaving a trail of crimson energy in its wake. Jewel barely managed to deflect his blows, but the sheer power behind them forced her to backpedal. We can't let him get close. She shouted to Ida and Kaze. We need to work together. Agreed, Ida replied, her expression shifting to one of determination. We'll overwhelm him, we can't allow him to keep gaining momentum. Tsukasa narrowed his eyes, reading their movements like a book. You think teamwork will save you? He twisted his body, unleashing a powerful kick that sent Kaze crashing into the ground. The impact reverberated through the battlefield. Focus! Jewel yelled, trying to regroup. We need to take him down before he gets too strong. As they attempted to coordinate their attacks, Tsukasa felt the energy pulsating through him, the chakra resonating with each swing of his katana. You can't defeat me. He shouted, slashing through the air with a ferocity that echoed through the battlefield. For my family, I will fight until the end. The crowd of shinobi watched in awe, their hearts racing as they saw Tsukasa, their leader, unleash his unique power. Sakuya, look! Kid exclaimed, pointing at their father with wide eyes. He's incredible. I knew he could do it. Sakuya said, his voice filled with pride. The strength of their father ignited a fire in their hearts, a determination to stand beside him no matter the cost. Let's finish this. Tsukasa roared, channeling all his chakra into one final strike. Final bloodstorm slash. The blade glowed brighter than ever before, a beacon of hope in the darkness. With a decisive swing, the crimson energy erupted outward, forming a massive arc that surged toward Jewel, Kaze, and Ida. The force was overwhelming, the air itself vibrating with the intensity of his attack. Move! Ida screamed, but it was too late. The energy collided with them, engulfing the battlefield in a blinding light. As the dust began to settle, Tsukasa stood panting, his katana resting at his side. He gazed at the aftermath of his attack, knowing that he had given everything he had to protect those he loved. We won't lose. He vowed, and behind him, his family and friends rallied, ready to fight alongside him to the bitter end. The battle was far from over, but Tsukasa felt invigorated by the support of his comrades, knowing they would face whatever came next together. The battlefield lay in ruins around Tsukasa, the echoes of his final bloodstorm slash still reverberating through the air. The oppressive silence that followed felt surreal, as if the world itself was holding its breath, waiting for the aftermath to unfold. Tsukasa's chest heaved with exertion, sweat streaming down his face, the weight of his katana suddenly feeling like a mountain on his shoulders. As he stood amidst the remnants of his attack, the adrenaline began to ebb, leaving him lightheaded. His vision blurred momentarily, and for a split second. It felt as if the ground beneath him was shifting. Damn it, not now, he thought, gritting his teeth. He couldn't afford to falter, not when his family and friends needed him. With sheer determination, Tsukasa used the hilt of his katana to steady himself. He felt the cold steel press against his palm, a reminder of the fight still raging around him. I won't fall, not now. He muttered under his breath, each word a mantra as he fought against the fatigue threatening to overwhelm him. The dust began to settle, revealing the battered forms of Jewel, Kaze, and Ida, struggling to rise from the ground. Tsukasa narrowed his eyes, seeing the anger and disbelief etched on their faces. They weren't out of the fight yet, and he had to be ready. Is this all you've got? Tsukasa called out, his voice hoarse but filled with an indomitable spirit. You're going to have to try harder than that. You think you've won? This is just the beginning. Kaze grunted as he slowly pulled himself to his feet, shaking off the remnants of the blast. We won't let you take us down that easily. Tsukasa's grip on his katana tightened. Despite his fatigue, a surge of resolve coursed through him. You don't get it, I won't let you hurt my family or this village, I've fought too hard to back down now. The remaining members of the dead corps exchanged uncertain glances, their confidence shaken but not entirely extinguished. Jewel stepped forward, fury flickering in her eyes. You think we're afraid? We'll crush you and anyone who stands in our way. Bring it on, Tsukasa challenged, his voice steady despite the fatigue threatening to drag him down. You'll have to get through me first. But as he spoke, his knees began to tremble, the exertion from the last attack catching up with him. The world spun slightly. And he realized he couldn't maintain this level of intensity for much longer. He felt a hand on his shoulder, and he turned to see Tenten standing beside him, her face a mask of concern. Tsukasa, you need to rest, she urged, worry lacing her voice. You've pushed yourself too hard. No, he replied, gritting his teeth. I can't stop now, they need to see what we're capable of, we can't let them win. Before Tenten could respond, Jewel charged at him with a feral scream, her body ablaze with fury. Tsukasa instinctively raised his katana, summoning every last ounce of strength he could muster. "I said, bring it on," he shouted, bracing himself for the impact. In a flash, he swung his sword with all the power he had left, determined to meet her head-on. The blade met Jewel's attack with a resounding clash, the shockwave rippling through the air. Tsukasa felt the force reverberate through his arms, and for a moment, he thought he might not hold his ground. But he gritted his teeth, digging deep within himself. "For my family," he roared, pushing back against the force of Jewel's attack, channeling everything he had left into that singular moment. With a final, desperate surge, Tsukasa overpowered Jewel's assault, sending her sprawling backward. As she fell, he stumbled slightly, breathless but triumphant. "You won't take anything from us," he shouted, the conviction in his voice echoing through the battlefield. Exhausted yet unwavering, Tsukasa stood tall, his katana shimmering defiantly in the waning light. The remaining members of the dead corps hesitated, their resolve faltering as they stared down the determined shinobi before them. This was it. The climax of their struggle. Tsukasa had fought not just for victory, but for the very soul of his family and village. And as he gazed into the eyes of his opponents, he knew they would not back down. Not now, not ever. The soft hum of healing energy surrounded Sakuya as he slowly emerged from the depths of unconsciousness. His eyelids felt heavy, like lead, but as he blinked a few times, the blurred shapes around him began to sharpen. Familiar faces materialized into focus, his sisters, now and Kid, their expressions a mixture of relief and concern. "Sakuya!" now exclaimed, her voice a high pitch of excitement. "You're awake. We were so worried about you. You scared us." Sakuya pushed himself into a sitting position, the remnants of pain flickering through his body but quickly subsiding. "What happened?" he asked hoarsely, his voice barely above a whisper. "You collapsed after the battle," now explained, the urgency in her voice palpable. "But you're safe now." Tsukasa and Tenten held off the remaining members of the dead corps. They did it, Sakuya." His heart raced at the mention of his parents. "And Boruto?" he asked, a hint of desperation creeping into his tone. "What about Boruto? He's still fighting Kawaki." Kid nodded. "We lost sight of them, but we know Boruto won't give up, he's fighting with everything he has." Sakuya pushed through the remnants of his fatigue, adrenaline flooding his system. "I have to help him," he declared, determination igniting within him. "We can't let Kawaki win." "Sakuya, wait," now pleaded, her voice trembling slightly. "You're still injured. You need to rest. No time for that. If Kawaki gets his way, it won't just be Boruto in danger, it'll be the whole village. I won't let him destroy everything we've fought for." With that, Sakuya stood, his body wobbling slightly as he regained his balance. The energy from the healing had restored much of his strength, but he could still feel the lingering ache from his battle against Riku. "Where's Tsukasa?" Sakuya asked, his voice firm. "I need to talk to him." "He's strategizing with the others," Kid replied, her brow furrowed with worry. "They're preparing for the final confrontation with Kawaki." "Then I'll find him," Sakuya said, his resolve unyielding. "I'll make him see that I have to be there, I can't let Boruto face Kawaki alone." As he stepped out of the room, the weight of the world felt both heavy and invigorating on his shoulders. The atmosphere was charged with tension. The air thick with the scent of smoke and remnants of battle. Sakuya strode purposefully through the village, heading toward the gathering point where the others were regrouping. When he finally reached the meeting place, he found a circle of familiar faces, his father Tsukasa, Tenten, and the other villagers who had fought valiantly against the dead corps. The moment Tsukasa saw him, his eyes widened in disbelief. "Sakuya. You shouldn't be up yet." "I'm fine, Dad," Sakuya insisted, shaking off his father's concern. "We don't have time for this, Boruto is still fighting Kawaki, and I need to help him." Tenten stepped forward, placing a hand on Sakuya's shoulder. "You're not ready, Sakuya, you need to let us handle this." "No," Sakuya replied, his voice rising in intensity. "If we want to protect the village and everyone we love, I have to be there, we're stronger together, and Boruto needs that strength now more than ever." Tsukasa exchanged glances with Tenten, his expression torn. Finally, he sighed, the weight of leadership pressing heavily on him. "If you're this determined, then I won't hold you back, but you must promise to stay safe and listen to us." Sakuya nodded, determination gleaming in his eyes. "I promise." "Then it's time we finalize our plan," Tsukasa said, turning to the gathered shinobi. "This is not just a fight for our village, this is the beginning of the final arc in our struggle against Kawaki. We'll call it the Eclipse arc. We will reclaim what's been lost and put an end to Kawaki's reign of terror once and for all. The atmosphere shifted, an electric surge of energy flowing through the gathered warriors. Sakuya felt a sense of unity building around them. An unbreakable bond forged in the fires of battle. They were no longer just individuals fighting for survival, they were a family, a team ready to take on the darkness together. Let's go! Sakuya shouted, the words bursting forth with fervor. For Boruto. For our village. For everyone we love. With that declaration ringing in the air, the group began to mobilize, ready to confront the looming threat that Kawaki represented. The Eclipse arc had begun, and Sakuya would not falter. Together, they would face the darkness head-on, determined to emerge victorious in the battles yet to come. The world around Sakuya was a swirling haze as he slowly came to consciousness. The faint sounds of distant voices drifted through his mind, and he felt an overwhelming warmth enveloping him like a cocoon. For a moment. He didn't know where he was, the events of the battle fading in and out of focus like a dream. But as the haze began to clear, he became aware of the sharp ache coursing through his body. He blinked rapidly, squinting against the bright light filtering through the window. The familiar figures of his sisters, Nao and Keed, hovered anxiously nearby, their expressions a mixture of hope and concern. Sakuya. Nao gasped, rushing to his side. You're awake. About time, Keed added with a smirk, though her voice trembled slightly. You had us worried sick. Sakuya pushed himself up with effort, feeling the strength slowly returning to his limbs. The memories of the battle flashed through his mind, Riku's brutal assault, his own injuries. The sacrifice made to protect his friends. Gritting his teeth, he fought through the pain, determination swelling within him. I need to help Boruto, he declared, his voice stronger than he felt. Kawaki is still out there, and he's dangerous, we can't let him win. Sakuya, you're not ready. Nao protested, her eyes wide with alarm. You've just recovered. You need to rest. No, I can't rest. He insisted, shaking his head vehemently. I'm done sitting on the sidelines, I've seen too much destruction, too many people hurt, this time, I'm fighting back. Boruto needs me. As he swung his legs over the side of the bed, Sakuya felt a surge of energy coursing through him. It wasn't just the healing chakra that had restored his physical state, it was the fire ignited within his spirit. He had always admired Boruto's tenacity. His unwavering determination to protect their village, and now it was time for him to embody that same resolve. But you can barely stand. What if you get hurt again? I'll take that risk, Sakuya replied, meeting her gaze with fierce intensity. I refuse to let fear control my actions. I've learned that strength isn't just about power, it's about standing up for what you believe in, no matter the odds. His words struck a chord within Keed, and now exchanged a glance filled with understanding. They knew their brother had always been driven, but this new conviction radiated from him like a beacon. I'm with you, Sakuya, Nao said, her voice steadying. If you're going into battle, then I'm right by your side. Keed nodded, a fierce smile breaking through her earlier concern. You've got this, and we'll back you up, we're stronger together. Yeah, Sakuya said, his heart swelling with gratitude for his sister's support. Together, we can make a difference. With a newfound sense of purpose, Sakuya pushed himself off the bed and stood tall, the weight of his injuries still lingering but overshadowed by the determination coursing through him. He was ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. As they prepared to leave, Sakuya's eyes gleamed with excitement and resolve. Let's find Boruto and take the fight to Kawaki, this is our village, our home, and I won't let anyone take it from us. Together, they dashed through the village. Each step fueled by a shared determination to protect their loved ones. Sakuya felt the adrenaline rushing through him, the thrill of battle igniting a fire in his heart. This wasn't just a fight for survival, it was a declaration of their resolve, a testament to their strength as shinobi. As they approached the edge of the village, the atmosphere shifted. The tension was palpable, the air thick with the anticipation of what lay ahead. Sakuya could feel the weight of the world pressing down on them, but he refused to falter. This is it, Sakuya declared, turning to face his sisters. We're not just fighting for ourselves, we're fighting for our friends, our families, and our future. Let's show Kawaki that we'll never back down. With a unified shout, they surged forward, ready to confront the darkness that threatened their home. Sakuya's heart raced, and he felt the strength of his family beside him. This was his moment. His chance to grow into the shinobi he was destined to be. The fight against Kawaki awaited, and Sakuya was prepared to face it head-on, embodying the true spirit of a protector. The Dead Core arc may have come to an end, but the real battle was just beginning. Chapter 41. Chapter 42. The battlefield between Boruto and Kawaki was growing into a desolate wasteland. Both shinobi were battle damaged, their clothes torn, and their bodies stained with dirt and blood. The once proud streets of the Hidden Leaf had become an arena of devastation, craters forming with each clash. Buildings collapsing under the pressure of their relentless combat. Boruto's eyes, gleaming with the power of his karma mark, narrowed as he darted forward, closing the distance between him and Kawaki. Thud. Their fists collided mid-air, the force of the impact causing the ground beneath them to shatter like glass. Neither one held back, each blow was met with equal force. They were going blow for blow, their movements a blur as they danced in a brutal exchange of fists, kicks, and jutsu. "You're too stubborn." Kawaki growled, his voice strained with exhaustion. His body was pulsing with energy, but the toll of the battle was clearly starting to show. He glared at Boruto, who, though equally battered, still wore that infuriating expression of defiance. "You're one to talk." Boruto spat back, his voice rough as he wiped blood from the corner of his mouth. His chest heaved with every breath, but there was no sign of him backing down. "After everything we've been through, after all this time, you still don't get it, do you?" Kawaki's brow furrowed, his expression darkening. "You're the one who doesn't get it, Boruto." He slammed his fist forward, but Boruto dodged, pivoting to counter with a strike of his own. "There's no fixing this world, there's no going back, this is the only way to end all the pain." Boruto's fist connected with Kawaki's jaw, sending him staggering back. "That's not your decision to make." Boruto shouted, his eyes blazing. "I won't let you destroy everything, Jeverion, just because you've lost hope." Their chakra flared again, the oppressive energy pushing them to the limits. Both were exhausted, but neither would back down. They had fought side by side once. But now, they fought as enemies on the brink of tearing each other apart. Meanwhile, not far from the battlefield, Sakuya sprinted through the ruined village, his senses locked on the massive surges of chakra ahead. He could feel the tension in the air. The overwhelming power of Boruto and Kawaki's battle looming like a dark storm on the horizon. His body ached from his previous injuries, but he had no time to stop. His cousin, his closest friend, was fighting for the future, and Sakuya couldn't let him face Kawaki alone. "Boruto, hold on," Sakuya muttered, his breath quickening as he sped up. His mind raced with thoughts of the battle, the destruction they had already witnessed. "I'm coming, I'll help you end this." As Sakuya dashed through the streets, a sudden rustling caught his attention. His instincts screamed at him to react, and just as he turned, several shadowy figures leapt from the rubble, remnants of the dead core, their eyes gleaming with malice. "Tch, these guys again." Sakuya muttered under his breath, his eyes narrowing as the remaining enemies circled around him. "You think you can stop me now?" One of the attackers lunged forward, kunai glinting in hand, but Sakuya was faster. He sidestepped the strike, grabbing the enemy by the arm and slamming them into the ground with a fluid motion. Before the others could react, Sakuya's hands blurred into a series of hand signs. Katan, Fireball Jutsu. A massive ball of flames roared forward, engulfing two more attackers as they tried to leap back. The explosion sent debris flying in every direction, but Sakuya moved through it effortlessly. His eyes focused and sharp. Another enemy appeared behind him, but Sakuya spun around, driving his elbow into their gut and sending them crashing into the wall. One by one, they fell. "You're not worth my time," Sakuya muttered as he dealt with the last of them, his hands crackling with chakra. "I've got bigger things to deal with." With the final opponent dispatched, Sakuya took a deep breath. His mind locking back onto Boruto's chakra signature. The surge of power was overwhelming. It was clear that both Boruto and Kawaki were giving it their all. Sakuya's heartbeat quickened, his body still aching from the previous fight, but there was no time to rest. His thoughts raced as he began sprinting again, faster this time, determination burning in his veins. "Boruto, I'm almost there, just hold on." Back at the battlefield, Boruto and Kawaki's fight had escalated to a fever pitch. The ground trembled beneath them as their jutsu clashed in brilliant explosions of chakra, sending shockwaves that rippled through the air. Boruto's eyes flickered, his breaths coming out in heavy gasps. His body felt like it was on fire, every muscle screaming at him to stop, but he couldn't. Not now. Not when everything was on the line. Kawaki, too, was starting to falter, but his resolve remained unbroken. His face was twisted with a mix of rage and sorrow, his fists clenched so tightly his knuckles were white. "Why won't you just give up?" "Because that's not what we do." "Not me and not you, Kawaki." Just as Kawaki surged forward again, ready to strike, a blur shot past them, and before either could react, Sakuya appeared, his body sliding to a stop between them. "Sakuya." Boruto's voice broke through the chaos, his eyes widening in shock. "Sakuya." Kawaki's eyes narrowed, confusion flickering in his gaze. Sakuya stood there, breathing heavily but still grinning, his hands crackling with chakra as he glanced over his shoulder at Boruto. You didn't think I was going to let you have all the fun, did you? Boruto blinked, surprise turning into a smirk of his own as he regained his stance. That took you long enough. Sakuya's eyes turned back to Kawaki, and for a moment, the three of them stood in silence, the weight of everything that had led them to this moment pressing down on them. This ends here, Sakuya declared, his voice firm and resolute. No more running, no more fighting each other, we're going to stop this madness together. Kawaki's expression darkened, his hands twitching with suppressed power. You think you can stop me? You're just like him, he spat, his voice filled with bitterness. You don't understand. Sakuya took a step forward, his grin fading into a serious expression as he locked eyes with Kawaki. I understand more than you think, he replied softly. And that's exactly why I'm here, we're family, Kawaki, and that means something even now. The final battle was about to begin. Kawaki stood still for a moment, eyes narrowing as he analyzed Boruto and Sakuya's movements. The tension between them was thick, like a storm ready to break. With a subtle twist of his fingers, Kawaki summoned his chakra, preparing his next move. Shadow Clone Jutsu. In an instant, multiple shadow clones of Kawaki appeared, their presence flooding the battlefield as they surrounded Boruto and Sakuya. Each one glared at the two with cold, calculated determination. The real Kawaki stood at the center of the formation, arms crossed, a cruel smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. Let's see how you handle this. Kawaki's voice echoed as his clones began charging in from all sides, their fists raised, their chakra flaring with murderous intent. Sakuya's eyes widened slightly, but instead of fear, a spark of excitement flickered across his face. He quickly glanced over at Boruto, who was already grinning, clearly on the same wavelength. Ready to have some fun? Boruto asked, the playful tone in his voice a stark contrast to the chaos around them. Sakuya returned the grin, nodding. You know it. Without another word, the two of them sprang into action, dashing toward the incoming clones with precision and teamwork honed through years of training together. Boruto moved first, spinning into the air as he called upon his signature technique. Rasengan. The blue, spiraling sphere of chakra formed in his hand, lighting up the battlefield with its intensity. He launched it directly into one of the approaching clones, sending it crashing into the ground, dispelling it in an explosion of smoke. That's one. Boruto laughed, landing smoothly as he turned to Sakuya. You're up. Sakuya leaped forward, his movements sharp and precise, eyes gleaming with the Kitsurigan's power. As a clone lunged at him, he twisted his body mid-air and delivered a devastating palm strike to its chest, sending it flying backward into another group of clones, instantly dispelling them. 2. Sakuya called back, smirking as he cracked his knuckles. We could do this all day. Kawaki's clones kept coming, but Boruto and Sakuya were in perfect sync, their movements fluid and calculated as they took turns dismantling each clone that attacked. With every strike, Boruto would launch a powerful jutsu or a perfectly timed Rasengan, while Sakuya would weave in and out of the fray, using his agility and palm strikes to knock the clones off balance. But even in the heat of battle, both of them knew they couldn't keep up this game forever. Alright, enough playing around, Boruto muttered under his breath. He gave Sakuya a knowing look, and in that moment, no words were needed. Both of them nodded simultaneously, their chakra flaring as they prepared their next move. They formed the familiar hand seals and, in an instant, summoned their own clones. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Several Boruto and Sakuya clones appeared around them, matching Kawaki's numbers. Let's give him a taste of his own medicine, Boruto smirked. The real Boruto and Sakuya exchanged a glance, a mischievous glint in both their eyes. They knew exactly what to do next. Wind style, Gale Palm. They shouted in unison. The wind chakra surged around them, forming powerful gusts that propelled them forward with incredible speed. The clones and the real Boruto and Sakuya blurred, moving as if carried by the wind itself. Kawaki's clones barely had time to react before they were overwhelmed by the swift strikes of Boruto and Sakuya's combined force. One after another, Kawaki's shadow clones were dispelled in quick succession. The battlefield was filled with the sound of wind whistling and jutsu clashing as Boruto and Sakuya darted between the clones, their teamwork impeccable. Each time a clone tried to strike, one of the two would be there, using the wind-enhanced speed to dodge and counter. And then, the real target came into view. Sakuya's eyes locked onto the real Kawaki standing behind the formation of clones. With a fierce determination, he gathered his chakra into his palm, focusing the full force of his attack into a single, devastating strike. Sakuya. Boruto called out, having cleared the last few clones from his side. It's time. Sakuya nodded, grinning as he dashed forward with blinding speed, weaving through the last of Kawaki's defenses. In a blur of movement, he appeared directly in front of Kawaki, his hand glowing with the raw energy of his chakra-infused palm strike. Kawaki! Sakuya roared as his palm connected with Kawaki's stomach, the force of the blow sending shockwaves through the air. Kawaki's eyes widened in shock as the impact sent him flying backward, crashing through several trees before slamming into the ground, leaving a massive crater in his wake. The forest around him fell silent for a moment, the sound of rustling leaves the only thing filling the air. Boruto landed next to Sakuya, panting slightly but grinning. Nice shot. Sakuya wiped the sweat from his brow, breathing heavily as he watched the dust settle where Kawaki had fallen. Thanks, you weren't too bad yourself. As the smoke began to clear, Kawaki slowly pushed himself up, his body battered but still standing. His shadow clones had all vanished, the battle now reduced to just the three of them. Kawaki's gaze was dark, his frustration palpable as he glared at Boruto and Sakuya. You haven't won yet, he growled, his voice low and dangerous. Boruto stepped forward, his expression serious. We're not here to win, Kawaki, we're here to stop you, whatever it takes. Sakuya nodded in agreement, his eyes sharp as he prepared for the next round. This isn't just about us anymore, it's about everyone we've fought for. The tension was thick, the air heavy with anticipation as the three of them stood ready to face off once again. The battle wasn't over not yet, but Boruto and Sakuya knew they had the advantage. As the wind began to pick up, carrying the echoes of their past, the fight for the future of the Hidden Leaf was far from over. Kawaki's breathing was heavy, but his eyes remained sharp, filled with cold resolve. He slowly raised his hand. And the sound of whirring metal filled the air as the modified scientific ninja tool in his arm began to activate. The black and gold mechanism shifted, expanding along his forearm as it transformed into a deadly, chakra-infused blade, crackling with energy. Boruto and Sakuya watched cautiously, their expressions grim. They had both seen Kawaki's scientific modifications before, but this was different. The sheer intensity of the chakra emanating from the weapon was enough to make even seasoned shinobi hesitate. Kawaki smirked, noticing their reactions. You think you've seen everything? He taunted, his voice cold as steel. This tool was designed to surpass even the power of the Otsutsuki, you're not leaving this fight unscathed. Without another word, Kawaki dashed forward, his speed blinding as the modified blade sliced through the air with a high-pitched whine. Boruto reacted first, quickly unsheathing his chakra blade, a gift from Sasuke, meeting Kawaki's attack head-on with a shower of sparks. Clang! The impact reverberated through the battlefield, the sheer force of their clash causing the ground beneath them to crack. Boruto grit his teeth, pushing back against Kawaki's overwhelming strength, but it was clear that the modifications had made him even more dangerous. Sakuya wasn't far behind. With a flash of crimson chakra, he drew his own blade, a sleek katana infused with the power of the Kitsurigen. The red gleam of his eyes reflected off the steel as he moved in from Kawaki's side, slashing horizontally. Sakuya! Boruto shouted, sensing his cousin's approach. Kawaki barely managed to deflect the strike with his own weapon, the clash of metal sending another wave of sparks into the air. You're both fools, Kawaki growled, spinning on his heel as he slashed at Sakuya with terrifying speed. But Sakuya was ready. In a split second, he ducked under the blow, twisting his body to avoid the slash while bringing his katana up in a deadly arc aimed directly at Kawaki's midsection. Clang! Kawaki blocked just in time, but Sakuya's strength was undeniable. The impact forced Kawaki back, his feet skidding across the ground as he glared at his opponent. Sakuya's breath was ragged, but his eyes were fierce, unwavering. This isn't just about us, Kawaki, he said, his voice steady despite the chaos around them. It's about everything we've fought for, our village, our friends, our family, we're not letting you destroy that. Kawaki's face darkened, his lips curling into a snarl. I've already made my choice, he lunged forward, his blade slicing through the air toward Sakuya's throat. Sakuya narrowly dodged, the blade missing him by inches as he retaliated with a swift counterstrike aimed at Kawaki's side. But Kawaki was relentless, his modified ninja tool absorbing the blow as he pressed the attack, forcing both Boruto and Sakuya on the defensive. Stay focused, Sakuya. Boruto called out as he parried another strike from Kawaki, his own blade glowing with the wind chakra he'd channeled into it. Sakuya nodded, his grip tightening on his katana. Right. The two of them moved in perfect synchronization, their blades flashing in the dim light of the battlefield as they took turns attacking and defending. Boruto would deflect a blow. And Sakuya would follow up with a powerful strike, only for Kawaki to counter with the speed and precision of his scientific ninja tool. You're both too soft, Kawaki spat, his voice dripping with venom as he swung his blade in a wide arc, forcing them both to leap back. That's why you'll never win. Boruto's eyes hardened, his voice low but filled with determination. You don't get it, Kawaki, this isn't about winning, it's about saving you. For a moment, there was a flicker of something in Kawaki's expression, something almost like doubt, but it was gone as quickly as it had appeared. He tightened his grip on his weapon, the chakra flaring around him like a dark flame. Sakuya's breath hitched. He had been so focused on the fight that he hadn't noticed it before, but there it was, that look in Kawaki's eyes. The same one from back when they were kids. Back when they were brothers in arms, long before everything fell apart. Kawaki. Sakuya's grip on his katana faltered for a split second, memories flashing in his mind, the times they trained together, the missions they completed, the moments where they were like family. His chest tightened as he realized just how far they'd come. But he couldn't afford to be distracted now. Sakuya refocused, locking eyes with Boruto for a moment. There was no need for words. They both knew what they had to do. Wind style, gale palm. They shouted in unison, their chakra surging as they launched themselves forward, using the wind to propel them with terrifying speed. Kawaki's eyes widened in surprise as they both appeared in front of him, their blades glowing with chakra. "You're not the only one who can use teamwork, Kawaki," Boruto shouted as he brought his sword down with full force. Kawaki blocked, but Sakuya was right behind him. In a flash of movement, Sakuya's palm struck out, glowing with the familiar red of his Ketsurigan as he aimed directly for Kawaki's stomach. "Got you!" Sakuya yelled, driving the strike home. The impact was brutal. Kawaki's eyes went wide as the force of Sakuya's palm strike sent him flying backward, crashing through the trees with a thunderous boom. The clones he'd summoned instantly vanished, their chakra dissipating into the air. As Kawaki slammed into the ground, dust and debris flying around him, Boruto and Sakuya stood side by side, panting but standing strong. "It doesn't have to be this way, Kawaki," Boruto said, his voice soft but resolute. "We can end this, without more bloodshed." But Kawaki, lying in the crater created by his impact, only glared back, his eyes filled with rage and pain. "You think you can save me?" He slowly pushed himself up, blood dripping from his mouth as he forced himself to stand. "It's too late for that, Boruto, it's too late for all of us." Sakuya's chest tightened again, but this time, he didn't let it slow him down. He steeled himself, gripping his katana tightly as he took a step forward. "Then we'll fight until you understand." The battle wasn't over, not by a long shot. The storm was still raging, and the final clash between old friends and brothers was just beginning. The air crackled with tension as the three shinobi stood amidst the devastation, surrounded by trees that had been obliterated by the sheer force of their ongoing battle. The ground beneath them was scorched and torn apart by the immense power they were wielding. And yet, the fight was far from over. Sakuya's breathing was labored as he clashed against Kawaki, their blades locked in a deadlock of strength and will. Sparks flew from the edges of their weapons. The clash of metal ringing through the forest like a battle cry. His eyes, those crimson eyes of the Ketsurigan, were filled with determination, even as his arms screamed from the strain of holding back Kawaki's ferocious attack. Kawaki's expression was cold, calculating. His modified arm was surging with chakra from the scientific ninja tool, and the dark marks of the karma seal slithered across his skin, pulsating with an ominous glow. The gap in power was obvious, but Sakuya refused to give an inch. "Why don't you just stay down, Sakuya?" Kawaki growled through gritted teeth, his voice laced with frustration. "You can't keep up with this." Sakuya let out a strained chuckle, his lips twitching into a defiant grin. "Giving up isn't exactly my style, Kawaki." The intensity in his voice never wavered. His hands, though shaking, tightened their grip on the hilt of his katana as if to reinforce his point. "You should know that by now." Their clash of steel echoed through the ravaged battlefield, but Sakuya's mind was racing. He could feel the weight of the fight pressing down on him. The sheer force of Kawaki's attacks growing stronger with every second. This was no ordinary battle, it was a struggle for survival, and the stakes were impossibly high. Kawaki's eyes narrowed, and with a surge of chakra, he pushed Sakuya back, forcing their blades apart with a violent shove. "You're delusional if you think this is just a game between us." But Sakuya didn't back down. Instead, he stood his ground, his gaze unwavering as he leveled his blade in front of him. "It's not a game," he muttered, his voice low and steady. "But it doesn't matter how much power you have, Kawaki, in the end, it's about the people who stand by your side, it's about what you fight for." His words struck a chord in the air, and for a moment, Kawaki's expression faltered. But before either of them could react, something shifted. Boruto, standing just a few paces behind Sakuya, gripped his head in pain, his knees buckling as dark lines began to crawl up his skin. The karma seal etched into his palm glowed fiercely, the black mark spreading like wildfire across his body. "No, not now." Boruto groaned, his voice filled with anguish as he struggled to maintain control. "Boruto." Sakuya's eyes widened as he saw his cousin's body convulse under the weight of the karma, the ancient power threatening to take over. He could feel its dark presence, the malevolent force lying in wait within Boruto, ready to consume him at any moment. Kawaki, noticing Boruto's condition, smirked. Looks like we're both cursed, huh? Without warning, he activated his own karma seal, the marks on his body glowing even brighter. The power emanating from Kawaki was immense, far beyond anything Sakuya had felt from him before. And then, it happened. With a blinding burst of speed, Kawaki lunged at Sakuya, his karma-infused blade cutting through the air like a flash of lightning. Sakuya barely had time to react. He brought up his katana in defense, but the force behind Kawaki's strike was monstrous. Clang! The impact was devastating. Sakuya felt the shockwave reverberate through his entire body, his knees nearly buckling under the pressure. Kawaki's power, it was like facing a storm head-on. Every fiber of Sakuya's being screamed in pain, but he held his ground, refusing to be overwhelmed. You're not stopping me. Kawaki roared, pouring more chakra into his assault. Sakuya's arms trembled as he fought to push back, but it was no use. The strength of the karma was too much. With one final, crushing blow, Kawaki broke through Sakuya's defense, sending him flying backward. The impact was brutal. Sakuya's body was hurled through the air, crashing into the trees with a sickening thud. Crash! He slammed into the thick trunk of a tree, his body crumpling to the ground as blood spilled from his mouth. The pain was excruciating. His vision blurring as he struggled to catch his breath. For a moment, it felt like everything was slipping away, the world spinning around him in a haze of pain and exhaustion. But even as he lay there, coughing up blood, Sakuya's mind was racing. Flashes of memories rushed through his mind, moments of training with Boruto, their shared struggles, their promises. He wouldn't let it end like this. Through the haze of pain, Sakuya managed to push himself up onto his knees, his hands shaking as he reached for his katana, which had fallen just a few feet away. Sakuya! Boruto's voice echoed in the distance, but he couldn't focus on anything other than the fight at hand. Kawaki, standing over him with his blade raised, smirked down at him. You never learn, do you? He said coldly, his voice dripping with contempt. Just stay down, it's over. But Sakuya, blood trickling down his chin, raised his head, his crimson eyes locking onto Kawaki's with a fierce, unyielding resolve. Despite the pain, despite the overwhelming odds, he forced himself to his feet, his legs shaking but holding firm. No, Sakuya muttered through clenched teeth, his voice low but filled with determination. It's not over, not until I say it's over. With one final burst of energy, Sakuya gripped his katana tightly, the crimson glow of his Ketsurigan flaring to life once more. His body screamed in protest. But he ignored it. This was more than just a fight. This was about protecting everything that mattered to him, his village, his family, his cousin. As he raised his blade, ready to face Kawaki once more, he uttered a phrase that would echo through the battlefield: a shinobi's true strength isn't in the power they wield, it's in the will they refuse to break. Kawaki's eyes widened at the sheer conviction in Sakuya's words, but before he could react, Boruto's voice rang out from behind him. Kawaki! Boruto's karma was fully activated, the black marks swirling across his body as he charged forward with all the force he could muster. The final clash was inevitable. The forest was alive with the raw energy of clashing powers. Boruto and Kawaki's battle raged like a storm, each impact shaking the very ground beneath them. Lightning crackled. Winds howled, and the earth trembled with each blow. Their chakra radiated off them in waves, turning the battlefield into a chaotic maelstrom of power. Boruto's face was slick with sweat, his breaths coming in quick, labored gasps. Despite the fierce determination burning in his eyes, fatigue was starting to take its toll. His karma seal was pulsating erratically. A dark, foreboding reminder of the power he struggled to control. Across from him, Kawaki seemed unfazed, his stance steady, his own karma radiating with a menacing calm. Boruto, Kawaki sneered, his voice dripping with disdain as he lunged forward with relentless precision. You're falling behind. Boruto gritted his teeth, narrowly dodging Kawaki's strike and retaliating with a powerful kick. I'm not done yet, Kawaki. He shouted, the resolve in his voice masking the weariness in his movements. He spun around, channeling chakra into his palm as he prepared a Rasengan, the sphere of energy glowing brightly in his hand. But Kawaki was faster. In a split second, he appeared behind Boruto, his hand crackling with energy as he struck Boruto's shoulder, sending him stumbling forward. You can't win if you're always chasing me, Kawaki taunted, a cold smirk spreading across his face. Meanwhile, Sakuya was on his knees, just a short distance away. Blood stained his clothes. And every breath sent a sharp pain through his chest. He could feel his chakra reserves dwindling, his body protesting with each passing moment. Slowly, he forced himself to rise, his legs shaking as he gripped his katana for support. Stay calm, don't rush, you've been here before, Sakuya. He muttered to himself, his voice barely audible over the cacophony of battle. His mind flashed back to his training, the countless lessons he'd endured, each one reminding him of the importance of patience, of strategy. Don't just attack, think, analyze. Sakuya's gaze drifted to Boruto and Kawaki as they clashed again, each strike sending shockwaves through the air. He could see Kawaki had the upper hand. Boruto's movements were becoming sluggish. His attacks more desperate, while Kawaki maintained a ruthless precision, exploiting every opening with merciless efficiency. I need to find a way to even the odds. Sakuya thought, his mind racing. He knew that charging in recklessly would only get him hurt or worse. But if he could use his remaining chakra wisely, find a way to support Boruto, maybe, just maybe, they could turn this around. Boruto, breathing heavily, managed to block one of Kawaki's attacks, their fists colliding with a resounding impact. He grunted, feeling the strain in his arms as he pushed back against Kawaki's relentless strength. You really don't care about anything, do you, Kawaki? He spat, his voice laced with frustration. Kawaki's expression remained cold and unfeeling. Caring makes you weak, it blinds you, he replied, his tone devoid of any emotion. That's why you'll always lose, Boruto, you let emotions guide you. Boruto's eyes narrowed, anger flashing across his face. And that's why I'll never become someone like you, he shot back, his voice steady despite the fatigue in his body. With a furious roar, Boruto summoned the last reserves of his chakra, his karma flaring as he thrust forward with a powerful Rasengan. Kawaki met his attack head-on, his own karma surging as he countered with a brutal strike, deflecting the Rasengan and sending Boruto sprawling to the ground. Sakuya clenched his fists, watching his cousin struggle against Kawaki's overwhelming power. Memories flashed through his mind, moments of laughter, of training, of promises they'd made to each other. He couldn't just stand by and let Boruto fight alone. I can't let it end like this, he whispered, forcing himself to take a step forward, then another, his katana dragging slightly on the ground. He could feel the weight of exhaustion pulling at him, but he refused to give in. Not yet. Suddenly, a memory surfaced in Sakuya's mind, a flashback of his father's voice, calm and wise. A true shinobi knows when to wait and when to strike, his father had said. In battle, there's always a moment, a split second where everything changes, find that moment, and seize it. Sakuya's eyes hardened. He could see it now. Kawaki was powerful, but he was overconfident, focused entirely on Boruto. If he could create a distraction, even for just a second, it might be enough to tip the scales. Hang on, Boruto, he whispered, determination filling his gaze as he focused his remaining chakra, preparing himself for one last push. Boruto, struggling to stand, looked up at Kawaki, his vision blurring. This isn't over, he panted, a flicker of defiance still burning in his eyes. Kawaki scoffed, approaching him with deliberate, measured steps. It's over when I say it is, he said coldly, raising his hand as chakra gathered around his fingertips. Just then, Sakuya sprang into action. With a burst of speed, he appeared behind Kawaki, his katana glinting in the dim light as he swung it with all the strength he could muster. Kawaki! He shouted, his voice filled with conviction. Kawaki's eyes widened in surprise, and he barely managed to twist around, blocking Sakuya's strike with his arm. The force of the attack sent a shockwave through his body, forcing him to stagger back slightly. Sakuya! Boruto's voice was filled with relief and surprise as he saw his cousin standing beside him, bloodied but unbroken. Sakuya shot him a quick, reassuring glance. I'm not letting you fight alone, Boruto, he said, his voice steady. We're in this together, always. Kawaki regained his balance, his expression darkening as he glared at the two cousins. You think a cheap sneak attack will save you? He sneered, his voice laced with contempt. You're only delaying the inevitable. Sakuya tightened his grip on his katana, his eyes blazing with determination. Maybe, he replied, his voice calm and resolute. But a shinobi fights for more than just survival, we fight for each other, and that's something you'll never understand, Kawaki. With those words, the two cousins stood side by side, their chakra flaring as they prepared for the next round. Despite their injuries, despite the odds stacked against them, they were ready to face Kawaki head-on, together. The battle wasn't over yet. And as long as they stood together, they knew they had a chance. The battlefield was a tense storm of energy, with cracks of lightning and gusts of wind colliding as Sakuya, Boruto, and Kawaki exchanged blow after blow. Each move had to be precise, each step calculated. Despite the growing exhaustion, there was no room for hesitation. Sakuya's eyes narrowed as he watched Kawaki, waiting for the perfect opening. Memories of his rigorous training filled his mind, reminding him of everything he had learned. His father's voice echoed in his head. A shinobi's mind must be sharper than his blade, outthink your opponent, and the battle is yours. With renewed determination, Sakuya began weaving hand signs, focusing his chakra. Lightning style, thunder decoy. He shouted, as bolts of lightning crackled to life, dancing around his hands before he slammed them into the ground. Lightning exploded in a blinding flash, splitting into multiple arcs that shot toward Kawaki. The bright flashes created a diversion, forcing Kawaki to shield his eyes, just as Sakuya had planned. The lightning struck the ground around Kawaki, creating a chaotic barrier of electricity that shrouded Sakuya's movements. What? Kawaki growled, instinctively raising his arms to guard against the sudden barrage of lightning. In that split second, Sakuya moved, dashing forward with a speed he rarely displayed. He channeled wind chakra into his palm, focusing it until he felt the air buzzing with energy. His figure blurred as he closed the distance, appearing right behind Kawaki. Now. Sakuya's voice was like thunder as he brought his hand forward. Wind style, gale palm. A burst of compressed wind chakra exploded from his palm, slamming directly into Kawaki's back. The impact sent Kawaki hurtling forward. His body thrown violently into the trees, breaking through branches and cracking against the trunks as he flew. The shockwave of Sakuya's attack rippled outward, blowing leaves and dust in all directions. Kawaki's body twisted as he struggled to regain control midair, but the force was relentless, sending him crashing deeper into the woods. Boruto, watching closely, saw his moment. With a fierce look of determination, he unsheathed a handful of shuriken, channeling his lightning chakra into each one. The shuriken sparked and crackled with electricity, glowing with an intense light as he readied them. Take this, Kawaki. Boruto shouted, his voice echoing across the battlefield. Lightning style, thunder shuriken barrage. He launched the shuriken with deadly precision, each one hurtling through the air toward Kawaki as he continued his uncontrollable descent. The shuriken sliced through the branches, lighting up the forest with streaks of electricity as they honed in on Kawaki's form. The moment felt endless. Memories of Boruto and Sakuya's training sessions together flooded their minds. They had sparred, pushed each other to their limits, and endured hardship side by side. This attack, this coordination, it was the culmination of years of trust and growth. They were more than cousins, they were a team. In those fleeting seconds, Sakuya couldn't help but think back to the times when they were just kids, dreaming of becoming strong enough to protect those they loved. Those dreams had brought them here, to this moment, fighting together against one of their most dangerous enemies. Kawaki, catching a glimpse of the incoming shuriken, grit his teeth. You little. He raised his arm, attempting to summon a defensive barrier with his karma, but the lightning-infused shuriken were too fast, closing in on him before he could fully react. The first shuriken struck his shoulder, sending a shock of electricity through his body. He hissed in pain, and the impact threw off his balance, leaving him open for the remaining shuriken. One by one, they struck, each electrified blade slicing into him with searing intensity. Gah! Kawaki cried out, feeling the voltage surge through his muscles, forcing him to drop to his knees as he landed hard against a tree, smoke rising from his body. Boruto and Sakuya watched from a distance, both breathing heavily as they prepared for whatever might come next. The battlefield was silent for a moment, the air thick with tension and the lingering charge of lightning. Sakuya shot a quick glance at Boruto, a smirk tugging at his lips. Didn't think we'd ever get this in sync, huh? Boruto chuckled, nodding. Guess all those hours of sparring weren't for nothing. He clenched his fists, his gaze never leaving Kawaki. But we can't let up, he's not done yet. From across the clearing, Kawaki slowly rose to his feet, his body battered but his expression filled with rage. His karma glowed with an ominous energy, his eyes burning with a fierce determination. You think this is enough to stop me? Kawaki spat, his voice laced with venom. I'll show you what real power looks like. Sakuya's eyes narrowed, feeling the weight of Kawaki's killing intent. He glanced at Boruto, who looked just as focused, both of them readying themselves for the next onslaught. Sakuya tightened his grip on his katana, his voice steady despite the exhaustion gnawing at him. This ends here, Kawaki, we're not backing down, not now, not ever. The stage was set, and the stakes had never been higher. As the dust settled and Kawaki prepared his counterattack, Boruto and Sakuya stood side by side, ready to face whatever came next. The battle wasn't over yet, but together, they knew they had a fighting chance. The clash of steel and the roar of chakra blasts tore through the forest, shaking the very earth as Boruto, Sakuya, and Kawaki went at each other with unrelenting intensity. The ground was scorched, trees shattered, and the air thick with tension as the three fighters exchanged blow after blow. Kawaki's karma pulsed with dark energy as he lunged forward, his arm transforming into a jagged, chakra-infused blade. You two think you've got me cornered? Think again. He shouted, slashing downward with terrifying force. Sakuya sidestepped, his instincts honed from years of training. He countered with a wind-charged slash from his katana, the blade humming with energy as it collided with Kawaki's attack. The resulting shockwave sent debris flying in all directions. "We're not the same kids you fought back then, Kawaki," Sakuya retorted, pushing Kawaki's blade aside and spinning into a powerful kick aimed at Kawaki's ribs. Boruto darted in from the opposite side, his kunai crackling with lightning chakra. "Sakuya, on my mark," he called out, their coordination seamless as Boruto aimed for Kawaki's exposed flank. Kawaki grunted, raising his other arm to block Boruto's strike, but Sakuya was already in motion. With a swift leap, Sakuya brought his katana down in a diagonal arc, forcing Kawaki to twist his body to avoid the strike. "Gotcha." Boruto smirked, taking advantage of Kawaki's unbalanced stance. He planted his feet and unleashed a powerful lightning-style, thunder fist. A surge of chakra-enhanced electricity coursed through his punch, slamming into Kawaki's side and sending him skidding across the battlefield. Kawaki crashed through a line of trees, coughing as he tried to regain his footing. His eyes flickered with frustration and anger as he glared at the duo. "You little punks, don't get cocky." But Boruto and Sakuya were already on the move. The cousins shared a determined glance, their bond and trust evident in their every action. Sakuya smirked, wiping sweat from his brow. "You holding up, Boruto?" "I could ask you the same," Boruto replied, grinning despite the strain on his body. "Let's end this together, Sakuya, he can't keep up with both of us." Before they could launch their next attack, the atmosphere shifted. A cold, oppressive energy descended upon the battlefield, freezing all movement. The wind stilled, and an eerie silence fell over the area. Sakuya's eyes widened as he felt a presence unlike anything he'd encountered before. What is this chakra?" he muttered, his grip tightening on his katana. Boruto felt it too, his body tensing instinctively. "It's otherworldly, this can't be." A loud crack echoed through the air as a massive rift tore open above them. Out of the distortion stepped a figure, descending slowly with an air of divine arrogance. Their form was humanoid, yet otherworldly. Adorned in flowing robes etched with ancient Otsutsuki patterns. Their hair shimmered like silver fire, and their eyes bore the unmistakable ripple pattern of the Rinnegan, glowing ominously. The figure landed gracefully, their feet barely disturbing the ground. They surveyed the battlefield with an unreadable expression, their presence alone enough to suffocate the three combatants. Kawaki's eyes widened in disbelief as he staggered to his feet. "No, that's impossible, another Otsutsuki." Boruto's fists clenched as he stepped forward protectively. "Great, just what we needed, another god-level freak to ruin the day." Sakuya's mind raced as he tried to analyze the situation. Despite the fear creeping into his heart, he forced a grin. "Looks like we've got company, Boruto, you up for another round?" The Otsutsuki's voice echoed, deep and commanding, as they finally spoke. "Children of this realm, you've played your games for long enough, the balance of power has been disrupted, and your insolence will be punished." Kawaki growled, his karma flaring as he pointed his blade toward the newcomer. "I don't care who you are, stay out of this. This is my fight." The Otsutsuki's gaze shifted to Kawaki, their lips curling into a faint smirk. "A child playing with borrowed power, how amusing, but your defiance is irrelevant." With a flick of their wrist, a wave of energy erupted from the figure, sending Kawaki flying back without so much as a gesture. Boruto and Sakuya braced themselves, the shockwave rattling their bones. Sakuya gritted his teeth, gripping his katana tightly. "This guy's on a whole different level, but we've taken on gods before, we can do it again." Boruto nodded, his resolve unwavering. "Right, we'll figure it out, together." The Otsutsuki's eyes narrowed as they raised a hand, forming a massive sphere of condensed energy above their palm. "Let us see if you mortals can entertain me before I erase your existence." Sakuya glanced at Boruto, his grin returning despite the overwhelming odds. "Looks like we're in for a hell of a fight, ready to show this guy what the Uzumaki bloodline is made of." Boruto smirked, lightning crackling around his hands. "You bet, let's take him down, Sakuya." As the sphere of energy descended, the two cousins charged forward together, their combined strength and determination lighting up the battlefield in a desperate clash against the new enemy. The fate of their world hung in the balance, and they were ready to give it everything they had. The battlefield was silent, save for the oppressive hum of the energy sphere hovering in the hands of the towering Otsutsuki figure. Boruto and Sakuya stood their ground. Their bodies battered but their wills unbroken. Kawaki lay a short distance away, struggling to rise, his karma flickering faintly as if intimidated by the overwhelming presence before them. The glowing, silver-haired entity lowered her hand, letting the energy sphere dissipate with an almost careless flick of her fingers. Her otherworldly gaze shifted between the three shinobi before her, scrutinizing them like insects beneath a magnifying glass. She took a step forward, her robes flowing as though untouched by the physical world. The celestial patterns etched into the fabric shimmered like starlight. And her long hair trailed behind her, reflecting hues of the void. The overwhelming weight of her presence seemed to intensify, pressing down on the battlefield like an invisible tidal wave. Sakuya gripped his katana tighter, the blade trembling under his grasp as he tried to remain steady. Who are you? He finally managed to ask, his voice firm despite the knot in his stomach. The Otsutsuki tilted her head slightly, as though amused by his defiance. A mere mortal dares to question me? How quaint, her voice was rich and melodic, carrying an undertone of menace that sent shivers down their spines. Boruto stepped forward, his gaze steely despite the sweat dripping from his brow. Enough with the theatrics, if you're here to fight, just tell us your name already. The entity's lips curled into a faint smile, the kind that felt more like a predator sizing up its prey. She raised her hand, pointing a single delicate finger toward Boruto. You, the vessel who carries the will of Momoshiki, you amuse me, very well, I shall indulge your dying curiosity. With a sweep of her arm, her energy coalesced around her, swirling in a brilliant display of silver and violet light. As the radiance faded, her form became clearer, no longer an ambiguous silhouette but a strikingly beautiful woman with sharp, regal features. Her silver eyes gleamed like moonlit mirrors, and a singular horn extended from her forehead, curved like a crescent moon. I am Tsuyahana, she declared, her voice ringing with authority. The blossom of the void, the one who nurtures and consumes, you mortals have long meddled with powers you cannot comprehend, and now your reckoning is at hand. Sakuya took a shaky breath, his heart pounding in his chest. Tsuyahana. He repeated, the name lingering in his mind. A faint flash of memories surfaced: his training with Boruto, their relentless battles, and the sacrifices they'd made along the way. He tightened his grip on his katana, pushing the memories aside. If you think we're just going to roll over and die, you're dead wrong. Tsuyahana's smile widened, a glimmer of condescension in her expression. Bravery born of ignorance, how charming, she extended her arm, and from the ether materialized a blade of shimmering energy, its edge pulsating with an otherworldly hum. Come then, little mortals, show me the strength that defied even the gods before you. Without hesitation, Boruto and Sakuya launched themselves forward, their chakra flaring to life. Boruto's karma ignited, crackling with black lightning as he dashed at Tsuyahana's left, while Sakuya infused his katana with wind chakra, aiming for her right. Let's go, Sakuya. Boruto shouted, his voice filled with determination. Sakuya smirked, his nervousness replaced by the sharp focus of battle. Right behind you, cousin. Tsuyahana moved with fluid grace, her blade meeting Boruto's kunai with a blinding clash of energy. The impact sent sparks flying, the sheer force of it cracking the earth beneath them. At the same moment, Sakuya closed in, his wind-enhanced strike aimed for her exposed flank. But Tsuyahana anticipated it. With a flick of her wrist, she redirected Boruto's strike and spun, her energy blade colliding with Sakuya's katana. The resulting shockwave sent a gust of wind rippling through the forest, uprooting nearby trees. Sakuya skidded backward but kept his footing, his eyes narrowing as he analyzed her movements. She's fast, too fast, we need to find an opening. Boruto growled, his eyes glowing faintly as he activated his Jigan. Don't worry, we'll make one, just stay sharp. They pressed forward again, their attacks coming in a relentless barrage. Boruto's lightning-enhanced strikes forced Tsuyahana to defend against his speed, while Sakuya used his wind chakra to create unpredictable feints and slashes. For a moment, it seemed like they were gaining ground. But Tsuyahana merely smiled, her movements precise and effortless. Impressive, for mortals, but let me show you the true difference between us. With a sudden burst of energy, she unleashed a shockwave that sent both Boruto and Sakuya flying. Sakuya tumbled through the dirt, coughing as he struggled to rise. Boruto managed to land on his feet, his teeth clenched as he glared at her. As Sakuya stood, his mind raced. Memories of his father's teachings and the lessons learned alongside Boruto flooded back. Think, Sakuya, she's stronger, faster, and has way more chakra, but even gods have weaknesses. Meanwhile, Boruto's voice cut through his thoughts. Sakuya, you okay? Yeah, just give me a second. Sakuya wiped the blood from his lip, forcing a grin. I'm not done yet. Tsuyahana tilted her head, her expression curious. How delightful, even on the verge of defeat, you persist very well, show me what your mortal will is capable of. As she raised her blade again, Boruto and Sakuya exchanged a glance. No words were needed, they knew what they had to do. Together, they charged forward once more, ready to give everything they had against the overwhelming might of Tsuyahana. The battle wasn't just about survival, it was about proving that even in the face of a god, humanity's resolve could shine brighter than the stars. The battlefield trembled as Kawaki dashed forward, his karma surging with power. His blood boiled as he charged Suyahana, the celestial being who dared to stand above them all. His movements were swift and precise, his blade cutting through the air like a storm. Suyahana stood still, her silver eyes gleaming with amusement. She didn't flinch, didn't waver, even as Kawaki's blade descended with lethal intent. At the last possible second, her energy blade materialized, meeting Kawaki's strike with an effortless parry. The collision sent sparks flying, the force of the impact splitting the ground beneath them. Kawaki growled in frustration, his attacks growing more relentless as he tried to break through her defenses. "You're not invincible," he snarled, his strikes becoming more erratic. "I'll destroy you and anyone else who stands in my way." Suyahana's expression didn't change. If anything, her amusement grew. She moved with the grace of a dancer, sidestepping his strikes and deflecting his attacks with an ease that bordered on mockery. "So much anger," she mused, her voice soft and melodic. "So much pain, you wear it like a crown, boy." Kawaki's eyes burned with fury. "Shut up!" he roared, his karma glowing brighter as he unleashed a wave of energy. The blast tore through the air, aiming to engulf Suyahana entirely. "Is that the extent of your power? Such a pity." Before Kawaki could react, she moved. In an instant, she closed the gap between them, her energy blade striking his arm with enough force to send him flying backward. He hit the ground hard, coughing as the impact left him momentarily dazed. Boruto and Sakuya watched from a distance, their own injuries keeping them from interfering. Boruto clenched his fists, his jigen flickering as he tried to summon the strength to move. "Kawaki, don't be reckless," he shouted, his voice strained. "What the hell is he thinking? He's going to get himself killed." Kawaki rose to his feet, wiping the blood from his mouth. His resolve hadn't wavered, but it was clear he was outmatched. Suyahana approached him slowly, her expression almost pitying. "You fight so desperately, yet you lack the strength to achieve your goals," she said, her voice soft but cutting. "Tell me, boy, what is it you desire? Power? Revenge? Or perhaps, a place where you belong?" Kawaki glared at her, his chest heaving. "I don't need your pity, I'll take what I want by force." Suyahana chuckled, the sound sending chills down his spine. "Oh, Kawaki, you misunderstand, I'm not offering pity, I'm offering opportunity." She leaned closer, her silver eyes locking onto his. Her voice became a low, seductive whisper, filled with an unsettling allure. "You've been abandoned, betrayed by those who claimed to care for you, but I see your potential, I see the fire within you, the ambition, join me, and I will give you everything you desire, power beyond your imagination, the means to shape this world as you see fit, no more chains, no more lies, only freedom." Kawaki froze, her words hitting him like a hammer. Memories of his past flashed before his eyes, the betrayal, the pain, the endless cycle of being used as a tool. His fists clenched, his mind a whirlwind of doubt and anger. "Don't listen to her, Kawaki." Boruto's voice cut through the fog, filled with desperation. "She's manipulating you. We've been through this before, don't let her control you." Sakuya stepped forward, his katana still in hand. "Kawaki, think about what you're doing, whatever she's offering, it's not worth losing yourself over." But Suyahana ignored them, her focus entirely on Kawaki. She extended her hand, her smile softening into something almost maternal. "They can't understand you, Kawaki, they never will, but I can, together, we can break free from this cycle of suffering, all you have to do, is take my hand." Kawaki stared at her outstretched hand, his heart pounding in his chest. The offer was tempting, her words resonating with the deepest parts of his soul. He glanced back at Boruto and Sakuya, their expressions filled with concern and disbelief. "Don't do it, Kawaki," Boruto pleaded, his voice shaking. "You're better than this." For a moment, Kawaki hesitated. But then his gaze hardened, the weight of his past decisions pressing down on him. With a deep breath, he stepped forward and took her hand. "I'm done playing their game," he said, his voice cold and resolute. "If this is what it takes to finally be free, so be it." Boruto's eyes widened in shock. "Kawaki, no." Suyahana's smile widened, a flicker of triumph in her eyes. "Wise choice, my dear, together, we will reshape this world." As her energy enveloped Kawaki, his karma surged with newfound intensity, the power radiating from him unlike anything before. Boruto and Sakuya could only watch in disbelief as their friend, their brother, stood beside the enemy. The battlefield fell silent, the weight of Kawaki's betrayal hanging heavy in the air. But deep in their hearts, Boruto and Sakuya knew this was far from over. The real battle was just beginning. The tension on the battlefield was suffocating, the air thick with the pressure of clashing energies. Boruto stood firm, his Jigen glowing faintly. His grip tightening on his blade. Across from him, Kawaki stood with Tsuyahana at his side, her celestial aura radiating with an otherworldly menace. The once unshakable bond between Boruto and Kawaki now felt irreparably broken, and the weight of it pressed on Boruto's chest. "You've really fallen this far, Kawaki?" Boruto asked, his voice carrying a mix of anger and sorrow. "This isn't you, you're not a pawn, you're better than this." Kawaki's eyes burned with a cold, determined fire. "Shut up, Boruto, I'm done with your lectures, I'm done with this cycle of lies, Tsuyahana's the only one who understands what it means to be free. Boruto, your naive ideals are admirable, but ultimately useless. Kawaki has chosen his path, one that leads to true liberation, and you? You're just another obstacle in his way." In a flash, Kawaki dashed forward, his modified karma flaring with dark energy. The sheer force of his approach caused the ground beneath him to crack, a sonic boom ringing out as he closed the distance to Boruto in an instant. Boruto braced himself, his Kusanagi blade meeting Kawaki's energy-infused strike with a deafening clash. The two forces collided, shockwaves rippling through the battlefield as they exchanged furious blows. Boruto gritted his teeth, his muscles straining as Kawaki's attacks grew more relentless. "Snap out of it, Kawaki!" Boruto yelled between strikes. "This isn't the way." "The way?" Kawaki spat, driving Boruto back with a powerful kick. "The way you're talking about leads nowhere but more suffering. I'll carve my own path, even if it means cutting you down." Tsuyahana watched with amusement, her silver eyes glimmering with malice. With a flick of her wrist, she sent a surge of energy toward Boruto, aiming to tip the balance in Kawaki's favor. The blast roared toward him, too fast for Boruto to fully react. But before it could land, Sakuya intervened. "Not on my watch." He yelled, throwing himself between Boruto and the blast. His hands moved in a blur of seals, conjuring a barrier of wind-style chakra that absorbed the impact. The explosion sent him skidding backward, but he remained standing, his breath heavy. Kawaki turned his attention to Sakuya, his expression darkening. "You don't know when to stay down, do you?" Sakuya smirked despite the fatigue etched into his features. "You'd think after all this time, you'd learn I'm too stubborn for that." Sakuya's body flickered as he moved with speed, closing in on Kawaki. Their blades clashed, lightning-fast strikes exchanged as Sakuya tried to break through Kawaki's defenses. He moved with calculated precision, a sign of his growth and the lessons he'd learned through countless battles. But Kawaki was relentless. Fueled by Tsuyahana's influence, his strikes carried an unnatural force. He parried Sakuya's blade, spinning behind him in one fluid motion. Before Sakuya could fully react, Kawaki's hand, infused with karma energy, pierced through his side, missing vital organs but causing excruciating pain. Blood sprayed into the air, and Sakuya gasped, his body trembling as the shock of the blow coursed through him. "Sakuya!" Boruto screamed, his voice cracking as he watched his cousin stagger, Kawaki's hand still embedded in his side. Kawaki's face was emotionless as he twisted his hand slightly, eliciting a pained groan from Sakuya. "You should have stayed out of this, Sakuya, you're nothing but a distraction." Sakuya coughed, blood staining his lips, but his gaze never wavered. "Distraction? You've got it wrong, Kawaki," he grinned weakly, his voice steady despite the pain. "I'm just buying Boruto enough time to kick your ass." Kawaki growled, yanking his hand free and sending Sakuya flying into the trees with a brutal kick. The impact shattered the trunk, and Sakuya crumpled to the ground, coughing violently as blood seeped from his wound. For a brief moment, everything was silent, the weight of the moment pressing down on Boruto. His fists clenched, his eyes narrowing as his Jigen glowed brighter. "That's enough, Kawaki," Boruto said, his voice low and dangerous. "You've crossed the line." "Oh, how dramatic, are you finally ready to stop holding back, Boruto? Or will you crumble under the weight of your own convictions?" Boruto didn't respond. He glanced at Sakuya, who gave him a weak thumbs up, his grin still defiant despite the pain. "Take him down," Sakuya rasped. "Don't hold back, for me." Boruto nodded, his resolve hardening. He turned back to Kawaki, his blade crackling with lightning. The air around him shifted, his chakra flaring with an intensity that rivaled the stars. "You're not the only one who can evolve, Kawaki," Boruto said, his voice filled with determination. "I'll save you, no matter what it takes." The battlefield erupted once more as Boruto charged forward, the clash between him and Kawaki shaking the very earth. But in the shadows, Tsuyahana watched, her smirk never fading as she whispered to herself. "Let's see how far the bonds of mortals can truly stretch before they shatter." The forest was silent but for the crackle of energy and the distant echoes of Boruto and Kawaki's fierce clash. Sakuya's body lay motionless against the shattered remains of a tree, blood dripping from his side as the sharp pain coursed through him. His vision blurred. And his ears rang from the impact. For a moment it felt like the weight of defeat was pressing him into the ground, suffocating him. But then he heard it. Boruto's voice. His cousin, his closest friend, calling out to him in desperation, screaming his name through the chaos. Sakuya. Get up. We're not done yet. Memories began to flood his mind of training alongside Boruto as kids, of sparring matches that ended in laughter, of their shared dream to become the kind of shinobi who would never back down. The ringing in his ears subsided, replaced by the rhythmic thud of his heartbeat. His blood, infused with the power of the Kitsurigan, pulsed with a heat that reignited his spirit. Slowly, Sakuya clenched his fists, his fingers trembling as they dug into the dirt. Get up, he muttered to himself, his voice low and hoarse. Not yet, I'm not done yet. Sakuya forced himself to his knees, his breaths labored. The pain was excruciating, but he didn't care. He placed a hand over his wound, channeling chakra to slow the bleeding, and then staggered to his feet. His body swayed slightly, but his gaze was sharp, unwavering. As his crimson Kitsurigan eyes activated, a surge of clarity washed over him. The world seemed to slow, every detail etched into his vision. He could see Kawaki and Boruto exchanging devastating blows in the distance. Their chakra clashing like thunderclouds. And then, he saw Tsuyahana standing at the edge of the battlefield, her expression one of amusement, as if she were watching a game. Sakuya's jaw tightened. You think this is a game? He growled under his breath. Lightning began to crackle around his body, faint at first, but growing more intense with each passing second. His chakra flared wildly, causing the air around him to ripple with energy. If I'm going to make a difference, I can't hold back anymore. He clasped his hands together, forming a series of rapid hand signs. The lightning chakra surged through him, enveloping his body in a brilliant blue glow. Lightning style, thunderbolt surge. The technique exploded to life, coursing through his muscles and veins, sharpening his reflexes and dramatically boosting his speed. The pain in his side became a distant memory as he took a step forward, the ground beneath him cracking under the sheer force of his chakra-infused movement. Sakuya reached for his blade, gripping it tightly. Memories of his training with Boruto and their late father figures flashed before him. Their lessons, their struggles, their bonds, they all came flooding back, grounding him in the moment. This is what it means to be a shinobi, he whispered to himself, his resolve solidifying. In the blink of an eye, Sakuya shot forward, his body a streak of lightning tearing through the battlefield. The sound of his movement was deafening, a thunderous crack splitting the air as he closed in on Kawaki and Boruto. Kawaki turned, his eyes narrowing as he sensed the sudden surge of power. You again. He snarled, raising his arm to block. But Sakuya was faster. Appearing behind Kawaki in an instant, Sakuya's blade came down in a precise arc. The kenjutsu strike enhanced by the speed and power of his lightning chakra. Kawaki barely managed to block the blow with his modified arm, but the sheer force sent him skidding back, his feet digging trenches into the dirt. Sakuya. You're. I'm fine, Sakuya cut him off, his voice steady but fierce. Just focus, Boruto, we're not letting him win. How are you still standing? I put a hole in you. Sakuya smirked, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth. You're not the first person to think they've taken me out, spoiler alert, they were wrong too. Kawaki growled, his karma seal flaring as he lunged at Sakuya. But this time, Sakuya was ready. His enhanced speed allowed him to dodge Kawaki's strikes with ease, his movements fluid and precise. What's wrong, Kawaki? Sakuya taunted, parrying a blow and countering with a swift strike of his own. You were so confident a second ago. The clash of their blades was deafening, sparks flying as their techniques collided. Sakuya's mind raced, analyzing Kawaki's movements with the heightened perception granted by the Kitsurigan. Every feint, every shift in stance he saw it all. And then, he saw an opening. Sakuya's blade flashed, delivering a shallow cut across Kawaki's side. The blow wasn't deep, but it was enough to stagger him. Boruto seized the opportunity, charging forward with a lightning-style, thunder shuriken technique. The shurikens crackled with energy as they homed in on Kawaki, who barely managed to deflect them. Nice one. Boruto shouted, landing beside Sakuya. Sakuya nodded, his breathing heavy but his grin unwavering. Told you I wasn't done yet. Kawaki glared at the two of them, his chest heaving as his frustration boiled over. You think this changes anything? He roared, his karma glowing brighter as he prepared his next attack. Sakuya tightened his grip on his blade, his crimson eyes burning with determination. No, he said calmly. But it's a start. As the battle raged on, the bonds between the three former allies were tested to their very limits. But Sakuya knew one thing for sure: no matter how far Kawaki had fallen, he and Boruto wouldn't stop fighting to bring him back even if it cost them everything. The battlefield was drenched in tension and malice. Dust hung in the air, illuminated by faint rays of sunlight piercing through the forest canopy. Boruto and Sakuya stood side by side, their breaths heavy. Their bodies aching but steadfast. Kawaki glared at them from the opposite end of the clearing, his chest rising and falling with labored breaths, his karma seal pulsating erratically, almost as though it was alive. But the real shadow looming over the scene was Tsuyahana. Perched casually on a high branch, her silver hair swayed with the breeze. And her pale, glowing eyes watched the battle with a mix of amusement and hunger. Her aura exuded a strange combination of elegance and danger, a predator reveling in the chaos she had sown. She smirked, leaning forward slightly, resting her chin on her palm. "Kawaki, dear, I must say, you're not looking so well." Her voice was velvety, teasing, and carried an edge that made even Boruto and Sakuya freeze for a split second. Kawaki growled but didn't break his stance. "I don't need your help, stay out of this." Tsuyahana chuckled, a sound like soft bells chiming with mockery. "Oh, but you do, look at you, fighting with such limitations, it's almost tragic." She tilted her head, her grin widening into something almost sinister. "You're holding back because you're still clinging to your humanity, aren't you?" Kawaki stiffened, his expression unreadable. Sakuya's eyes narrowed, his crimson Katsurigan glowing faintly as he studied her from a distance. "What's she playing at?" he muttered, his hand tightening around the hilt of his blade. "Tsuyahana. Stay out of this. This fight is between us and Kawaki." Tsuyahana didn't even glance at Boruto. Instead, she slowly rose from her perch, her movements graceful yet predatory. "Oh, Boruto," she said with a hint of condescension. "This isn't just about you three, this is about something far greater, you're all just pieces on the board." She leaped down, landing effortlessly in the clearing, her presence radiating a chilling pressure. As she approached Kawaki, her grin softened into something almost affectionate though it was laced with danger. "Kawaki," she cooed, her voice low and intoxicating. "You want to win, don't you? You want to crush them, to prove that you're the one who's right in all of this." Kawaki didn't answer, but the subtle clench of his fists betrayed his frustration. Tsuyahana stepped closer, her eyes glowing faintly with a violet hue. "But you can't do that if you're holding back, if you're tethered to this fragile thing called humanity." She placed a hand on his shoulder, her touch light yet charged with power. "Let me help you." "And what's the catch? You don't do anything without a price." Her grin returned, sharp and predatory. "Oh, you're smarter than you look. Yes, there's a price, but it's one worth paying." She leaned in closer, her voice dropping to a whisper. "Let me make you whole, Kawaki, let me unlock your full potential, turn you into what you were meant to be, a true Otsutsuki." "Kawaki, don't listen to her. She's manipulating you." "Kawaki, whatever she's offering, it's not worth it. Don't throw away what's left of who you are." Kawaki's gaze flickered toward them, then back to Tsuyahana. His jaw clenched. "You're hesitating," Tsuyahana said softly, almost mockingly. "Why? Is it because of them? Because of your so-called bonds? They'll never understand you, Kawaki, they'll never accept what you've become, but I will." Kawaki's fists trembled at his sides. The air around him grew heavy with tension, his chakra fluctuating wildly. Tsuyahana's grin widened. "All I ask is that you let go, surrender your humanity, and I'll give you the power to end this once and for all." There was a long, agonizing pause. And then, Kawaki spoke. "Fine, do it." Boruto's face twisted in disbelief. "Kawaki, no." Sakuya's grip tightened on his blade. "Damn it, Kawaki, think this through." But it was too late. Tsuyahana's expression turned triumphant as she placed both hands on Kawaki's shoulders. Her chakra flared, dark and oppressive. As violet and black tendrils of energy began to seep into Kawaki's body. He let out a strained gasp as the transformation began, his karma seal spreading across his body like wildfire, merging with the foreign energy Tsuyahana was pouring into him. His features began to change, his skin taking on a faint, otherworldly glow, his eyes turning into the piercing, crystalline orbs of the Otsutsuki. Horn-like protrusions began to form on his head, and his chakra spiked to terrifying levels, shaking the ground beneath them. Tsuyahana stepped back, admiring her work with a satisfied smirk. "There, now you're perfect." Kawaki opened his eyes, his gaze cold and alien. The humanity that once lingered in his expression was gone, replaced by an overwhelming sense of power and detachment. Boruto took a step back, his heart pounding. "Kawaki, what have you done?" Sakuya gritted his teeth, his crimson eyes blazing with determination. We're not letting this end here, Boruto, get ready. You wanted to fight me? Fine, let's see if you can handle the real me. The battlefield erupted in chaos as Kawaki's newfound power surged, and the fight that followed would test Boruto and Sakuya like never before. The air crackled with the clash of power, every strike sending tremors through the battlefield. Kawaki, now transformed into an unrecognizable force of nature, stood at the center of the storm, his aura pulsating like a violent tempest, his gaze, cold and distant, locked onto Boruto and Sakuya with the intensity of a predator sizing up its prey. So this is what you've become, Kawaki, Boruto muttered under his breath, eyes narrowed, his hand gripping the hilt of his blade tightly. The weight of the situation was overwhelming, but he had no time for hesitation. No turning back now, huh? Sakuya murmured, his hand hovering near the handle of his own katana, his crimson Katsurigan glowing fiercely. Every instinct within him screamed to attack, but he was careful now. Kawaki had power like nothing they had faced before. Kawaki took a step forward, his newly empowered form moving with unnatural speed. Get ready, his voice was cold, devoid of emotion. Without warning, he dashed toward Boruto with the force of a meteor, leaving nothing but a blur in his wake. Shit! Boruto's eyes widened just in time as Kawaki appeared right in front of him, fist raised high. There was no time to react. With a sickening thud, Kawaki's fist collided with Boruto's chest, sending him flying backward. His body crashed into Sakuya, the impact knocking the wind out of both of them. Gah! Sakuya grunted, barely managing to keep his footing as he caught Boruto in mid-air, cradling him for a brief moment before both of them fell hard to the ground. Kawaki stood over them, his breath steady, like he was barely exerting himself. His expression was unreadably an emotionless shell. But it was clear that his power was far beyond anything Boruto and Sakuya had anticipated. Tsuyahana, standing high in the trees with a cruel smile on her face, couldn't hold back her sadistic laughter. The sound echoed through the clearing, a twisted melody that sent shivers down their spines. Oh, how delightful, she purred, her voice dripping with malicious glee. Look at them, so weak, so desperate, is this really all you've got? Boruto pushed himself up from the ground, coughing as he tried to regain his breath. Damn it, Kawaki, what did she do to you? His words were barely audible, but they were laced with pain, both physical and emotional. Sakuya groaned, shaking off the dizziness as he stood up, offering Boruto a hand. We can't hold back anymore, this isn't the Kawaki we knew. Kawaki raised his hand, preparing for another devastating strike, his eyes cold and unyielding. You really think you can stop me now? He spoke as if the concept of defeat was laughable. You're nothing but bugs to be crushed underfoot. But then, something in Sakuya snapped. We're not done yet. His voice was a fierce growl as he surged forward, his speed amplified by the lightning coursing through his veins. His blade shimmered as he swung it with precision, aiming directly for Kawaki's neck. Kawaki dodged, his movements too fast, and countered with a brutal elbow to Sakuya's ribs, sending him stumbling back. The force of the blow made Sakuya's body ache, but he gritted his teeth, pushing through the pain. Not good enough. He muttered, eyes burning with determination. Boruto, still recovering from his crash, shot a look at Sakuya. Let's do this together. Sakuya nodded, his eyes narrowing as he set his stance. Right. Together, they attacked. Boruto used his wind style, Gale Palm, sending a powerful gust of wind at Kawaki to throw him off balance. At the same time, Sakuya channeled his Katsurigan energy into his blade, slashing through the air with incredible speed. Kawaki's expression flickered for a split second, as he barely managed to evade the barrage of attacks. His eyes glinted with a dangerous light, and he disappeared in an instant, reappearing behind them. Before they could react, he thrust his hand forward, his fingers crackling with dark energy. You think you can keep up? He let out a burst of power, sending both Boruto and Sakuya flying back with the sheer force of his blow. Sakuya hit the ground hard, gasping for breath, his vision blurring momentarily from the impact. We're not done yet, Kawaki. Boruto shouted, pushing himself to his feet, his eyes glowing with a fierce resolve. We'll stop you, no matter what. But Tsuyahana's laughter rang out once again, cutting through the tension like a blade. Oh, Boruto, 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 she drawled, her tone dripping with mockery. You still don't get it, do you? She glanced at Kawaki, a playful glint in her eyes. He's not the same person anymore, he's mine now, completely. Kawaki looked back at her, his expression cold and unfeeling. But for a brief moment, there was a flicker of something in his eyes, something that resembled uncertainty. Boruto stepped forward, ignoring the pain in his chest. Kawaki. His voice was louder now, cutting through the air like a scream. You can fight this. You're not just in Satsuki, don't let her control you. For a moment, it looked as though Kawaki might respond, something inside him shifting, struggling against the overwhelming power Tsuyahana had granted him. But then, his gaze hardened. "I don't need your help, Boruto." Tsuyahana's smile widened as she leaned forward, watching the tension between them with a sadistic gleam in her eyes. "This is it, you've lost." Suddenly, Kawaki lunged forward again, his movements far faster than before, his aura of power nearly suffocating. "I'm done holding back." Boruto and Sakuya exchanged a look, their resolve solidifying. They knew they couldn't hold back anymore, either. And the battle was about to reach its most intense and devastating climax. Kawaki's chest heaved with the intensity of his anger. His fists clenched so tightly his knuckles cracked, his body vibrating with raw power. The echoes of the battle rang in his ears, the wind. The crashes, the sounds of his attacks striking his former friends. The familiar faces of Boruto and Sakuya blurred in his mind, but the anger burned bright. "This ends now." Kawaki roared, his voice a weapon, cutting through the chaos. His eyes were cold and unfeeling as he glared down at his two targets. With a burst of Otsutsuki-infused power, he raised his hand, his fingers crackling with dark energy. "Die!" With a single motion, Kawaki unleashed an overwhelming burst of force, the dark energy charging forward like a blast from a cannon, intent on wiping them out in a single strike. But just as the energy was about to reach its target, a sudden blur of movement flashed before his eyes. His attack cut through empty air. "Ha!" His eyes widened in confusion. The figures of Boruto and Sakuya faded into smoke shadow clones. "Damn it!" Kawaki grunted in frustration. He turned around, scanning the battlefield, but his anger clouded his focus, and he couldn't find them. He was consumed by the desire to end it, to destroy everything in his path. His body tensed, ready to strike again. From the shadows, Tsuyahana's voice pierced the air, full of frantic urgency. "Kawaki! Move out of the way." Her voice was sharp, demanding, but there was something different in her tone, something more desperate. But Kawaki didn't hear her. His fury drowned her out. With a growl, he threw himself forward, his form a blur of speed. "I'm not done. I'm finishing this." His words were a vow, his entire being driven by the desire to destroy. In his blind rage, he failed to notice the subtle shift in the wind. The vibrations of the battlefield. Boruto's and Sakuya's movements had changed. They weren't retreating. They weren't running away. They were readying themselves. "Boruto!" Sakuya shouted, his voice breaking through the din of combat. He locked eyes with Boruto, a shared understanding passing between them. Boruto's breathing slowed, and for the briefest of moments, the storm around them seemed to still. The intense fight, the pain, the suffering, they all faded as the two shinobi made their decision. They would end this. "Now, Sakuya!" Boruto called. His voice was fierce, unwavering. In perfect synchronization, Boruto and Sakuya summoned their ultimate jutsuish culmination of everything they had fought for. The techniques they had honed and sharpened through their years of training. Their chakra surged, creating an aura of power that crackled and roared with the force of a storm. Boruto's eyes burned bright with the power of his karma seal as he activated his most devastating technique, two blue vortex. The space around him seemed to warp, twisting in on itself. The air grew thick with the weight of his chakra, and the world around him slowed to a crawl as his jutsu took form. With a shout, he thrust his palm forward, unleashing a vortex of pure energy that tore through the air, its winds howling like the wrath of the heavens. At the same time, Sakuya channeled his full Kitsurigan power. His veins pulsing with dark energy. His katana glowed with an eerie crimson light as he slashed the air with a kenjutsu attack, cutting through the space around him like a blade through silk. The resulting shockwave sent a wave of energy racing toward Kawaki, the raw power like a tidal wave crashing toward him. Kawaki, still blinded by his fury, had no time to react. The dual attacks of Boruto and Sakuya collided with him with unrelenting force. "No!" Tsuyahana screamed, but it was too late. Kawaki's body was thrown backward, a scream escaping his lips as the sheer force of the blows overwhelmed him. The two blue vortex tore through his defenses, shattering them like fragile glass, while the full force of Sakuya's attack sent him crashing into the earth, the ground itself cracking under the impact. Boom! The shockwave reverberated across the battlefield, sending a cloud of dust and debris into the air, obscuring the fallen warrior's form. Silence followed, a tense and suffocating stillness hanging in the air. Boruto and Sakuya stood, their bodies battered and bloodied, their breathing heavy. The power they had unleashed was immense, and it had taken everything they had. But it was done. They waited. But as the dust settled, they saw Kawaki's form, lying motionless, yet still breathing. He was battered, his body cracked and broken, but there was no sign of death. The Otsutsuki transformation had left him resilient, more than they could have predicted. "He's still alive," Boruto muttered, his voice low. He could barely bring himself to look at the figure, the weight of their actions pressing down on him. "But he's not done." Sakuya clenched his fists, his own wounds aching, but his eyes locked on Kawaki's form. "He's dangerous, Boruto, we need to finish this now before he recovers." As the two shinobi caught their breath, Suyahana's voice rose from behind them, filled with twisted amusement. "You think you've won? He's only just begun, and so am I. You may have shattered his body, but you won't break his spirit." Boruto and Sakuya exchanged a glance. They both knew this was far from over. They had struck a blow, but the battle was not yet won. The real test had just begun. And Kawaki was about to rise again. The battlefield was thick with tension. The wind howled, a mournful cry that echoed across the desolate landscape, the aftermath of a devastating clash between old friends and enemies. Dust and debris lingered in the air like the fading remnants of a violent storm. Kawaki, battered and broken, struggled to rise. His body was covered in cuts, bruises, and burns. His chest heaved with shallow breaths, each one coming more ragged than the last. The attack from Boruto and Sakuya had left him battered, broken but not defeated. The Otsutsuki blood coursing through his veins kept him alive, even now. His crimson eyes burned with an almost primal fury, yet there was a flicker of something more, a flicker of desperation. "Not yet, not like this." Kawaki muttered, his voice hoarse, barely a whisper. He clenched his fists tightly, the pain coursing through him like an unrelenting torrent. He could feel his body failing, his energy rapidly depleting. But there was something more that he needed to do. Naruto, Hinata, his thoughts went to them, the ones he had once called family. He couldn't leave them like this. Not after everything they had done for him. Not after everything he had done to protect them. The air suddenly grew colder, a sinister presence descending from above. Suyahana stood on a distant outcropping, her eyes gleaming with malicious intent. Her form was graceful. Yet there was an undeniable aura of dread surrounding her, like the calm before a storm. She watched him carefully, as if savoring the moment of his pain. "You're not done yet, are you?" She purred, her voice dripping with venom. Her eyes gleamed darkly as she took a step forward, her movement predatory. "You thought you could escape, but you're just as weak as the rest of them. All of you are the same, you fight, and you struggle, but in the end, I will be the one to end it." Kawaki's eyes flickered to her, his entire body trembling. He could feel his strength draining with each breath he took. The pain was unbearable, and yet, there was still something deep inside him that refused to let go. A final flicker of hope. A final desire to protect. "I won't die like this," he gritted his teeth, his voice rough and strained. But Suyahana was already moving. Her smile twisted into something cruel, and before Kawaki could react, she leaped down from her perch with the speed of a striking viper. Her hand shot forward like a spear, a blur of darkness as it plunged toward Kawaki's chest. He tried to raise his arm to block, but he was too slow. Her hand passed through his defense with ease. "No," his voice cracked in agony. With a sickening crack, Suyahana's fingers pierced through his flesh, ripping into him like a blade cutting through paper. "Ah!" Kawaki screamed, the pain unbearable as her hand tore through his stomach. His vision blurred. The world around him fading. His mind felt like it was slipping away, his body no longer obeying him. The agonizing pressure of her grip, the cold sensation of her fingers inside his body, it felt like his soul was being ripped from him. "You'll never be free, Kawaki," Suyahana whispered, her voice an icy caress in his ear. She twisted her fingers deeper, ripping apart his insides. "You'll never escape me, or what I've made you." Kawaki's scream filled the air again, louder this time, the sound of his agony tearing at the very fabric of the world around them. His breath came in shallow gasps. Each one a struggle. He could feel his body shutting down, his chakra fading. His vision swam, and for a brief moment, everything went black. But then Naruto's voice, a distant whisper in his mind. "Kawaki, remember who you are." A flicker of warmth. A flash of memories. The smile of Hinata, her gentle hands reaching out to him. The face of Boruto, the boy who had been his brother, his equal. The face of Naruto, his adoptive father, the man who had given him hope when he had none. A surge of emotion overwhelmed him. It wasn't over yet. "Not like this. I won't let you win." Kawaki's voice was barely a breath, but it carried with it the weight of a vow. He closed his eyes tightly, focusing every ounce of his remaining strength. He could feel his connection to the Karma Seal, a lifeline, a bridge to the one thing that could save him. With trembling hands, Kawaki reached inward, feeling the pulse of his Karma Seal. His chakra flared weakly, and the mark on his palm began to glow a faint, golden light. It wasn't much, but it was enough. "I'll bring you back, Naruto Hinata," Kawaki whispered. "For everything you've done for me, for everything I've become, I won't let this be the end." And then activated the seal. The room around him seemed to bend and distort as a familiar surge of power rippled through him. His karma seal flared brightly, and the world around him seemed to pulse with energy. A swirling vortex of light exploded from his body, expanding outward with force, the chakra radiating with the intensity of 1,000 suns. In that moment, the world around him seemed to fracture, bending and breaking under the strain of his power. The connection between worlds began to tear at the seams, and Kawaki's chakra reached out, pulling the very fabric of reality itself. "Come back to me," he whispered, his voice a mere breath of hope. Naruto Hinata. The light grew, brighter and brighter, until it consumed everything. Suddenly, the ground beneath them trembled. Tsuyahana staggered back, a flicker of surprise crossing her face as the Otsutsuki power in Kawaki surged uncontrollably. She clenched her fists, her eyes narrowing with frustration. "No, not now," she hissed. From the depths of the vortex, a figure began to materialize, first, a flicker of orange, and then a flash of blonde hair. The unmistakable face of Naruto Uzumaki. The seventh Hokage appeared in the air before them, his eyes fierce and burning with the will of fire. Beside him, the gentle face of Hinata Hyuga appeared, her gaze filled with warmth and concern. Kawaki's body went limp as he collapsed onto the ground, his last remaining strength fading. But as he looked up, he saw them. They had returned. The people who had once given him hope, the family he had never had, were here. Naruto Hinata, his voice was weak, but the smile on his face so faint and fleeting was the only thing that mattered. The chaotic aftermath of the battle had left the ground scorched and splintered, the air thick with the remnants of the destructive clash. The once vibrant landscape now stood in stark contrast, silent and broken except for the faint hum of lingering chakra and the echoes of strained breaths. Kawaki lay motionless, his body barely clinging to life. The reunion with Naruto and Hinata had been brief. But it was enough to fuel the final surge of energy needed for the impossible. As their figures flickered in the vortex before fading into the ether, hope had been rekindled. But it wasn't over. Not yet. Chapter 43. Sakuya stood tall, his eyes fixed on the unconscious figures of Naruto and Hinata. He didn't need to say a word. With a swift hand motion, a series of shadow clones erupted from his body, each one focused. Unwavering. The clones immediately began to move, taking Naruto and Hinata in their arms with precision, preparing to carry them back to the village. "I'll take care of them," Sakuya muttered, his tone calm but resolute. His eyes were sharp, constantly scanning for any signs of danger, even in the moments of respite. His shadow clones, now numerous, quickly began their retreat toward the village, their movements coordinated and swift. Meanwhile, Tsuyahana stood in the distance, watching them intently. Her smile was twisted, satisfied, but tinged with annoyance. "So, you think you can just take them and run?" Her voice was lilting, mocking, but beneath it, there was a deep, insidious anger. "You can't escape what I've already done. What's done is done. I am your end." Sakuya's eyes narrowed, his posture shifting as he prepared himself. Beside him, Boruto stood. Chest heaving as his breathing grew more labored. Despite the earlier exhaustion, his resolve was unwavering. His eyes were locked onto Tsuyahana, the dangerous Otsutsuki who had torn through their ranks and who now threatened everything. With a quick glance at Sakuya, Boruto's lips curled into a determined smirk. "We've taken enough of your games," Boruto said, his voice steady despite the weight of his wearied body. "It ends now." Sakuya nodded in agreement, the shadows around him shifting in response to his intent. His Ketsuryugen flared, the red glow in his eyes amplifying the power coursing through him. The moment they locked eyes with Tsuyahana, the tension was palpably a storm waiting to break. Without a single word spoken between them, Boruto and Sakuya dashed forward. In an instant, they moved as one, a synchronized strike that threatened to engulf the battlefield in pure, raw power. The ground cracked beneath their feet, the force of their movement sending vibrations through the air. Tsuyahana narrowed her eyes, but her smile never faded. She was ready. "You'll regret this," she hissed, her hand shooting forward to summon a barrier of Otsutsuki chakra glowing, dark shield that rippled like liquid darkness. It pulsed with malevolent energy, ready to deflect their assault. But Sakuya's smile was grim, knowing exactly how to strike. The Ketsuryugen in his eyes focused on her, reading her every movement, her every chakra pulse. With a snap of his fingers, his shadow clones began to shift positions, redirecting the flow of energy around them. "Not so fast," Sakuya murmured, his voice laced with a deadly calm. His hand shot out, and in an instant, a burst of lightning chakra crackled across the battlefield. The jutsu lightning-enhanced wind palm strike was fired at the Otsutsuki's shield, forcing her to divert her attention to the incoming assault. Boruto seized the opportunity. With a twist of his body, he launched himself toward Suyahana, his chakra-infused kunai drawn and poised for attack. The tension in the air thickened, like the prelude to a storm. Karma! Boruto shouted, channeling the power of the karma seal that had begun to consume him. His eyes glowed with the intense, pulsing energy, and in that moment, the swirling vortex of his karma began to manifest, like a second layer of defense. In that split second, Suyahana's shield flickered, the Otsutsuki's concentration wavering just enough for Boruto to exploit. With a surge of raw energy, he thrust the kunai forward, crashing against the barrier in a brutal, vicious strike that splintered the darkness, causing the shield to crack and fade. But just as Boruto's weapon found its mark, Suyahana retaliated, her chakra-infused hands swiping through the air like a blade. Fools! She hissed, her voice almost lyrical, as though she found this entire exchange amusing. Her hand lashed forward at Boruto, attempting to intercept him with a brutal counterattack, but Sakuya wasn't finished. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Suyahana, his kenjutsu technique glowing in his hand. The edge of his katana flashed like lightning, the steel cutting through the air at a blinding speed. Ha! Sakuya roared, unleashing a devastating kenjutsu slash aimed directly at her back. The blade hummed with the power of his chakra, the very air bending and warping with the sheer force of his strike. Suyahana's eyes widened for a moment, but her smile never faltered. She spun around just in time, deflecting the attack with a chakra-infused palm, her body shifting with the unnatural grace of the Otsutsuki. The clash of energy sent a shockwave through the battlefield, sending both Sakuya and Boruto tumbling backward. They landed with swift grace, regaining their footing immediately. Their eyes locked on Suyahana, each of them breathing heavily, but both still standing resolute. The moment had arrived. You'll never defeat me, Suyahana sneered, her eyes glinting with malice. I am beyond your reach. Sakuya took a step forward, his face determined. Maybe, but you're not invincible. And in that instant, the Otsutsuki's grip on the battle began to falter. Boruto's karma seal flared one last time, and Sakuya's Ketsuryugen pulsed with malevolent power. Together, they would finish this together, they would end the war. But Suyahana's eyes narrowed. We'll see about that. The clash was far from over. It was just beginning. The battle raged on, the remnants of dust and smoke swirling in the air as Boruto and Sakuya stood side by side, bruised and bloodied. Their bodies ached from the endless exchanges. Their chakra reserves nearly depleted. Yet, their determination burned brighter than ever. The atmosphere was thick with tension, the ground beneath their feet cracked from the sheer force of the conflict. Boruto, Sakuya panted, his voice hoarse. We need to end this now, or we won't make it out alive. Boruto glanced at his cousin, sweat dripping down his brow, his breath shallow and labored. He could see the strain on Sakuya's face, the same exhaustion creeping into his own limbs. Despite it all, there was a fire within them that refused to go out. You're right, Boruto said, his voice tight with resolve. We can't let her get the upper hand. Across from them, Suyahana stood, a sinister grin stretching across her face. Her eyes gleamed with malice, and the air around her seemed to pulse with dark energy. She had been toying with them, enjoying every moment of their struggle. Her strength, amplified by the Otsutsuki powers, was overwhelming, and she knew it. With a sharp exhale, Suyahana raised her hand, the chakra swirling violently around her like a storm. You think you've fought enough? She taunted, her voice dripping with amusement. You're nothing but insects beneath my boot, I'll crush you, and then the world will be mine. Not gonna happen, Sakuya growled, clenching his fists, even though he could barely keep his footing. But Suyahana's grin only widened. I've had enough of this. In an instant, she disappeared in a flash of movement, reappearing right in front of them. Her hand shot out. Her fingers crackling with an ominous energy, her eyes locked onto the exhausted pair. Boruto and Sakuya barely had time to react before Suyahana unleashed her final impact, a devastating technique that tore through the air with the force of a meteor crashing down. Move! Boruto shouted, his eyes wide with panic. But Suyahana was too fast. The ground trembled as her chakra-infused palm collided with the air itself, sending shockwaves through the battlefield. Boruto barely managed to dodge to the side, but the force still sent him sprawling, his body slamming into the dirt with a sickening thud. Sakuya, his vision blurred from the impact of the attack earlier, struggled to rise. He was already on the edge, his body screaming for rest, but he refused to give in. He gritted his teeth and forced himself to his knees, just in time to see Tsuyahana's final blow coming down on them. No. Sakuya muttered through gritted teeth. We can't lose. With every ounce of strength he could muster, Sakuya summoned a surge of chakra. His Katsurigan flared, his bloodline power amplifying his senses and his physical capabilities to the max. Lightning coursed through his veins as he dashed toward Tsuyahana, his sword drawn and ready. Wind style, gale palm. Boruto yelled, his own technique combining wind and lightning to propel himself back into the fray. Sakuya was right behind him, his movements a blur as he slashed at Tsuyahana's defenses. But Tsuyahana was too quick, using her amplified chakra to block the strike, sending them both flying backward with a violent crack that echoed through the air. As they landed, Boruto's mind raced with memories of everything he'd been through. Of Naruto's teachings. Of his father's sacrifices. Of the battles he'd faced before, each one shaping him into the shinobi he was today. Boruto! Sakuya shouted, trying to shake the haze from his head. Focus! We can't give up now. Boruto nodded, the words cutting through the fog of exhaustion that clouded his mind. He pushed himself back to his feet, his stance shaky but determined. We fight together, no matter what. Tsuyahana was still standing, eyes glowing with malicious anticipation. You're persistent, I'll give you that, but this ends now. A ball of black chakra began to form in her hands, growing larger by the second. Say goodbye, Boruto Uzumaki, Sakuya Hirose, the world is mine to control. No, Sakuya's voice was steady, his gaze unwavering as he took a step forward. It's not over yet. Boruto's body pulsed with an unfamiliar warmth, his chakra surging back to life as the words echoed in his mind. We're not finished, we fight until the end. With a battle cry, Boruto surged forward, combining his Rasengan with Sakuya's lightning-charged blade. Together, they attacked with everything they had. Tsuyahana's technique collided with their combined force, the explosion of energy sending a shockwave that flattened the area around them. For a moment, everything was still. Then, as the dust settled, the sound of heavy breathing filled the air. Tsuyahana's figure was barely visible through the smoke, but it was clear she was severely wounded. Her once confident posture had faltered, and a deep gash ran across her side. Boruto and Sakuya stood, both of them drenched in sweat and blood, their faces grim. We did it, Boruto whispered, his voice ragged. Not yet, Sakuya said quietly, his gaze never leaving Tsuyahana. She's not finished, but we have a chance now, this is our moment. And with that, they charged once more, their final strike aimed directly at Tsuyahana's heart, determined to end the battle and protect their loved ones from the forces of darkness once and for all. The air was thick with tension. A storm of chakra raged around them, the sky crackling with raw power. Boruto and Sakuya stood side by side, bloodied. Battered, but unwavering. Their bodies screamed for rest, their limbs heavy with exhaustion, but there was no time for weakness. Not now. Not with the fate of the world hanging in the balance. The sound of heavy breathing filled the air, echoing through the silence that had descended over the battlefield. Tsuyahana, her form still standing defiantly. Her chakra swirling violently around her, glared at them with a sadistic grin. Her body was covered in wounds, her once pristine armor torn and scorched, but she showed no sign of backing down. You think this is over? Tsuyahana's voice was a cold, mocking laugh. You should have learned by now, little shinobi, you cannot defeat me, I am the future, I am the power of the Otsutsuki. Boruto's eyes were narrowed, his fists clenched tightly. His heart pounded in his chest, adrenaline surging through his veins, every fiber of his being screaming that this moment was the one they had been waiting for. Not if we have anything to say about it, Boruto said, his voice hoarse, but filled with conviction. We've come this far, and we're not stopping now. Sakuya, standing beside him, gave a silent nod. His Katsurigan gleamed in the dimming light, its blood-red glow shimmering with intensity. This is it, he murmured, his voice steady despite the pain that racked his body. It's now or never. They both knew the truth. Tsuyahana had underestimated them time and time again, but now, they could feel it. The moment was upon them. They couldn't afford to hesitate any longer. This was the final clash, the ultimate test, victory or defeat. Tsuyahana's grin widened, her chakra expanding violently, creating ripples in the air. Foolish children, she hissed, her eyes burning with hatred. You think you can beat me in your weakened state? You cannot comprehend the power I hold, I will wipe you from this world, and no one will stand in my way. A dark cloud of chakra gathered above her, swirling with a menacing force. Her body was consumed by the overwhelming energy, and Boruto could feel the pressure building, a weight that threatened to crush him under its intensity. But Boruto refused to be overwhelmed. He felt Sakuya's presence beside him, his cousin, his ally. Together they were stronger than anything Tsuyohana could throw at them. "Let's end this," Boruto said with finality, turning to Sakuya. Sakuya's gaze locked with his, and the connection between them was instant. They were in perfect sync. With a single, unspoken command, they moved. Sakuya surged forward first, his body cloaked in the lightning-charged aura of his kenjutsu, the speed and power of his strikes amplified by his Kitsurigen. He dashed through the air, his sword slicing through the wind with devastating precision, aiming directly for Tsuyohana's chest. "Raiden's wrath!" Sakuya roared, his voice cutting through the tension like a blade. In response, Tsuyohana flung her arm forward, a massive wave of black chakra surging from her palm. The collision between her dark energy and Sakuya's lightning-infused attack created a shockwave so powerful that it split the ground beneath them, sending debris flying in every direction. Boruto, his hand already forming seals, focused every ounce of his remaining chakra into his next move. He wasn't going to let Sakuya fight alone. With a yell, he launched himself into the fray. Rasengan, Boruto began, the familiar, swirling sphere of energy forming in his palm. Double rotation. The Rasengan was now imbued with his lightning chakra, spinning faster and more intensely than ever before. He flung the massive sphere toward Tsuyohana. The force of it creating a whirlpool of energy that ripped through the air. The impact was catastrophic. Lightning and wind fused together as the Rasengan surged forward, aiming to annihilate Tsuyohana's defenses. The explosion of chakra was deafening, a roar that shook the earth beneath them. For a moment, there was nothing but blinding light and chaos, the battlefield consumed by the sheer magnitude of their combined attack. Then, the dust began to clear, and there, standing amidst the wreckage, Tsuyohana appeared, her body smoking, blood dripping from multiple wounds. Her eyes glowed with an eerie intensity, and the smile never left her face. "Impressive," she said, her voice dripping with malice. "But it's too late, you cannot stop me." But something had shifted. The power radiating from Tsuyohana was faltering, her stance weakened. The weight of the damage she had sustained was beginning to take its toll. Her confidence wavered, ever so slightly. Boruto's heart raced as he stepped forward, the last vestiges of his chakra pushing him to his limits. He knew what they had to do. One last strike, and it would all be over. "We've got one shot," Boruto said, his voice strained but resolute. "Sakuya, now." Sakuya nodded, his eyes narrowed in concentration. In a single, fluid motion, he sheathed his blade and then, in an explosive burst of speed, he drew it again, the sword glowing with his final reserves of chakra. "Kage no Tora!" Sakuya shouted. With a roar, Sakuya slashed through the air, the blade cutting through the fabric of space itself, a slice of raw energy that aimed directly at Tsuyohana's core. In the same moment, Boruto charged forward, his own Rasengan revived in his hand, the energy swirling around him in a cyclone of power. "Tornado Rasengan!" Boruto yelled, unleashing the attack with all his might. The two attacks collided simultaneously with Tsuyohana. Her shriek of pain and disbelief echoed through the battlefield as she tried to summon her last vestiges of power to counter. But it was too late. The combined force of their attacks overwhelmed her, consuming her in a blinding explosion of chakra. The explosion shook the earth, the shockwave rippling through the air, and for a moment, everything was silent. When the dust cleared, Tsuyohana was gone, nothing but a crater remained where she once stood. Boruto and Sakuya stood, their bodies trembling with exhaustion, but their eyes were focused. The battle was over. They had won. Sakuya breathed out slowly, his sword falling to his side. "We did it, it's finally over." Boruto smiled, his voice barely a whisper. "Yeah, we did." But deep down, both knew the fight wasn't just about defeating Tsuyohana. It was about more than that, about standing together, about pushing past every limit, and about protecting everything they held dear. And as the dust settled around them, the two of them stood together, victorious but forever changed by the battles they had fought. The storm had passed, but the journey was far from over. The silence was deafening. The battlefield lay in ruins, the echoes of the explosive clash still lingering in the air like an ominous hum. Tsuyohana's body was crumpled on the ground, scorched, bloodied, and seemingly defeated. Her once pristine appearance had been reduced to something unrecognizable, her armor shattered, her skin bruised and battered. But then, a low, guttural chuckle rose from the wreckage. It was slow at first, a rasping, almost broken sound, but it quickly grew in volume, in strength. Tsuyohana's body twitched. Her fingers curling into the dirt as she began to push herself up. Her breathing was shallow, each gasp coming with a sharp wince of pain, yet her eyes, those piercing golden orbs, remained locked on her enemies, unbroken, unyielding. Boruto and Sakuya stood side by side, exhaustion etched across their faces, their chakra reserves dangerously low. The power they had just unleashed had taken everything they had, and yet, it wasn't enough. "She's not finished," Boruto muttered, his voice trembling. His body protested with every movement, his legs threatening to give way, but his resolve was stronger than ever. "She's still alive." Sakuya's face was grim as he staggered forward, his Katsurugan flickering weakly, but his gaze never left Suyahana. "We've got to finish this now, Boruto. If she's still breathing, she'll come back for us stronger than before." But something was wrong. Suyahana was changing. As she rose to her feet, her form began to twist. Her once beautiful features distorting in a grotesque display of power. Her body stretched and pulsed with a divine energy, one that sent tremors through the ground itself. Her chakra exploded outward, the force so intense that it seemed to warp the very air around her. "No," Suyahana's voice was low, filled with an almost reverent desperation. "This is my ascension." Boruto's eyes widened. What the hell is she doing now? Sakuya, his breath ragged, his vision narrowing, understood the terrifying implications. "She's tapping into something beyond the Otsutsuki, this power, it's not just chakra, it's a divine force." Suyahana's body arched unnaturally, her skin cracking like dry earth, revealing streams of glowing energy beneath. Her hair whipped around her, turning from golden to a silver-white glow that radiated a piercing light. She muttered something under her breath. An ancient incantation, and with every word, the air grew heavier, suffused with an almost unearthly resonance. "Naraka, Shinrin, Kyoan," the words flowed from her mouth like a chant of forbidden power. Suddenly, Suyahana's back arched as her body surged upward. A massive, divine aura enveloped her. Her chakra flaring so brightly that it illuminated the entire battlefield. The ground cracked beneath her feet, the very air distorting as she was lifted off the ground, her body suspended in a grotesque, yet beautiful transformation. Her eyes glowed like twin suns, golden and burning with an overwhelming energy. The air around her vibrated with a divine hum, a sound that sent chills down the spine of even the most hardened warriors. Her limbs elongated. And her body seemed to warp, growing more ethereal, more otherworldly by the second. Boruto took an unsteady step back, his heart racing. "What is this?" "This isn't just an Otsutsuki transformation," Sakuya said, his voice tinged with awe and fear. "She's ascending into something divine. This isn't just power, it's a new form of existence." Suyahana's grotesque transformation reached its apex. Her body now radiated an aura of impossible energy, a combination of divine light and dark chakra that sent waves of pressure crashing down around them. Her hands, once delicate, were now monstrous claws, each digit tipped with pure, gleaming chakra. Her face had become a mask of divine fury, a deity that had shed all remnants of humanity. The sky above seemed to ripple and crack, as though it could no longer contain the force she was emitting. Her power was so overwhelming that it was bending the laws of nature itself. The ground beneath her feet crumbled and disintegrated into nothingness. "You fools," Suyahana's voice was no longer human, it had taken on a monstrous, divine quality. "Do you still think you can stand against me? I am no longer bound by the constraints of this world, I am the goddess of a new dawn." Boruto could feel the weight of her power bearing down on him, crushing him with an invisible force. Every breath felt like a battle, his limbs trembling under the sheer pressure of her presence. His voice was hoarse, filled with determination. "We've got to end this, now." Sakuya, his Katsurugan blazing fiercely, growled under his breath. "We don't have a choice, if we don't stop her now, everyone is finished." With no more words needed between them, they charged forward. Sakuya moved like lightning, his body enveloped in a veil of red chakra as he unleashed his kenjutsu technique. His blade slicing through the air with incredible speed and power. But Suyahana's form was no longer a mere target. She moved with an unnatural, almost fluid grace, her divine aura warping around her as she easily dodged Sakuya's attack. "You think your sword can pierce me?" Suyahana mocked, her laughter resonating in their very bones. Her arms raised, and her claws swiped downward with terrifying precision. Boruto followed Sakuya's lead, summoning all the chakra he had left into his hand, forming his double rotation Rasengan. His entire body screamed in protest, but he didn't hesitate, hurling the massive sphere of energy at Suyahana. "Take this!" Boruto shouted, his voice cutting through the tension. But Suyahana smirked, her clawed hand outstretched, and she absorbed the Rasengan with ease, her form warping and shifting around it like it was nothing more than an insignificant detail. "You are nothing compared to me now," her voice was laced with madness. "You will learn your place, and you will bow before the goddess." The energy around her began to compress, converging into a massive sphere of divine, destructive power. Boruto and Sakuya shared a look. They knew what was coming, and they knew that this was their final stand. "This is it," Boruto said quietly, determination etched in every line of his face. Let's give it everything we have left. The sky above them trembled as Tsuyahana's divine energy surged one final time, her transformation complete. The world was about to witness the birth of a new god, and Boruto and Sakuya would stand in her way no matter the cost. The air was thick with tension, the battlefield shuddering beneath the weight of Tsuyahana's transformed power. As Sakuya and Boruto stood their ground, preparing for the final assault against the divine force that loomed before them, something strange began to stir within Boruto. His vision blurred for a fraction of a second, and suddenly, he found himself in a different place altogether. It wasn't a physical place, but a space within his mind, a dark void, void of all sound, but not devoid of presence. His breathing slowed, and his heart skipped a beat as a figure materialized in front of him, surrounded by the oppressive darkness. "You're not real, are you?" Boruto whispered, his voice trembling. The figure was unmistakable. Momoshiki Otsutsuki stood before him, his ethereal form towering and seemingly boundless in the vastness of the vision. His eyes glowed with the same otherworldly light that Boruto had inherited. His piercing gaze cutting through the void with intensity. The air around them crackled with a latent, oppressive force, the same one that Boruto had felt coursing through his veins ever since the mark of the karma had appeared. "Real?" Momoshiki's voice echoed in the void, a mix of amusement and something darker, more ancient. "What is real, Boruto? Is it not just perception? Your reality, my reality, do they not blend in the end, as one? What do you want from me, Momoshiki? You tried to take me over before, and now you want, what? To merge with me?" "Merge? No, I offer you something different, I offer you, redemption, Boruto Uzumaki." The words caught Boruto off guard. Redemption? What was Momoshiki talking about? The very thought seemed absurd. Redemption? Boruto repeated, narrowing his eyes. "Yuri, the one who put this curse on me in the first place." He stopped himself, his voice faltering as the weight of Momoshiki's presence settled even heavier on his shoulders. Momoshiki's gaze became piercing, deeper, as though reading Boruto's every thought. "Yes, I gave you karma, yes, I took everything from Yumi. Purpose was to use you, but now I offer you something else, forgiveness, freedom. Choose, Boruto, become one with me, and in return, I will let you stay human. You will live as you are now, no longer a vessel for the Otsutsuki, no longer bound by fate." Boruto's heart raced. Momoshiki's words were far from what he had ever expected. To be freed from the endless cycle of karma, to remain himself, but at what cost? "What's the catch?" Boruto asked warily, his voice barely above a whisper. "You want to give me your power, but there's always a price, isn't there?" Momoshiki nodded, his calm demeanor unshaken. "Indeed, you will carry my mark, my essence, forever. The gigant power that connects us will never leave you. But you will not be its slave, you will be free to shape your own destiny. The karma will no longer seek to consume you, and the gigant will be yours to command, not the other way around. You will live as a human, but part of me will remain." Boruto's mind raced as he processed the implications. The gigant very eye he had been born with, passed down by Tonari Satsuka, was now something he would have to live with forever. The idea that it could disappear after his death seemed like an impossible hope. It was the very thing that connected him to a power he didn't fully understand. "But I'm not ready for this," Boruto said, clenching his fists. "What happens when I die? Will it?" Momoshiki's expression was unreadable, but his eyes flickered with an understanding that startled Boruto. "When you die, the gigant will dissipate, but it will remain your gift to wield, it will live with you until your final moments. I won't control you anymore, Boruto, I will trust you." The word trust echoed in Boruto's mind, reverberating with more weight than he had ever imagined. Trust? From someone like Momoshiki? The Otsutsuki who had sought to control his body, his very existence, was now offering him a chance to shape his own future. But there was a strange pull in Boruto's chest. He remembered his father, Naruto's relentless battle to protect the village. He thought of his mother, Hinata, her kindness and strength that had always been his guiding light. He thought of Sasuke and Sarada. Mitsuki, everyone who had ever supported him, believed in him. Their voices echoed through his thoughts, filling him with a sense of purpose. "This is my choice," Boruto muttered, as his fist tightened. "I'm not doing this for you, Momoshiki, I'm doing this for me, for everyone I care about." A wry smile touched Momoshiki's lips. "I never expected anything else. Now, the decision is yours, Boruto Uzumaki, merge with me, and we shall forge a new path, together, or fight me, and perish like all those before you." Boruto's mind was racing. The power of the gigant, his link to the Otsutsuki, but at what cost? Could he carry that burden? Could he control it? Could he continue to live as a human, even with the remnants of the Otsutsuki inside him? Suddenly, it hit him. His eyes met Momoshiki's. "I will accept your offer." Momoshiki's expression was unreadable for a long moment. But then, in a slow, deliberate motion, the Otsutsuki's form flickered. And a wave of energy began to envelop Boruto. The dark void began to crack, and from within the cracks, light spilled in, as if the fabric of reality itself was being altered. "Then, this is the beginning," Momoshiki murmured. His form shifted, becoming one with Boruto's, an overwhelming rush of energy flooding through him. "Live, Boruto Uzumaki, live for yourself." Boruto's body shook as the power surged through him, the light of the Jigan flickering brightly in his eyes. He could feel Momoshiki's essence melding with him, his chakra, his memories, everything. But this time, it wasn't a violent takeover. It was a fusion. For a moment, everything seemed to stop. Then, Boruto opened his eyes. He was still himself. He was still human. But the power, the divine energy that had once threatened to consume him was now his to wield. His eyes glowed with a new light, a light that spoke of understanding, of control. And, deep within his chest, he felt the remnants of Momoshiki's presence, but not his control. Boruto grinned through the overwhelming force of power now coursing through him. "I can do this." The world around him came back into focus, the battlefield and Suyahana still in front of him. Sakuya, still standing beside him, looked at him with surprise and awe. "Boruto, you." Boruto's expression hardened, his gaze locked onto Suyahana, who stood in her grotesque, divine form. "Now it's time to end this." Suyahana, still filled with arrogance and divine fury, narrowed her eyes, sensing the change in Boruto. "So this is what you become?" She sneered. "Then come, little human, let's see if you can handle this power." Boruto stood tall, his chakra flaring as the Jigan burned brightly in his eyes. "I'm not a little human anymore, and I'm done letting anyone control me." With that, Boruto launched himself forward, the power of the Jigan and Momoshiki's essence surging through him, and the final battle for humanity's future began. The battlefield trembled as the three titans stood poised, their powers crackling in the air like a storm waiting to break. The ground beneath their feet was scorched, shattered by the sheer force of their presence. Suyahana, now transformed into something grotesque and divine, stood at the center, a living embodiment of destruction. Her eyes glowed with an overwhelming power, her aura rippling with pure, otherworldly energy. On the opposite side, Boruto and Sakuya stood shoulder to shoulder, breathing heavily. Sweat dripping from their faces. The battle had already pushed them to their limits, but now, with the power of the Jigan burning brightly in Boruto's eyes and Sakuya's resolve hardening, there was no turning back. "This is it, Boruto, Sakuya, this is where it ends," Suyahana's voice echoed across the battlefield, reverberating like a war drum. "I will tear you both apart, piece by piece." Boruto's eyes glowed a fierce blue, his breathing steady as he adjusted his stance, chakra pulsing through his body. He could feel the lingering power of Momoshiki inside him, lending him strength, but it was his own will, his own drive that kept him focused. Beside him, Sakuya flexed his fingers, his body crackling with intense chakra as he readied himself for what was to come. "We're not done yet, Suyahana," Boruto's voice rang out, unwavering. "We're going to end this, together." Sakuya gave a quiet nod. His eyes gleamed with determination, his expression grim but resolute. "This ends now." The silence between them stretched for only a heartbeat before it was shattered. In an instant, Boruto and Sakuya surged forward, their combined speed a blur, moving as one. Suyahana's eyes widened for a fraction of a second, but that was all the time they needed. Boruto's right hand erupted with glowing chakra. And he shot forward like a bullet, the force of his movement creating a shockwave that sent the air around him distorting. He swung his fist, aiming for Suyahana's head, but she swiftly sidestepped, her divine form moving like liquid. "Too slow." Suyahana sneered, her voice low and venomous as she lifted her hand and unleashed a devastating blast of energy. A massive wave of raw, destructive power shot toward them like a comet. But Sakuya was already there, his shadows spiraling around him like an impenetrable shield. The blast collided with the shadows, creating an explosion that rocked the earth, dust and debris flying in every direction. Sakuya gritted his teeth, his face strained with effort. "Don't think you can take us down so easily." Boruto reappeared from the dust, eyes blazing with determination. "I'm not done yet." His form was a blur, his movements powered by the Jigan and the surge of energy coursing through his body. He darted behind Suyahana, appearing behind her with a speed that took even her by surprise. His fist was aimed directly at her back. But Suyahana reacted almost immediately, her aura flaring, and she twisted around in a fluid motion, grabbing Boruto's arm mid-strike. Her grip was like iron. And with a powerful shove, she sent him crashing into the ground, the impact creating a crater. The earth cracked beneath him as he bounced across the rocky surface, groaning in pain. You think you can defeat me with that? Suyahana's voice was mocking, but Boruto's eyes never wavered. He slammed his hand into the ground, pushing himself back up in a single fluid motion. His chakra surged, the Jigen flaring with intensity as he shot forward again, this time with a new level of power. You're underestimating us, Suyahana. Boruto yelled. Sakuya appeared by his side, his shadow clones multiplying in an instant, filling the battlefield with multiple copies of him. Each clone attacked from a different angle, creating a barrage of strikes that Suyahana could barely keep up with. But Suyahana's divine form only grew stronger in response, her body shifting and warping with the power that surged from her very core. Pathetic, Suyahana's voice was cold and biting as she flicked her wrist, sending the clones flying with a single, fluid motion. The sheer force of her strike shattered Sakuya's clones into nothingness, leaving only the real Sakuya standing. You really think you can defeat me, with all your tricks and little puppets? Boruto's breath was ragged as he recovered from his last attack. He could feel the exhaustion setting in, the toll the battle had taken on his body, but his willpower burned brighter than ever. We're not backing down. He and Sakuya dashed forward again, this time their movements more synchronized, more fluid. Boruto's hand flared with energy, while Sakuya's shadows danced around him, forming into sharp tendrils. They moved in perfect unison, Boruto's chakra-infused punches and kicks landing with brutal force as Sakuya's shadows lashed out, binding Suyahana's movements. Die already! Suyahana's eyes blazed with fury as she summoned a massive orb of energy, one that crackled with the power of the cosmos. She hurled it toward them with an impossible speed. And for a moment, everything seemed to freeze. The orb's presence was overwhelming, its destructive potential far beyond anything they had faced before. This is it, Boruto! Sakuya shouted, his eyes wide with shock. Boruto's heart pounded in his chest, the power surging through his veins. His vision narrowed, the Jigen sharpening everything around him. Time seemed to slow as he focused. He could feel the overwhelming pressure of Suyahana's final attack. But he wasn't afraid. Not anymore. With a fierce roar, Boruto slammed his fist into the ground, unleashing a surge of chakra so intense that it split the earth in two. You're not the only one with godlike power, Suyahana. Boruto's voice rang out, a defiant challenge as he harnessed the energy of his Jigen and Momoshike's power. The chakra that erupted from him was like a storm, overwhelming the blast with a force that sent shockwaves through the battlefield. He jumped forward, punching through the core of Suyahana's attack, shattering the orb into nothingness with sheer force. Sakuya followed suit, summoning all his remaining chakra into one final, massive shadow tendril. It shot through the air like a spear, aiming straight for Suyahana's heart. We're ending this now. Sakuya yelled as the shadow tendril collided with Suyahana, embedding itself deep into her divine form. Suyahana screamed in fury, her energy flickering and cracking like shattered glass. For a split second, it seemed like time had stopped. The world held its breath as the collision of energies reverberated throughout the land. Boruto's eyes glowed brightly as he landed beside Sakuya, both of them battered but unbroken. Suyahana, her form flickering in and out of existence, staggered back, the damage starting to take its toll. Her body was cracking, her once magnificent aura faltering. You've lost, Suyahana. Boruto's voice was steady, but there was a fire behind his words. It's over. Suyahana's eyes narrowed, her divine fury still burning, but she was spent, her power waning. Her voice, cold and venomous, echoed through the battlefield one last time. You think this is the end? But even as she spoke, her form began to collapse, unable to maintain the overwhelming power she had once wielded. With a final scream, her body disintegrated into nothingness, leaving only the scarred land where she had once stood. Boruto and Sakuya stood in the silence that followed, their chests heaving with exhaustion. The battle had been long and grueling, but they had won. Together, they had defeated an unstoppable force. But Boruto knew this wasn't the end, not yet. The battle for the future was far from over. But for now, they had earned their victory. Boruto turned to Sakuya, a smirk forming on his face. We make a pretty good team, huh? Sakuya, despite his exhaustion, nodded, a weary but satisfied grin spreading across his face. Yeah, not bad, kid, not bad at all. And as the dust settled, the two of them stood, ready for whatever would come next. The battle for the future was only just beginning, and Boruto was determined to see it through to the end. The silence that followed the clash was deafening. For a brief moment, it felt as though the very world held its breath. The tumultuous forces that had been at play seemed to dissipate in an instant, and with it, the frantic chaos of the battlefield fell into an eerie stillness. Boruto and Sakuya stood at the edge of the ravaged terrain, their bodies battered, their breaths heavy and labored. Sweat dripped from their faces, mixing with the blood staining their clothes. The sky above them, once darkened by the collision of divine and human power, now seemed to clear, the storm of battle slowly subsiding. They both turned their gaze to the epicenter of the destruction, the place where Tsuyahana had once stood in all her grotesque, divine fury. Her form, once towering with an almost godlike presence, had begun to dissipate in the wake of their final combined assault. The divine energies that had once surrounded her now flickered, unraveling like a broken tapestry. Her body twisted, a shimmering blur of light and shadow, before it exploded outward in a burst of raw energy, sending shockwaves that rattled the very earth beneath their feet. "She's done for," Boruto muttered, his voice low and almost incredulous. The weight of the moment was just beginning to hit him. What they had just accomplished. Tsuyahana, the being who had seemed so invincible, was finally crumbling. Sakuya said nothing at first. He just stared, his eyes locked on the spot where Tsuyahana had fallen. His fists were clenched, the tendrils of his shadows still pulsating around his body, as if they were unwilling to relax even after the battle had been won. The air was thick with the aftermath of destruction. Boruto, despite the excruciating fatigue, felt a sense of accomplishment, relief, even. But there was no time to celebrate. Not yet. "She's crashing down." Sakuya finally spoke, his voice edged with something far darker than just fatigue. His gaze narrowed as he watched the divine being begin her descent, her form flickering as though she were losing all control. This was their final strike. Tsuyahana's body burned with a celestial fire as she spiraled toward the earth, a falling star that could no longer maintain its godly form. Her eyes, once filled with a malevolent, almost infinite power, now flickered with the last vestiges of her existence, consumed by the devastating attack. She crashed to the ground with a deafening impact, the earth shaking beneath her. The explosion of energy that followed sent a shockwave through the surrounding area, the force strong enough to level the terrain for miles. The debris and dust kicked up, obscuring their vision momentarily. For a second, neither Boruto nor Sakuya could see anything but the dust cloud that swallowed the battlefield. Then, it cleared. There she lay. Tsuyahana's grotesque form was sprawled on the ground, her once radiant godly aura now nothing more than a dying ember. Her body twitched spasmodically before finally going still. The last remnants of her divine energy flickered out of existence, leaving only the echo of her defeated power. Boruto stared at the fallen figure, his breath still heavy in his chest. He couldn't help but feel a strange, hollow sensation in his gut. Tsuyahana wasn't just another foe. She had been a force of nature, a creature who had pushed them to the brink of death. And now she was nothing more than this. We actually did it." Boruto whispered, his voice carrying a mix of disbelief and exhaustion. He could hardly believe the battle was over. His legs wobbled beneath him as he struggled to stay upright, but his resolve kept him standing. He had never been through a fight like this before. Sakuya, his expression unreadable, glanced over at Boruto. His stance was solid, despite the toll the battle had taken on him. But there was something else in his eyes now, a deep, bitter understanding that had come from facing an opponent like Tsuyahana. "Don't let your guard down yet, Boruto," Sakuya's voice was low but firm. "The moment you think the battle's over, that's when you make your biggest mistake." Boruto's eyes snapped to him, and for the briefest of moments, he was taken back. Sakuya's words were filled with a somber kind of wisdom. It was the kind of wisdom that only came from the harshest experiences. Boruto let out a sharp exhale, trying to steady his breathing. "Right," he turned back to Tsuyahana's fallen form, his eyes narrowing. "But, I don't think she's getting up from that." Sakuya didn't respond right away, but the way his eyes flickered between Boruto and Tsuyahana's form made it clear he wasn't entirely convinced. He had seen too many enemies rise from the ashes to let his guard drop too soon. The battlefield was eerily quiet now. The cacophony of battle had died down, leaving nothing but the heavy breathing of two warriors who had pushed themselves beyond their limits. The wind swept through the ravaged terrain, kicking up dust and debris from the craters that marked the battlefield. The distant sounds of the world felt muted, as if the universe itself had paused to acknowledge the end of this war. As Boruto walked forward, his steps slow but deliberate, he felt the weight of everything they had just endured. The pain, the exhaustion, the fear, it was all there. But it was the sense of resolve, of triumph, that kept him moving forward. He had seen the light at the end of the tunnel, and now it was within reach. Sakuya followed him, his expression unreadable. As the two of them approached the fallen Tsuyahana, they could see that the divine being's form was slowly fading, her body deteriorating into nothingness. Her once unholy power was gone, leaving only a faint trace of the energy she had wielded. Boruto stopped a few paces from her, his gaze fixed on the fallen foe. He had to admit this had been unlike anything he had ever experienced. But it was over. Tsuyahana was no longer a threat. "Is it really over?" Boruto whispered to himself, almost as if questioning the reality of the moment. A sudden wind blew across the battlefield, swirling the dust and remnants of the fight. It was almost as though the world was letting out a collective sigh of relief. Sakuya didn't answer, but he placed a hand on Boruto's shoulder, his touch firm and grounded. "It's over for now, Boruto, but this isn't the end of everything, not by a long shot." Boruto nodded, understanding the weight of Sakuya's words. The fight for the future wasn't finished. They had won this battle, but there would be more. There always would be. But for now, they had proven something, that together, they could overcome even the impossible. And that was enough for him to keep moving forward. "Let's go," Boruto said quietly. "We need to get back, there's still work to do." With one last glance at Suyahana's fading form, the two warriors turned, stepping away from the battlefield. The echoes of their footsteps rang out in the quiet air, and for the first time in a long while, there was peace. At least for now. The air was thick with tension, the once roaring battlefields now strangely quiet. Save for the harsh sounds of Boruto and Sakuya's heavy breaths, their bodies still shaking from the intensity of the fight. The sky had cleared, but the remnants of Suyahana's divine energy still hung in the air like a fading storm. It had been over. It had to be. Yet, something lingered in the air. A sense of dread. A final, unshakable tension. Neither Boruto nor Sakuya could quite place it. Something wasn't right. They both turned. Eyes scanning the scene around them. The dust that still clouded the ground was now settled, the echoes of the battle dying down. But there, just beyond the cracks in the earth, just beyond the carnage, there was movement. A form, broken and mangled, shifting through the remains of the destruction. Suyahana. Despite the ferocity of their final strike, the divine being wasn't completely gone. She was crawling, slowly, with each movement seeming to bring her closer to her end, yet unwilling to accept defeat. Her once glowing eyes, now dulled and bloodshot, locked onto the lifeless form of Kawakihi's body lying like a marionette without its strings. Her chest heaved, bloodied and torn, and with each strained breath, she dragged herself forward. Kawaki, her voice was a raspy, guttural whisper, torn from the very depths of her anguish. The last of her power flickered as she closed the distance to the fallen warrior, her hands trembling as they reached out. Sakuya was the first to move, his eyes narrowed, shadows flickering violently around his body. "She's not done," his voice was cold, steady, his guard up, despite what had just happened. He wasn't taking chances. Boruto's eyes widened. "What is she doing?" His voice was incredulous, disbelief taking over. She can't still be alive." But there was no denying it. Suyahana's form trembled as she crawled, inch by agonizing inch, across the battlefield. Her gaze locked on Kawaki's motionless body. She was dragging herself through the destruction, her once pristine skin now scarred and burnt, her form grotesque, yet there was a desperate, aching determination in her eyes. She finally reached him. Her hands, bloodied and shaking, wrapped around his lifeless form, pulling him close. Suyahana's breath hitched, and for a moment, there was a strange, haunting silence. The world seemed to pause, as if the universe itself held its breath. Kawaki's body, still, cold, unmoving, felt impossibly heavy in her arms. "No," her voice was a raw, pained rasp. "No. This can't. I won't let him go." Boruto's heart thudded in his chest. He looked at the scene before him. Suyahana, the divine being who had nearly wiped them all out. Reduced to this. She wasn't just a monster, not anymore. There was something almost human in her broken form. A trace of something that resonated deeply within Boruto, something that reached the very core of his being. "She's mourning." Sakuya stood silent, watching her from a distance. He knew better than anyone what the feeling of loss could do to someone. But this was different. This wasn't just grief, it was a deep, unrelenting obsession. Suyahana had been consumed by something far darker than the power of Otsutsuki. It was as if she was willing to rip apart the very fabric of reality to bring Kawaki back. "You killed him." Boruto's voice cracked, the words slipping from his lips before he could stop them. He didn't know why it bothered him, didn't know why seeing Suyahana like this made him feel guilty. He had to remind himself that she was the enemy. She was the one who had caused so much destruction, who had nearly destroyed everything they had fought for. Yet there she was, holding him, her form shattered, utterly broken. There was nothing left of the divine power that once radiated from her. All that remained was the hollow shell of a creature consumed by grief. "It's too late for you." Sakuya's voice was icy, but there was a certain gravitas to it, like he knew something the others didn't. Suyahana's head snapped up, her bloodshot eyes locking with Sakuya's. She gritted her teeth, her face twisted in a grotesque, sadistic sneer. "I'll never let him go," she hissed, her voice now laced with venom and madness. If it's the last thing I do, I'll pull him back from the depths of death. I'll tear apart everything to make this right. Stop. Boruto's voice rang out, filled with a kind of urgency he hadn't known he possessed. He stepped forward, clenching his fists, his energy flaring around him. It's over, you've lost. Kawaki's gone, and nothing you do will bring him back. But Suyahana didn't seem to hear him, or perhaps she simply didn't care. I will not lose him again. Her voice exploded in a raw scream, shaking the very air. Her hands clenched tighter around Kawaki's body, her power pulsing around her as her last remnants of Otsutsuki energy sparked and flickered. Why? Boruto's question was softer this time, quieter, almost to himself. Why are you doing this? He whispered, his gaze torn between the enemy and the person she had become. Sakuya, his expression as stoic as ever, stepped forward cautiously. He reached out, his shadows lashing through the air, pulling at the remnants of Tsuyahana's fading energy. Let him go, this is over. But Tsuyahana wasn't ready to accept the truth. She was clinging to him, her mind unraveling as she muttered words that no longer made sense. Words of defiance. Words of sorrow. She was consumed, heartbroken in a way that Boruto could never truly understand. As her form crumbled further, the last of her power flickered out, her strength finally fading. Her eyes softened, her grip loosening on Kawaki's body, but she whispered once more, I'll bring him back, I'll make him whole. And then, the light left her eyes completely. The battlefield was silent once more, save for the soft, distant echo of footsteps. Boruto and Sakuya stood there for a long moment, feeling the weight of what had happened, their thoughts swirling with the aftermath. It's over, Boruto whispered, finally understanding. Even in the face of all this, he could feel the sense of finality settling in. And just like that, the final chapter of their fight had ended. But the cost, the toll of all that had transpired, was not so easily forgotten. Kawaki's death had left a scar that no one could undo, and Suyahana, in the end, had been as much a victim as the one who had destroyed. The cycle had ended, but the wounds would remain. The battlefield was silent. The deafening roar of battle had long since faded into the soft whispers of the wind. The destruction left behind was nothing short of catastrophic, but now, in the aftermath, there was an eerie stillness. Sakuya stood at the edge of the ruin, his gaze fixed on the bodies before him. The once proud forms of Tsuyahana and Kawaki lay motionless, side by side. Like two forgotten relics of a cruel war. Their final moments had been full of rage, of grief, and of defiance, but now there was nothing but the quiet weight of their defeat. Boruto, standing beside him, was unusually quiet. His eyes flicked between the two fallen warriors, his thoughts tangled with a storm of emotions. It's done, Boruto muttered, his voice distant, as if he was trying to convince himself more than anyone else. Sakuya glanced at him, the corners of his mouth twitching upward in a rare moment of expression. You're not gonna say anything else? His tone was lighter than usual, but it held a knowing edge. Boruto looked at him sharply, blinking as if snapping out of a trance. What do you mean? He asked, furrowing his brow. What else is there to say? Sakuya shrugged, turning his attention back to the bodies. I don't know, maybe something poetic or dramatic, some kind of final words. This isn't exactly your usual victory, is it? Boruto let out a soft laugh, shaking his head. Yeah, no kidding, can't say this one feels like a win, not with all the stuff that went down. Sakuya raised an eyebrow. Stuff? You know, the whole guy you fought for an entire arc and who probably could have killed you, kind of thing, plus, I'm pretty sure she had a lot of issues. Boruto trailed off, rubbing the back of his neck uncomfortably. He looked back at the bodies, and a strange quiet sadness seemed to settle over him. I never thought it'd end like this. Sakuya's expression softened, though he masked it with his usual composure. I think we all hoped for a different outcome, but sometimes, things don't go as planned. There was a long silence as they both stared at the fallen pair, the weight of the situation sinking in. Finally, Boruto broke the silence with a sigh. We should do this right, for them. Sakuya didn't say a word, but he nodded. Together, the two moved to gather the bodies, preparing to lay them to rest. The sun was setting as the two stood before a small mound beneath the tree. It was quiet here, peaceful, a place where the chaos of battle seemed a distant memory. A place to bury the past. Kawaki's body was laid down gently beside Tsuyahana's. They were both wrapped in simple cloth, their features peaceful for the first time in what felt like forever. As the dirt was piled atop them, a feeling of closure began to wash over Boruto, despite the strange, heavy ache in his chest. I don't know if this is the right thing to do, Boruto muttered, his voice low as he knelt next to the grave. I just don't get it, we won, but it doesn't feel like a victory. They were enemies, but in the end, they weren't much different from us. Sakuya, who had been standing beside him, looked down at the grave before glancing at Boruto. Sometimes, it's not about the enemy, it's about what you do after. He said it as though it were an axiom he'd known for years, a distant truth that made perfect sense in that moment. Boruto let out a sigh, staring at the freshly covered grave. Yeah, I guess. Chapter 44. 3 months later. The sun had risen over the hidden leaf village, its golden rays gently illuminating the day. The streets were peaceful, bustling with the usual morning activity. The village had slowly returned to its normal rhythm after the chaos of the past events, but Boruto's mind was still a bit clouded from everything that had happened. You really need to stop doing that. Sakuya's voice was suddenly there, sharp and cutting through Boruto's musings. Boruto blinked, looking up to find Sakuya walking beside him, his usual cool demeanor in place, but there was something different. Something lighter. Doing what? Boruto asked, frowning. Sakuya gave him a long, exasperated look. You've been staring off into space for the past 5 minutes, it's like you're trying to figure out if the sky's gonna fall or if the world's going to implode. Relax. Hey, I can't help it. It's like, everything changed, and I'm just trying to get my head around it. Sakuya rolled his eyes. You're fine, you're always fine, it's just that once you stop brooding, the world doesn't suddenly explode, you know. Boruto shot him a look. Is this the, you should take a break from saving the world, advice I've been getting for 3 months? It's more like, try not to die in the process advice, Sakuya smirked. But yeah, that's exactly it. I'm trying. Boruto grinned back, throwing up his hands in mock exasperation. But, seriously, have you seen how much paperwork I have to do now that I'm actually an active ninja? He waggled a piece of paper at Sakuya, an exaggerated expression of panic on his face. Sakuya, rolling his eyes, flicked the paper from his hand. Get a life, Boruto. Hey, I'll have you know that being a hero is hard work, okay? Boruto shot back, crossing his arms. It's like every time I turn around, there's a new enemy or a new threat or, worse, new paperwork from the Hokage's office. It's like... Yeah, I get it, you're busy, Sakuya interrupted, waving his hand dismissively. But you're a ninja, this is your life now, besides, we've got a team, right? We'll take care of the heavy lifting together. If by heavy lifting, you mean boring-ass missions, then yeah, sure, Boruto said with a mock grin, rubbing the back of his head. I'll try not to think about it every time someone asks for a mission report. Sakuya raised an eyebrow, his lips twitching. I'll take care of it for you if you keep acting like a lazy bum. I'm not a lazy bum. I'm just a very tired, overworked, and incredibly popular ninja, okay? That's one way to look at it, Sakuya snorted, his usually serious demeanor slipping for a second. Hey! Boruto called, gesturing towards the sky. We didn't die today, did we? That's a win. We get to complain about stupid things like missions and paperwork, and you know what? I'll take that any day, at least we're still here to complain about it. Sakuya paused, then shook his head, a reluctant smile forming. You're right, I guess, at least we didn't go out like those two. Boruto stopped walking for a moment, glancing up at the clear sky. The weight of the past was still there, but now it felt more like something distant, a memory rather than a looming shadow. Yeah, Boruto said softly. But we're here, we're alive, and that's all that matters. Sakuya gave him a brief, almost approving look. Damn straight, now, let's get back to doing things before I start getting bored. Boruto grinned, feeling the familiar weight of the world settle back onto his shoulders. This time, though, he was ready. The weight wasn't a burden. It was a challenge. A challenge that he would face with his friends, his team, and no matter what came next, they would face it together. Alright, let's go, Boruto said, raising his hand in the air as though ready to tackle whatever came next. And with that, the two of them headed into the heart of the village, prepared for whatever the future held, knowing that, no matter what, they would always rise again. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a golden hue over the hidden leaf village. A soft breeze rustled through the trees, and the laughter of children echoed across the village as families gathered for a rare, peaceful evening. The last few months had been hard, but tonight was a time for a much-needed break, a time to unwind, share a meal, and remember that life still held simple joys. Sakuya and Boruto, despite the weight of their recent battles, found themselves at a local gathering spot, surrounded by family and friends. The mood was light, the air filled with the comforting scent of grilled food and sweet pastries. It was the perfect escape from the chaos they had both endured. Sitting together at a large table under the glow of lanterns, the group was a mix of old and new faces, all united by the bonds they had forged. Naruto and Hinata sat at the head of the table, beaming proudly at their son, while Sarada and Mitsuki were nearby, exchanging light-hearted banter. "I still can't believe you did that, Boruto," Sarada said, grinning as she poked at her food. "No one's ever seen someone dodge an entire Rasengan like that. You sure you're not part of the Uzumaki bloodline?" "Oh please, Sarada," Boruto chuckled, adjusting his headband with a mischievous smile. "I just happened to be in the right place at the right time, but sure, let's pretend I'm secretly a Uzumaki prodigy." Sakuya, sitting next to Boruto, couldn't help but roll his eyes. "You're going to start that rumor now, aren't you?" he said dryly, reaching for his drink. "Next thing we know, the entire village will be asking for your autograph." Boruto leaned back in his chair, a wide grin stretching across his face. "Can't blame a guy for wanting a little fame, besides, if anyone's going to get famous around here, it might as well be me." Mitsuki, sitting quietly as always, raised an eyebrow and spoke with his usual calm demeanor. "And what would you do with that fame, Boruto?" Boruto thought for a moment, his grin never fading. "Well, obviously, I'd make sure we have enough ramen to last for the entire village. I mean, who doesn't want ramen as the national dish?" Sakuya snorted at Boruto's ridiculousness. "You're gonna bankrupt the village with all that ramen, genius." "Hey, I'm just being practical." Boruto waved him off. "I'm thinking big, real big." Hinata, who had been quietly listening to the exchange, smiled warmly. "You've always been full of ideas, Boruto." She looked over at her husband, Naruto, who had been chuckling softly. "He gets that from you." Naruto, grinning ear to ear, shrugged in mock modesty. "I can't help it if my son's a genius, it's all the training, you know. I mean, I was Hokage and a certain someone spent half his time talking about ramen rather than training," Hinata teased, cutting him off with a playful smile. Naruto blinked, then leaned back, raising his hands in defense. "I'll have you know, I was very serious about my ramen consumption." Yes, Naruto, we all know how much you love it," Sakuya chimed in, still smirking. "Maybe you should have spent more time teaching your son how to avoid getting into these ridiculous situations instead." "Hey!" Boruto protested, standing up from his seat dramatically. "I can handle myself just fine, okay? And I didn't ask for your sarcasm." "You're right, you've handled yourself quite well," Sarada, ever the voice of reason, grinned at him. "Except that time you ran straight into that giant snake." "Sarada, don't remind me." Boruto groaned, sinking back into his seat. "I'm still trying to get that slime out of my hair, that thing was disgusting." Everyone burst into laughter, even Sakuya, who rarely ever showed much emotion. The mood was infectious, and for the first time in weeks, the tension in their bodies seemed to dissipate. "We should have another sparring match soon," Mitsuki's voice was soft, but his words carried a certain weight. "It's been a while." Boruto blinked, his grin growing wider. "Oh, it's on, Mitsuki, you might have the upper hand with that whole snake thing, but I've got a new trick up my sleeve." "You're really gonna go at it again? After all we've been through?" "Yes," Boruto said, giving Sakuya an exaggerated thumbs up. "We've earned a little friendly competition, plus, I have a new move that'll knock Mitsuki out of the park." Mitsuki raised an eyebrow, not the least bit impressed. "We'll see about that." Sakuya leaned back in his chair, a playful smile tugging at the corner of his lips. "You two are impossible, but I guess if I'm not fighting anyone else," he shrugged. "Why not?" Just as the conversation was about to shift into another round of jokes, a sudden cry pierced the air, drawing everyone's attention. In a split second, the group turned to see Himawari, Naruto and Hinata's daughter, charging toward them, her face filled with excitement. "Boruto, Sakuya!" she yelled, her tiny hand stretched toward them. "I made something. Look!" Boruto and Sakuya exchanged an amused look, but they both stood up to meet her, curiosity piqued. "What did you make, Himawari?" Boruto asked, kneeling down as she proudly held up a small handcrafted figurine made out of clay. It was a crude, yet endearing attempt at making a ninja, with mismatched colors and wild, uneven features. It was clear she had put her heart into it. "It's you, Boruto. And you, Sakuya." Sakuya's mouth twitched, the closest thing to a smile he would ever show. "Well, I have to admit, it's unique." Boruto burst out laughing, his voice light and carefree. "It's amazing, Himawari. You made me look so cool." He glanced over at Sakuya, teasing him. "You sure you don't want one of these, Sakuya? It might help with your charm." Sakuya shot him a deadpan look. "Not interested." The family and friends laughed together, the weight of their past struggles momentarily forgotten. For this moment, there were no enemies, no battles, no burdens, only the warmth of togetherness and the joy of being alive. "Guess we can leave the world saving for tomorrow, huh?" Boruto said, his voice softening as he looked around at his family and friends. Sakuya raised his cup, his eyes glinting with a rare spark of warmth. Sounds like a plan. And just like that, the evening carried on, full of laughter, teasing, and the simple, unspoken bond that held them all together. Despite the darkness they had faced, in this moment, they were all just a family united in the present, ready for whatever the future would bring. The village stood beneath the peaceful twilight sky, the gentle glow of the setting sun casting a soft orange hue over the hidden leaf. It was a peaceful evening, the kind that seemed to promise new beginnings, a sense of calm after the storm. The leaves rustled lightly in the wind, whispering tales of the past, and the world, though forever changed, had found its way back to tranquility. From a high vantage point, Boruto Uzumaki gazed down at the village below. His eyes, now marked with the experience of countless battles and the scars of war, softened with the quiet realization of how far he had come. The weight of his lineage, his duty, and his personal journey all seemed to melt away as he stood there, surrounded by the memories of those who had shaped him, both friends and enemies alike. Beside him stood Sarada Uchiha, her Sharingan now dull, but her spirit just as sharp as ever. She had grown into a woman of strength, intelligence, and grace. But even with all her accomplishments, she knew that this peaceful moment, this quiet life they had built, was the culmination of years of hardship and sacrifice. It's hard to believe it's really over, isn't it? Boruto said softly, breaking the silence between them. His voice was calm, but there was a deep heaviness to it, one that only time and experience could bring. Sarada glanced at him, her eyes reflecting the same thoughts. Yeah, it feels like we've been fighting forever, but here we are, standing in the middle of it all, finally at peace. Boruto's hand instinctively moved to the side of his head, his fingers brushing the spot where his scar once was, a reminder of the battles fought and the sacrifices made. It was hard to forget everything. Mamashiki, the eclipse, Tsuyahana. Their journey was one that had taken him to the edge of despair and back, and yet here he was, alive, with his friends and family by his side. He turned to Sarada, his face serious yet full of warmth. I remember when we were younger, we didn't know how hard the world would get, we were just chasing our dreams, but now, we've had to make our own path, a path that's ours, no matter how painful it got. Sarada smiled, her expression thoughtful. That's the truth, but I think we've all found our way, haven't we? In our own time, we've created something real. She looked over at the bustling village beneath them, the village that had always stood as a symbol of hope, of the future. And now we get to protect it, to raise our kids in it. Just as Sarada spoke, the faint sounds of children playing echoed in the distance. The laughter of their children Saruto and Kataru, Boruto and Sarada's legacy rang through the air. It was a pure, untainted joy, a sound that symbolized the peace they had fought for, the future they had secured. Behind them, the figures of their friends began to appear. Sakuya, now a father to 3 children of his own, Tsubaki by his side. His once icy demeanor had melted into a steady warmth, the father figure he never expected to become. His children, In, Katsura, and Renki, were playing near the gates of the village, full of the same spirit and energy that had defined their parents in their youth. Tsubaki caught Sakuya's gaze and smiled, and for a moment, they shared a quiet understanding. No more wars, no more battles, just the family they had built and the love they shared. You're doing well, they're lucky to have you, Boruto said to Sakuya with a grin, his voice soft but filled with a quiet pride. Sakuya gave a simple nod in return, acknowledging the bond they had forged through hardship. Sarada, too, exchanged a smile with Tsubaki, who gave her a wink. It's all been worth it, hasn't it? Tsubaki asked, her voice filled with a knowing warmth. Sarada didn't need to answer. The peace was more than enough to say what words could not. As the sun dipped lower into the horizon, casting long shadows over the village, the group of them stood in silence, Boruto, Sarada, Sakuya, and Tsubaki witnessing the world they had shaped together. There was a soft whoosh of wind as Boruto's fingers brushed against the familiar, cold surface of his old headband, which now hung loosely around his neck. The symbol that had once represented all his doubts and struggles was now a reminder of everything he had achieved, everything he had endured. He closed his eyes for a moment, allowing the soft breeze to brush against his skin, his thoughts drifting to those who had come before him, Kawaki, Tsukasa, and the ones who had fought alongside him. It was strange, in a way. Their losses still echoed in his heart. He still felt their absence, a presence that never quite left. But he had learned something valuable through it all: the people you love. The bonds you create, they never truly disappear. They live on in your heart, in the memories, in the lives of those you touch. Sakuya looked over at Boruto, his gaze steady and calm. It's all part of the cycle, Boruto, we live, we fight, and we pass on what we have. The next generation takes the torch. Boruto nodded, a quiet understanding passing between them. The future was in their hands now, and it was a future of hope, of peace, and of unwavering love. The wind continued to stir around them, rustling the trees and carrying with it the sound of distant laughter. The sun had almost set, and the village glowed in the twilight, a symbol of everything they had fought for, everything they had lost, and everything they would protect. As the first stars began to appear in the sky, Boruto turned back to Sarada. Her eyes met his, filled with a shared understanding of the journey they had taken, and what lay ahead. With a soft smile, he whispered, "We've done it, haven't we?" Sarada's lips curved into a smile. "Yeah, we've made it." And with that, they knew this was not the end, but the beginning of something even greater. The future was theirs to shape, and though the battles were over, their story was far from finished. The end.